To the faithful.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
To Dub Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again!
And to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Where the Raiders are still scoring points on a Friday morning. Look at that, buddy. Look at that. Happy Friday, everybody. My God, there's so much going on. Jeez. I'm going to confess. I'm going to tell a story I just told Marcus. Okay? So we had football last night. We had Shohei Ohtani's press conference, right? We had the Giants announcing that Jung-Hoo Lee is going at 1 o'clock. So all these stuff going on. And I had Waterbud, not one, but 2 6th-grade practices yesterday. Yes, I'm coaching 2 different teams. Don't even get into it.
Wow.
So anyway, I know, bro. We'll get into it. I'll tell you tales later. So anyway, here's the story. I come home, and I'm like, my head's a mess, and I don't even know where I am. I'm like, I just got to get to bed. I'm tired. And I'm seeing the Raiders. I'm laughing, because I took the Chargers plus 2.5.
I had a kid.
I was close on that one. Close.
Yeah, almost covered Murph.
So anyway, I'm about to go to bed, and you plug it in your phone, and you go to like whatever website you got. And I go to ESPN. For some reason, I was going to look up something specific, like a time or something. And dude, on my phone it says, on my home screen it says, LA Clippers 103, Golden State Warriors 102, 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. I completely forgot that the Warriors were playing.
Whoops.
Because of my freaking life.
Yeah, you're too busy coaching 2 different 6th-grade basketball
worried about,
teams.
Draymond and whatever. I don't know what the hell's going on. And the Raiders are scoring. Another touchdown. Pick 6.
They're still scoring this morning, Murph.
49. Did it get to 49-0?
I think it got up to, it was 42-0 at one point. Then the Chargers scored, but the Raiders put up a franchise record.
It's a franchise record.
63 points yesterday.
And had a shot at the NFL all-time scoring record.
10 points away. 73 points was the goal. They fell short by 10 points. And, Murph, I wanted it badly.
I'm digressing on my way to the story about the Warriors, but do you want Antonio Pierce?
I like the guy, but I don't think he's the guy that's going to develop a quarterback moving forward. But then again, it's kind of hard to say that after watching Aiden O'Connell lead the squad to 63 points last night. Now, the Chargers shot themselves in a foot a bunch, but I'm not going to get all up in arms and start celebrating Antonio Pierce after one offensive performance when the 3 previous games they failed to put up more than 17 points.
0 on Sunday, 63 on Thursday.
That's
Go
football.
freaking figure.
And
so anyway,
that's why they play the games.
I had a full-blown panic when I saw my phone said Clippers 103, Warriors 102. I said, I went oh man, I forgot the Warrior game. So, dude, I scrambled and I watched the last 8 minutes. So I was able to watch the climactic, which, as we know, is the only part of an NBA game that matters.
I mean,
right?
honestly, especially in the regular season, the fourth quarter is the only thing that matters.
I've told the story before, but I'll tell it again because, we have young Tony behind the glass. So I was like 13 years old. My buddy Jeff, shout out Jeff Lloyd, who's been fighting some health problems, and we sent him our best.
Oh, hell yeah, Jeff.
Anyway, his dad, we went to a Warriors game for his birthday, for like his 13th birthday. So this is 1980, 81, whatever. Shout out World Be Free. But anyway, we're at the game, and his dad's from England, and we're up in the nosebleeds because, whatever. It's, birthday party. What are we, 1%ers? You know what I mean?
Shout out the 1%ers.
So, and he says to me, I'm sitting next to the guy from England. He says, I don't understand. He says, every NBA game gets decided in the final 2 minutes. I was like 13. I was like, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I didn't have a take. I was 13. And he said, so why don't they just start the game with 2 minutes left and play from there? And dude, he blew my mind, like kaboom, mind blown emoji. And I've thought about that almost every NBA game I've ever watched, including last night.
Yeah.
I was thinking about Jack Lloyd, rest in peace. So anyway, I got in, and of course, spoiler alert, the Warriors did not win.
They lost again, Murph.
Yeah, they lost.
I mean, it seems like it's becoming routine now.
Well,
especially when you do have these close games down the stretch in the fourth quarter.
Oh, it's losing. He used to call it winning time for Magic Johnson and Lakers. Losing time for the Warriors.
And like last night, I don't even know if it classifies as a clutch game because that's the NBA statistic when a game ends within 5 points. So this one was outside of that range, but it's another game where they're in it in the fourth quarter, and it's gone the opposite direction, Murph.
Yeah, and they listen, the Clippers did a good job of taking away Steph. And guys, did we bury the lead out of the grave? Klay Thompson?
Clay, baby, Clay, Murph, back in our lives.
Out of the grave for a season-high 30? Mm-hmm. Were we not saying yesterday with Connor Letourneau and all that, like, This is around this time of year he starts to heat up.
Well,
right?
yesterday during the big hit, when we were talking about the demise of the Warriors dynasty, I reminded people that Draymond Green finished top 3 in Defensive Player of the Year voting last year, and I reminded people that Klay Thompson hit 300 three-pointers for the first time in his career. And I even said it, Klay's going to get hot at some point. And Murph, you kind of chuckled. You said, oh, really? Is Klay going to get hot? Well, last night he hit 8 3-pointers, season-high 30 points. Maybe it is that time that Klay's finally getting hot, especially after seeing the Warriors shake up that starting lineup, Murph.
Yeah, they did. They benched Andrew Wiggins last night. How about that? And started, obviously, Draymond Green was benched because he's been benched for and will be benched for a while. So the 2 new starters were Johnny Kuminga and Brandon Podjemski. Anything is podable, except for last night. Not much was podable. 2 for 11 from the field.
Yeah.
I mean, I still like the way he plays. He brings a lot of energy. I saw him take 2 charges in the fourth quarter from. He drew charges from James Harden and Kawhi Leonard at big moments. So I mean, the guy's out there trying to do the right thing. But the Clippers just said they just took Steph away. They ran everybody at Steph. And they said, go let that guy with the hair beat us.
Yeah, I mean, and
he didn't.
I mean, that's the Ty Lue strategy that we saw in the NBA Finals when he was coaching LeBron and the Cavs or whatever. Like, this is like the blueprint for Ty Lue to slow down Steph Curry, make somebody else beat you. Klay had a big night, but they still fell short in the fourth quarter.
Not to mention, that's his kryptonite arena, man. He can't shoot down there, and he only scored 7. What was it? I have him, 5 for 17 from the field last night?
Yeah, 3 for 13 from three-point range, Murph.
Yeah, he gets something to do. I mean, talk about so weird. It's, like, name a pitcher that owns a hitter. I mean, that building owns.
Yeah, but it's
Curry.
so weird too because in baseball, obviously with the different ballparks, the different dimensions, it makes sense for something like that. Or in the NFL, you're playing outdoors. You got to go to the frozen tundra. No, you're playing inside of an arena. Like there's not that much of a big difference playing from arena to arena, right?
Think of like just when you walk into some place and it just doesn't feel right. Like going to somebody's house or somebody like a haunted house or a restaurant.
Got bad vibes, got bad juju.
Yeah. Or something bad happened to you there and like it's a chill goes down your spine, the hair on your neck stands up. I don't know. Something happened to him. He got spooked.
It's the house of horrors for Steph Curry.
Yeah, they're 10-14. They come home and play the Nets.
They're 10-14. I think they're 4-12 in their last 16 games,
yeah.
Murph.
Is that good?
No, it's not.
No.
It's not
but
good.
so much going on, dude. Today, the Giants introduce Jung-Hoo Lee, 1 o'clock today. Maybe you'll be there.
Yeah,
Who knows?
welcome to the city, Jung.
I know. And meanwhile, the Dodgers, they unveiled Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, they did.
He didn't say much, did he?
Not really. His translator said a lot, but not too much from Ohtani.
My Twitter timeline started blowing up with people about the name of his dog.
Well, I told you, like, that was a storyline going into the whole secret Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes. It was so secretive where he was getting pissed off about people asking the name of his dog, and it was one of the big questions yesterday at his introductory press conference.
And he revealed the dog's name translates to decoy.
Yeah.
Is that should we care?
No, we shouldn't.
Yeah, whatever. Did he reveal if he's going to pitch again?
Well, he didn't reveal whether or not he had Tommy John surgery for a second time.
Waterboy, you are like...
Dude, I've been on the hunt trying to figure out these
detective.
answers.
Yeah, you are, dude. You are Columbo.
Yeah.
Leaving the room saying, one more thing. Did you get Tommy John surgery?
That's it, dude. I'm the Inspector Gadget because obviously I'm obsessed with this kind of stuff. Coming from somebody who's gone through Tommy John surgery and then watching what Brock Purdy's done over the last year with the internal brace surgery, then seeing a guy like Bryce Harper come back after Tommy John surgery in like 6 or 7 months just swinging the bat. So there's always like, not the argument, but the conversation about what's the best type of procedure for baseball players to have, specifically pitchers. And me and Mike Kruka have talked about this. We've talked about it a bunch. When you're a pitcher, it's 99% likely that you're going to get a Tommy John surgery because the belief is the internal brace surgery with that much stress being placed on your elbow, throwing a baseball, not a football, that it would eventually snap again and you would need to get Tommy John surgery for a second time. And that's why there's been so much speculation. That's why I asked Bill Shaken about it the other day, whether or not there has been a confirmation that he had his second Tommy John surgery. And there was Shohei Ohtani yesterday saying, I don't even know the name of my surgery. Yeah. You're going to have to ask my doctor. I don't know what they did, but I know that it's different from my first procedure.
Well, what's the end game? What's the net now? Like, are you wondering if he's going to pitch again? Is that what you're wondering?
Well, I'm just wondering how this is going to affect his pitching down the road because I do think he's going to come back and try to pitch. But to my point I was just making is internal brace surgery has not been proven as a guaranteed procedure for pitchers. It seems to lead to getting Tommy John surgery again. So now I'm thinking about what if there's a situation he comes back, what if he's not fully healthy, then he could be shut down again, and that could be the end of his pitching career because he did not get his second Tommy John surgery.
$700 million for that.
Yeah.
But as the Dodgers say, who cares? We got Shohei Ohtani, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And then they got Tyler Glasnow yesterday, everybody, who,
Another one.
I mean, he's amazing, but he is injury prone.
Yes, he's the guy that's had Tommy
injury-prone.
John surgery, has dealt with a bunch of oblique issues, had back spasms last year, but when he's on the bump, he's one of the best aces in baseball.
He's never pitched more than 120 innings in a season. That was last year. So, and he is in the last year of his contract, but is the story that he's going to negotiate an extension with the Dodgers? I don't know. I'm wondering why aren't the Giants in on that? Although they traded two good prospects for that. Mm-hmm. I was looking, they traded their 13th and 19th prospect. For the Giants, that would be Vaughn Brown and like Keaton Wynn.
I'd make that
Would you
deal.
trade? You would.
I would make that deal.
Yeah.
I mean, Glasnow is a top of the young, like a Cy Young candidate type of pitcher.
I would agree.
Like, I'm surprised the Rays are giving up on him, but then again, that's the Tampa Bay Rays. That's what they do.
I'd do it too. Yeah. So listen, we haven't even mentioned the Niners who play Sunday at Arizona. There's still no certainty as to who will be on the field. We'll talk to, obviously, the general manager today to get some news on that. So the 49ers at Arizona on Sunday at 1:05. We got the Warriors addressing the Draymond Green suspension in detail.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr spoke. Klay Thompson spoke. Steph Curry spoke. Steve Kerr went after Stephen A. Smith. You see that?
No, I missed that.
Yeah, well, Stephen A. called out Curry's leadership. We did brush up against it in the last couple of days when we've been talking about, like, damn, I wonder what Steph Curry's role is in all this. We were wondering about Steph and Draymond, and could he ever control – not control is not the wrong word, but, like, guide Draymond or –
influence, whatever.
Yeah, we were saying that. And I guess Stephen A. yesterday on ESPN said this is on Steph Curry. I'm exaggerating, but he kind of said, where's Steph Curry in this? This is partially on Steph Curry, too.
Wow.
For not being a better leader.
Interesting, and I feel like
Kerr rushed to Curry's defense and called he basically said Stephen A.'s take was ludicrous. I don't know. We'll play it for you later.
All right, we'll react to it, but
So anyway, happy Friday, everybody, man. Hey, listen, I'll be back next Monday, Tuesday, but then that's it. So we're sniffing the barn. You're going next week.
I'm going Monday through Thursday next week. I'll be off Friday.
So we're smelling the barn, buddy.
So that's it. In 1 week, I'll be on vacation. You'll be on vacation. We'll be having a good time.
Yeah,
Murph.
so let's have a better time today. Have a good time all the time.
All the time.
As
Murph.
good people, as famous drummers like to say. Okay, so Friday, December 15th. Let's get the guest list on the other side. And it features a little gift for you, a little bonus for you. Coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
That is buttery.
'49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to break down the 49ers matchup against the Arizona Cardinals this weekend. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Sunnyvale. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
I think the suspension makes sense. To me, this is about more than basketball. It's about helping Draymond. I think it's an opportunity for Draymond to step away and to make a change in his approach in his life. And that's not an easy thing to do. That's not something you say, okay, we're going to do 5 games and then he's going to be fine, right? The league did that in 5 games after the incident with Rudy. That's not the answer to pick a number. The answer is to help Draymond and give him the help he needs, give him an opportunity to make a change that will not only help him, help our team, but help him for the rest of his life.
Man, big words being spoken about Draymond Green there from Steve Kerr about life and changes and directions in life and all that going on. Then the Warriors took the court and actually had a chance last night, but fell short in what is becoming a familiar script now. It's starting to slip away, 10-14, even before Christmas.
Yeah.
10-14, but home tomorrow night against the Brooklyn Nets. And we will just kind of put Draymond Green on the back burner for a while. And we can get you guys all the sound. Mike Dunleavy spoke. Steve Kerr said even more stuff. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson. But it is time to tell you that we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Don't forget, they're still missing Gary Payton, who, I mean, he's sitting right there. He could be helping these guys close out some of these close games.
Well, especially defensively, when you don't have Draymond or GP2 on the court.
James Harden kind of went off last night. It was kind of tough to see. Yeah, and they were without Paul George.
And there was Russell Westbrook coming off the bench hitting 3-pointers.
You know who played well, and Superfan will be happy. Just in time for the LA Bowl, dude. Norman Powell, great Bruin, scored 10 in the fourth quarter. Sets up well for the tailgate tomorrow, dude. Dude, LA Bowl tomorrow.
Oh, dude.
LA Bowl. I texted my buddies, my UCLA. I said, so what time are you eating for the tailgate for the LA Bowl? I won't be expecting a response anytime soon.
No,
so.
I don't think so.
Odds I will sit down on a couch and watch that game. I'll get back to you on that one.
Slim
all right?
to none. Well, I do want to
get back to you.
I do want to give a shout out to our guy California Kyle that was here yesterday, who of course reps the California Golden Bears. And he was talking to me about their bowl game, and he's like, yeah, I saw they were in the LA Bowl, Then I realized it was in Louisiana, not Los Angeles.
Oh, my God. Wait a minute. So California Kyle confused the LA Bowl with the Independence Bowl in Shreveport, Louisiana, featuring the Cal Golden Bears?
Yeah, he kept on saying, the Bears are going to be in LA. The Bears are going to be in LA.
Oh, that's just,
Turns out it was Louisiana, not Los Angeles.
By the way, great postal zip code or mail address knowledge, right? Young Tony, could you do all 50 states 2-letter zip code or no, postal code? Like if you're sending a letter to Wyoming, do you know where you're doing? Come on now. Come on. Oh, he says
WY, right?
Yeah. Can we do this?
Perfect.
Let's do a whole segment on the 50
come on.
states.
You're going to expose me for being the dummy I am.
I would say probably the hardest one to figure out. Alaska's a tough one, but I know that because my gal's from Alaska.
Ooh, Alaska.
Yeah. We'll do a couple more of these, then we'll move on.
I was going to say, you might have stumped me already because AL
it's a hard one.
seemed
No,
like
it's
it would
not.
be Alabama.
AL is Alabama.
Alabama, so it would be like ASK?
No, it's only 2 now. Can only be 2 letters.
For Alaska? Not just AS.
Every postal code is just 2 letters.
Oh, man.
AK, brother. AK. They're kind of proud of that. It's kind of cool looking.
I would have thought. I thought you would have been talking about like Akron, Ohio, or something.
No,
you said
so,
AK.
You know those little. You ever see those little white stickers with the black font that represent thing? AK would be like a cool sticker. I'm from Alaska, man.
Okay.
AK.
AK.
I don't know. We're not gonna do any more.
No, yeah,
Missouri.
let's stop
Can we do
this.
Missouri?
MI.
MO, buddy.
Oh, come on. See, I told you we should have
That's why
stopped.
you say St. Louis Mo.
See, we should have stopped.
C's get degrees.
We should have stopped after Wyoming, Tony. Why are we doing
Anyway,
this?
well, you knew Louisiana.
Yeah, LA.
That was the whole point.
Aha.
You started it by saying, and I was very proud of the knowledge of the young generation. I was disappointed in California Kyle,
California
though.
Kyle.
Anyway, Cal plays in the Shreveport, Louisiana Independence Bowl tomorrow against Texas Tech. How about that? Go Bears. You may be hearing from that. Anyway, back to what Kerr said.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's all good, baby. I love these digressions. They get me through a Friday morning, man. Kerr, I mean, listen, the Warriors now. Dunleavy spoke yesterday, too. And, he had some questions to answer like, dude, you assembled this team, and now what are you going to do? Because people are like, Do you blow this thing up?
Yeah.
Do you make a huge trade? Clay goes for 30 last night, where it's like Marcus is like, I told you so. And if he starts heating up, although in the fourth quarter, he and Steph went 1 for 7.
Yeah, that's an issue.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
he's also the guy that gave Draymond Green the contract extension this offseason. After everything that the Warriors went through last year with Draymond and Jordan Poole and all those decisions, he's also the guy that sat next to Jordan Poole and then traded his ass to Washington 4 days later after saying that he was a part of their future.
Gangster.
Yeah.
Anyway, so here he was yesterday, and he was, I mean, this is the GM on the hot seat. No Bobby Myers. So who was I listening to? Sam Amick from The Athletic on with Papa and Lund. He said he saw Bob Myers at a game recently. He said the guy looked like he had just come back from the beach.
Oh, Bob is living his life.
He was tanned and
His best
rested
life.
and not dealing with Draymond.
And he's phenomenal, too, on like the ESPN pregame shows. He was just out in Las Vegas for the NBA in-season tournament, and he was going back and forth with Chuck and Shaq and all those guys. He's living his best life right now.
Oh, man. Bobby Myers has always been playing chess while we're out here playing checkers, man, because he's got his 4 rings, and now he's just sitting pretty.
He got out at a good time.
He got out when the getting was good. And here's a Dunleavy who now has to stand there with the Klieg lights in his face about what's going to happen with this team going forward.
The bigger impact will be, how we do the next 15, 20 games, and that'll probably determine, where we go more than this specific incident or this time away for him. The reality of the situation is if you're evaluating Draymond, his ability this year has been great. His availability is not. And so we need him more available because when he plays, he's really good. We're really good. And, that's the main thing. I don't think I need any more evaluation of Draymond as a player. We need a little bit more evaluation on his team and the chemistry and the lineups and all that. But from a basketball standpoint, honestly, pretty pleased with Draymond. We want to help him be on the court more, though.
Okay, so obviously he's playing well, but he said the next 10 to 15 games? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
So listen to this, guys. Starting Saturday, you got 9 of the next 11 at home. Okay? 9 of the next 11. You'd like to make a little hay there, buddy. You would. So this is what he's talking about. He's talking, I have a schedule that goes through January 5th, Friday, when James Wiseman's Detroit Pistons come to town.
Any chance James Wiseman actually gets on the court?
Bro, man, oh man. Somebody threw the Wizards in too about the they're having a terrible year too.
Oh, yeah,
so the ex-Warriors are, but the ex-Warriors are looking at the Warriors and like, you guys aren't much better.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? So
I thought you guys were supposed to have better team chemistry without us.
So I mean, this stretch includes home games against Washington and Portland and Orlando and Detroit. I mean, these are teams. Now it also features games against Boston and Miami. Jaime Jaquez coming to town at Denver on Christmas.
Yeah.
I mean, forget that one, right?
No, that's gonna be
just
tough
write that one off. At Portland this Sunday. Actually, got back-to-back this weekend. Brooklyn at home Saturday, at Portland Sunday. I don't know. Can you win both of those? Then Boston comes in on a Tuesday. Maybe they're asleep. I don't know. The point is that that's the stretch he's talking about, and it is set up for possible success.
It is.
For possible success.
And they need to take advantage of winning ball games at home. We know how good they were at Chase Center last year. It was actually interesting this year. They got off to a really hot start on the road, but obviously that road record has now dropped off the side of the cliff after losing 3 straight this past stretch, Murph.
Yeah, for sure, man. All right, hey, we haven't even mentioned the Niners hardly. We got going into a game at Arizona, man. And by the way, oddly enough, the spread has gone down again, down to 12. I don't know. Just throwing it out there.
A lot of injuries on the 49ers side of the ball.
And uncertainty as to who will be playing. And talk that they're going to just go ahead and say, yeah, take a powder because we'll beat the Cardinals without you, and then you got to rest up for the Ravens. Like, well, are you going to beat the Cardinals? Are 2-2 in their last 4. I mean, listen, I'm not going to make these guys out to be I'm not going to make these guys out to be the Thursday Night Football Raiders. You know what I mean?
Murph, you're talking about the offense that they're now calling the greatest show on the strip.
Oh, that's pretty good. I like that. AOC. By the way, are there memes on the 2 AOCs?
There are, but our guy Overnight Dave doesn't like them.
Well, we can set aside the politics and just riff on the initials, can't we here?
Yeah, there definitely are.
No, Overnight Dave does not like that, no. But anyway, point being is that yeah, I'm not making these guys. I am saying though, just it's Arizona, it's the NFL. We see it all the time. Did you see Brandon Staley last night after the game, by the way? Have you ever seen a dead man walking? Now you have.
Like I literally thought last night was going to be the first time ever a coach was fired at halftime.
Yeah. Remember who was the guy? We had a player retire at halftime. Who was it? It was it Vernon Davis's brother, wasn't it?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, the defensive back. Yeah.
Just hang it up.
It was.
I don't know. Maybe we were talking about texts and pages at halftime. Maybe he got a text that said, "Baby, it's time to hang it up."
Yeah. Well, I'm surprised Brandon Staley didn't get the pink slip at halftime.
Yeah. Did you hear him after the game though, saying, "I'm the guy here," and then saying, "This happens to every coach." In NFL history. He goes, every coach in NFL history has had a game like this. Like, really?
Every coach in NFL history has allowed the Raiders to put up a franchise record 63 points on you? No, that doesn't happen. Not a Raiders team that was just shut out last week by the Minnesota Vikings.
Hey, speaking of Raiders, they say that on the list of possible candidates to succeed Brandon Staley, Jim Harbaugh is on. Is Harbaugh going to be the object of a tug of war between the Chargers and the Raiders?
And just like, I know he's got ties to the Raiders. There's also links to him in the Chicago Bears. But also, if you're looking...
Bears are coming on, though, a little bit.
They are. And they have all those draft picks coming up also after trading down out of the number 1 pick last year. And then you look at a team like the LA Chargers who have Justin Herbert and all this talent on the roster.
Yeah, if you're Harbaugh, you'd rather go to the Herbert team than the AOC team, right?
I think you're right, yeah.
Even though as much as he loves the Raiders, give me a quarterback.
That's it. And that's why now they're talking about guys like Jim Harbaugh. Hell, you're even hearing... Bill Belichick be rumored to go to the Chargers.
I've heard that now multiple times, and that to me is just like, in terms of cultural fits, so odd. So odd. Like
Bill in L.A., yeah.
Mr. Nantucket, Mr. Annapolis, Mr. New England. Like, I didn't even know if the guy knows how to spell California, much less come to Los Angeles, go to L.A. and be walking around Hollywood, walking around Manhattan Beach.
Yeah, no.
I just don't see.
Yeah, I
don't know if the hoodie plays in Manhattan Beach.
But I mean, all the Belichick rumors are weird. The fact that he could get fired at the end of the season, the weird story about how he got a secret extension before the season started. A couple of weeks ago, there was rumors about him being traded to Washington. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah. But especially after the Tom Brady era, I feel like Bill Belichick's legacy has taken a hit.
Yeah,
a bunch without Tom.
Well, and he still wants that Don Shula record, too. So
I don't know if he's going to get it without Brady.
All right, man. Hey, listen, we told you guys the guest list is coming. Here it is right now on a Friday, 12/15/23 with, well, I mean, you guys all know the deal. We went through a huge change a couple weeks ago, and we're kind of figuring out what stays and what goes. And, you know, it's the Murph and Marcus. What do you keep? Well, I think we all agree that, I think the entire nation tuned in for the Friday football forecast.
Correct, Murph.
Right? I mean, this is what people, because if you didn't, you're going to die.
You're going to die, Murph.
Right, so.
I was down on my knees every Friday, Murph.
You know where you are, baby. By the way, did Payphone get in your head? Hopefully, Payphone.
No, you singing Payphone yesterday.
Yeah.
Let's not bring that back today.
How'd we get on? We got on that with Adam Levine. Somehow we got on that with Adam.
The
Levine.
Voice. We were talking about the Voice. We were talking about his tattoos.
I'm at a payphone. Wow, look, I sound going through puberty right there.
You can hear my chuckles in the background.
That was really bad.
Oh man.
Anyway. What do we got, Marcus?
Well, starting off today,
we're going to continue the tradition with a new twist.
6:50 this morning. You're still going to get your picks. You're still going to get your bets. But today we will be debuting Brian and Bobby's best bets.
This is awesome. So you remember if you're a P1er, you know the shadow name of the show, because obviously we went through a tumultuous change and we were like, what do we do? What do we call the show? And it was people sitting around, and it was the great creative Tony who suggested, he goes, anybody up for Brian and Boosh? And it was the big laugh line.
Yeah,
right? And we said, well, that's going to be the shadow name of the show.
That's it.
So, like, to speak in Paulie Mac's old language of rock and roll, Blue Oyster Cult used to play gigs under a fake name, Soft White Underbelly. That you had to know. Just like, so if you know the Murph and Marcus show, but if we're going to do a surprise gig,
that's it.
It'll be called Brian and Boosh.
It's the Brian and Boosh show.
You got to know. So we decided to take that little bit of comedy and turn it into the new Friday football forecast.
There it is, Brian and Bobby's best bets.
And I think he built an open for it too, didn't he?
So we'll check it out. It's coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll get their best bets for this weekend, break down the 49er game and some of the top NFL and even college football bowl games going on this weekend, Murph.
I'll see you there, dude. Yes.
Perfect. So that kicks off the show in about 20 minutes. Then on a Friday morning, you know what time it is. It's time to come to Papa on a Friday. Greg Papa at 7:35 this morning.
Does the kid know to play that?
Oh, I'll make sure he has the Greg Papa drop.
Yeah, young Tony would play it if he knew it.
I think Papa refuses to come on unless he gets the Greg Papa drop.
We have young Tony, it's a damn near seductive cut of Greg Papa. It's almost erotic. He says it's time to come to Papa on a Friday.
Time to come to Papa on a Friday.
This kid's good. This kid's good.
He is good, isn't he?
He's quick, man.
See, he's impressing you.
He's quick,
and you know the board.
That's it, man.
So you're impressed.
I'm impressed.
All right, keep feeding him the rock.
That's my guy, Young Tony. We'll keep feeding him the rock.
He's like a Klay Thompson down at Crypto.com.
He's like the Raiders offense on Thursday Night Football, Murph. He is hot right now. Young Tony putting up franchise records. We'll talk to Greg Papa this morning at 7:35. And then, of course, every Friday morning, right around 8 a.m., 49ers
Not
GM,
right around.
John Lynch.
Right at 8 a.m.
I was going to say on the dot.
I mean, that guy's like he's the most prompt guy in the league.
We had Deebo Samuel the other day talking about Brock Purdy throwing ... John Lynch is at 8 o'clock ...
Well, we'll obviously have a lot of injury questions for him.
Correct.
And he's usually pretty good about updating us.
Yeah.
So we'll check that out.
And you still got to ask him about that maroon jacket.
Yeah, I do. Well, that was, yeah. Boy, I think that might have been. Anyway, go ahead. Yes.
All right.
Hey, Thank you.
You told me to remind you.
Yes, I know. You're doing good. Between the kid finding the erotic come to Papa
There it is.
and the jacket. You kids are hot. You guys are keeping me
in
fresh.
the maroon jacket. We'll talk to John
guys are
Lynch,
keeping
8
me
a.m. this
fresh,
morning.
all right?
Hit our cooler of content to wrap up the Power Hour. And then at 9:35 this morning, we'll get the national perspective on Draymond Green. We'll check in with Howard Beck. He's a senior NBA writer for The Ringer. He can give us the big picture breakdown on Draymond Green's indefinite suspension.
All right, Clay spoke, Steph spoke, even more Steve Kerr on this national story that is Draymond Green on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Talking about dot after dot after dot.
This is not just about, an outburst on the court. This is about his life. This is about someone who I believe in, someone who I have known for a decade, who I love for his loyalty, his commitment, his passion, his love for his teammates, his friends, his family. I'm trying to help that guy because the one who grabbed Rudy, choked Rudy, the one who took a wild flail at Yusuf, the one who punched Jordan last year, that's the guy who has to change. And he knows that. Everything before that, over a decade of play, what are we really talking about, right? We're talking about, getting ejected for yelling at the ref or throwing a ball. But you look at the past year and what's happened, it's clear he needs the opportunity to change, and that's what an indefinite suspension gives him the opportunity for.
Okay, characteristic eloquence from Steve Kerr, man. He's just so, Warriors meeting this head on. They're not hiding it. They're like, no, that's not no comment. It's none of your business or whatever that stuff. Being very open. I mean, it's supposed to be so incredibly embarrassing and tough for Draymond, for all these people, you and me, all talking about his life and his mental state and all that.
100%. And this feels different this time, Murph. Because obviously we've gone down this road with Draymond Green before, but the way that Steph and Kerr, as you heard, and we'll get to the Steph and Clay sound, they're talking about how personal this is and how they want to help Draymond the person, not the basketball player, because again, we all know the impact that he has on the court. But now it seems like there are maybe some other issues off the court that are seeping into his game.
I know, it's tough to even speculate on that stuff, but the Warriors are talking about it openly. But that's kind of the signature quote, I think, there from the whole day was when he says, the one that hit Jordan, the one that hit Nurkic, and the one that choked Rudy is the one that needs to change. That, to me, is sort of the most flag-planting quote of the day yesterday. But Mike Dunleavy Jr. had to speak. By the way, can I riff?
Oh, please. That's why we're here, Murph.
Getting a little personal here, but the unique mug of a Mike Dunleavy Jr.
It is.
Yeah,
it is interesting, right?
He's definitely got that mug. I think he's got to be, if he did a 23andMe, he's got to be 100% Irish. To me, he looks like, we were just talking about Johnny Shea, who might come on the show.
Yeah.
Who I think I literally bumped into John Shea's doppelganger in a pub in Dublin last week. Got the map of Ireland on his face. Dunleavy's kind of the same way.
By the way, I love when you use that line, the map of Ireland on your face. I think we were at Gino and Carlo one time and you said that. Yeah. It's like the bartender. You got the map of Ireland on your face.
It's an old-fashioned phrase, but it's true. So, Dunleavy's Dunleavy's a heavily Irish name, but you can kind of see that mug. You're like, oh, dude, that guy. I wouldn't do a 23andMe. First of all, I'm not giving the government my DNA. I'm not a conspiracy guy, but that's the one where I think I'm drawing the line. I think I'm drawing the line there.
I'm with you, Murph.
when I'm on websites and stuff, they're like, watch out, they're going to get your dad. I'm like, they have it.
Take it already.
They have my credit cards. They do. If they wanted to raid my credit cards, they could do it in a heartbeat.
Oh, dude,
you know what I mean?
Me and Young Tony were just riffing yesterday. We got this two-step authentication process to get into our work email. Like, what, someone's going to steal our cut sheet? What are they breaking into my email account for?
Hey, so depending on who's working the show, there might not even be a cut sheet. All right. But anyway, I gotta draw the line at giving somebody my DNA.
Yeah, that seems a little creepy.
They don't need to be cloning me out there.
That's the thing. Next thing you know, there's going to be a Brian with a Y walking around and a Marcus with a C. It'll be the Brian.
They'll be doing Brian and Bobby's best bets.
Maybe we're the clones. Maybe we're AI, Murph.
My God. Anyway, the point is too. I also, after I'm so inordinately proud of my Irish Italian heritage, I don't want to find out that I'm Russian and Romanian.
That's the worst. You've been on 50,000 watts just repping being Italian and Irish the entire time. Oh, it turns out you're a little different.
Turns out you're Swedish and Slovenian.
Then you start getting mad at the test. No, this has got to be wrong.
That's what I'm saying. I'll be like, what does this guy know?
Yeah, exactly.
What does he know?
You don't know my family. You're a damn computer.
I got pictures of the damn home in Italy. All right?
I don't need your advanced analytics, Murph.
So that's all back to Dunleavy's mug.
Okay,
by the way. It is a unique mug. There, the advanced analytics, right? All right. So anyway, Dunleavy in the mug was talking about Draymond. It's because some people say you got to get rid of him. I don't know who's going to. I heard Papa and Lund talking to Amerbeck that trade him to Indiana or whatever. I'm like, is some team going to take on all that is Draymond Green?
And the contract extension he just got?
The Warriors would probably have to eat some of it, but I just can't imagine. I mean, that guy's reputation outside the Bay is zero. Right?
Correct. And that's why I think the only way they could move on from this contract is something that we talked about yesterday, the Bobby Marks report, that maybe the NBA could void his contract.
I think the Warriors, I've just proven to us time and time again, they will ride these guys into the ditch.
Yeah.
And by the way, we're in the ditch right now.
This is it. We are in the mud right now.
So
Murph.
here's Dunleavy about, is he part of their long-term plans?
Yeah, I think so. We're committed to him. He's been here for a long time. He's hung a ton of banners and means so much to this organization. And like I said before, I think this is about turning this thing into a positive and getting better. And so I think that happens, and we feel really good because again, his play has been terrific. It's just been his lack of availability that's not been great, and we want to make that better.
I will confess, I got a little bit of a deja vu there when he said, yeah, I think so. He's going to be part of our long-term plans. Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole.
He said the same thing last year.
He did say the exact same.
It's a pool party!
And then as far as the timetable, Dunleavy said, listen, we're not even going to go there. Check it out.
When, it's the right time. And that's something that we'll all consider, the league, Draymond, us. It's, Steve and I were just talking, like anybody that has an amount of games or time suggested or in their head, I'm just telling you right now is wrong, because we don't have that. I don't think Draymond has that. I don't think the league has that. So anything beyond that is hearsay. I
mean, it's set up to go. You can easily, the way the calendar is right now, it's easily set up to say, let's just come back to this in the new year, right? I mean, it's gonna be. Everybody's taking off. We're taking off. You're taking off. I'm taking off.
We've got a couple weeks off, and that seems like that would be at least the minimum amount of time that they would give Draymond. But then again, we don't know the steps he's going to go through, whether he's going to go to counseling, therapy, anger manage, any of that. But I also think it's important to point out the situation that the Warriors went through last year with Andrew Wiggins, when he was away from the team for 22 games due to personal reasons.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, that wasn't
22.
22 games last year, Murph. Now, that wasn't due to a suspension, but we still don't know what Andrew Wiggins was dealing with off the court, but the Warriors were gracious enough to give him that time so that he could figure it all out before coming back.
Whatever it was, it carried over into this year.
Yeah.
Because Isaiah was sitting on the bench last night to start the game.
That's true. We still haven't figured out what was wrong with Wiggins last year.
By the way, the little detail on this, Draymond will be allowed to practice with the team. So he's not banished from the building. He can go lift weights. He can go work out. He can get treatment. He can work. He can play. It's just on game day he can't be in the arena, which is probably a good idea on Friday, December 22, when Jordan Poole and the Wizards come
It's
to
a
town.
pool party.
It's a pool party!
So thank goodness Draymond will not be in the building that day. So, all right, so
Jordan Poole's probably one of the happiest guys in the NBA.
A week from today. All right, got to hear from the players, and then we'll get to Brian and Bobby's best bets here. Come on, man, Steph Curry, who, by the way, and we'll get into this, young Tony. We'll have to circle back and add the Kerr quotes on Stephen A. After we play this. Steph, come on, man. Steph's going to always give a great comment about his four-time champ buddy, Draymond.
Just to be support. Like, I don't necessarily know what, I don't know, like the program or the requirements or the things that he needs to do. But I'm here as a friend and a support to kind of lean in on being there for him, whatever that means. Yesterday was a conversation for us as a team to understand, where we currently are, where we're trying to go, and holding each other accountable, holding Draymond accountable to, what's been going on and what needs to change for, us to be right as a team. Like I said, with him involved in that, but, every day is a new challenge, literally, and that's going to be something that we have to, be able to be support for him.
Yeah, I mean, every day's a new challenge. As we say, every time I walk in and I see young Tony, I say, young Tony, every day is a new challenge.
Yeah, welcome to the show, Tony. We got to have some accountability around here, but he's right. There does need to be accountability for Draymond's action.
Yeah.
And it's felt like the last couple of times that he has gotten in trouble, he's like, whatever. I learned a lesson. I'm not going to tell you the lesson, but I learned a lesson.
Right back at it like an addict.
There it is.
That line will haunt.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson, after his 30-point night on the last 48 hours.
Oh, it's tough because Draymond is a huge part of what we do, and we're going to miss him dearly. And we know he's going to come back even better, a changed person, and I miss him just as a friend, as a brother. I love him to death, and I can't wait till he comes back. And obviously, there's a big hole in our team right now, but we're going to do the best we can to withstand his absence and keep playing our hardest.
Okay, more great quotes from the heartbeats of the team here. Long one on Steph about Draymond, and he talks about all of us having challenges here.
I'm super confident in his ability to do that. And the conversations yesterday were about acknowledging what's, like, he can't do what he's been doing. He knows that. we know that. Everybody knows that. What that means to change, I think that's the search for the answer, right? Like that's the journey that we're on now. I think the tone has obviously changed from, any other suspension or times have passed where, I think a coach said it before the game. We're here because we're playing basketball and we're wearing a Golden State Warrior jersey, and we've been doing this for a long time, and championships are at stake in terms of us being a contender or a realistic contender, or even just being a good team. And he's a part of that, but you got to take a step back and, like I said, make sure everybody is right, mentally, physically, to be able to perform and take care of yourself. Everybody has their mountains to climb, and Draymond's are his, and I'm confident he can get over the hump, however long it needs to take to get there.
Classic Steph. He's just out there, which you'd think is classic Steph. We'd say here in the Bay, but nationally there was an angle taken by Stephen A., who's defining a lot of the sports conversation in the nation right now about Steph Curry's role in letting Draymond sort of get out of control. Stephen A. called him out saying, dude, you're not a leader if you let your teammate get like that. It's an interesting angle. I mean, we did wonder what Steph's role is in all this.
But that's different. Like, we asked, what do you think the message is? What do you think the communication is between Steph and Draymond back and forth? I don't think we ever straight up questioned Steph Curry's ability as a leader.
Stephen A. did, and it pissed off Steve Kerr, who chose to address it here.
I think the suspension makes sense. To me, this is about more than basketball. It's about helping Draymond.
Johnson, sorry, we hit the wrong one. Sorry, wrong button. We're going to cut S's and Samuel here, buddy. Part 1, questioning Stephen A. There it is.
We talk every single day. That's what the season is about. That's what being a team is about. It's collaborating and sharing thoughts, sharing ideas, trying to keep everybody confident and moving forward and motivated. And, Steph is as good of a leader as I've ever been around. I mean, the guy is an amazing human being, and what he's done the past decade in leading this team through all of the ups and the downs and the turmoil. For anybody to question Steph Curry's leadership, it's actually it's kind of sickening to me, and I saw some of that yesterday. It was disgusting. We're talking about one of the finest human beings that I have ever been around.
Damn. All right. Now we got Stephen A. versus Kerr.
Yeah.
That's the new...
and I'm here for it. And I think the reason why you get these takes from guys like Stephen A. Smith or the talking heads across the country is they see Steph Curry on the court. And Steph isn't the most vocal leader on the court. But off the court, inside the locker room, when he's yelling at guys to either get on or get off the bus before Game 7 in Sacramento last year, that's the stuff that the national media doesn't see, and that's why they don't know what's going on inside of that locker room.
Right. Good stuff, man. All right, well, there you go. You guys are all caught up. Some of that stuff was said late last night. Probably didn't hear it. Now you have a lot of the stuff there. So Warriors lose. Damn. On a Niner Friday, the Warriors continue to dominate. We didn't even get to... I have other stuff I want to get to today, too, that involves Buster Posey and some reactions I have to that. I have a sort of a Steve Kerr reaction to some of the stuff I saw. I saw a lot of backlash on Buster. Did you see that?
I did, and I was confused as hell because Buster's comments were about the perception of the city nationally.
Dude, and I have to tell you, if you're questioning Buster freaking Posey and his commitment to this organization in this region, in this area, I was as hot as Steve Kerr was about Stephen A. yesterday.
Yeah, we're talking about the guy that left his hometown in Georgia to come back to the Bay Area. You think he's the one
trying to give you real talk about what's going on in the world, and he's laying it out for Shohei, and he's giving his all, and he's just making a comment that's true, by the way. And these people, dude, some of you Giants fans, listen, you can think what you want to think, but I'm here to tell you I strenuously disagree with the anti-Buster takes I was seeing yesterday. And quite frankly, can I go Steve Kerr? I found it sickening and disgusting. That's my Kerr, by the way.
I like that Kerr. I like it. I
want to cut that at the end there. Anyway, I just wanted to get that off my chest for the 6 o'clock. We can revisit it later in the show.
Yeah, we'll get back into it.
I was shocked, actually. I jock blogged about it. I was saying, thank God we have this guy. And man, oh man, here came the avalanche. Who this guy?
Oh, yeah.
Get him out.
Yeah, now Buster Posey's a problem. Come on.
mean, as the great Paulie Mack used to say, what's he ever done? Right? What's he ever done? So anyway, point being is that we got a lot to talk about today.
We do.
But we also have traditions to uphold.
Traditions.
And on Fridays, people need picks. And we got a guy here who's willing to make some picks. We got a guy here who's willing to make some picks.
We got him.
We'll get you ready for your Football Friday with Brian and Bobby's Best Bets. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, these parts later.
It's kind of sickening. It was disgusting.
that's the open. That's what Tony built. Okay, nice and tight. I enjoy it. There's some Cosell in there. So welcome, everybody, to our new feature. Sorry, it's 7 o'clock. Usually we'll do it a little earlier, but we had a Buster rant to go on there. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. And by the way, Steve Kerr will join Tolbert and Copes at 5:30 tonight as the Warriors get ready for Brooklyn. But you hear that familiar music. That's been part of this show forever and ever and ever. And we never want to give away a gem like a Friday morning before a football weekend. I mean, these are we live for this from the start of September till, heck, Marcus, all the way into February now. You know what I mean? Because when it goes away, it goes away. And we're all very sad from February to September when there's no football. So on a Friday, we're hyped. We need to dive into that hype. We need to embrace the hype. But we thought, well, out of respect and everything, Friday Football Forecast, is there a new name? And the new name is Brian and Bobby's Best Bets.
That's it, because everybody knows you as Brian Murph.
Well, the key is, we kind of assume our alter egos here.
That's it.
Like, I become the Sharp, and that guy is Brian.
You're Brian.
And you become the Sharp, and that guy is Bobby Boucher.
That's it.
Hence your nickname, etc.
There it is.
That whole
Formerly
deal.
known as Bobby Boucher's Best Bets.
Exactly. So we meld these two here, and in we go. So I'm excited, Marcus, to hear your picks. So the deal is we've done generally two. You do 2 NFL games. I'll do 2 college games, although there becomes a point in the season where the college stops, and then I have to shift over to the NFL come January, which I look forward to. And that's when we divide up the AFC and NFC playoff weekends. But as is right now, excuse me, there's some good games going into the weekend, buddy. I don't know which ones appeal to you the most. I'm eager to hear Bobby make his picks.
And here's the thing, because I kind of got to establish for everybody, for my 545 crowd, my former leadoff spot hit listeners who are familiar with Bobby Boucher's Best Bets. But just in case you aren't, let me break it down for the people, Murph, and kind of give myself some respect. Buddy. So I'll break it down. So usually in Bobby Boucher's Best Bets, we do 3 bets per game. And over the last 2 seasons on KNBR, I've gone 57, 35, and 5 against the spread. Okay. Now, Murph, a lot of that was last season with my 34, 17-3 record, 22 and 18-2 against the spread so far this season. So hopefully we can bring over some of those best bets from the leadoff spot to the morning show. And Murph, since we are the 49er flagship radio station, I think that we should always start with the 49er game. And I want to get your pick also. And this weekend, the 49ers are a 12-point favorite.
We got to stop right there. Do you think there's ever going to be a day when I don't take the Niners? I mean, this is where I got. So you're putting a gun to my head, you're questioning my integrity now. I gotta come.
Well, Murph.
And if I do, because there are times you're like, that spread's too big. You should probably take the other team and the points. Then you wind up watching the game, rooting against the Niners. You can't do that.
And see, that's why we got to separate business from personal.
Okay.
And this weekend, it might be personal for Brock Purdy as he makes his return to his hometown state.
Brock Purdy!
And check out these numbers, Murph. Brock Purdy has been a favorite against the spread in 19 straight games in his NFL career. In his last 18 regular season starts.
He's never been an underdog?
No.
Wow.
And now it's been 18 straight regular season games. And in those ball games.
They weren't favored at the NFC Championship last year, were they?
So that's the one game. So 19 straight since then, I believe. That's the stat I got off of ESPN.
It must be regular season.
Well, here's the regular season stats for you.
It's regular season.
In the 18 regular season starts that he is a favorite, he's 12, 5, and 1 in those ball games.
Who does he think he is? Bobby Boucher?
So that's the thing. So he's covering left and right. But to your point, there could be a different direction here. But this direction, this week, when the 49ers are 9-1 against the spread in their last 10 games against the NFC West, we got to take the 49ers, lay those 12 points. Brock Purdy, it's a Purdy for 30 performance down in Arizona. Murph, I got to lay the 12 points with the 49ers this weekend.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Listen, we've talked about Arizona playing better, 2-2 in their last 4. We know mobile quarterbacks can be problems. Sometimes Arizona can be a problem for the 49ers. But, God, have you been watching the games? So all you have to do is watch the games. Now, watching the games, but with what personnel? Who are the 49ers going to play this weekend? We're making these picks on a Friday morning, not knowing entirely who's going to play for the 49ers this weekend. Will Travarius Ward play? Will Javon Hargrave play? These are all to be determined. And John Lynch will join us at 8 a.m. to determine some of that. But, dude, I mean, right now, Debo's 5 touchdowns in the last 2 games? Was it in Philadelphia that they had 6 straight touchdown drives? Was that right?
Yeah.
6 straight?
6 in a row, Murph.
Last weekend against Seattle in a division game that was sort of a muck-it-up game where they were down after the first quarter. They wind up covering. Well, actually, that one was weird because they won by 12 and the spread waffled between 11 and 13. But the point of the matter is this. Right now, the Niners are on a different level than the Arizona Cardinals. And can they win by 2 touchdowns? The answer is yes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, can you see? We say 30 for Purdy. Can you see? I mean, I say this a lot with the 49ers, but it seems to happen a lot. Can you see 30-13? You can.
I can. Yeah. And really, the only way I see the Cardinals covering here is a backdoor cover, which nobody likes unless you are taking a dog. But, Murph, we both got to take the 12 points.
When they played on October 1st, it was 35-16.
Mm-hmm.
You could see that again. Or you could see Aiden O'Connell score 63 points on a Thursday night.
Any given Sunday, Murph, any given Sunday. But we're both going with the 49ers over the Rams against the spread. Over the Cardinals because I just teased my next pick. Because the 49ers aren't the only team playing a team off a bye this week. So are the LA Rams. They're a 6-point favorite at home against the Washington Commanders. The Commanders are coming off a bye. But get this, Murph. Usually when teams come off a bye, they're ready to go. In the last 15 post-bye weeks for the Washington Commanders, they're 3-12, including a 1-5 stretch in their last 6 games post-bye.
Riverboat running that riverboat on the rocks.
Yeah, and here's the thing. The LA Rams, I know they lost an overtime game last weekend against the Ravens, but they're playing good ball right now. They might be trying to sneak in through the back door into the NFC playoff picture. Yeah, They've covered 3 straight games, 9-1 in their last 10 games against the spread. Give me the Rams minus 6 points this weekend, Murph.
I hear you on this. I'm in another pool too where I have to pick games like this, and yeah, I would agree with you on this one. I'm actually a little bit wary of that season finale against the Rams if they have to win to get in, and the Niners are sort of in a good. Listen, I'm feeling great about this year's Niners. I'm just saying it's on my grease board. It's on my grease board. All right, it's a little circle around that one. I'm not conceding anything, but anyway, yeah. I mean, right now the Rams are really arrow up, and the Commanders, who had a brief little run there with Sam Howell, seem to be going the wrong direction right now.
Yeah, exactly. 2 different teams going in opposite directions, and we're going in the direction of the Rams covering those 6 points at home. And then, Murph, if I'm being completely honest with you, it's not the greatest slate of NFL games this weekend if you're looking at it from a betting perspective, because there are 11 backup quarterbacks starting this week in the NFL. So I thought about going in a couple different directions. I thought about maybe taking the Chiefs minus 8 in a revenge game for Patrick Mahomes, but it seems like every time Bill Belichick's a job is rumored to be on the line, he ends up at least winning the game or covering.
Do you want to stay away from that game because of the turbulence that Travis Kelce had to miss Taylor Swift's 34th birthday party in New York City?
Big news. Which
the people were making a big deal. I saw some one of these Swiftie, I don't know, I get these newsletters in the morning. The big stories in America today. And like Taylor Swift had a birthday party. And I'm like, all right, I'll read it. What the hell? There might be something. And sure enough, they're like, curiously, Travis Kelce was not there, but he had to prepare for his big American football game again. Ooh. I'm like, of course he did.
Yeah.
Stop flying to New York.
Come on. We just talked about how there's only 18 of these things during the regular season. Yes, I like Travis Kelce to be at practice.
By the way, I cannot believe I did this morning, but in my prep, I actually clicked on a story that said, see Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's cute nicknames for each other. I'm like,
oh, no, Murph.
All right. And guess what? Here's the nicknames. They're not even nicknames. He has a bracelet that says Tay, T-A-Y, and she has one that says Trav, T-R-A-V. Do you feel better now?
How original. No, Murph, and I'm actually mad that we got into this digression, so I'll cap off Bobby Boucher's best bet.
You had to know that.
With my final bet this weekend, which I know that is something that's not too familiar in the Friday football forecast, but Murph, I'm taking an under this weekend. I'm going to the Steelers and Colts game.
Over under. We never did that in the past, but hey, it's Bobby and Brian's best bet.
And Bobby Boucher's best bets have been hitting on the under this year. This weekend out in Indianapolis, the Colts are hosting the Steelers.
Okay.
The over-under is 42 points. It's Gardner Minshew versus Mitch Trubisky. That pretty much should solidify the pick. Jonathan Taylor is also missing from the Colts backfield. 9 out of the last 11 games for the Steelers have hit the under. They're all about defense. They can't score with Mitch Trubisky. I'll take the under with the Colts and the Steelers.
Seems like a pretty high over-under.
I was going to say 42.
By the way, I took the under last night. Hey-o.
Yeah, so did
How'd
I.
that work out?
So did I.
Anyway, you can't
those
win
are
them all.
Bobby Boucher's best
Well, nice.
bets.
Welcome to Brian and Bobby's best bets. And so I said there are still some college games left. This will probably be my last college picks because we're off next Friday, and then by the time I come back, the bowl game will be over. So this is it. And I'm going to go out the way I should by staying here in California with my 2 favorite Pac-12 teams. The team I love to hate, My own UCLA Bruins and the team I love to love because I know all my Cal Golden Bears out there love it when I talk Cal football because you're Cal and you'll always be Cal. And there we were at the Warriors Championship Parade, and I was riffing on the Cal band being in the parade going, what the hell is the Cal band doing in this championship parade? What do they know about championships? So, have I angered Oski Nation? Oh, my God. But let's take them one at a time in order. The 2 bowl games are tomorrow featuring your 2 UC schools who are no longer bonded in a conference after this weekend. And it starts at 4 o'clock, or what's the time out here? I got a 4:30 kick. The LA Bowl. No California, Kyle, not the Louisiana Bowl.
No, this one actually is in LA, Los Angeles.
Boise State. And by the way, I had to learn over the years, it's not Boise with a Z, it's Boise with a C.
Is it really?
You have to say, like, people from Boise get pissed if you say Boise. It's like Gonzaga and Gonzaga. Better you say Gonzaga. Well, as young Tony would say, Louisville, too. You got to swallow the opening syllable in Louisville. Louisville, you got to swallow it.
Yeah, don't ask me to pronunciate anything, Murph.
Well, we were doing already we already found out how that went when I asked about the 2-letter postal codes.
Hey, I got LA right.
Don't get Waterboy to send a letter to Alaska or Missouri.
Yeah, but if you need mail to go to Wyoming, I'm your guy, Murph.
Yeah, that's true. But if you need him to send a letter to Mississippi via Missouri, you can do that.
Good luck. Money's in the mail.
Anyway, the point is that the freaking LA Bowl, just another insult. This is not the standard we should be playing to be playing Boise State in an LA Bowl at SoFi Stadium in front of about, 1,100 disinterested fans. By the way, it'll all be Boise State fans. Even though UCLA is literally from UCLA to SoFi is about a 15-minute drive, maybe 13 minutes if you hit the traffic right. That's a big talk, actually, is that they should leave the Rose Bowl because the Rose Bowl is a journey from Pasadena. From Westwood to Pasadena is a journey. And you can take you over an hour to get there, maybe even shout out Niner games in Santa Clara. All right, but there's been talk that the UCLA should play at SoFi, but I don't know. It's a pro stadium. Anyway, the point is they're playing there tomorrow. Boise State fired their coach and has gone on a win streak to get here in the Mountain West Conference. UCLA speaks for itself. They're disgusting. They're pathetic. The last time we saw them, they're getting smoked by Cal. Everybody wants Chip Kelly fired. Their star quarterback, Dante Moore, has entered the transfer portal. Their star pass rusher, Leiti Latu, who will be a top 10 pick in the NFL draft, he's sitting out this game. And so I really, really, really want to take Boise State and +4, but Boise State's starting quarterback's in the transfer portal too, and they're starting a freshman who hasn't played before. So I hate to do this, but the fact that Boise State's playing a freshman quarterback who hasn't played before against a pretty good UCLA defense, I hate to do this. This is a hate pick, but UCLA will win and cover the 4. I know I wanted to say Boise State would win, but because of the quarterback, what's the doubt, dude?
What's there to hate, dude?
I'm taking the Bruins.
How could you hate the Bruins, dude?
I'm taking it with just all the hate in my bones, all right? All the hate in my bones. But Boise State losing their quarterback's a big deal, and we have Ethan Garber's back. So anyway, on to something much more pleasant, and that's the California Golden Bears, who had a late win streak to earn a bowl game. Listen, we can talk about bowl games and what they mean anymore. You go 6-6, you make a bowl game. What the hell's going on in this
Everybody
nation?
gets bowl games.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It is the Independence Bowl in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Listen.
How about that?
Are you listening, young California,
and
Kyle?
It's Cal versus Texas Tech, which is kind of a funny little historical tie-in. Sonny Dykes, who coached at Cal, came from Texas Tech. So you got a little slight historical tie-in.
Okay.
Both schools, Texas Tech has been affected by, guys sit out bowl games to enter the transfer portal, right? And so Texas Tech has a few key players missing in this game, and Cal is not missing very many players at all going into the transfer portal. They're actually going to have mostly a full deck. They're missing one starting linebacker. But I like Cal's energy, and I like the way they finished the season, and I'm getting 3 points. And because it's the Christmas season, and I'm ready to kiss Oski under the mistletoe, I'm going to take Cal on the points. And Cal's going to go down and win the damn game.
Wow.
Yeah, they are. They're going to go all the way down to Louisiana and win the damn game. California, da-da-da. I'm not going to do it.
I never thought I'd see the day where Murph is a bigger Cal Golden Bear fan.
That's true. That's right.
Than a UCLA
That's
Bruin.
correct.
Wow.
You're that exact moment
How
in
the
time.
tides have turned.
This exact moment
This isn't
in time.
Murph. This is Brian making the pick, by the way.
That's exactly right. It's my alter ego. Yeah. All right, we go to our Couch Potato 5 best. There's a lot of football on TV this weekend. So how did I pick 5? Well, listen to me, and I'll tell you how. 1 star is that game, Cal Texas Tech. Saturday, 6:15 on ESPN. It's also on 810, our sister station.
The bread.
It is. And Cal, Texas Tech. That'd be a fun little one just to kind of throw on in the background, right? Saturday, Louisiana. And knowing that Brian is riding with the Cal Golden Bears, go ahead and watch that one. My 2-star pick is I love when Saturday becomes NFL Day because when I was a kid, it meant Christmas was coming.
Yeah.
I put on my 49er pajamas and start watching games by the Christmas tree, right?
Here we are.
So you get 3 games on Saturday. 3 games on Saturday. Now, of the 3, Minnesota, Cincinnati, they're all, by the way, on KNBR. You'll hear all these games tomorrow. So 10 a.m., Vikings, Bengals, decent game. 1:30, the game you picked, Steelers, Colts. You should have noted that was a Saturday game.
Saturday special, Murph.
But this one's actually pretty darn good, and I'm going with it as my 2-star pick. Russ Wilson's Denver Broncos at Jared Goff's Detroit Lions. It's a 5:15 game.
And I was surprised the Broncos are getting 4.5 in that matchup.
Dude, I tell you, I've been riding the Broncos to a lot of wins lately. I think I might take the Broncos in the points there, too.
I was going to say, the Lions have been going in the opposite direction. Broncos 6-1 in the last 7 games.
The problem is the game's on NFL Network. I always forget that. You're like, where's the damn game? It's on NFL Network. 3-star pick is the Sunday night football game because it's the Baltimore Ravens. You got to scout them out.
That's it.
It's time to get a look at the team that's coming here on Christmas night. They're playing the Jacksonville Jaguars at 5:20 on a Sunday night, NBC.
3-point favorite. I almost thought about going into that matchup, too.
What were you thinking of?
I was leaning more towards the Ravens, but I also saw they're 1-6 in their last 7 games down in Jacksonville. You would think a Florida kid like Lamar Jackson would have a great time on Sunday night, but the numbers say otherwise.
So anyway, it's a good game to watch. It's a Sunday night game, 5:20 on NBC. My 4-star game is at 1:25 on Sunday, the Fox game, Dallas-Buffalo. Did you think about that game, Cowboys-Bills?
I did, and to
What's
be
the
honest
spread?
with you, it's 1.5 or 2 points. Buffalo Bills are favorite. Now, a big difference is these Dallas Cowboys are not the same team when they go on the road.
Interesting.
At home, they're scoring over
playing
30 points per
for
game.
The East and the 1 seed in air quotes there.
That's it, but it's different when you leave Jerry's World and you got to go into the cold, frigid conditions of a Buffalo. I know Dak Prescott was talking about December football earlier this month. He's going to experience some real December conditions up in Buffalo this weekend.
Do we got a little weather take on Buffalo? I'm going to check it out right now. Usually I ask Siri, but I can't do that. It would mess up the whole, let's go for a Buffalo in December game. Buffalo, New York. What do we got on Sunday? It's going to be raining and in the 40s.
Yeah.
So raining.
I'm seeing down to 36. Yeah, so it's going to be cold. It's going to be frigid. Buffalo Bills are a 2-point favorite. I would not be surprised.
Bills are kind of desperate,
if
too.
they cover that. And they got a huge win last week against the Chiefs.
And then, obviously, the 5-star game is your San Francisco 49ers at your Arizona Cardinals. You got to play this game. You got to play for the 1 seed, guys. I know we've been like, oh, it's Arizona. It's kind of adult. No, you got to win this game. This ain't no joke. You got to win this game. 49ers, Arizona, 105 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. And the man who will call that game, Greg Papa, will join us in 15 minutes. So there it is, Brian and Bobby's best bets.
The big debut.
And I went with Cal, and I picked UCLA. All right, fun stuff. Always enjoy it. And Greg Papa coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I'm not too concerned about it.
Broadmoor, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Broadmoor's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, what's up, everybody? Thanks for tuning in to Brian and Bobby's Best Bets this morning, sponsored by Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is the most fun I've had, winning up to 25 times my money this football season. And now I can play during basketball season too. I can even make combo projections across both sports. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projection, and place your entry. You can turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an enormous selection of players and stat options are what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. And Prize Picks is the only daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, keeping you in the game even if one of your players goes down. Join the Prize Pick community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just visit prizepicks.com/leader and use the code word leader. That's code word leader at prizepicks.com/leader for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Well, and you know, and I know that a lot of these things go in cycles, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Where a place, I mean, a decade ago, the Giants were a destination,
right?
A team for a lot of free agents, because the perception was great culture, great city, great ballpark, a passionate fan base, terrific group of players, the great esprit de corps. And, what's gone on here over the last decade probably is fed into that, where players, agents are looking for negatives.
Okay, man, that was Buster Olney talking about the perception of San Francisco. And there is a lot going on when we say that. A lot going on. Whether it's the success of the team, the one-loss record of the team, or whether it's whatever's being reported in the national media, or whether it's what you yourself have experienced. If you've gone down the street, or, for example, me, driving home from a Warrior game with my 12-year-old, who's still pretty innocent. Like some 12-year-old, listen, I coach a bunch of 6th graders, and I know 12-year-olds are on the spectrum. There's a wide spectrum. Some 12-year-olds are ready to be like 21 years old. And some are still like clinging to their pretense. Rory's a very innocent kid. Yeah. He's a very wide-eyed, innocent kid. And we drive home from Warriors games. We go up 7th Street, and man, we pass by some stretches, dude. It freaks him out. Dude, it's zombie land out there. It really is. It's zombie land. And if you're denying it, you're living in a different world. Okay? Now listen, there's nobody who, not nobody, I'm sure there are some people who love San Francisco more than I do, but right. I am on the very high on the list of people who love. My history in this city goes back so far. Like, I know I'm talking to a bunch of people, but I'll tell you this, just to throw down the bona fides, you Marin guy, whatever. My Irish grandparents got married in San Francisco City Hall in 1926. My Italian grandparents got married at St. Peter and Paul in 1928. Okay, I mean, so we'll start there in terms of the history link that we have to this city.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's basically at least 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
And on my Irish side, my grandma's side, the Fitzgeralds and the Cantlins, got here in the 1870s. Okay, they came to San Francisco. My grandma was born on 22nd and Treat on April 16, 1906, 2 days before the earthquake.
Mm-hmm.
My dad always made the joke, she denies any responsibility. All right, so that's my dad's line there. So Bob Murphy Quipster. So anyway, so dude, the love is deep.
Yeah.
So yesterday when we talked about Buster Posey, we talked about it. We tried to talk about it in a realistic way. And I said, and it was my attitude that what Buster said, and as you said this, Waterboy, we went to break, you're like, read the entire thing, everybody.
That's it, because everybody's taking these quotes out of context.
Well, they're taking a headline.
Yes, correct.
They're taking a headline.
Yeah, they're not even reading the article.
That's all they need.
Yeah.
Posey, San Francisco deterring whatever. And they leap. And dude, Buster gave a thoughtful, nuanced, and ultimately love-filled tribute to the Giants, his feelings for San Francisco, what he wants to get done here, what he's looking to accomplish here, his long-term goals, how proud he is to be part of this team and this franchise.
How he's raised his kids here in the city outside of 1 year going
and
back to Georgia.
He's here for it.
And
He's here to win.
And how he came back from Georgia.
He's here to win a championship.
Yeah.
And he said, listen, here's some things we're hearing, and we have to address them to get better. And I thought, so I wound up chalk blogging a freaking ode to Buster. I said, this guy's the leader that the Giants need. I said, it's not Greg Johnson. No, it's not. It's not Larry anymore. It's not Farhan. This is the guy who's going to lead us into the next generation. And I said, and I'm glad he addressed the elephant in the room, which is a perception of the city. And by the way, it's not just perception. You had, Union Square is armed with guards, armed with cops now because guys were just smashing into to retails and making. Anyway, the point of the matter is this. I was excited that Buster said it. I was excited that Buster's here. I was excited that Buster's the face of the franchise now. And Waterboy, so I go, whatever. I take my nap like an old man does. I wake up, dude. I start scrolling. And, bro, you saw it.
Yeah.
I saw it. An anti-Buster Posey wave.
It's unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Completely unbelievable.
Oh, where do we begin? We started with some profanities out in the hallways, but we're on. If people were saying like strong anti-Buster Posey words, which to me is insane. Okay. You're talking about one of the greatest Giants of all time, who's now here to lead this franchise and put his energy, time, and family into this franchise.
Fully invested in turning this around.
This isn't Aubrey Huff in San Diego tweeting about some, whatever.
Yeah.
This is Buster Posey here for it, trying to, I would say he'd be at the Jung Hoo Lee press conference today, but he probably doesn't want to face all you guys who are now killing. I'm like, if I'm Buster, I'm half tempted to say, you know what, blank you.
Yeah.
I'm going back to Georgia.
Yeah,
you guys don't like it?
Enjoy
you guys
the ball
can't handle it? I mean, you saw some of the stuff that was like, I don't even want to say what was said. I don't want to give it fuel other than I'm extremely disappointed in Giants fans
outside of the
who turned on. I'm extremely disappointed, and this is part of what's going.
Yeah,
you're living in a different reality, and you didn't read the whole story, and you're not giving thought to it,
and people just don't want to hear it. And that's why, outside the outrageous takes that came out yesterday about Buster Posey, one that was a common theme for me that I saw was, this is just Buster covering up for ownership, providing an excuse of why they don't get free agents. But Murph, that's why we just rejoined in the segment from Buster freaking only. Not Buster freaking Posey, the other Buster. The guy that we talked about how respected and well-known he is in the baseball industry. And if he's hearing it from agents, if he's hearing it from players, if he's hearing it from teams, then that's a source that's as good as gold. So it is realistic. So everybody can kind of hide their head in the sand and post their pictures of the Union Square Christmas tree and say, look how nice it is. Murph, we walk around this city every single day. There's a pile of crap outside of our garage right now. And look, other cities have problems too.
Yeah,
LA's got Skid Row. Other people got other problems.
Yes, exactly.
But that doesn't excuse what's going on here in the city and the impact that it's having now on our baseball club.
And it's not what about what about LA? What about Seattle? No. It's about getting better here. And it's about taking care of and the other part of the story that made me why I'm so mad about people coming against Buster is that Buster also issued a note of optimism. He says, I think it can change.
Yes.
And I'm here to let's make it change. Let's go together. Whether it's changing leadership in City Hall or whether it's changing the supervisors or whether it's us as a community doing what we can or whether it's fielding the best possible Giants team. There's another thing people say, he's using this as an excuse to hide the Giants lineup or whatever, or he's a mealy mouth. I saw like people say he's an apologist for Charles Johnson because they're MAGA together. I was like, bro, I'm out. At this point now, I'm out.
What are we doing?
Yeah, I don't think the guy put on a crisp dress shirt for Shohei Ohtani.
Dude.
All right,
and that's the message here is that Buster wants people to love the San Francisco Giants, but he also wants them to love the city of San Francisco. And right now, whether it's perception or not, a lot of times perception is reality. And that's why a lot of guys are staying away from the city. Also, the lineup's not very good, and you don't got protection in the roster, but that's a whole nother different story.
Yeah.
But still, the backlash and the anti-Buster Posey takes blew my mind yesterday.
I will do everything I can to push back against that and also express my profound disappointment in all of you all who did not take time to consider what Buster Posey means to the team and the franchise, consider what Buster Posey is doing right now for the franchise, and consider the words that he said in the... You got to read. You got to think, people. You can't just sit there and read a freaking headline. Because people texted me the headline.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's all people are going off of. They just read the headline and that... No, dude, put some time and effort into what he said. Put some time and effort into thinking who this guy is. Put some time and effort into thinking about what this guy's here to do for the franchise.
Correct.
Bro.
And if it gets you to even start disgusting or even thinking about maybe changes for the city for the better, not just for the ball club, but for the overall community of San Francisco. That's what we're all here for, right? Yeah. These are the people we're talking to. We want the Giants to win. We want the Niners to win. We want the Warriors to win. We want this city to thrive. We want it to be one of the best in the country, in the world, Murph. And that's what Buster was saying.
Yeah, we can go on and on this. It's a great text from 650. It just says, if you're anti-Buster, then I'm anti-you.
Yeah, go blank yourself. I don't know. Sorry.
There you go. Had to get that off our chest. Now we get into a big old football hour. That's huge football hour. Come to Pop on a Friday. Very, again, kind of something vaguely sensual about the way he says that.
Hey, now.
I'm riffing, guys. I'm riffing. All right, guys. Do you have it? You understand?
Time to come to Papa on a Friday.
You hear that? I think women have swooned for that before.
Yeah,
and then John Lynch.
There it is.
At 8 a.m. on the dot. Can't wait to talk to the Niner GM. Papa Lynch, Niner football for an hour. Coming your way on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Every day is a new challenge.
Time to come to Papa on a Friday.
Time to come to Papa. Come to Papa. We now prepare you for game day with the voice of 49ers football.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Papa.
Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle and its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, it is time to come to Pop on a Friday. We love it. Also, more football because Papa will have a show later on, and Maddie Mayoka will join him at 11:50. So, G-Pop, you got your boy Murph, you got your boy Marcus. We got the 49ers in Arizona. What's the story this week? G-Pop, what's the story?
What's up, Papa?
Well, I know Marcus is happy. The Raiders just scored a touchdown.
I know, we talked about
a franchise record last night, Papa. 63 points.
I remember the game in Denver when Darren McFadden lit them up.
Yes,
I remember well.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
That could come back to boomerang on you if they fire Brandon Staley and hire Bill Belichick. You have to deal with him in your
how about that?
in your AFC West.
Where are you on the Harbaugh sweepstakes? Bears, Raiders, Chargers.
What if he wins the national championship at Michigan? He may just stay there. So I'm not going to try to predict what Harbs is going to do, Murph. I have no idea where he's going to go. But
that was
anyway. As far as this game goes, it's the return of Kyler Murray. There's no doubt. He's been back the last 4 games. They were 1-8 to start the year. The one win was against Dallas the week before the Niners saw him. And I thought Joshua Dobbs played really well for them to a point, and then they decided to move him to Minnesota. Now he's lost his job to Nick Mullins. But Kyler Murray is hanging in the pocket. He's playing about as disciplined as I have seen him play in the NFL, obviously going back to his college days when he won the Heisman, and we saw him a lot at Oklahoma. And then Kingsbury's offense was the air raid. And they ran the ball still when they were effective. They could run. And they made the playoffs one year. I think they had the best record in the NFL one year. But he would get out of the pocket a lot and look to run. The one criticism of him is, leadership and all that. But would he really stay in the pocket and execute from the pocket? I watched back his very first game upon his return, and he's staying in the pocket. He's making a real effort. It's a completely different offense they're running there. Drew Petzing is their offensive coordinator with Jonathan Gannon, the new head coach, Philly's defensive coordinator, and they're under center more. They'll get shotgun and give it to James Conner on the gun runs as well. But he's working it from the pocket, and he's good. Somehow, when he got in the NFL, he had over 1,000 yards when you look at his career, generating yards out of the pocket and scrambling, not just as a runner with his legs, but also as pass yards. And he ranked 5th in the NFL in pass yards out of the pocket and scrambling, and likewise rush yards. But I remember seeing him in Oklahoma when he won the Heisman, and I actually broadcasted his very first game that year. And he can win from the pocket. He can make high-level throws. He just did not do it or was not asked to do it as much in the NFL. Kyler Murray is staying in the pocket. And even though he's coming back from a torn ACL last December and the surgery wasn't until January, he can still run. He can still get out to his right hand and push it to the sideline and run. I don't know if he's quite as explosive as he used to be. There was a play in the last game against Pittsburgh where T.J. Watt ran him down from the backside. Now, T.J.'s fast, but, Kyler's really fast. So, and then they have a group of eligibles around him. We'll see if Hollywood Brown plays in this game. They have Rondell Moore and Michael Wilson, that big round 3 pick out of Stanford who played well against the Niners when we saw him on October the 1st. And he's had a good year. I think he's coming back from injury. And then Trey McBride has just taken over as the go-to guy, the young tight end, who they do, detach a lot. He's got 56 catches on the year, and half of them, 28 of them, have come in the last 4 games with Kyler Murray. And it's kind of like when Zach Ertz was there. He's looking to Trey McBride a lot, which leads to, what are the Niners going to have in the middle of their defense as far as the D tackles, Armstead and the Gravedigger, Javon Hargrave? Are they going to be able to play in this game? Probably unlikely for both of them. We'll see. Dre Greenlaw, Oren Burks at stacked linebacker right over the middle of the field. May have some youth there. And then Charvarius Ward, I think, maybe stands the best chance to play. We'll find out more today. But just Kyler working it from the pocket. and all the eligibles that they've got. And James Conner's a really good inside runner. And if you're minus those two big tackles in this game, starters, now Kinlaw and Givens will mix in, and Kalia Davis can, and maybe T.Y. McGill gets a jersey. They have guys that can play in there, and they can move Randy Gregory in there and Nick for some snaps in there. But this is a team that is starting to hit their stride a little bit after the 1-8 start. They're 2-2 with Kyler back at quarterback.
Yeah, beat the Steelers and then had a bye. So coming in, listen, it's Arizona. They have to win the game to hold the 1 seed. So there's a ton at stake. 105 kickoff down in Arizona. Great breakdown on all the angles. It looks like Dre Greenlaw will play. But to your point about
is that what they're saying?
Well, that's what Steve Wilkes said yesterday. Do you anticipate Dre Greenlaw playing this week? Yeah, I do. Yes, says Steve Wilkes.
Great.
So yeah, no.
Great.
So, but in terms of the D line, one of the stats I was reading coming in, they said since Chase Young got here, in the 5 games since Chase Young got here, the Niners have a league high 22 sacks, and it's not all him. It's what the effect. And Bosa had 3 sacks in his first 8 games, and since Chase Young's got here, he's got 6.5. So just your thought on that effect. It's not Chase isn't sacking the quarterback all the time, but he's creating a ripple effect.
Yeah, I think they were coming out of it anyway, out of the bye. And Chase Young has been a nice addition, and they use him. He's not really in the base yet. Cleveland Ferrell is playing so well, and his energy level and his hustle is incredible. He had a couple of hustle plays in Philadelphia that blew you away, and he did it again against Seattle, so we kind of overlook him. But Chase Young is just different. Technique-wise, he's not the way you would diagram it. He's just kind of his own guy, but he's just so strong. He has strong hands. He impacts the game, and he didn't have a single stat at all against Seattle, but he did get the quarterback down, Drew Lock, in a 2-point conversion, and would have been a sack, but they don't count those plays as far as defensive stats on a 2-point conversion. He also tipped the last interception that Fred Warner had, running the hoop around the left tackle. He got his long hands on the ball, so he's played great, but I think he's just one component of a loaded D-line. I mean, Nick Bosa's playing incredible. Whether Nick gets stats or not, his run defense against Seattle to set the edge the way he sets the edge. Javon Kinlaw, and he's playing more now, obviously, that Armstead's down, and we'll see about the gravedigger in this game, Javon Hargrave. Kinlaw's playing his best football of his career. There's no doubt. His Philadelphia game is really good. The Seattle game, I think, was even better. Kalia Davis is mixing in. He just got so many guys that are a part of it, but really it's coming from Nick. And I think Nick was ready to come out of it after the bye week and play his best football. But it all starts with that pass rush. But then Murph behind it, the coverage has been incredible. The other big injury concern is Charvarius Ward, Mooney man. 4th snap of the game on defense. He leaves the groin injury, and you have to rearrange people. And the game plan, again, was to have him follow DK around last week, and they didn't do that. They just played sides, but Ambry played great. He's been playing great. Amador Lenore, whether you play him inside at nickel or outside, and he's feisty, and he tackles. He's a hyena is his nickname. He loves that. And then Isaiah Oliver goes in the slot and does a good job. And then Jair Brown, the rookie for Talanoa, comes up with an INT. Could have been 2, but Fred was right there for the other one. So, yeah, there's no question. The D-line is playing really well. Chase is a part of it, but that's the depth of the football team. But you are getting a little stretched out here now if Javon Hargrave can't go in this game with a hamstring on top of Armstead with the knee on top of the plantar fasciitis.
And Papa, I wanted to ask you about the 49ers defensive line game plan against Kyler Murray, because to your earlier point, it does seem like he is sitting back in the pocket a lot more this season, coming back from that knee injury, but also he can use his legs to escape the pocket. So do you think they will implement the same strategy that we saw against Jalen Hurts or the Eagles, or what is the best game plan for that 49ers D-line against Kyler Murray?
Yeah, I thought that going into the week, but he's a better pocket quarterback than Jalen Hurts. He just is. The guy won a Heisman, and he can sit in there. And there were a couple of throws. I watched I became obsessed with him at Oklahoma his final year there when he won the Heisman, because I called his first game. And, the A's drafted him as a first-round pick. Is he going to be Ricky Henderson, or, what's he going to do? And he can make throws from the pocket. There was not a throw. That's what impressed me the most. He can run. There's no doubt he can run. But he can sit in there and wing it. When he got into the NFL, he just was quick to get out. He was a 1 or 2 read guy, and he got out. And it's like, why is he getting out? and then he got hurt. If you keep getting out, you're going to get hurt. I think this coaching staff has made a priority, or more than that, stay in the pocket and work from the pocket. If you have to get out and he gets out to his right hand, he's a problem. You have to understand where they're at. Maybe this is the first time in his career, his dad coached him. Who's his dad? Calvin Murray. You remember the former Giant player?
That was his uncle,
dad?
Right? Wasn't that his uncle?
His uncle. Yeah, right. So his dad coached him growing up in high school, at Allen High School, and he was a little bit privileged and did what he wanted. And, obviously he had high-level coaching, at Oklahoma. But he kind of just did what he wanted to do, and he was a little bit out of control. Now his career's at the crossroads. The Arizona Cardinals have a high pick. Right now it's number 3. There are a lot of good quarterbacks that could be available. Probably wouldn't be there for Caleb Williams, but maybe the North Carolina quarterback, Drake May. They have to reassess here. So do they trade him? And he's one of the highest paid players in the league. His contract is enormous. So I think right now his career is kind of dictating that, if you don't play the way we want you to play, we'll move you. And what's the return on that? They've done that before, with that, and with Steve Keim in Kingsbury that did it. But the owner, sold off on getting rid of Josh Rosen after he was the 10th pick in the draft, firing Steve Wilkes and pushing reset. It was like, whoa, who does that? I mean, so if they don't go that route and say they draft Marvin Harrison Jr., with a high draft pick, and they keep Kyler Murray, and they don't have to sell him for, 10 cents on the dollar, and he's the guy, and he may be better than any of these guys coming in. He could be better than Caleb Williams or Drake May. So I just think because of where he's at, he's more receptive to coaching, if not just being mandated, and he's doing it. And people called him out, his leadership, everything, body language. Last year's not been good for Kyler Murray, even going back before they gave him the extension. There was a lot of debate on exactly who this guy is. I think he's showing now that he can do it. So I'm looking at him from a different vantage point. That I think I don't think they'll rush him the way that they rushed Jalen Hurts, because he can stand. And if you give him 6 seconds, like they gave Jalen a couple of plays, he will pierce you. And he's got big time receivers in Hollywood and Rondell with the speed and the size of Michael Wilson and the ability to get open at tight end and McBride. You can't do that. But you also have to be disciplined how you rush him. You can't come recklessly inside and give him the outside to get out, especially to his right hand. He gets out to his right hand, he's like Josh Allen. He can run it right up against the sideline and throw it right over the top. He can also get out to his left. Remember the Hail Murray he threw years ago against Buffalo at the end of the game to D-Hop to win that game? And then, hell, he can just run. And he's one of the he's coming back from an ACL, so maybe he's lost a little, but he's still Kyler Murray. So I don't think they'll quite do it that way, but you've got to be cognizant of your rush lanes and squeezing him down. What you'd like to do is just sack him in the pocket and have it come from everywhere. But again, not having those great pass rushers inside in Hargrave and Armstead hurt, because if you come too much from the outside and give him a hatch to step up in the pocket, then he's trouble.
Well, here comes Javon Kinlaw and Kevin Givens, and it'll all be fun. Last one, Papa, is the homecoming, man. We haven't talked about the quarterback, the clean-cut kid who didn't wear his backwards cap yesterday, said he wanted to show off a new haircut. But he's going to have Arizona vibes, Arizona family, and he's just playing incredible. The stats on his deep ball are gigantic. I don't know. You're what you're expecting from yet another week of Brock Purdy here.
Well, I expect him to be Brock. The guy does not change, whether it's a Wednesday install practice or a walkthrough on Saturday or the NFC Championship game or going to Philadelphia. He don't change. He is Brock steady. He just does his thing. So I expect him to play great. And there's some holes in their defense to attack, to be sure. They are going to have Budda Baker back for this game, and they have two of the best safeties. Jalen Thompson's an excellent player, goes in the slot a lot, and then you have Budda. But it's a great story. I mean, this is one where last year when the Niners played at Arizona, first of all, the game was not in Glendale. It was in Mexico City, and the quarterback was Jimmy Garoppolo, going back that far away. And then you thought if he could win the NFC Championship game, the Super Bowl was in Glendale and all that. So it's just, returning home to Arizona. to Perry High School where he went and everything he was able to do. He's from Queen Creek, which is not too far away. Grew up about 50 miles away from State Farm Stadium. So, he's obviously going to have his mom, Carrie, and his dad, Sean, who pitched in the Giants chain as a professional baseballer. I'm sure Dan Minucci, our friend, will be there, a guy who really groomed him as a young guy, how to play the position, everybody around him. So he's got his friends and family at a lot of the home games or even road games. But this is another chapter in the amazing story of Brock Purdy, the young guy from Perry High School in Gilbert, Arizona, goes home, and not only is he Mr. Irrelevant, turned relevant, I mean, right now, he's a top 2 or 3 candidate to be the NFL's most valuable player. Is that amazing?
Yeah, no, man. And he's got to, like we said, they got to keep doing it. There's no letdown. You got to keep that 1 seed. I mean, the Cowboys are playing the Bills, which is an interesting game. And, you'd love to see the Bills win that game, give the Niners a little breathing room. But in other than that, they got to get the W. There's no joke.
Going to be a tough game for Dallas. Buffalo starting to hit their stride. I think the teams in the AFC do not want the Bills in the playoffs at all because the quarterback is just special. I know they've lost a lot on defense. That'll be a hard game for Dallas to go into Orchard Park, and then after that they got to deal with Miami, and then after that they got Detroit, and then they got a tough divisional game that's always tough, and a real rivalry game with Washington, which they lost last year, and then we'll watch Philadelphia on Monday Night Football to see if they've come out of their 2-game funk here. They're going to be in Seattle, and that's a Monday night game. To play that on the road and then have to go home and play a home game against Tommy Cutlets the following week. So if they all have the same record. It's Dallas, it's Philadelphia, and it's the Niners. We'll see if Detroit can bounce back as well. But the Niners know the importance of this. They are mathematically in the playoffs for the 4th time in 5 years, and they win this game. It's a T-shirt and cap game. They win the NFC West, and Kyle detailed it when I sat down with him yesterday. I mean, you're the number 1 seed. It's 2 wins to get to the Super Bowl versus 3, and both of the wins would be at home. So obviously, the number 1 seed, they're going to try for it hard and see where it goes. It's a much easier path, but if they have to take a different path to get there, they'll take that path. But they clearly, want to choose the easier path, which is the number 1 seed.
Awesome, man. All set. Short flight for you. Off you go. Do the show today. And always great. Actually, G-Pop, that's our last Friday until the new year.
Oh, that's
I think
right.
You're off again? You take a lot vacations.
Well,
what a surprise, right, Pop?
Yeah, it all adds
How
up
was Ireland, by the way?
Oh, my God. What's your... I know we got to go because Lynch is coming at 8. What's your Ireland history, Greg?
I've not been to Ireland.
Oh, my
I've
goodness.
Not been there.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, that's...
Being an Italian-American, I kind of gravitate there.
That's not a bad consolation prize.
I can see myself fitting in very well.
I would say just find your way over, slip on into a pub, and let the wind take you where it takes you.
Pop at the pub.
All right?
Duh! That's kind of what I do anywhere.
You will have a great time, and you'll make a lot of friends. All right, man. Have a great trip. We'll listen to your call. Take care.
All right, Boucher. What a game. 63 points.
That's you guys.
I was going to say, Pop, you caught a lot of games. You never called 63 points.
59 in Denver.
I remember Darren McFadden.
What year was that?
What year was that, Boucher?
2012?
Okay. When you say Denver,
it was Hugh Jackson. Hugh Jackson was there.
That was the building.
You say Denver,
it was the year after Al died.
When you say Denver, I think about my brief time on the beat in '99. I was there for the Lincoln Kennedy snowball game.
The Charles Woodson snowball game?
No, when Lincoln Kennedy. Well, Lincoln
and Charles Woodson.
But Lincoln went into
It was Charles.
But Lincoln went into the stands, I believe. That was the problem.
Yeah, Lincoln actually broke the stands. He doesn't go in with his body weight. That was Olandis Gary in overtime with a walk.
It was an OT loss, tough loss.
Olandis Gary broke.
We're coming off, and I just remember I was on the field, and I remember Lincoln making a stir, and it was a huge deal, and Amy was involved, and
it was Charles.
Yeah.
That was Old Mile High when they would stomp their feet.
Yeah. I mean, don't forget the snowball game that cost the Niners a game in '85, defending and they threw a snowball right at Ray Wersching when he was kicking a field goal, and he missed the field goal, and the Niners lost a regular season game there. That was a key
it's not going to snow in Glendale on Sunday. What the hell are we talking about snow?
You're good. All right.
Be good. We're in a dome. The
GM's coming in his fancy jacket, so have a great trip. Have a great show.
All right, boys. Take care.
There he is. Greg Papa, man. Yeah, he had to give you a little Darren McFadden hit there, 63.
Well, it's funny because a couple months ago, I was actually filling in for John Lund, and me and Papa were talking about that game because of the Dolphins putting up 70 points on the Denver Broncos.
That's why Sean Payton's my NFL Coach of the Year, man. I don't know. If they make the playoffs, taking that dreck. think most people thought the Broncos should have been relegated. At some point, like, why are these guys even in the league?
You're right. And now they're tied for one of those last playoff spots.
Oh, they actually right now?
Yeah, so they have a 7-6 record. Steelers are 7-6, Colts are 7-6, Texans and Broncos, Bengals and Bills all 7-6.
It's going to be crazy. All right, with 3 games on Saturday too, fun stuff. All right, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. I haven't talked to John Lynch in a couple weeks. I'm looking forward to it. It always grounds me. It grounds me to talk to Johnny Lynch. And we will ask him about the jacket. And we have the Steve Miller Band, Def Leppard, and Journey tickets still to give away at 10 o'clock between now and 10. Young Tony's going to play you something between now and 10. All right, John Lynch, Niner GM, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Casey Schmidt stopped by the Hot Stove Show last night with the one and only Kerry Crowley to recap his rookie season with the Giants and his expectations for the 2024 season. So to hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Faithful. Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Sponsored by Nick the Greek. We welcome you to our house. Come taste the difference of our delicious local Greek flavors and become a fan.
All right, our Fridays with John Lynch as we turn right to 8 o'clock. Expecting the call in 3, 2. There it is!
Dude, I told you. Dot, Murph. On the dot every single time.
Who throws dots more? Brock Purdy from the pocket or John Lynch on the UMA guest line? We play the open? Or
talking about dot at the dot.
Okay, there it is. All right. Listen, hey, John, it's been a few weeks. Oh, wait, we haven't made the connection yet. I'm sorry. Well, he called. We just got to make the hookup.
That's it. He's back there chatting up with our guy Cole.
He got Cole there chatting to him about growing up in Walnut Creek. All right, there you go. John, it has been a few too many weeks since I last talked to you. Obviously, a lot's gone on. I appreciate everything that you've said and done in the last few weeks. And we'll talk some Niner football, but just good morning, man. Good to connect with you, buddy.
Hey, morning, John.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Well, we're good. I mean, it's been, crazy. It's been hectic. Marcus and I hanging out, and we're sort of piecing it together. There's a lot going on between Draymond Green, my goodness, and Buster Posey talking about San Francisco. But you guys are the rock that everybody falls back on. Like the Niners are just like, are you feeling right now? I mean, Jim Harbaugh used to say when honeyed words of praise come my way is when I'm most alert to my enemies. So he's...
As only Jim can, and I love the way he says things. I feel the same way. I think that this league, the way it's set up, it's just like every week is a monumental challenge, and there's different reasons for it. And I think the good thing for us is, we've gone through our adversity this year, our period of us feeling great about ourselves. And I don't think we have guys that don't work hard. Like we actually have quite the contrary. Our best players, our hardest workers, that sets a tone. But I do believe that, earlier in the year after Dallas, everyone was, hey, this team is unbeatable. And we found out that, very quickly you can get punched in the mouth. As an old coach of mine used to say, it's not a far walk from the penthouse to the outhouse. And, you can switch that up too. So, we understand that. And like the Arizona Cardinals, I think Kyle made a tremendous analogy to where we were in our first year. Coming in here in 2017, we got Jimmy and they got Kyler back, and they started, really buying into the culture change. And Jonathan Gannon does really, they're very sound on each side of the ball. They're presenting a challenge to people. They're playing good football. So we have to be all in, and we got to be focused, and we got to go keep finding ways to beat people. And I like our focus and where we're at.
That's the challenge, right, is to keep that edge and to keep that one seed that's now within your sights. And, in fact, actually, since we last talked to you, or I think you last talked to Marcus in Boston, you guys were not the one seed. And you had to beat Seattle last week and had Philadelphia lose to Dallas. How did that change your life ascending to the one seed?
Well, it's a big deal for a number of reasons. I mean, you love playing your games at home, but over the last few years, we've been a good road team too, and we travel well as a team. So, I don't think that's top of mind, although we love playing here at Levi's. I think it's quite simply, you want the cleanest track to the big game, and we'll take it whatever way we have to. But when you only have to play 2 games and you're there, then that's a great thing, So it's we're there right now, but the important thing is we focus on each task and almost get that out of our mind. Understand what the carrot is, but you don't look for the light at the end of the tunnel. You just keep digging, and we got to dig this week down in Arizona and against a team that's confident and playing well.
Yeah, and John, now this Sunday, you guys will have a chance to clinch the NFC West with a win over the Arizona Cardinals. You guys are already 4-0 in the division this year, and going back to last season, you guys are 10-0 in your last divisional matchups. So what do you think the key has been to have such dominance over the NFC West over the last couple of seasons?
I just think we have a good team, and we've got a really good team who works very hard. We're coached extremely well, and when you have all those things, and like I said earlier, when you have the work ethic that some of our that so much of this team has, I think it's about having not just the talent, but the right people and the right character, and I think we have that. And it's a challenge to keep. There's can we stay healthy? Can we do all these things? Those are all challenges, but our guys take every challenge and face it head on. I think the leadership of Kyle is just tremendous. The schematic advantage we get from Kyle and his offensive staff, and then Steve Wilkes and the defensive staff doing a great job of putting our players in position to be successful. I think all those things, you throw it together, and we're at a good place right now. And and I think the fact that we never take any of these games for granted. We understand that this is the NFL, and they've got very good players on the other side, and we got to go bring it each week, and I think that's a hallmark of this team. We bring it physically each and every week, and that's something we're real proud of.
And each and every week is different in terms of the injury report, so we definitely want to ask you about some key names that are on the injury report, which could affect this game. Let's start with your corner, Charvarius Mooney Ward, who's been playing great. In fact, I think he just did an interview with Eric Armstead where he was telling him. He was saying he thinks he's one of the top 3 or 5 corners in the game. You got to love that confidence, but he's also has a groin injury that caused him to leave the game last week, miss practice this week. Is he going to miss the game this Sunday, John?
We'll see. I think Mooney, as we refer to Charvarius as Mooney's very much in play. I think came out of the game early last week, but we had him out there, and Charvarius was comfortable to go back in if we needed him. Having said that, there was an injury, and so he's worked really hard to rehab. He has not practiced yet this week. I think today's going to be a big day to see where we can get him, and we still got time. So Charvarius is very much in play, and not haven't figured that one out yet, but he's working hard to try to be out there on Sunday.
If he doesn't go, that brings to focus one of the guys who surged for you, and that's Ambry Thomas. And not to mention Diamond Lenore from the last year. I mean, listen, there were questions about Thomas's ability to hang in the league. What have you seen this year change in him?
You never know when that light bulb's going to, go on for a player. And Ambry's had big moments. If you go back to, clinching a game against the Rams down there at SoFi, Ambry having the big pick a couple years ago. So he's had the talent, but it's just the consistency, and it all came together. He's developed. He's become a pro, and he's always had the ability. Ambry can run. I think he tracks the football very well, and I think he's grown up, and he kept getting opportunities, and then riding with him for a little bit, but then something would happen. And I think this year he's just strung it together. We're really proud of him, and that's part of this league. You got to continue to develop the guys you believe in, and the guy on the opposite side, Demo is, he's been tremendous as well. And then I think you can't say enough about a guy like Isaiah Oliver. Was our starting nickel early in the year. We made a change, and he's continued to work in Philly. He went in there when we had some injuries, played some safety, made some big plays there. But last week when Mooney went out, he was thrust back into his nickel role and played really well for us. And so, they always say about corner, you can't have enough good players there, and we believe in that. And that depth has been tested, and we're fortunate to have, guys like Ambry, Demo, Isaiah, Darrell Luter's a guy we're very encouraged with. Sam Womack's playing real well on special teams. So we've got some depth there, and you need it at the corner position.
Two big names on the D-line are in question this week. Start with the shorter-term one, Javon Hargrave, where he left the game last week. He hasn't practiced this week. Is he not going to play this Sunday?
Haven't figured that one out yet, but he injured his hamstring, and so I think it would be a reach for him to play this week, but we'll see. He's going to continue rehabbing. Javon is a guy who's been a healthy player throughout his career. He's got the right type of mindset where he very much wants to play, but we got to be smart with that one. You don't want those things to linger, so we'll see where Javon goes. And then Eric the same way, dealing with a couple different things with his knee and his foot. Eric's working extremely hard, as he always does. But we need Eric out there. When he's out there, we need to keep him out there. So, we're working through that. And, as for this week, I think somewhat in play, but I doubt that Eric makes it.
All right. We're talking to John Lynch, 49er GM, every Friday, kind enough to give us the big, broad, and specific talk on the Niners. Marcus?
And John, I had two questions for you this morning about Brock Purdy. The first one is, I just wanted to get your reaction to seeing number 13 try to sprint downfield as a lead blocker for Christian McCaffrey on that first 72-yard run of the game.
I think that play in general, it's unusual to start a game. We've done it before. I think at the New York Jets, I remember Raheem Mostert going the first play of the game and, setting like a speed record in the NFL, so those plays are really fun. Matt Breida, another time against Cleveland, taking it the distance. But that play was so well executed, first and foremost, so well designed, but then the effort on every level, including our quarterback chasing it down, but huge blocks by, we talk all the time, Kyle does, how in many ways your receivers set the tone, because we expect our offensive linemen, our tight ends to block, but when you get your receivers bought in on blocking, it changes your offense. And on that play, you saw Debo at the point, blocking a big linebacker, defensive end. You see Brandon Ayuk downfield. It just on every level, and Ayuk was tremendous, kept it going all the way down to the end zone, and then here comes Purdy. And, it just speaks to who we are as a team. That play, man, there's a lot of pride when you see that, and you see it live, and then you go watch it on film. That's who we are, I think Brock, it's that kind of stuff is contagious. Brock wanted to be a part of it and wanted to get down there just in case. And so I love that about our team. I love that about Brock.
Yeah, and Christian started the game off with an explosive play, but we saw plenty of other explosive plays from the arm of Brock Purdy, taking more shots downfield this past weekend. And we had Brock on earlier this week as our 49er Player of the Week, and he told us that he does think that his arm is stronger currently now than it was before the surgery and even going back to his rookie season. So is that something that you guys have noticed, the improvement of the arm strength of Brock Purdy?
Yeah, and I think a lot of that, if you listen to Brock, Brock's a really smart kid. I think all the work that he's put in and the maintenance that he does now, I think that is allowing him, once you get healthy and you've healed, it's allowing him to kind of max out whatever he's got in his body. And, I think that's what he's done, and the rehab has just become part of his routine, and so I think that in and of itself keeps your arm healthy, keeps everything firing, and man, he looks great. He's continued to play. He's worthy of this discussion of MVP. It's such a subjective thing as to who's the leader, whatnot. What I know, he's played tremendous, and I think we're so proud of him because it was a long shot that he was going to be ready, and not only was he was ready to come out and dominate, and he's been an excellent player for us. I know there's a lot talked about what he is, what he isn't. He's our guy, and we're thrilled we have him, and I see him functioning, being a distributor, being that point guard. I also see him as a playmaker who's making plays. The play to Ayuk when he rolled to his left last week. The play to Debo, when he threw it deep over Jamal Adams' head. Those are tremendous football plays, and those are making plays. So he's doing it in every way, we're just very fortunate to have Brock and having him work so hard and to get back on the field, but then continuing to work to be at his best each and every week.
Homecoming for him this Sunday should be very exciting. John, of course, you know me. I'm going to ask sort of a silly question, but so his contract will come up in a couple of years after he wins you a couple Super Bowls. Mm-hmm. And so my big question is, after what happened this week in the sports world, have you and Parag already figured out how to defer his money from his next contract?
They don't allow that in the NFL. There's a thing called the salary cap. So, man, that'd be nice.
So true. I'm joking, but I'm not. But honestly, the serious question is, that is not allowed in the NFL, is it?
Not to that extent. So, good for the Dodgers. But
things we don't like to say on KNBR. Right?
Yeah.
So. Man, oh man, that was pretty creative, wasn't it? And it gets you thinking. Is there room to be that creative in the NFL with things? I know we just said you can't defer, but that's part of the deal. Is
creative. Our guys do a great job, and always being forward thinking. I think that's the big thing, to have a plan, to be together. When you have continuity, it makes it a lot easier. And I'm talking continuity on the field, but I'm talking continuity, in coaching staffs and front offices, and the amount of time we've spent with this ownership group, and you have the support from them that allows you to be creative, and those get really happy about where we're at on all that. But that will come when it comes, and right now we're trying to beat the Arizona Cardinals.
Hey, I know. And I do this sometimes to you, and you can choose to. We asked Mike Krukow yesterday, and he chose to answer. You don't have to, but I know Bob Myers is a friend of yours, and remember he talked to you guys through some stuff, and he's no longer the GM. But the Warriors are in one, and you're a sports fan, and you're a GM, and the Draymond Green situation is so wild. I don't know if you see anything that applies from that to how you would do it in the NFL, or if you have a reaction as a sports fan to how the Warriors are really in a bit of a pickle here with this situation, and how you sympathize for Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy.
Yeah, I think they can get it right. I think when you watch Draymond, I don't know enough about that game, but what I do know is he's a passionate player, and I know that his teammates love him. I think that's what I always look at. What do his teammates think of him? And I think his teammates love him. Having said that, I think, the league responded because there's been a path and, a number of events, but I think he's got to deal with that. I thought I saw those comments by Krukow. I thought they were spot on, and he's, you have to be accountable. So because I love watching Draymond, and I love watching his contributions. Shoot, they've won 4 championships, and he's been so instrumental in doing that. So, whatever this little pause is, I hope he can learn from it and come back and be the guy he's always been, and find out, that's the challenge. Can you play passionate, but play, within the rules, and that's I think he's capable of it. He's shown that over time, and hopefully the little pause will allow him to get back to being that guy. And we're back enjoying them. I think they've got a great team, and they'll find their way. And it's I know everyone's a little frustrated. They're used to so much success with those guys, but they've been such a standard bearer throughout all sports in terms of excellence, and they know what they're doing down there. So I'm sure they'll figure everything out.
No, it's not apples to apples, but Dre Greenlaw has been compared just as a guy who will push the envelope. Is that on your radar at all, like Dre Greenlaw and how aggressively he plays?
I think Dre plays excellent football for us. We're really proud of the young man that Dre is and the way he plays. I think he's a tone setter for us. I think he just plays really hard and really physically. There's not a lot with Dre after the snap, all those things. Dre plays just aggressive, physical football. And, there's been some penalties along the way, but Dre always learns from it and, gets better. So that's who Dre is for us. And he's a really important part of what we do.
And then finally, it's got to know, because you guys are about to get on a plane, are you packing what I've been talking about now the last couple of weeks? Are you packing the jacket? Now, this is something I'm just noticing now. You don't see the broadcast because you're at the game. And when there's become now a thing where you come down on the field at the end of victories and you're dapping guys up and you're saying, and I've noticed this sort of maroon jacket that's got a little checked pattern there. I'm almost thinking it's like the John Lynch victory jacket. Is there a story there, John? The jacket?
No, a couple of years ago, I got tired of wearing a tie, and I think the whole world got a little more casual during COVID, so that kind of became okay. And I just have been tired of wearing ties, and so I've kind of gone to just a sport coat, and you try to come up with a color that is somewhat close to your team colors, and I think that's one of many, and
I feel like that. I feel like that's
a lot of play.
I feel like that's the winning jacket, though. Like is it like everybody's got a favorite jacket? Is that your favorite one?
Yeah, but you try to rotate them on. That one got a lot of play. I think because of the game, we were in Philly, and they must have been on me down on the sidelines. It's my old crew. Burkhart and the boys, so maybe that was it.
Oh man, so we won't predict which jacket it'll be. All right. You got to rotate, but do you?
Linda takes care of that.
Yeah, we talked to Brock about that actually. About Brock saying that he's getting that as his fame rises, people are studying what he wears to the thing, and he was like, man, he goes, I'm more like Kirk Cousins, who they say dresses like the nerd dad or whatever,
like a cat mannequin, yeah.
So anyway,
whatever he's doing, he got to keep doing it.
Yeah,
these are the important questions. These are the important questions. All right, well, it's great to hear you, and I hate to say this, but once again, we're going into the holidays, so I will not talk to you. I won't talk to you until the Friday before the Rams game. Believe it or not.
I was Dublin, by the way.
Dude, I see. We need to talk right now. Actually, that was my last question for you. Well, first of all, to answer your question, it was insane. It was perfect. And that's one. I know a lot of the European cities are great Christmas cities just because of the ancient architecture, so it lends to a real Christmassy feel with the lights and everything. But Dublin is on the short list of great Christmas cities, just in the sense of the lights and the buildings. And then, John, because you head into the pub and it's like going into the womb. You know what I mean? It's like warm and there's a fire and people are in good. I was telling Marcus, I'm with this old crew. I have two really great crews of friends there. And we all met, and we were hanging out for hours and hours, and nobody's looking at their phones, John. Everybody's talking.
That's awesome.
They're talking, and they're enjoying, and they're having great conversations, and we're listening to the music. So it's a lesson. There's a lesson there. And I was also telling Marcus, there's a code of knowing when it's your round, and you don't talk about it. You just know when it's your round, and you have to silently go to the bar. When you see everybody's down to about their last 20%, you silently go to the bar and call the next 6 Guinness, then you silently slide back. And then you silently go back 5 minutes later because it takes 5 minutes, John, to bring them back. You know what I mean? John, it's civilized living, Yeah.
I love it. We're going this summer. The Lynch family's kind of taking a family trip, a bunch of different generations over. My dad's been planning it all. I haven't done my job. I got to start booking flights and stuff, but we're going to go this summer when I have some time off. And I guess I've been to Dublin in 8th grade. I went to Ireland my second time on my 40th birthday. They surprised me. Linda did, and I had a bunch of buddies go play golf all over Ireland for my 40th. But excited to go back this summer.
So great. And last one, Conor, but were you a Shane McGowan Pogues guy?
What is that?
Oh, okay. Well, probably one of those famous sort of pop-punk Irish bands of the last 50 years was the Pogues, led by this very, very iconic frontman, Shane MacGowan. Beloved.
I got to look that up.
Well, he took Irish traditional music and he combined it with a little bit of a punk pop feel, and he became an icon. And he died, and his funeral was when I was there. John, his funeral might have been the greatest. They played all his songs inside the church in Tipperary, and it was one of the great. You will be weeping and smiling, but you kind of got to know the Pogues, so you might need to start boning up on the Pogues. All right.
Oh.
Pogues.
I remember the song. My grandparents used to always, "It's a long way to Tipperary."
Well, there you go. There you go.
You got it,
See,
John.
we're
You
on the
got
right
it.
track. We're on the right track. All right, John, enough of the digressions. We'll let you go. Great talking to you. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year, and I will talk to you. Marcus and I will both talk to you before the Ram game. So good luck this weekend, and thanks for all your
Look
time.
forward to Merry Christmas to you guys. Happy Holidays, everybody out there. Thank you.
John Lynch, what are you going to do? Come on, man.
Dude, John Lynch in the maroon jacket, Murphy. That's now twice this week. First, it was Brock Purdy. We were asking about his outfit. Now, John Lynch breaking down his outfits.
Well, dude, I'm here. Listen, I'm here to ask the hard questions.
That's it, Murph.
I'm here to ask the hard questions.
People need to know about this jacket, Murph.
In that same interview, you got the Hargrave, Armstead, and Ward up.
I was going to say, we got some really good answers. And also, I love the breakdown of you explaining the shout is what it's called, right? When you have to know the right time. I was going to jump in and be like, John, it's like when Brock Purdy's got that precision and that kind of wherewithal to see a Jamal Adams with a flat foot. You got to know when that beer is almost going out. Murph.
Well, I mean, are you going out tonight?
It's a Friday night, Murph. Of course I am.
Will you be able to, is there a way for you to teach your buddies about how to get
Oh, dude, my buddies are the worst when it comes to beers.
Well, see, you know what's funny? After spending time over there, when I moved back, I began to, be so disappointed by people who would not get their round. And as dude, you don't understand. This when we're entering into this covenant, it's a code. You know what I mean? It's a code.
Yeah, it's a brotherhood. And you know who was big on that here at KNBR? Our PD. He was always great at covering the first round or two, but now I've had to step in and I got to cover the round for guys like Young Tony and Cole and California Kyle.
And then it's their round.
Exactly.
And then it'll be your round again. If you stay long enough. There's a great line in
By
the
the time
song.
I do a round trip, Murph, I've had a few rounds in me.
And the Sickbed of Cucullin is one of the great Pogue songs. And he says at the end, and they'll take you to Glen Pryor and they'll shove you in the ground. It's a cemetery. They'll take you to Glen Pryor and they'll shove you in the ground, and you stick your head back out and shout, "We'll have another round." It's one of the great lines that finishes one of the great songs. I've tinkered with putting the McGowan funeral in the cooler of content, but I wondered if I'd be on an island alone. But at this point,
I was going to say, if it's not in the John Lynch demographic, I don't know what demo we are in.
I'm actually shocked that he didn't know the Pogues. I'm actually shocked.
He almost hit you with a Mike McDaniel.
Who? You can't do that to Shane McGowan in the
I
Pogue.
know.
All right, cooler and content coming your way, and then we'll do a little Warriors on Howard Beck. Listen, the topics today are kind of threefold. Well, obviously, the Draymond fallout has been huge. We'll talk about that with Howard, and all the comments from Kerr and Clay and Steph last night. And then Marcus and I are kind of on one about this Buster Posey stuff, and we could not believe that Buster was getting blowback last night or yesterday afternoon.
The Buster backlash, dude.
As 650 texted in, if you're anti-Buster, then I'm anti-you.
Yeah.
All right? That was a pretty
I
great
don't know
line.
what else we can tell you.
But we'll get into that, too. And, of course, cooler content next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Go Niners.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to break down the 49ers matchup against the Arizona Cardinals this weekend. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, cooler of content. I was just telling Marcus here during the break, I just read on Twitter that Tyler Glasnow is close to an extension. What are we doing? Are we going to make a move?
Come on.
I mean, Jung Hoo Lee today at 1 o'clock. Okay, and I imagine some people ask some questions. Hey, Farhan, are you watching? Did you see his quote in the Chronicle was, we're not conceding anything. I said, well, that makes one of us.
Yeah,
right? You know what I mean?
I was going to say.
I'm kidding, of course. We'll see what they do. They can still go get Blake Snell, Yamamoto.
The sweepstake is out there. Snell, let's make a trade. Let's do something.
Make a trade. Do something.
Jung Hoo Lee is a great player, great addition, but he's not saving his franchise, Murph.
No, he's not. He's definitely not saving the franchise. And I should tell you that this whole show is proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Okay, speaking of baseball, we've had this in the cooler for a couple of days. Let's go with it. It's a Friday. Why not? So it's the Tom Brady deal where he's doing a Topps baseball card of him as a Montreal Expo. You know, he was drafted by the Expos as a catcher.
Out of Sarah High School.
Out of Sarah, but he chose to go to Michigan to play football, and the rest is history, right? But I guess, Brady, he's got a lot of time on his hands right now. By the way, whatever happened to that broadcast career? Wasn't he supposed to be in Fox?
I was going to say, what happened to his stand-up comedy career?
Yeah, that's right. That was weird, though. Paulie said that once. It didn't make sense.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this has some visual aspects, but I think you will get it. It's a little fantasy dream sequence where it goes to Montreal into this thing called Tommy's Brasserie or Brady's Brasserie, and it's a bunch of people in Montreal talking about Tom Brady as if he had played his career with the Montreal Expos. Okay, so and even in the middle of it, you hear Brady on a TV in the bar selling cars in Montreal. It's like a really trippy dream sequence, but it's worth it. Here, check it out.
Oh, absolutely. You know why Tom Brady won 7 rings? It wasn't because of his game calling or his arm.
It was because of his hitting. 649 home runs. What a power hitter.
Excusez-moi, deux poutines with extra Tommy, merci.
There's no question. Brady's the greatest. 23 seasons, 7 championships. The greatest comeback of all time against Atlanta.
I caught a lot of Expos fastballs. But now, here's my pitch to you. Come on down to Brady Auto and catch some major league savings. Now sing that.
That guy just never let us lose.
Except to the Giants.
Twice. Yeah, twice. Without him, they would have moved us out of Montreal.
Sing that Thomas Promise.
And that's Brady waking up now. He's in, and he looks on his bedstand, and there's a Topps baseball card of him as a rookie. It's pretty creative. Were you able to gather that there? I know you haven't. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't seen it, but I kind of got the gist. But I don't know. Is he waking up the end as a nightmare? Hitting 649 home runs is a nightmare?
So there's a couple little Easter eggs in there. Number one, 649 home runs. He threw 649 touchdowns.
Oh, there's
number one.
There's a connection.
And when they say he lost to the Giants twice, it's Vlad Guerrero and Pedro Martinez who were on the 94 Expos, that last team that was supposed to be that great Expos team. And they say he lost to the Giants twice. Well, that's because you can say San Francisco Giants or New York Giants, who he did lose to twice, right?
There it is, Murph. But now since we're talking about the Tom Brady butterfly effect, if he would have played baseball, they would still have the Expos. If he would have played baseball, the Giants would have 2 more World Series rings. If he would have played baseball, the Tuck rule never happens and the Patriots dynasty never happens, Murph.
This is good.
Come on.
Let's go back to this dream sequence.
Giants get
dream? Well, you get something, I get something. I get 2 World Series for my Giants, and you get no Tuck rule.
Right? Come on. He couldn't have gone and played baseball.
There's another Easter egg in there for the old heads. There's a piano in the background playing this song, Tra-la-lee, tra-la-la. Can you hear it?
With extra Tommy, merci.
Okay. In 1980, the Expos made the playoffs, and their entire fan base was going bananas, and they sang this little French ditty. And I can't believe I'm going to do this on the air. It's going to sound really lame, but it was true. It was kind of cool if you look back at it, because Montreal had a pretty good, and they would sing this song, and it was the very French thing. Go, tra-la-lee, tra-la-la. Tra-la-lee, tra-la-la, ha, 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 tra-la-lee. That's what they sang at the damn game. Tra-la-la, tra-la-la, ha, 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 ha. And then they'd cheer. You're like, damn, this is a baseball game? It's Montreal, but that's what they did. And that's what that piano player's playing in the background. That's an Easter egg in there for you there. Yeah, so da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So anyway, it's kind of cool, kind of creative. But here's the funny part, is that Eli Manning will never miss an opportunity to troll Tom Brady and beating him twice. Dude, Eli Manning, 2 Super Bowls over Tom Brady.
2 times.
So he released a video of him in a San Francisco Giants home cream jersey, a San Francisco Giants hat, and he's rocking 2 championship rings.
And he folded the brim to the point where it's almost touching each other, Murph.
Check out Eli's control here. This is Eli doing a little thing. It looks like in his house. Yeah, check it out.
Hey, Tom, I hear it's Brady Day, and it seems like people are sharing their favorite moments from your career. So I wanted to add my thoughts. Man, what a run you had. 23 years, 7 world championship, multiple MVPs. You're a Montreal legend. Personally, my favorite moments were those Giants championships. You've got a special place in the hearts of all of us from San Francisco.
How about that?
That's a nice troll job.
Eli drops the San Francisco.
Dude, with the Giants across his chest, dude. That's actually pretty good dry comedy from Eli Manning.
Pretty good. And I love that he name-checked San Francisco, too.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. So anyway, kind of fun. Got to give a little credit to that there, too. Okay, hey, we only have a few more minutes. Do you want to go to this UFC one?
Yeah, let's go down to Patty the Batty. UFC
Help us out here.
UFC 296 this weekend out in Las Vegas. The main card is Leon Edwards versus Colby Covington. We also got some really, really good fights. My guy Shavkat Ramakov taking on Stevie Wonderboy Thompson. But one of the biggest fights for all the fight fans out there is Patty the Batty taking on Tony Ferguson, a.k.a. El Kukui. And they had another classic interaction yesterday at the UFC 296 press conference. Here's a back and forth between Patty the Batty, who's been in the cooler before, and our guy
quite
El
the accent,
Kukui.
too. He's got this real Cockney accent.
Here he is.
Your head's gone, lads. You need to grow up. You're about 14 in the edge, you little nit.
Anybody ever get what he said? I don't understand one word like you, buddy.
You don't have to, but when I'm standing over your body on Saturday night like Michael Chandler, you'll know the boy is.
Baby. Keep dreaming, baby. Keep dreaming, dude. That is not going to happen. Ketchup sandwich, I'm going to cut you so bad, they're going to have to stitch you
Lad,
up.
I want you to. Cut me open like you said you're going to do, because I'll be standing over you, ground and pounding your unconscious skull.
Dude, he said, I'm going to turn your face into a ketchup sandwich, Murph.
Wait, which one said that?
That was Tony Ferguson.
Okay, all right.
And then Patty was like, yeah, I want
Tony
you
Ferguson's
to.
obviously American.
He's American.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Where's the fight tomorrow?
So that's going to be out in Las Vegas
Is
tomorrow.
that, are you intrigued?
Oh, dude, I don't miss UFC pay-per-view
But that's
cards.
that's not the headline.
That's not even the headline. So this is like a prelim
Who
fight.
will win this fight?
Oh, see, that's difficult. Patty the Batty was like an international champion, hasn't had the best run in the UFC. Tony Ferguson's a legend. He's kind of on the back end of his career, but I'm going El Kukui to go out on top. His retirement fight, he'll leave his gloves in the ring. I'm taking El Kukui to turn Patty the Batty into a ketchup sandwich this weekend.
That was pretty good, man. That was pretty good. Do we want to go to this Charvarius Ward thing? I think
we should, but let's do it on the other side as a full segment. How about we do that, Murph?
Yeah.
Let's be disciplined on the clock.
Wow.
Charvarius Ward coming up next.
And which stuff is, did Kyle Juszczyk stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, we're out of time, but then we got to get, we got time. We still got the big stuff to hit. Draymond, the reactions from Kerr and Clay and Steph. Something Marcus and I need to get off our chest about the blowback on Buster Posey, which is driving us nuts. And, of course, Niner preview, and then Howard Beck who joins at 9:15, and then more sound for you, too, on a Friday. Fun Friday. All right, there we go. It's the Murph and Marcus Show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Because I'll be standing over you, ground and pounding your unconscious skull.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
This just sounds good. That's why I'm better than I'm going to sound. And my man over here is feeling it. The youngster. I'm not going to do the segment until we kick into the chorus.
You're right.
Come on now. Yeah, baby. All right.
I play my music in the
That wraps up a good week. Marcus is feeling it.
I'm a smoker. I'm a midnight toker.
Ooh, is that your karaoke go-to?
Sorry, I couldn't hold it in any longer.
And if you ever see Petty Theft, my good buddies from Petty Theft, they will play You Don't Know How It Feels by Tom Petty, which is You Don't Know How It Feels.
Oh, keep that going, Tony. Keep it going. It's the good part.
And the bass riff of that bleeds right into, and then they ad-lib the Joker out of it there. So, Warriors reporter Dalton Johnson joins Papa and Lund at 10:30 this morning. All right, young Cole's going to work to field all y'all's calls. Okay, we told you guys we had to break quickly to get on the clock and get back to, this is crazy, man. Charvarius Ward went on the Eric Armstead podcast, and he said something that we talked about Buster Posey saying the quieter part out loud. Well, Charvarius Ward did too. This was tough, man.
Mm-hmm.
Here he is going all the way back to 2019, or I guess January or February of 2020.
Correct. When Charvarius Ward was on the Kansas City Chiefs.
Correct. Playing your San Francisco 49ers in the Super Bowl.
Correct. Winning a Super Bowl and hosting the Lombardi.
So Eric Armstead, what was he asked him, what was the game plan for the Chiefs? Hang on.
Game plan was to put the ball in Jimmy's hands, man. I hate to say that, but our game plan was kind of like to put the ball in Jimmy's hands, but Kyle Shanahan, he was just calling run out the run, and for some reason in the fourth quarter they started running the ball, and kind of took over a little bit. Yeah. I don't want to say too much about it because I'm part of the organization now, you know what I'm saying?
I feel you, but
we going into the game, we was extremely confident, but once y'all came out doing all that, what y'all was doing, we was like, damn, these boys kind of good, you know what I'm saying? We got to like man up and throw it up. And that's kind of like what we did in the fourth quarter,
Oh, there's a lot.
I mean, we can
there.
start with this, Murph.
Damn, Jimmy.
Okay, I know everybody's going to say, oh, he said, put the ball in Jimmy's hands, put the ball in Jimmy's hands.
Game plan was to put the ball in Jimmy's hands, man.
And by the way, shout out the rhythmic cadence of a Charvarius Ward speech. I listen to that guy talk any day. The other part is he said for some reason they stopped running the ball. So this isn't on Jimmy.
And that led into the hands of Charvarius Ward in the Chiefs defense.
And this is why Kyle, that's the one thing about Kyle that that has never been, and you heard it in that, that Tom Brady Montreal thing, led the biggest comeback ever against Atlanta. Yeah. Well, that was when Kyle Shanahan also stopped running the ball.
That's true.
And Charvarius Ward was saying there that you guys ran the ball so well. He said, damn, these boys are good. Mm-hmm. And then he says, if you can find young Tony, the part where he says, for some reason,
Kyle stopped running the ball.
Armstead's kind of laughing in the background, but I think more like it's almost like a nervous laughter.
And it's kind of like a nervous admission, too, because Charvarius Ward, of course, then joined the 49ers and had Jimmy Garoppolo as his quarterback.
For some reason, in the fourth quarter, they started running the ball.
Oh, boy.
And then took over a little bit.
And then Jimmy had the pass, and we all know how that played out.
What did he just say? For some reason, it's a hell of a soundbite on every level. Just the way he's laying it out, what he says.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's right, because Kyle decided to take the ball out of Jimmy's hands when he almost threw 2 interceptions to Eric Kendricks in a division game against the Vikings.
Which is true.
And then we saw the Raheem Mostert performance against the Green Bay Packers out in Lambeau.
And so they didn't need to throw the ball. They had a great defense and they had a great run game. That's not a knock on Jimmy. Mm-hmm. That's how you win. And for some reason, as Charvarius Ward says, for some reason, they stopped. I can't believe we're going this 4 years later.
Yeah,
we're still doing this.
Play was to put the ball in Jimmy's hands, man. I hate to say.
He's right. That was the game plan to beat the 49ers. Let Jimmy beat himself.
Oh, he's making ladies dance wearing Niner pants.
It's been a hell of a ride, guys.
Oh,
See
man.
Hey, he won a lot of ball games, Murph. He won a lot of ball games. And there he was sitting on the sideline watching Aiden O'Connell put up 63 last night.
Definitely think I need a break from that. I need a break from that. Okay, on the other side, we'll get into the Draymond stuff at 9:15. We get some Buster Posey stuff off our chest on the other side. I mean, Marcus and I, we're very organic. We're not going to manufacture an argument. If he disagrees with me and I disagree with him, that's fine. But I think we actually are on the same side on this one. But there are people out there that are just pissing us off. And I don't know, maybe you guys are doubling down on your argument, but it's about Buster Posey and the Giants. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
For some reason, in the fourth quarter, they start running the ball.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Amici's East Coast Pizzeria can cater your holiday party. So we got a big week. We got 2 more weekends for Christmas. So you might be having a gathering in your neighborhood or at your business. And you know Amici's delivery, when they come to your house, is great. Fresh and prompt and courteous and professional. Well, now we can apply all that to a company holiday party or a neighborhood gathering. A holiday party catered by Amici's. So you can still order your favorite pizzas and items individually, but we're talking about the catering menu that gives you the options to order pastas, salads, famous flame-roasted lemon chicken wings in larger sizes so your group can help themselves buffet style. It's a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering them Amici's full range of menu items. So check out the catering menu at amicis.com, and when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered holiday party this year. I got 2 words for you, baby, and those 2 words are Amici's delivers.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Giants' problem, from everything we've heard and from everything Buster Posey told Andy Baggerly of The Athletic last night, they've got a geography problem, or a city problem, I guess I would say. Players, for whatever reason, have a negative perception of San Francisco right now. Not all players, of course. Jung-Hoo Lee didn't have one. But they're running into this. Posey said that. And clearly the city has changed since the pandemic. There is not as much in-office work downtown, and it's kind of made the city a little emptier than it was, perhaps. And people talk about crime and all these things. I don't have statistics. I don't know for sure what's going on there. But that perception exists, as Posey said, fairly or unfairly. And they're battling that right now. They're also battling a team like the Dodgers who, yes, have been more successful. So there's a lot going on. And the teams in California always have the state tax issue as well. California's state tax is among the highest in the country. So when you're a free agent and you're looking maybe at the Giants against, I don't know, pick a team. If you've got reservations and if you're worried about the state tax and the team pursuing you is in a non-state tax state like Texas or Florida, these things come into it. A lot of factors come into a player's mind in free agency. And right now, the Giants are trying to battle that perception.
Okay, so that's Ken Rosenthal of Fox Sports chiming in on what is now the topic of the week in terms of the Giants, who will introduce Jung-Hoo Lee today at 1 o'clock. I don't know if we're carrying that. Are we carrying that? Somebody asked our PD.
Well, that's a good question.
Well, it's probably through a translator. It's maybe not as juicy or not as great audio. I don't know.
Really? Is that what you imagine?
Oh, man. By the way, he just tweeted out more beef. He was roasting some beef. He was smoking some beef. He actually looked like it would be right up your alley.
Oh, I was going to say, he's got a Traeger.
He's got a smoker, and he was unveiling just acres of protein.
Okay.
And actually, I got to say, the guy looked like he could smoke his meat.
Hey, wear the Marlins hats.
Yeah, that's such a great player.
And I'll tell you, that's a guy that sounded like he loved the city of San Francisco.
Well, yeah. I mean, listen, so we're about to enter into a thorny territory here because it requires nuance and patience and context, which none of which applies to A, sports talk radio, or B, society at large. But man, oh man, did the Buster Posey comments start a wildfire. Mm-hmm. And I think we were the first show to talk about him because the story posted late Tuesday night. And we came in Wednesday morning. Mm-hmm. The story had only been up for a few hours, and we read that stuff on the air. In fact, one of the guys running for mayor, Daniel Lurie, who's a philanthropist here in town, he posted on Twitter about listening to our show and hearing the comments and talking about how this is why San Francisco needs new mayoral leadership and all that. So Shout out Daniel Lurie for listening to our show and using it. So then since then, it has gotten so much traction. We talked to Mike Krukow about it. We talked to Kipe about it. And then it started hitting the national wires. And I got a text from P1 Chuck, who's out in Charleston, South Carolina. He's one of those guys who left the Bay, swearing against it, telling me everything. I love P1 Chuck. But he's born and raised in Maryland. And I told him when he left, I said, dude, he's like, oh, I got to get out. I got to go. I said, dude, you're a mid-Atlantic guy. Go. I'm a NorCal guy. I ain't leaving. All right, I'm not leaving. So fine. It's not for everyone. But what Buster Posey said to Andy Baggerly was thoughtful. It was contextual. And it was placed in the context of him devoting his time, energy, love, and purpose to making the San Francisco Giants World Series champs again. That's the backdrop of it all. So he's like, I'm here for it. I brought my family back. I want to win championships. He mentioned Lincecum and Pablo Sandoval and the energy and the vibe of the city back then. And he was saying, among the many things that are happening is we're having a little bit of a perception problem. Mm-hmm. He didn't say this is the only reason why we can't sign Shohei Ohtani. This is why Mayor London Breed, you got to do this or that. No, he spoke reasonably, calmly, and in context about what he thinks is a perception problem that is playing a role, one role, not the role, but a role in everything. We all thought it was, I was so moved. I wrote a jock blog about saying, damn, this is the giant we need. Mm-hmm. This is the guy we need. Not Greg Johnson, who's pissing everybody off by saying somewhat break even. Not Larry Baer, whose voice is diminished. Not Farhan, who can't make a trade to save his life, right? Buster, who's been there, who knows how to be a champ, and who's back to do it, back to provide guidance, to provide wisdom, to provide leadership, to provide vision, all this stuff. I'm so pumped on Buster doing all this stuff, and I appreciated what he said. He spoke about the elephant in the room. So I wrote about that saying, I'm here for Buster the Giant 2.0. He's the leader that we need going into the 2020s here. And dude, we talked about it. You agreed. I woke up from my nap yesterday. How about that, by the way? And started scrolling, and my jaw hit the ground. I started seeing tons of anti-Buster Posey tweets, Instagram posts, Facebook posts.
Quotes taken completely out of context. Headlines that make absolutely no sense.
Headline, basically reacting to a headline and portraying Buster as just another Fox News MAGA guy who doesn't understand San Francisco. Dude, couldn't be farther from the truth. And oh, by the way, this is Buster Posey you're talking about. The guy's one of the most important figures, like Willie Mays, Willie McCovey, Buster Posey. I mean, that might be it. I mean, whatever.
He's the guy that brought championships to the city of San Francisco.
And he's here to do it again.
And he's back.
And he's caring, and he's passionate, and he's wearing a crisp dress shirt to, I love that description, said, Posey and Farhan Zaidi were seen in crisp dress shirts Saturday leaving the park. Telling Ohtani, and I put this in the Jock blog, go look at the quotes he said. I wanted to express to him how much this franchise means and the history and lore of this franchise and how he could be a part of it. Yeah. And then he said, and another thing is we're having a perception problem with the city right now.
Correct. And he's not wrong by any means. And Murph, I don't even want to give this any attention or anything, but you go and search Buster Posey's name on Twitter right now.
Oh no.
One of the first things that pop up is a Deadspin article. First of all, I didn't know Deadspin was even around anymore.
Oh, dude, the Deadspin one was when I was about to.
Dude, an open invitation for Buster Posey to screw off.
Well,
Deadspin, how about you screw off? I'm surprised they're even a publication still.
Whoever wrote that.
That's a joke in one thing, but there also have been a lot of residents from San Francisco who are upset.
Yes.
And I get it. People get defensive. Nobody wants to hear anybody taking shots at your city. And that's why I like to make a reference to the movie The Last Black Man in San Francisco.
Yes.
Where there's a very powerful quote saying, you don't get to hate the city unless you love the city. And I feel like a lot of people in the Bay Area feel like they're getting unnecessary hate from outside people. Well, guess what? Buster has embraced the city. He loves the city. So whether or not you took his comments as him hating on the city, he cares about the city, and he wants to turn the city around for the better sake of the franchise and for the better sake of the community.
Honestly, I was thinking, if Buster's reading this stuff, he might be like, blank you guys. I'm going back. I'll go back to Georgia. What do you guys want? No. Obviously, I'm exaggerating, but the point being is that, Buster, if you're listening, on your way to whatever you're doing to try to make the Giants better today. I don't know what it is, but he is doing something to try to make the Giants better.
Probably at the press conference today, yeah.
I don't know if he wants to, because I don't know if he wants to face. Although Buster's so calm and composed.
Correct.
He's probably unruffled by all this. He's probably like, well, those people who are making their comments are making remarks without understanding context and nuance, and I'm not going to, there's the old line, don't get into an argument with what's the old line? It's don't get into an argument with
an idiot.
Or because then soon people can't tell the difference.
Because then two people walk in and they don't know who's the idiot arguing
exactly.
with.
So Buster's probably so calm and cool, he's probably not bothered.
Correct. And that's another thing we should address too. A lot of people are like, oh, Buster's just being used as a puppet by the organization to explain why they're not getting free agents.
Yeah, that's another that pissed me off.
That's why we had sound from Ken Rosenthal. Yeah. That's why we had Buster only, not Buster Posey, Buster only on our show to confirm these reports. It's a real issue. People are talking about it. Agents, players, organization.
Now again, and it's the key is perception.
Perception.
And again, and is some of that fueled by politically slanted coverage?
I
don't even want to go there.
Of course it is.
I don't want to go there, but that's just the reality we're dealing with. Here's the other part of what Buster said in that story, if you took the time to read it and didn't react to a headline on the New York Post, that he said he's optimistic it can change.
Yes.
And he's looking forward to the change.
And he's one of the people who are going to be a part of the change.
Exactly. Now, what that means in terms of our community, what that means in terms of City Hall, the Board of Supervisors, or just media coverage, how the city's portrayed, I don't know. But Buster is accurate in saying there is a perception problem. There is. And Buster's also optimistic about trying to make it better. So for everybody out there who took shots at Buster yesterday, and these are theoretically Giants fans or theoretically lifelong San Francisco, you can't tell me that it's just, I can't tell you how strenuously I disagree with you and how much you guys are taking you guys are looking past the value of a Buster Posey in this franchise.
That's key.
You want him on this wall. You need him on this wall. I'm like shocked that he's doing this, by the way, that he's coming back. Because I remember when I did the book 28, and I did the interview with, I did all these interviews with a bunch of different players. And I remember Mike and Dwayne, we used them at the end of the book. And I remember Kruko and Kipe saying to me, this guy can do whatever. They're like, you guys don't understand how bright this guy is, how together this guy, he's got his blank together. He can do anything he wants in life. And Mike Kruko said, I remember saying, he's looking forward to what he does next in life because he's going to do something good and productive for society. Well, he's choosing to come back and do this. And again, like you said, people who see him as like some puppet for, it's a cover for not being able to sign players. No, he tried to sign Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, he was at the meetings
He's trying to sign Yamamoto. They're trying. He's also going to try to develop players and try to help in the farm system and in the draft and all that stuff. So I was extremely disappointed in Giants fans. Now, here's the one thing is, are we falling prey to social media and letting the minority voice, say loud? But what's interesting, Mark, is that you and I didn't plan this segment.
No.
I came to the show today and I mentioned it to you, and you're like, "Yes, dude, yes."
It blew my mind.
So I'm glad to know that it wasn't me hallucinating. You saw the same thing on your own, separate from me.
Yeah, like because I was the same way.
When did you start?
Well, I took my afternoon nap also, Murph, and I felt like Jason Kidd waking up looking at social media
Because it was confusion.
I'm like, wait, like Buster Posey put himself in a position to come back to the Bay Area after retiring. He didn't have to do this. He could be out hunting and fishing out in Georgia and enjoying his life and not even think about San Francisco ever again. But because he was so invested, because he raised his children in his community, and because he wants to be one of those people on the forefront of making change in the city and for this organization, I couldn't believe it. And to any Giants fan, baseball fan, for anybody who saw the headlines, go read the entire article. It will explain everything. You'll see just how much Buster Posey cares about this organization and about this city. And to criticize him for anything else is absolutely ridiculous.
And the idea that he's some sort of puppet for Greg Johnson, I don't see it. I see Greg Johnson probably, in all honesty, looking to Buster as like, I bet this is my guess. You guys can tell me I'm wrong. I'm already seeing on the text line. Most people are supporting what we're saying. Some people are still doubling down on it all. Yeah. But my guess is when Buster Posey walks in the room, Greg Johnson's like, what do I do? Honestly. I'm telling you guys, from what I know of the situation, Greg he's a nice guy. I've met him a couple times. He's not a baseball executive. He might give Buster a bottom line like, hey, we can't go over 200 mil or whatever, or 250. I don't know, whatever that number is that you guys all focused on. Remember, Buster came on our show the day after the Bob Melvin press conference when Greg Johnson said the famous somewhat break-even line, which is just haunting everybody. Mm-hmm. And Buster on that day, in fact, see if you can go into the archives, young Tony, and find the Buster cut from that day. I know it's a big assignment. Have Cole look, too. The day after the Bob Melvin press conference, that would have been in, when did Bob Melvin get hired?
Feels like forever ago.
Anyway, Buster came on our show the next day and talked about the Greg Johnson break-even context, and he said, no, listen, I'm here. I'm not joining this team to be, to scrimp and save on pennies. He's like, I know what we're trying to achieve here, and I know we're trying to win a championship here. And he said, I know people heard that comment, but I'm here to tell you that the context of that comment is misinterpreted because we're trying to win championships, and we will spend. I mean, theoretically, did they not offer Shohei
the biggest contract in baseball history?
Unless you think Farhan's fudging.
See, that's the thing, but we've also got confirmation from other baseball voices from around the country saying that, Shohei offered the Giants the same contract offer that he gave to Dodgers. So for them to even have the $700 million, I know it might have been deferred or whatever, but they have that financial backing. Yes, I know it sucks to be the bridesmaid and never the bride. You came up short on Aaron Judge, Bryce Harper, Giancarlo Stanton.
They got Carlos Correa to agree.
Yeah, they did. Until everything happens. And that's the point. It's like Buster Posey can't change the perception of San Francisco as a city, but maybe he can help change the perception of that roster that Farhan Zaidi put together.
Well, he's here to do it, and he's given you his time and energy, and he's given the quotes. Again, go read the Baggerly piece. If not, I also excerpted some of the quotes from the Jock blog. Here, I'll find it for you here, buddy, and just so we can kind of like get some of the stuff that he said in that same interview, and yet people just went on the headline. Buster Posey blames San Francisco for... No, he did not blame San Francisco. He was talking about many aspects of what's going on, and that for whatever reason, there is a perception right now that he wants to change. He's not there just standing by idly and saying, yeah, let's never do anything about it. No, he's like, no, we got to... He's like, it can get better, and it will get better. He goes, I don't know what shape or form that will take, but it can and it will, and he's here for it. This guy wants to be, I think this guy wants to be part of this franchise for the next 50 years.
And the fact that he's addressing it, that's what you want from your leadership. That's what you want from a player from the San Francisco Giants. And that's why I love when Logan Webb even went to Twitter yesterday and said, yeah, there's a lot of people talking about San Francisco who don't live in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And of course, it's different for all of us because we experience the day in and day out lifestyles of San Francisco. And yes, absolutely, there are some problems. It's still a really good city, and it should attract people.
These are some of the excerpts that I put in there about the Ohtani meeting. Quote, I just wanted him to understand my level of love for the San Francisco Giants and the city of San Francisco, and for him to understand how much I've come to appreciate the history here and wanting him to be a part of that history going forward. We love this area. This is home for us, and we have a deep bond with the Bay Area. I can't say enough how happy I am to be a part of a group that is truly pushing as hard as they can and want the city of San Francisco to have a great baseball team. Yeah, let's rip them.
Yeah.
Let's rip them.
Sounds like he hates the city, Murph.
And he goes on to say about the perceptions. There's no reason it can't change. I'm not going to pretend I know more than I do about what the turnaround is going to look like, but things can sometimes happen quicker than we think. I mean, this is everything you want from this guy, you know? So anyway, guys, to all y'all who took to phone calls or airwaves or
articles,
social media,
yeah, it's ridiculous.
Y'all missed this one, man.
Yeah.
Y'all missed this one big time.
This ain't it, Murph. This ain't it.
You struck out like one of those Giants players who's told, yeah, it's okay to not swing at a pitch. You can't do damage. Oh, you found look this kid.
He's good.
I get this.
He's a good kid, Murph.
Get this kid some.
He's
Bob
a good
Sonas.
man. John Lynch's a good man. Young Tony's a good kid.
Young Tony, I gave this kid a needle in a haystack assignment, and he found it. So this is Buster Posey about the Greg Johnson comments the day after the Bob Melvin press conference. Good.
I've gotten to know Greg really well, and one thing that I'll say about Greg, and you know, I think sometimes stuff, whichever way it comes out, kind of is taken out of context. Greg, first and foremost, loves the San Francisco Giants, and I know wholeheartedly that it's his intent to put a championship team on the field. There's no doubt in my mind about that whatsoever. So, you know, I don't know if that helps people that maybe were, you know, I don't know, upset or a little concerned about that. There's no question in my mind where Greg, his intent is, the rest of the ownership's intent is to look, it's about baseball. I think Bob said in his interview yesterday, the Giants are the city are the Giants. And we understand that. We understand that just how impactful the right group of players on the field can mean to this city. And that's something that is discussed a lot, probably is discussed the most. It's like, how are we going to create that environment? How are we going to create a product that is going to bring the fans and create those joyous memories that 50 years from now people are going to be able to share with their grandkids that are watching these teams. So, no, wholeheartedly believe Greg is 100% on board about trying to put the best team out there for us to not only win, but have fun, you know, have a team out there that's fun. That's a great, those teams in the 10 to 16, 17 years were fun teams. Again, it's a lot of different ways you can do it, a lot of personalities you can do it. And it's, you know, you mentioned my chair, my big chair. My chair's not that big.
Well, he was joking at the end there. But, look, there you heard it. I mean, listen, he keeps referencing the fun of those Pablo teams, the Panda teams, and the Timmy teams, and that's what he wants to bring back. He wants to bring back a little sizzle, a little vibe. You know who can contribute to that? Guys like Pat Burrell, who's like old ball player, Batty Williams. These guys who are like, let's get out there and play the game the right way. And
Bob Melvin,
spikes high, go first to third. You know,
I mean, that's what we all want. We want a fun team. We want a winning team. We want to pack that ballpark And even pay those $20 beers, Murph.
David from Tracy dropped the mic. He said, what do you give me for the people who are turning on Buster right now for trying to say stuff and who turned on Murph for getting the $9 beers?
That's great. Drop the mic.
All right, back to the Draymonds. We had to get that off our chests. Draymond Green and the Warriors' comments on him. Howard Beck, longtime NBA writer, on where this goes next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
The Giants or the city or the Giant.
Bay Point, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Bay Point Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to break down the 49ers matchup against the Arizona Cardinals this weekend. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Every week is a monumental challenge, and there's different reasons for it. And I think the good thing for us is, we've gone through our adversity this year. Our period of us feeling great about ourselves, and I don't think we have guys that don't work hard. Like we actually have quite the contrary. Our best players, our hardest workers. That sets a tone. But I do believe that, earlier in the year after Dallas, everyone was, hey, this team is unbeatable, and we found out that, very quickly you can get punched in the mouth. As an old coach of mine used to say, it's not a far walk from the penthouse to the outhouse.
There was John Lynch earlier today discussing this 49er trip down to Arizona, man. 12-point favorites. We both addressed the spread earlier. It's a big spread. Mm-hmm. But in our Brian and Bobby's Best Bets, our new feature that we featured, supposed to be around 6:55, but I think it was around 7 this morning.
Yeah, close enough.
We both laid the points, and I know, man, it's hard. But see, oh, boy. I mean, just being honest here and setting aside the homer cap, because I am a 49er fan and everything. But there's a difference between me being a fan and a homer, I've always thought. Homer is super fan at UCLA, where he never once could ever say a negative thing about UCLA, and that's what led to all our jokes with him, is that he just was maniacal. Like, we would be like, bro, that was a terrible coaching job by Terry Dunning. I don't see it that way, dude. I'm a coach's guy. And always blames the refs and everything. But if you're a true fan, you're honest about your team, and you're critical. If you're honest about the 49ers right now, there's not much to be critical about right now. Like, okay, during that 3-game losing streak, you were like, is Brock, those picks he threw against the Bengals, and I was a little dicey on that. Now he got on the combine in Iowa, came back and diced up the Jaguars. So, but right now, honestly, I don't even know what the biggest criticism on the Niners is.
I mean, Murph, it's gotten to the point where me, a born and raised Raider fan, has been called a 49er homer on the text line because yesterday I was going back and forth between the argument of Brock Purdy versus Dak Prescott. Yeah. Like, just because there's so many good things to talk about with the 49ers, I get accused of being a homer, and not even for my own team. Yeah. Like, you know how easy it would be to come on every single day and just brag about the Las Vegas Raiders dropping 63 points on the LA Chargers, which coincidentally, Murph, coincides with the firing of Brandon Staley. It's official. The Chargers are moving on from both their GM and their head coach, Brandon Staley.
I mean, I've never seen, Weekend at Bernie's, I guess, is where you see a dead man propped up. I've never seen a dead man walking more than I saw Brandon Staley last night. I mean, dude, I was listening to some of the ESPN guys, and they were talking about some of the guys who played in the NFL saying, man, I've been on a team that quit. And he said the way offensive linemen weren't even like picking guys up and like walking back to the body language, they're like, just get me out of here. Dude. I mean, it's crazy to quit. You imagine like being here at KNBR, you're like, yeah, I'm upset with my head coach. I'm just going to quit on the show.
That's it. Mid-segment, I'm just going to walk out, Murph.
Actually, to tell you the truth, we've had... I don't want to get into it.
Hey, I'm not going insane.
No, we might. Well, anyway.
Well, honestly, I thought Brandon Staley was going to walk out of the stadium at halftime yesterday at Allegiant Stadium. Because the sadness of when they stopped him to try to do like coach's interview, like, Coach, what's wrong? He's down 42-0. So, everything's wrong.
Well, they fired him, and now that brings up two incredibly intriguing names. Yeah. I cannot believe people are linking Bill Belichick.
Second half, we got to fight for pride.
Oh, that's Staley?
That was Staley.
I cannot believe that people are mentioning Bill Belichick, the Chargers. No. First of all, I don't know any I don't have any paper trail between the Spanos family and Belichick. I don't think there's a history there. There's no history between him and like Southern California. Like sometimes they say, "Oh, a guy's going to go home." Where his family is, where his extended family or whatever. Like Barry Zito, whatever, stayed with the Giants because he liked the Bay Area or whatever. There's no connection to Los Angeles and Belichick.
Zero.
No connection to the Chargers. So I don't know why. Somebody must have started that rumor for a reason.
I guess, but it seems like that is one of the marquee destinations, especially now that coaching position has finally opened up. Like, this is a move the Chargers probably could have made weeks ago. Hell, probably before the season. Like, they have been a constant failure with Brandon Staley, but you look at a guy like Justin Herbert, where I feel like most people would say is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. You look
top
at
5?
You put him right in that 5-6 category, I think.
Is Brock top 5?
He's knocking on the door. But I think most people would tell you that Justin Herbert in this 49er offense will look absolutely fantastic. Not taking any shots at Brock or anything, but from a pure talent perspective, you look at the situation you're walking into.
Yeah.
You've got Justin Herbert, Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, Austin Eckler, defense side of the ball, Khalil Mack, Derwin James, Joey Bosa. There is way too much talent on that Chargers team to be losing this many games.
Man, did they underachieve or what?
Yeah.
My God.
I mean, I remember people talking about Super Bowl for them before the season started. I was like, Super Bowl?
In fact,
Super Bowl,
now you
playoffs.
Say that. Mike Sando does his QB tiers just for fun, kind of. He revisits it now as we go into week whatever this is. What is this week?
15.
I usually track because there's always add one. So anyway, and he revisited it. Now how we are now 10 days before Christmas.
Ooh.
And he says, so he talks to 50 NFL coaches and executives. And so now the Tier 1 revisited. Here's your top 5. Before the season, it was Mahomes, Burrow, Josh Allen. This is before the season.
Yes.
Mahomes, Burrow, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers, Justin Herbert.
There he is.
But now, after 13, 14 weeks, here it is here. What does he have here? Oh, he didn't do it. Oh. He didn't revisit it.
Oh, I thought it was updated.
I know. So he says 3 of them.
Because I need to know the updated rankings because Brock Purdy was like 24th or 25th before the season started.
Scrolling down here.
Down in Tier 5.
Tier 2 revisited. Okay, maybe I have to scroll all the way down to the bottom of the story.
All right, we'll get Mike Sando on the show. No big deal.
Tier 3 revisited. Tier 4. Brock Purdy was tier... Dude, Brock Purdy was tier
5.
4.
Or 4, was it? Yeah.
It is such a weird thing, these tiers.
He was pretty low, but that's also like the opinions, not just from Mike Sando, but from NFL executives and front office personnel.
Yeah, so he said, anyway, the point is Justin Herbert was 5th. That's the point.
Correct. But now we're talking about maybe guys like Brock Purdy, maybe guys like Dak Prescott in that conversation because they are in the MVP conversation. And Murph, we did have some sound this morning that we did not get to play in the cooler of content of Cam Newton calling out Brock Purdy, calling out Dak Prescott, calling both of them game managers.
Brock, they're not winning because of him.
He's not turning the ball over.
He's managing the game. And if we were to put that in its own right as game managers, Brock, Purdy, Tua Tagovailoa, Jared Goff, and really, Dak Prescott. These are game managers. They're not difference makers.
And when you say game manager, I'm not asking you to go out and win the game. I'm just asking you not to lose.
Not to lose the game. Listen, motherfucker, I don't give a damn what you do. You don't have to score every time. You just don't have to throw a pick every time either. If we're going to really call a spade, a game manager is different than a game changer.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's something to think about in the sense that Purdy still hasn't sort of electrified a second half comeback. Like, the second half comebacks are what you think of. That's what you always think of. Right?
Okay, but do you feel like when Brock Purdy throws an interception, your chances to win the game are out the window?
No, I hate it when he throws an interception. Though
of course you do, but that's the feeling I had when Jimmy Garoppolo was playing quarterback.
Yeah.
When he turned the ball over, it felt like the 49ers were going to lose that game. And that's why I viewed Jimmy as more of a game manager. Anybody who's watched this offense, anybody who's watched his Kyle Shanahan system can see that Brock Purdy is doing more than Jimmy ever did, arguably any other quarterback that Kyle's had in San Francisco.
I think what jumps out at me the most right now is like he's played 18 games.
Correct.
Like right now, as you're posing that question to me, I'm starting to think about the times I've seen him. I'm starting to think about like, well, I'm just watching him grow. Like, for example, the deep ball in the last 3, 4, 5 weeks.
Yes.
Like, we're seeing that grow. The drive down against Cleveland that would have won the game, he threw a couple of important passes in that. I mean, missed a field goal.
His ability to go off script and improvise with his legs and create shots downfield, that's not being a game manager. And the problem is, if Cam wants to call a spade, I'm saying he's not a game watcher. I don't think he's really watching the Brock Purdy film.
You need sort of like, before you get to these broad statements, you need guys to have bodies of work where you see them in the playoffs for like 4, 5, 6 years. And then you can see, oh, he failed there, he failed there, he failed there. Or he succeeded there, he succeeded there. So a lot of it to me is premature, especially with Purdy.
Yeah.
What you do is you appreciate what he is right now, which he's very careful with the football. And in the last several weeks, I mean, that's one thing we keep talking about. Is like people grow, people develop. Like we always think of these guys as a static thing. You know, like, well, he's that. No, he's that. And watch him grow and get better.
These are game managers. They're not difference makers.
Okay, well, we're watching him become a difference maker with a lot of the deep balls he's throwing.
Correct. And to your point,
then these stories are written in the playoffs, too.
Exactly. So he's got to do it on a national stage. But yes, he's 23 years old, just completed his first full calendar year as the starting quarterback in the NFL. And he told us himself, my arm's getting stronger. I'm getting bigger and better each and every week. We haven't seen the best Brock Purdy yet.
To me, like game manager... Like, if I had to think of like a game manager who won us, Brad Johnson, Tampa Bay Bucks. Yeah. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, thank
too
you.
soon?
Yeah, a little too soon.
That, to me, you know, obviously everybody says Trent Dilfer. My man Trent. What's up, Trent? Trent Dilfer back with the Ravens. Those would be the definitions of game managers.
Correct.
Guys who hand the ball off more than anything not and really just kind of keep it around the line of scrimmage when they throw it.
And look what Brock's doing this year. We talked about his completion percentage all the time. Yeah, sure, that might be a beneficiary of Kyle Shanahan's system. But he's also got the highest yards per attempt, yards per completion. He's taking shots downfield. So this argument of Mr. Checkdown guy, Mr. System Quarterback, Mr. Game Manager, it makes zero sense to me because we see him making the plays on the field and making plays that other quarterbacks were not doing in the Kyle Shanahan system.
By the way, if we're talking about postseason lore and how you build your by this, and you can help me out here, Mark. You know, he's the ultimate game manager because he had Shohei Ohtani is the ultimate game manager because that's a guy who'll get it done for you in June.
That's it.
But not in October.
He's a game deferrer, Murph. He defers his games not to outside the postseason.
I'm riffing. My tweet yesterday when I saw him in the Dodger jersey was overrated. Overrated.
Shout out to your skeptical Dodger buddy who was like, oh, I don't know if this is a good move.
Geeve. That's my man Geeve. He'll always give you the contrarian take. Two TJs and... You know,
not so quick. We don't know he had a second Tommy John Murph.
I'm so confused by all that.
I've got my investigator monocle ready to go.
What does it mean? Will he pitch again?
He will, but long term, if he didn't get a second Tommy John surgery, he was up there at the podium saying, oh, I don't know the name of my surgery.
If he didn't
You're going to have to get my doctor.
If he didn't get it.
If he didn't get it and he went like the route of Brock Purdy and got the internal brace surgery, he would be the first pitcher that I'm aware of to go with this internal brace surgery.
And we don't know what's going to happen.
We don't know what's going to happen, but I've had conversations with Dr. Kenneth Okazuki, team doctor from the Giants, the same guy who cut open my elbow. He goes, that's not a long-term solution for a pitcher because of the difference.
But that was 10 years ago.
That was, but this was even when we were talking. And I asked him, like, oh, if Brock Purdy's doing the internal brace, wouldn't a guy like Bryce Harper or another baseball? But no, because
was this at FanFest?
This was at FanFest last year.
Hey now, FanFest.
Hey now, shout out FanFest.
Yeah,
but he explained, like, it's a different stress you put on your elbow throwing a baseball versus a football, and that's why the internal brace surgery has never been a long-term solution for pitchers in baseball.
And how do you feel about pitchers who've had two TJs?
I'm fine with it. I mean, we just saw Nathan Eovaldi pitching for Bruce Bochy.
Has Verlander had two?
Eovaldi's had it. I think Verlander's had his second. Tyler Glass now has had one, but he's had multiple injuries.
I remember when the Tommy John started getting so bad. Billy Bean said to me in 1999, I'll forget, he goes, the Tommy John, he goes, that doesn't scare us anymore. This is 25 years ago. He goes, at this point now, when we're evaluating a prospect, we ask, has he had his Tommy John yet?
That's it.
How about that?
That's the line I always heard with pitchers. It's a matter of when, not if.
How about guys like Nolan Ryan, who never did?
Dude, that era, there's no explanation.
Pedro never had it, did
I don't believe so, no.
He didn't.
Roger Clemens, no.
Did
all the innings and strikeouts he racked up?
Bumy's never had one, right?
I don't think Bumgarner did, no.
Clemens never had one?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Yeah.
I'll look into it, but
there's some freaks out there.
He did, yeah.
Of course, Clemens might have had some extenuating circumstances,
Hey, now.
too. All right, guys. Anyway, fun stuff, man. Hey, and we'll see Brock the game manager Sunday.
By the way, our guy Copes just ran in a note. Shout out Johnny Ventures. 3 Tommy John surgeries.
Johnny Ventures. 3? Johnny Ventures, the left-handed flamethrower with the Braves. He came back from 3.
3 Tommy Johns.
I believe he was throwing some gas, too, wasn't he?
Yeah, high cheddar.
Bring on a third.
It's the synthetic slingshot, Murph.
That's incredible trivia. Okay, we talked about Draymond. I pump-faked you guys last segment. Howard Beck's coming on next to talk about the NBA and the Warriors. By the way, Warriors lost last night. We opened the show talking Warriors the whole morning, and Clay scoring 30, although in the fourth quarter he and Steph went 1 for 7. And the Warriors chipping away and chipping away. Did you see Steph Curry had some really positive things to say about Podziemski after the game last night? He said he's really impressed, even though he did not shoot the ball well last night, 2 of 11.
Did he hold up a sign saying anything is possible, Murph?
Anything is possible. I'm going with that, baby. I'm going with that. Yeah. Howard Beck talking Warriors next on the Sports Leader.
We got some horses in the stable now. Come on, buddy. Couldn't have said it better. Hey, we got some dogs in that kennel.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Warriors had a lot to say last night about the situation that we all are talking about. Draymond Green, Steph Curry professing his friendship, same with Klay Thompson, and of course, as did Steve Kerr. So let's talk to longtime NBA writer Howard Beck, who knows all these characters involved and knows the league and knows how this league goes about the business. So, Howard, first of all, good morning. Welcome to the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. How you doing, Howard?
Hey, morning, Howard.
Hey, guys. Good. How are you?
Well, there's a lot to talk about. Let's dial it back. Before we got to the punishment, your reaction when you saw the Nurkic play and the Draymond ejection, given what's gone on in the last, month or so, what was your initial reaction?
Just that I couldn't believe, that this was happening again. Like, I think probably the same reaction as most people, whether they're fans, media, otherwise, Warriors fans, non-Warriors. I mean, Draymond has done a lot of things and has, made us all, cringe at times over the years. But given that he had just come back from the Rudy Gobert suspension, you figure he's going to, be on his best behavior for as long a stretch as possible. And, sometimes things just happen. But that one, it was just kind of a you've got to be kidding me kind of moment, right? Where is this really happening again? And, like everybody else, I saw the replay 1,000 times and tried to kind of determine, like, is he aiming? Was this intentional? Is this just flailing? I don't know. Like, there's a lot of we all in moments like this, we all do a lot of mind reading. And look, the NBA is the ultimate. They can mind read all they want. It's their job to actually determine intent or motivation or whatever. Like that is their job as they hand down punishment. They get to decide that this was more than just incidental, right? For the rest of us, it's speculative. Everybody's trying to get inside of his head. I don't know, guys. I honestly don't know what to make of that. It didn't look great, and I don't dispute or disagree with the NBA's approach. Like, they're doing what they've got to do at this stage.
Howard Beck, senior NBA writer at The Ringer, has seen a lot of basketball and knows what's going on. So then we get to that point where the NBA went ahead and said, bam, they didn't even leave any room for, maybe he was trying to sell a foul or, maybe he wasn't aiming. I mean, they went to the, I don't want to say the nuclear option, but they went indefinite. So, I mean, that was a big, gigantic moment because everybody's like, whoa, what's the number? 5, 10, whatever. And so your reaction to, or your analysis of them going to the indefinite, they're speaking like they might know something we don't know about. They're going deep within the guy's life here by saying indefinite, and he needs to seek, according to ESPN, needs to seek counseling, Howard. What was your thought about that, the NBA recommending that?
Well, I would start with this. The phrase indefinite suspension or indefinite anything always sounds very dramatic. A guy gets injured, he's out indefinitely. Indefinitely might just mean they don't really know how to assess the injury yet. I'm a words guy, right? I'm a writer, so I don't mean to get hyper literal, but indefinite just means we don't think that there's an actual number of games to put on this that makes any sense because, to your second question, this isn't about how many games he deserves as punishment. This isn't being handled strictly as a disciplinary measure, as jurisprudence. This is being handled as we need to address the root problem here, which is that Draymond Green has had a number of these incidents, and it seems that in those moments he doesn't have the self-control that is necessary to play this game at a high level, day in, day out, without having such incidents, right? So I think it's to their credit, if we're going to read things as they appear, it's to the NBA's credit and the Warriors' credit that they're treating this as not just what do you do, a guy steps over the line, what are the rules, how many games do you suspend, what's the right punishment? No, they're looking at the root cause and saying, maybe we need to address that. And it's unclear how long it might take to get there. And so you say indefinite because there are going to be benchmarks for him to meet, whether it's the counseling or other things. And by saying indefinite, you leave the possibility open that it's 7 games or it's 12 or it's 17. Who knows? It is. He gets there when he gets there. I personally, I don't think indefinite means like, oh, there's a possibility we're never seeing him again or he's out for the season. Like, I don't view it that way. I think they're just trying to handle this in a different kind of constructive manner off the court to get him to a place where he can return without there being a tremendous concern about whether when the next one of these instances is going to happen.
And Howard, to your point, we all know that Draymond Green is a repeat offender. And that's why it's kind of surprising seeing this altercation come off the heels of his latest 5-game suspension. So I guess my question is if Draymond is not taking these suspensions seriously, do you think there's actually a real possibility that the NBA could void his contract due to conduct detrimental to the league?
No, I don't think so. We've seen far more egregious things happen in this league. And granted, different times, different commissioner, so it's always hard to compare. But, I mean, what Ron Artest did and others did on that same night at the Malice at the Palace is far more detrimental to the game than Draymond Green putting Rudy Gobert in a chokehold and then a couple weeks later swinging and hitting Nurkic. Like, it's just not the same scale. It's not the same impact, and it's not the same threat to the league's ability to sell itself to consumers. So no, I think that's crazy. I don't know if people are genuinely speculating on that, but I think that would be far-fetched. And if anything, Adam Silver has been a kinder, gentler commissioner than David Stern. His suspensions and his general discipline of players has been overall far lighter, which is why this one actually stands out, because up until now they've been pretty his administration has been pretty restrained. So no, I don't think there's anything like that is likely. There was another part of your question I was going to answer. Now I've forgotten what that piece was.
Well, it was just about the contract being,
the contract being voided, and like what message needs to send to Draymond. Like, what will it take for Draymond Green to actually understand? There's been talks about like the steps that Ja Morant has to go through to get back on the court. Like, what does Draymond need to go through to understand what he's doing and to actually be held accountable for his actions?
So thank you. That's the reminder I needed. The other part of this that I was going to address. So no, I don't think there's going to be any voiding of contracts or anything, unless Draymond Green basically just said like, screw you, I don't want to do counseling, I don't care about any of this. Like, at that point, like if you're defiant, but he's not defiant. We've already heard from him both in that press conference after the game and since then through Ramona Shelburne's interviews with him. Draymond's clearly reflective, but I think. To the question of, like, what's it going to take to get through to him, that kind of thing, I don't think that's the thing. I don't – here's where I am going to get inside his head a little bit, I guess, or just play amateur psychologist. When I see, whether it's Draymond Green or other players that I've covered or seen over the last, couple of decades of covering this league, the ones who have had issues like this, flagrant fouls, fights, whatever – a lot of the times it's some of the smartest players you're going to encounter, and Draymond Green fits into that category. You're not going to find a more cerebral player, a more thoughtful just personality off the court. He's not intending to do this. So the idea that a suspension, this is why I hate getting caught up in the lengths of suspensions and discipline. You don't do that because you think it's going to change anything. In some cases, maybe, right? Like, there are fines for certain things because you're trying to get, players to stop, cursing at refs or stop, doing whatever, getting texts. Everything has a punishment because you're trying to prevent the behavior or dissuade the behavior. But in the case of something like this, in Draymond Green's particular infractions, these are spur-of-the-moment, split-second things where he's just lost rational thought for a moment. And I've seen this with other players. So again, some of the smarter, nicer people I've known. It's a snap thing. And so this isn't about like, will X number of games or X amount of fine change the behavior? It's not a rational thought. He didn't think going into that game or even probably the play before, I'm going to swing and hit Yusuf Nurkic in the head. So that's why, again, to me, the constructive approach that they seem to be taking with regard to counseling and trying to get at the root core of why he has these moments where he just loses control, that's the wiser approach.
Howard Beck, senior NBA writer at The Ringer. Hey, so before I let you go, just the big picture on the Warriors. They're 10-14 now. Dunleavy addressed it and said, listen, I'm going to need to know what happens in the next 15 games or so. Steve Kerr is making big moves. He 2 games ago benched Clay and Wiggins down the stretch. Yesterday benched Wiggins to start. He's playing Podziemski and Kuminga and Moody more. Klay Thompson's been lost until last night. Found himself scored 30 in a losing effort. The West seems to be running away from him. They brought this quarterback, Howard, to try to win a championship. That certainly doesn't even seem like it's in the realm of possibility right now. What's your take?
Yeah, I mean, look, coming into the season, I was among those who thought the Warriors, the Nuggets were in their own tier, but the Warriors were in that second tier of teams that, had a shot to make a deep run to get to the conference finals. And if everything broke their way, maybe beat the Nuggets, assuming they met them in the conference finals. And I had the Warriors in that same category with the Lakers and a couple others. And, where things stand now, it's hard to really sustain that level of belief in them. But, we are still in an era of parity where all these teams, like the Clippers, are on a really nice surge right now, and James Harden's fitting in, beautifully there. How much do we really trust? And but Paul George is out, and how much do we really trust that the Clippers are going to get through the rest of the season without other injuries or issues, derailing them? The Lakers at some point are almost certain to lose one of their two stars for a long stretch because those guys are always hurt. Like, things are going to happen. Maybe this is the worst part of the Warriors season. My colleague at The Ringer, Zach Cram, wrote a piece last week or within the last few days about strength of schedule so far and to come. And I think the Warriors already had one of the tougher schedules behind them and one of the easier schedules ahead. With Draymond Green out, that obviously is going to be difficult regardless, but some things could break their way. And, maybe Draymond Green is back sooner than later. Maybe last night's breakthrough by Klay Thompson, kickstarts, just a better level of play for the rest of the season. Maybe Andrew Wiggins getting benched gets him going. Who knows? I mean, a lot of stuff can happen, guys. We know that the talent and the experience is still there, and there's been some promising moments by the young guys. Like, I'm not ready to write them off yet.
Okay. Well, it's not even Christmas, right? The season hasn't technically started, right, Howard? It's not Christmas.
Exactly.
Although the NBA Cup has changed, that schedule. So anyway, well, good stuff. Listen, I mean, we'll see what happens with Draymond and the league, and it's all intent to be positive and productive. And then, of course, we'll see what happens with the Warriors. As you point out very aptly, the schedule softens for sure. So thanks, Howard. We'll keep reading you in The Ringer.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, Howard Beck of The Ringer. That's the last point that he brought up. It's very important. The schedule has been very tough.
Yes.
And the schedule does, I don't want to say it completely softens because you got to go to Denver on Christmas Day. I mean, I'm not expecting much on that day.
But look at the next 5-6 home games.
Well,
for
Brooklyn
the
tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm. That's a winnable game.
You give me that W. At
that.
Portland on Sunday.
Give me that dub.
Okay. And then Boston Tuesday. I mean, okay.
That's going to be a tough one.
But then Washington and Portland are here the 2 days before Christmas.
Here comes the pool party, Murph.
Right, so you could theoretically go 4-1 in the next 5. Well, that's a big statement for a team there that's just stinking it up
no
right
problem.
now.
We'll just win 90% of our next 5 games.
But if they did, they'd be 14-15, and then they'd go to Denver, 14-16. Then you have Miami coming in here.
That's tough.
Dallas at home. Then you have a week where you have Orlando and Detroit at home in the same week.
Mm-hmm.
So
it sounds like we're returning
to the comeback.
This is it.
I'm plotting the comeback.
We're making the return to the gravitational pull of 500, Murph.
Return of the Warriors. There you go, man. Hey, Tim Ryan joins Tolbert and Copes at 4:30 this afternoon. Man, what an eventful day.
Ooh,
man. For a Friday.
And the 49ers are playing this weekend, Murph. Don't forget.
And Brian and Bobby's Best Bets made their debut. Uh-huh. And John Lynch told us about the jacket.
He did.
And checked in on hadn't heard of the Pogues. My God, all sorts of things. And our rants on the people who are down on Buster. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I'll do a whole nother 4 hours on that.
I was going to say, we had the Buster Posey news, Brandon Staley news, Shohei Ohtani news. There was so much stuff.
Brandon Staley got axed. The Giants introduced Jung-Hoo Lee today.
Yeah.
So just my great friend Brad Mangian, the great baseball photographer with whom we did all the books.
Yeah.
I want him to just get his take out there because he's a lifelong Giants fan, and he's adamantly texting me all the time. He goes, I'm being positive about the Korean kid. I'm in on Lee. He's not a broken down old 30-year-old. He goes, let's go. And I was like, Brad's very cynical. So I want to make sure to send that positive energy out there. Be positive, bro.
Be positive, bro.
There it is. You read my mind.
I got you, Murph. I got you.
By the way, during the last break, I was, I subscribed to the LA Times. So I was reading this story by Bill Shaken. How Dodgers could make Shohei Ohtani's contract pay for itself. Dude, he breaks down all the sponsorship opportunities. They will make, if all goes according to plan, they will make $46 million a year in sponsorships.
Damn, Murph. So you're telling me the Dodgers, after all this, are going to somewhat break even?
You know what? That's a mic drop on a Friday. We'll hand it over to Papa and Lund next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports 80.
This ain't necessity, West Coast.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, some traditions stay alive. This, of course, goes back to the days when we took over the 104.5 signal, and John Grappone used to play this every Friday at 5 o'clock. So that's why you hear the Toys smoke 2 joints. A little tip of the cap to the great K-Fog, which used to rock.
And to all the great ones we've lost, Murph.
There you go. Well said. Well said. Wow, eventful day. My gosh. The Niner game is like the last thing on our list.
Dude, this is the first time all season long that we haven't had a straight football Friday. Usually it's wall-to-wall 49er coverage. Today we had Giants, we had Warriors, we had Brandon Staley, we had Buster Posey,
the Buster
we had everything.
stuff took up a lot, and then obviously all the comments on Draymond from Kerr and Clay and Steph, which is stuff the gentleman who just entered the room talked about just a couple hours ago.
Dude, and here he is.
John Dickinson. JD, our first hit together, buddy.
This is our first face-off.
Great to be with you. Great to be with both of you.
Oh, welcome,
I
JD.
feel the magic already.
That's it.
I feel the magic already.
I feel like my Dubs knowledge is going through the roof already.
JD, you were just here 15 minutes ago wrapping up the loss to the Clippers.
Yeah, pretty much. Another tough loss, and man, this thing is it's broken in a million different ways.
But Howard Beck just came on with us and was like, I can kind of see a road out, with the schedule softening and Draymond returning and Clay heating up and...
Yeah, if it all continues, then maybe there's a way out, and Andrew Wiggins at some point gets going, and they continue to get production from a lot of the young players. Like to me, it's really fragile right now because they did not make the most of when they were relatively whole.
Yeah,
and now Draymond's out, which I don't know about you guys, but it seemed like there was almost a little bit of a relief that they didn't have to worry about what he was going to do last night. That being said, they're a pretty bad defensive team when he doesn't play, and I think that creates a new problem.
This is true. I noticed Norman Powell soaring to the basket with little, shall we say, little deflection of his body.
By the way, Murph, when you kept on saying the Warriors have a way out, now I'm just like picturing Steph Curry as Andy Dufresne, like in Shawshank Redemption, like crawling through the tunnel.
Is there a Z1
crawling through the crap, trying to get on out?
All right, well, listen.
Draymond was here.
I'm excited for JD and Papa to be, superpowers unite here. So, good job, kid.
I'll see you Monday.
Week. Get some good laughs and some rants, Buster rants.
Some good ones.
Young Tony, keep doing your thing, kid, and thanks, Cole, for popping in. It is time for a change, and of course, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. And you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Every day is a new challenge. Games like this happen in the NFL.
Hey, we got some dogs in that kennel.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy to Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 1045 and 680. The sports leader.
O'Connell floats a fade down the right sideline, leaping catch, and it's Jacoby Myers diving after the leap into the end zone for a Raider touchdown. What touch from Aiden O'Connell, and the plunge by Myers gives the Raiders a 20-0 lead. Empty backfield. They set it up for it. It's intercepted. One-handed pickoff. Jack Jones will walk it in for a touchdown and a Raider record. The most points ever scored by a Raider team comes on a one-handed pick six. Jack Jones picks the screen and walks into history.
There had to be 10 people across the league that texted me saying they have to fire him tomorrow, right? They have to fire him tomorrow, right? And I think that the mild surprise was that they also got rid of the GM. Like, you don't see teams do a house cleaning with 3 weeks left, but I don't think they could step foot back in that home stadium next week and trot out that same head coach, as disliked as he was. And so they made the decision today to do their first in-season head coaching change in 25 years. The last time they did it was when they fired Kevin Gilbride and replaced him with June Jones.
Looney
wanted Pajemski to cut, threw it away. A 2-on-1, and Leonard finishes it off.
They're just having fun with it. These turnovers been the Warriors' Achilles heel. 8 turnovers now for 11 Clipper points.
How did Clay make that one? You got to be kidding me.
He's unconscious.
He is 7 of 9 on threes. He's got 27 in the game.
Really, the key when you watch Clay is he taking good shots and is he moving the ball when people are open? And that's what I saw all night long tonight. I thought he was phenomenal.
Klay Thompson was phenomenal. As we welcome you in, it's Papa and Lund here on a Friday on the Sports Leader. It's John Dickinson in for John Lund. Brandon Staley out. Tom Telesco out with the Los Angeles Chargers. Warriors make a bunch of lineup changes. Klay Thompson goes off at the beginning of the game and in the third quarter, but the Warriors lose again on the road. Niners and Cardinals coming up on Sunday. Greg, how you doing, my man? Never a dull moment. Great to be with you, my friend.
Busy Thursday night when the Warriors are playing and we're watching TNF, and all we heard last night was a lot of this. Oh, sorry, that was a wrong call. That was archived from before. I mean,
you never did it 9 times.
How many times did I do it in Denver when they got 59 points?
Not 9.
8. Darren McFadden had a big day, though. Not 9. But then getting 63 is a franchise record, obviously, and they have 2 scores on defense, and it was 42-0 at halftime. It was just unbelievable, and to have Al Michaels on the call with all of his animosity towards Al Davis, and it got vicious on both sides at the end of Al's life. But now, I mean, the hard part for the Raiders is that job is open, both jobs. You know, I felt like watching the game when it got to 42-0 at halftime. The Spanoses are going to fire Brandon Staley after the game because you have essentially a week and a half. So I'm not surprised because it's like a half of a bye to play on Thursday before their next game. But to fire Tom Telesco, the GM as well, and he's built a pretty good roster. So is the roster not good enough? The quarterback being hurt with a couple of different finger injuries have been a problem. But to have both jobs open now, I mean, what if Bill Belichick gets somehow out of the job in New England, whether Robert Kraft moves on, and I don't think he wants to retire. He still wants to get the all-time wins record for coaches and get Shula. He could wind up in the AFC West and run both their be their head coach and run their front office as well as he has for New England for the last 20 years. So wild game last night. 63 points combined. Marshawn Lynch left before kickoff, which was interesting, but he was great on the pregame show. And the end of the matter they had that we care more about is the Warriors in the game last night in L.A. Klay Thompson was outstanding, J.D. I wish I'm going to ask Raymond Ritter to reach out about the number of dribbles. When Klay just catches and shoots, he's still one of the best in basketball. He made some really hard shots. That one going to the right corner with James Harden all over him was a hard one. But he made a lot of them, and he made 8 threes, and it was a turn back the clock night for him. I thought the big sequence is when he got on a real heater. Steph Curry took a couple of shots back-to-back right above the break and right baseline and missed them both. He could have made either one or, Steph's going to keep shooting, but that ball maybe should have gone to Klay at that point of the game. But Steve did make the lineup changes. Pajemski got in the starting lineup last night. Kuminga did a good job matching up on both ends of the floor at times with Kawhi. He just didn't have enough. James Harden was really hard to stop, and he made some hellacious shots, and you wound up losing. You were able to get back into the game. But obviously the story of the game and the story of probably for the next couple of weeks is the Draymond fallout. And the way Steve Kerr handled it, JD pregame, the way Steph handled it postgame, they are fully acknowledging what we all know and the league knows is that their great teammate needs help here. And last time I saw you in studio on Wednesday, we were trying to come up with a number. What's the number going to be? Is it going to be more than 6, a 7th game to take him out the Christmas Day game? I like what the league did. Indefinite suspension. It's not going to be anytime soon. I don't know if he's going to miss the entire year, but how long will he have to go through rehab to properly change? But and then just where the Warriors at? Would you say right now, JD, with Bob Myers not being here, and Mike Dunleavy's a solid guy, but he's different than Bob when you're handling human emotions and things like this. Is this the biggest crisis of Steve Kerr's coaching reign. The pandemic year got weird when everybody got hurt and Steph got hurt against Phoenix and you went 15-50. The James Wiseman situation. Maybe last year when Draymond hit Jordan Poole and it sabotaged the whole year. But to have Draymond do it again a year later, to give him the extension, is this the crisis point in Steve's coaching career?
Yeah, I still think it probably was coming off the title last year and the vibes being so good around the team in the aftermath of that in training camp. And then Draymond pops off and hits Jordan Poole, and it just changed everything. And I think in some ways they're still trying to recover from that, because that was when Draymond took it, unfortunately, to another level as far as mixing it up and hitting a teammate. And I think they did the best they could to try and overcome it. They felt last year the best thing to do was not to suspend him for that incident. They played out the year, but they were just they were behind the chains as a team all year. You get the football, hey, you want to stay out of a 3rd and long, you want to stay on schedule, and the Warriors just got off schedule.
Personal foul on 1st and 10, and now it's 1st and 25.
It's 1st and 25, and I feel like the Warriors, since the Jordan Poole punch that Draymond Green laid on him, they've been behind the sticks, and they did a nice job to get the 6th seed last year. They upset Sacramento in a terrific series and then got beat by the Lakers. And to me, I just keep coming back to the fact that they thought this year was going to be different. And when they got off to the 6-2 start, you could tell, I mean, there were a lot of questions from the media to Steve Kerr and to the players about, hey, this feels a little bit different. And, there were a lot of comparison questions, and Steve Kerr wanted no part of any comparisons. Hey, this is a new year. This is different. The vibes are way better. This is a better team, better veteran-youth balance, all of these things. But this really started again with Draymond. They were overcoming Clay and Wiggins not particularly playing well, but this started with Draymond, and it started with Donovan Mitchell in that Cleveland game when they came home at 6-3. And then it escalated into the Rudy Gobert a couple of games later, and the Warriors have just been up against it ever since. I mean, since the 6-2 start, they're basically in the group with Washington and San Antonio and Portland among the worst teams in the league. And I know there's a lot of close games involved there, but Draymond really is the guy who set this thing for a second straight year off course to a point where they're behind the sticks, even more than they were at any point last year, 4 games under 500, to try and come back and rally and make a season of it.
And I thought Steve, when he met the media pregame last night, was honest. He didn't need to cite every single case, but he did. The Nurkic, the Gobert. But he also mentioned punching Jordan Poole. Looking back on it now, JD, was the biggest error that they've made as an organization not suspending Draymond Green when the Jordan Poole situation happened right away. And not just suspending him, but making him go through the counseling that he's going through now, that the league is making him. Maybe that would have saved last year to get Draymond removed from the team, have Jordan Poole try to be a good Warrior last year. Maybe he plays better. But they said that what happened in training camp last year sabotaged this year. And then they trade Jordan Poole for a 38-year-old point guard. It's not going to make you better. And then Draymond has just gone off the rails this year. Had they just taken the own action, and it would have been hard to suspend your own and take your own off the floor for a long period of time, JD, and maybe it would cost you a month or 2 or 6 weeks. But looking back on it now, if they had done that at the time, would that have saved last year and save this year for them?
Yeah, hindsight is always 20/20, but coming off the title, I think it would have made sense. They would have had a little room to play with, whereas now by force they're going through this scenario, but they're going through it at a point where they really can't afford to not have Draymond, even though they're going to not have Draymond. And so it does open up some opportunities for some of the young players, but this team needs wins. The only thing that's going to save this is for the Warriors to start playing better and finishing games. And it just seems like it's some of the same things on it's fouling, it's turnovers. They cut that out in the second half, but really the first quarter, the Warriors should have had a nice lead. They were down 1 at the end of the quarter because they had 5 turnovers that led to 9 points. And you get some nice contributions from some of the younger players, in the game. Klay Thompson goes off, but it's a night where Steph Curry doesn't have a normal Steph Curry shooting game. And then that's the reason that you lose. There's been a lot of nights where it's been Klay. Andrew Wiggins, it's been well chronicled. So this team just can't quite get everybody on the same page on the same nights. And now, the biggest worry that I have with Draymond being out is their defense. Their defense without him has just fallen completely off the mountain. And it happened during the first suspension. The Clippers were getting whatever they wanted last night offensively. The Warriors, even when Klay started doing his thing, couldn't get stops. If they could have got a couple of stops, maybe they end up having the lead with about 8 minutes to go. And the Clippers melt down like we've seen them melt down at different points over the last couple of years with this group. Obviously, Harden being new. So it's sort of back to the drawing board. The schedule does get easier, but this team hasn't been a lock to win home games this season either. And they got a ton of home games coming up, beginning with the Brooklyn game tomorrow. So we'll get into it between now and 2 o'clock. A lot coming up here. Papa and Lund on a Friday here on The Sports Leader. Dalton Johnson's going to join us. Matt Mayoko is going to join us as well. We are going to carry the Jung-Hoo Lee press conference as well. And so that's going to be coming up at 1 o'clock. And I know, Pop, you had an opportunity to speak with Dan Minucci as well. So he's going to be in that 1 o'clock hour. It is JD, John Dickinson, in for John Lund. It's Papa and Lund on a Friday here on The Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Steve Kerr opened up yesterday about his feelings on Draymond Green's indefinite suspension. That's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Just realizing how lucky I am to play this game and take the bus to Staples Center. I mean, I went to high school down here, so we used to bus to Mater Dei or St. John Bosco. So this was a different feeling, and that always brings me back to earth and makes me realize how lucky I am to still be playing the game I love.
Pop and Lund on a Friday. There's Klay Thompson. Feeling the love. 30 points for Klay, 16 in the third quarter. But the Warriors do lose to the Clippers last night as it's a couple of teams going in opposite directions. Remember when the Warriors were good on the road and got off to that hot start on the road? They can't win on the road at all. They aren't winning close games as well. And they're in trouble. 10-14 here on the season. And the Clippers, they used that big comeback back on December the 2nd in that Saturday afternoon game when the 49ers were getting ready to play the Eagles. And that's propelled them, Pop, to a 6-game winning streak now. And the Warriors have really, over the course of the last 5-6 weeks, have just struggled mightily to get wins in a lot of games where they've had opportunities. Last night, they're down 16. They cut it to 1. And then just go cold for a couple of minutes there between about the 8:50 mark and about the 7-minute mark. And the Clippers are able to build the lead back up. And the Warriors just don't have enough on a night where Klay Thompson has maybe his best game of the season. Pop and Lund on a Friday. It's John Dickinson in for John Lund. We are going to be joined by Dalton Johnson coming up in about 10 minutes here on The Sports Leader. But lineup changes for the Warriors. What did you think of the lineup changes? Podziemski just does so many little things. I think you can see where Steve Kerr wants to have him in the lineup. Kuminga, I thought, played pretty well. He's going to get a lot of opportunities, but it all adds up to another loss, unfortunately.
They both played fine. Podziemski brings a lot of energy. The guy just knows how to play. There's no doubt. He knows how to play the game. As Kawakami pointed out on Twitter last night, he needs a mid-range shot, but he's not afraid. And I think just getting in the gym and being around Steph and Brandon Payne, he'll incorporate that. But, I mean, he's walked in. It's been a long time since a Warrior rookie walked in like this to a veteran team, a championship team, and he just does not bat an eye. The guy is tough, and he plays at a different pace. I think the other night it was just obvious in the Phoenix game he needed to play as hard as Podziemski plays. And I thought Andrew Wiggins played harder last night. I just wanted to see effort from him. He got up into James Harden a little bit last night, and Harden just made tough shots. When he's making the three ball like that off virtually no dribble, he's so hard to cover. You're going to give him that because he can get anywhere he wants. And he shot 12 free throws and scored 28. Kawhi picks his spots, obviously. I like the way Kuminga attacked him off the dribble a couple of times. I think the more Kuminga plays, JD, is he's got to learn to move the ball a little bit. A little bit too much ISO-based with him. They throw him in the post and run the split-cut action out of him, which is fine, but just move the ball. The ball will come back to you. You get an angle on the second turn. You could turn the corner on a guy and go in and rip the rim down. A little bit over-dribbling at times, and he takes it to trouble. But he's got to play right now. We'll see how long Gary Payton II is going to be out. We're going to reevaluate him in a week, so maybe he comes back. But right now, without Draymond Green and without Gary Payton II, you're going to have a problem getting stops. And that's why Wiggins has just got to play harder. And I know
why do you think he's not? Why do you think?
I don't know. I don't know whatever caused him to be off the floor. Well, he's one of those athletes where he looks like he's not always. He's not like Podziemski, where he's obviously running around like his hair's on fire. But he has a nice gait to his game, and he makes up whether he's long. He's extremely athletic. He can get from A to B in one stride. He's the most, two-way player on the team. But if he just looked at his effort a little bit the other night, when the Devin Booker, the end of the quarter, that three he made, was a Bradley Beal going to his left at the end. He's just got a lock and trail. I don't know what's been bothering him off the floor, or if it was something from the end of last year. When he came back last year, he played hard, but he came right back into a playoff situation. He cannot float here. And I think when you look at it, you're not moving Steph. I don't know what realistically you could get for Klay, and I just don't think they're ever going to do that. We'll see what happens with Draymond when he comes back. But Mike Dunleavy Jr. did say yesterday at UCLA after the shoot-around was, we're going to look at this team for 15, 20 games, and that's going to take them, into late January and up against the February the 8th trade deadline. And then you look at your roster. They don't win a championship 2 years ago without Andrew Wiggins. He was two-way Wiggs, the way he guarded everybody, whether it was Luka or Ja earlier in the playoffs that year, or ultimately Jason Tatum. You're around the team more. Is there something going on with Andrew Wiggins? The other guys have the excuse that they're getting older. They went through a lot of finals runs. Wiggins did go through one, but really he's not even into the prime years of his career.
Yeah, he's going to be 29 in February. I mean, he's still
right
a
now
28
he's entering
year.
the prime. Why is he? It's not the shot. I don't look at that. I look at his defensive metrics and stopping the ball. Remember the metrics they came out with before he became a Warrior when he was in Minnesota, and they had him ranked as the worst defensive player in the whole NBA. You're like, what?
Yeah,
that's impossible.
Shouldn't be.
He's not the worst. So, but when you watch him now, and if they just look at it based on did you get a stop on this play or not, I thought his effort last night against Harden to get up into his black beard was stronger last night. But is there something going on with him? Because I just think, and he's not going to be running around like a crazed wild man. That's not going to be what he does. He's not Gary Payton II, but he does need to rev a little hotter. We're talking so much about Draymond, so much about Clay. What's going on with Andrew Wiggins? Why is he not giving you more effort?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it really has put it back, I think, in a lot of people's minds to where he was with Minnesota. I mean, the fact that he was just this uber-talented athlete and skilled and the type of body that should be an excellent defender, and the Warriors were able to kind of make him into being that defender once he came over, and it really showed through in the 21-22 season and in the playoffs and everything with two-way Wiggs. But I don't know whether it's a personal issue. I don't know whether it's, maybe less motivation from reaching the top of the mountain and being such a integral part of the Warriors championship run that maybe he got it and he tasted it and he, took the contract to move down. He's making less, or he's going to be making less than he had been throughout his career. Maybe he's already in kind of I've accomplished everything wind down mode. I mean,
those are damning comments of a professional athlete.
It just
not even 30 years of age.
Well,
Let's hope none of that's true.
It's tough, and I hope it's not true as well. And I don't know that it is true, but it makes you wonder. I mean, that's the thing, because you start to think, well, what is going on? Is it something personal? He did miss the time last year that and we all know when we have things that carry a weight in our personal lives, it can affect our career. I've been through it. I'm sure you've been through it, Greg, at different points. I mean, it does happen, and it is legitimate. And sometimes it can take more than, what a fan base or even members of the organization. We all have our own view of how long it takes to get over certain things, but everybody's different. And so it could be something like that, to where he feels like, hey, I'm here, and I wasn't last year, and that's a positive step. But it also may be a scenario where he's here, but he's not fully here. And then you're having to deal with that, and it comes out in his play.
Well, we really don't know what the situation was last year. There were all kinds of wild rumors, salacious rumors, and he never really had it straight on as far as I know, whatever was going on with his dad. But whatever it is now, and taking him out of the starting lineup, this guy has been a starter throughout his career. Every damn game. He's like Chris Paul, with the exception of when he came back last year in the Sacramento game in the playoffs, JD. He was in the starting lineup. So being humbled like that and somewhat shown up.
He needed to be. Steve Kerr thought he needed to be sent a message. That's why you make that move.
I thought he responded last night. I liked his effort level more. I thought you just have to have him guard. He has got to get into it and guard more. I don't care if he makes a basket on the other end. He got out, had a quick run out for a layup on the offensive end. He can score 15 points by just running the floor with this team, but it's his effort level on defense. But the Clippers did not have Paul George last night. It was Harden. Obviously, Powell off the bench was getting wherever he wanted, and Kawhi Leonard. When I just look at the two teams, and their records are inverted now, with the Clippers winning 6 in a row and the Warriors sliding the other way after the 5-1 and 6-2 start. The Clippers are 14-10, and the Warriors are 10-14. And without Draymond Green on this team we could be looking at a long time where he's away from this team. JD. That's about who they are. I don't even think they're a 500 team minus Draymond Green right now.
No, and they're in the wrong group. I mean, they're closer right now to Utah and Memphis than they are to being an 8, 9, 10 team. When you look at the standings as far as the play-in tournament goes, they're only a game and a half from Utah. Utah's 9-16 beneath them, and they're 3 games back of just being a play-in team, and Phoenix is that team right now. So it's going to have to change, and it's going to have to start really tomorrow when they host Brooklyn.
$400 million payroll. What does this owner do?
Exactly.
What does he do?
And that's the question, and you touched on what Mike Dunleavy said. We'll get into that coming up here on the Sports Leader. Dalton Johnson's going to join us from NBC Sports Bay Area. We'll get his take on the way they've handled the Draymond Green situation and where the Warriors go from here. That's all coming up right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Good morning to you. Greg Papa here, doing play-by-play during the NFL season. Requires me to stay on top of my game, so I really need to make sure I get the best sleep I can possibly get. My Sleep Number smart bed helps me get the proven quality sleep that I need. Sleep Number beds allow you to adjust to your perfect firmness and support to sleep comfortably every night. And while you're sleeping, Sleep Number smart beds automatically respond and adjust to your movements to help keep you asleep all night long. And now, if you don't have a Sleep Number bed, you can save 40% on the Sleep Number Special Edition smart bed for a limited time. It's only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number is the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Yeah, I really liked our effort tonight. This team's been through a lot of late, and I liked the way they fought. I thought they really came together in the second half, played much better, defended without fouling, and took care of the ball and gave ourselves a chance. But, weren't able to win, but I like what I'm seeing, and I think this team is going to turn it around.
Better effort, but another loss. Papa and Lund here on a Friday. John Dickinson in for John Lund. That's Steve Kerr as the Warriors fall to the Clippers, 121-113. They are 10-14. Let's go out to the UMA guest line. A pleasure to be joined by NBC Sports Bay Area reporter Dalton Johnson here on The Sports Leader. Dalton, thanks for coming on. How are you?
Doing good. Thanks for having me, JD.
Yeah, great to have you. And let's just start with Draymond Green and then kind of work our way out from there. What did you make of the way that the Warriors have spoken about this discipline and really not even discipline? It's discipline on one hand, but it also feels like, counseling and support for the things maybe that he's going through off the court that have bled over onto the court. Just what do you think of how they've handled this latest incident involving Draymond and the time that he's now going to be out?
Yeah, I think there's obviously support, and people like Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, et cetera, are clearly choosing Draymond Green, the person, before Draymond Green, the player, and that's first and foremost. It's very important, obviously, to them, to everybody within the organization. But, yeah, it's interesting because clearly Draymond's camp, the Warriors, the NBA kind of worked on this as a whole and made it clear that anything concrete number-wise, and I mean, at this point, who cares, right? I mean, 6 games after coming back from a 5-game suspension, he does what he did in Phoenix. So I agree that the indefinite suspension, when I first saw the word indefinite, it, of course, takes you back a little bit. It's a whoa kind of word, no doubt about that, but I think it was the right choice. I think it might have been the only choice right now for Draymond. You think about in the last calendar year being suspended 4 times, it's pretty wild to think about it. And just his ejections this season all being for physical altercations after coming off of what happened last year with Jordan. Draymond just needs to figure out what exactly is going on right now, and basketball has to be on hold. The Warriors are obviously going to be missing him. They missed him last night in L.A., but the support is there. But at the same time, the Warriors have also used some pretty strong language. I mean, Steve Kerr's made it clear that they're done with this version of Draymond. Steph Curry even talking about it last night too, that, giving a little bit of a behind the curtains to some of their behind the scenes conversations that this can't continue. But at the same time, how many times have we heard that before in the past, and what will we really see going forward from Draymond and the Warriors as well?
Steve, after Dalton, the Gobert situation, initially that night, he just, he's defending Clay. But then when he watched the video, his tack changed. Physical act of violence. We need to help him. And then last night, he went through and delineated all of the recent altercations he's had with Sabonis and Gobert and Nurkic. And then he brought up Jordan Poole. Earlier in his career, I think he got suspended for Game 5 because LeBron baited him to it, and he lost his foot a couple of times against Steven Adams. It was kind of just a bad break in the accumulation of flagrants. When he berated Kevin Durant, that was a terrible look, and he was a bad teammate throughout that whole year. But my question is, when the year that they won the championship, Draymond gave up alcohol for the entire year, and he played great basketball. He got himself in better shape, and obviously the end result was the end result. Is there something going on with Draymond off the floor that we don't know about and the team knows about, possibly, where starting with the Jordan Poole situation, and that was as violent as you could possibly have to punch a team like that in training camp, no matter what Jordan Poole ever said, and then all these subsequent acting out where it's just these physical acts of violence. Did he give up alcohol just for that 1 year and he's back to using alcohol? Is there something going on off the floor that's resulting in him acting out even more so ever in his career during games, Dalton?
That's something that I personally don't know, and I think that's what the Warriors and Draymond's camp, the NBA, are all trying to figure out, because I do go back to the first comments that Draymond made following the Jordan Poole incident. And the fact that he said, hurt people. And you're kind of giving a little bit of an insight to, okay, what's going on with you mentally? Where's your head at? Maybe even what's going on, family-wise, friend-wise, just off the court-wise, right? Because I've said it before that I've never had any issues with Draymond Green. I've liked working with him. I've seen him be in the locker room and be a great father, be a respected teammate, all of this. But, being 33 years old, being in his 12th NBA season, and for everything that's happened in the last year, this is a different Draymond than we've seen in the past. This isn't just getting frustrated and being a highly intense competitor, yelling at refs, all of that. Like that's fiery passion, and that's what Draymond has needed to be this version of Draymond. But whether it's wear and tear and frustrations and feeling like he's not the same version of himself, so he has to overcompensate almost on the court with this physicalness that obviously crosses a line. I don't know if it's just that when it comes to basketball terms or what's going on outside of the game too, because I think that that's really what they're trying to dive into, is just the psyche of Draymond Green. Because, his mindset was such an advantage for so long, but now it's not. And the entire NBA knows it. The entire NBA wants to try to bait him. He's talking about the whole Nurkic incident as far as Nurkic having his arms around him. And he did a little bit, but, not that much. And you even look at the Donovan Mitchell earlier this season. There was no need for Draymond to really push Donovan Mitchell the way he did. So there's just something going on psyche-wise that's not right, where his mindset was such an advantage for so long that now it's just a complete disadvantage for him and the Warriors.
Dalton Johnson joining us here on The Sports Leader. Papa and Lund on a Friday. JD in for Lund. Warriors make the lineup changes. I want to go, though, to what Mike Dunleavy Jr. had said yesterday morning about needing to evaluate this team. And I think the lineup changes are part of that. Steve Kerr saying that it's time to shake it up a little bit. But the next 15 to 20 games, and what Mike Dunleavy Jr. had alluded to as far as evaluating, maybe without Draymond Green for most or all of that time, what do you think Mike is looking for, and where do you think this leaves Joe Lacob, who has an immense payroll, to say the least, and luxury tax bill, as far as if this thing doesn't turn around, or if it turns around a little bit, what do you think is on the table as far as what the Warriors look to do here after these next 15 to 20 games?
I think pretty much anything can be on the table. I mean, obviously there was big lineup changes, as you just brought up, with Andrew Wiggins coming off the bench. But look, the precedent was set in place 2 nights prior in Phoenix, when coming out of the second half, when Kevon Looney didn't start, when Andrew Wiggins didn't start the second half as well. And Mike Dunleavy Jr. came into the situation where the first move he makes is shipping off Jordan Poole, bringing in Chris Paul. So he's shown that he's not afraid to make moves that he thinks are necessary or take big swings, obviously, early in his tenure. And as you brought up Joe Lacob-wise, do you really want to have a team that's fighting to even make the play-in tournament that's this old, that's cost this much money? I think that they're really going to have to be looking at everything right now. And I think that last night was the right message as far as not starting Andrew Wiggins. It'll be interesting to see going forward. Steve Kerr said that at least for a few games, he's going to stick with last night's starting lineup. But I really do think almost anything is and should be on the table in these next 10 to 15 games. Because, the Warriors are at such a crucial point right now where you signed Draymond Green to a 4-year, $100 million contract, and he's only played in 15 games this season and been injected in 3 of those. So you got to figure out, Klay Thompson, obviously, in the contract years, not having a year that you want for a contract year. Steve Kerr still doesn't have a contract. So a ton can be going on. I think that right now is just kind of the first piece of a falling domino effect that we're going to see in San Francisco when it comes to the Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, ordinarily when you're heading this way and you've got a huge payroll, the highest payroll in the history of American sport, you would just dump salary if you didn't think after 15 or 20 games your team is good enough. But it's hard to dump salary in the NBA because of the rules of the CBA. You have to take like salary back. So, I mean, Andrew Wiggins could get you something back. I don't know what's going on with him. I liked his effort more last night. But let me just ask you this. Have we reached a tipping point with Draymond Green? He's clearly with his status in the league we have. And he could wind up missing the whole year or a long time. He has to prove to them that he's made meaningful change, and how's he going to be able to do that? But as we get closer to that deadline, is there any way they would make Draymond Green available, and who would even consider it? I thought about Mike Brown in the offseason in Sacramento. I mean, it's hard to control him in your own locker room. You bring him into a brand-new locker room where people don't know him, and it's not just what you have to deal with, for the 48 minutes of a game, but just living with him. With LeBron, take him there. The Knicks or other teams out there? I mean, do you think we would ever get to the point, Dalton, where the Warriors could and would and should trade Draymond Green?
I think the bigger question, and maybe even you just brought up too, is who would take Draymond Green right now? I mean, what is his value? Who wants him around the league right now when it comes to a locker room? Would
Sacramento or the Lakers take him?
Sacramento has a lot of harmony. They like their culture and their chemistry.
They also could use a little edge.
That's
they
true.
Could use a little of his toughness and defense.
Totally.
And Mike may be able to control him.
I think in the offseason, it will look like a really, really good fit because of that, because they needed the defense so bad. The offense was great. The defense was not last year. Mike Brown has the history with him. Mike Brown's that kind of personality that you think can kind of challenge Draymond Green, and Draymond's going to respect that, could corral that in, right? So obviously everyone brings up the L.A. because of LeBron. Maybe you even bring up going home to Detroit and playing for a veteran coach like Monty Williams, all of that. But right now, I just don't see a franchise, and I'm talking about not just a coach or players, but an entire organization that would want to take that in, right? Because that is inviting, right now at least, a little bit of a circus. That is just a media circus. It's a talking point circus, all of that. And I don't see teams on the league that would want to deal with that. As far as the Warriors go, yeah, of course they have to think about it eventually. I think more than anything right now, I'm thinking about Steph Curry and his frustrations, seeing his frustrations in Phoenix, where he kicks the chair. There's some of the leaked audio, and it might have to come to a tipping point, especially for him, because he's so loyal. He's been such a great teammate. He's advocated for Draymond Green. If he didn't want Draymond Green here, Draymond Green wouldn't have gotten that 4-year, $100 million deal. Steph has wanted Klay Thompson to remain a Warrior as well, obviously. But he has to be looking and going, okay, I'm still performing how I always have at 35 years old, but these other guys aren't holding up their end of the deal as well. And how much longer can I really go on with this? At the same time, we even saw last night in L.A. that, yes, Steph and Klay are the greatest shooting backcourt of all time, but the real duo, the real tandem, the real pairing has always been Steph and Draymond. They're the ones who have that unspoken language where Draymond always knows where Steph's going to be, especially offensively, always, right? They are an historic pairing when it comes to that, where it just works and makes sense. They might be complete opposite players, but when they're together on the floor, it's magic. And so that's where I go. There's just so many different things to juggle right now, but yeah, it's weighing way heavier when it comes to the disadvantages than the advantages of having Draymond Green on your team right now. We know that the Warriors need him. They're 3-9, either without him or games that he has been ejected from this season. But at the same time, do you really want to be dealing with all of this for the next 4 years? Also, too, at that price tag, I don't know, man. I just know that I wouldn't want to be Mike Dunleavy Jr. right now. And Bob Myers probably has a lot more of a stress-free life than Mike Dunleavy Jr. right now.
Dalton, great stuff, man. We really appreciate it. We'll talk to you again soon.
Appreciate it, JD. Thanks, Papa.
All right,
Thank you, JD.
Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area, joining us here on the Sports Leader. Let's keep the Warriors conversation going, because I think these next 15 to 20 games, critical. Mike Dunleavy Jr. addressed it. Where do the Warriors go from here? What level do they have to play at before they consider drastic changes? And can this thing be salvaged? How can it be salvaged for the Warriors at 10-14? We'll get into that coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know how much I love pizza. I love pizza. My favorite is Tony's Pizza in the North Beach. It's the best pizza I've ever had. It's been ranked #1 in the entire world, and it's my personal go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas, and their spicy bucatini is one of my all-time faves. Tony's got other locations around, like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker-thin and deep-dish pizzas. And one of his specialties there is the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. They're large, but they are in charge. They are delicious. Save room for dessert. He's got the best cannoli on the West Coast, certainly in California, and also tiramisu. Wake up early in the morning and take a stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. Last but not least, don't forget about Tony's fast, casual slice house locations called Tony G's. You see it at Oracle Park. You see it at Levi Stadium when the Niners are playing. You'll see it at Chase Center when the Warriors are back home to take on the Brooklyn Nets. So if you love pizza like I love pizza, you want Tony's Pizza in the North Beach, ranked #1 in the entire world.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The bigger impact will be, how we do the next 15, 20 games, and that'll probably determine, where we go more than this specific incident or this time away for him. The reality of the situation is, if you're evaluating Draymond, his ability this year has been great. His availability is not, and so we need him more available, because when he plays, he's really good. We're really good, and that's the main thing. I don't think I need any more evaluation of Draymond as a player. We need a little bit more evaluation on his team and the chemistry and the lineups and all that. But from a basketball standpoint, honestly, pretty pleased with Draymond. We want to help him be on the court more, though.
All right, that's Mike Dunleavy Jr. yesterday in Los Angeles. As we welcome you back, Papa and Lund here on a Friday. John Dickinson in for John Lund. Next 15 games, 15 to 20, going to be critical. Maybe all of those games without Draymond Green, as far as evaluating how the Warriors play this season out. What's the best way for the Warriors to be able to do that? Pop, before we get into that discussion with Golden State sitting at 10 and 14, I do want to get to Danny's big poll, because it relates to this conversation, and we'll just throw it out there. What's the best way for the Warriors to salvage this season? The 4 options today: stick with the young guys around Steph Curry, make a minor trade, make a major trade, or just stand pat. And I think we've already kind of seen that the Warriors are not comfortable totally standing pat, because they've made some lineup changes to this point. So that's Danny's big poll. You can weigh in on that. We'll check back on the results throughout the program. I thought Mike Dunleavy was spot on, Pop, with what he said regarding Draymond's availability has not been there, but his ability when he has been there has been good enough and really helped this team. But the question is, they're at a crossroads, and they have to, I think, in these next 15 to 20 games, maybe without Draymond, play well enough to make the rest of the season worth fighting for, is probably the best way that I can look at it, because of the tax bill and the expectations and what they owe Steph Curry. It's complicated, and it's not going to be easy, but these next 15, 20 games, I think, are truly going to tell the story as to whether or not the dynasty is over, Pop.
Yeah, I mean, he's putting 15 and 20 games out there just because it's a period of time leading to the February the 8th trading deadline. It would take you into late January, and the trading deadline's in early February the 8th, right after they finish off a long road trip in Indianapolis. The bottom line is here, I mean, obviously what he's saying about Draymond is clear. Draymond's played well. He's playing some of the best basketball of his career. Outside of Steph Curry, he's your second best player on the team right now.
They need him, and they're committed to him, flat out.
But he turned an ankle early in the year, and then he's lost his mind a few times there. I think the bigger, when you say a big trade, what are we talking about here? I think Chris Paul is definitely on the block. He was on the block when they traded Jordan Poole for him. He's a tradable asset because of the expiring contract. I don't know if they specifically target Paul because of him as a player, or more than he was an expiring contract that was going to get moved. So trading Chris Paul, I think, is definitely a goal. Would that be called a big trade? I don't think so. I think he would understand that in light of where the Warriors are. If he came in here searching that elusive NBA championship, it's going to be hard to get it here. Certainly with the Draymond and just the overall status of the team. When Draymond was playing, JD, they were 8-7. They've got issues. I think they're going to play individually better, Clay and Andrew Wiggins, but do you have enough pieces to compete with all these young and more athletic teams in the West that are just flying by you now? The bigger question would be the big trade. You're going to play the young guys anyway. That's going to happen. They've already begun to do that. They've got to get younger. They've got to get more athletic. And I think, playing Podziemski just brings you energy. Kuminga and Moody are going to play. I'd like to see him play Trace Jackson Davis, although I thought Kavan was better last night. There's a role for him in and around, especially with Draymond being your undersized 5, going away for a long period of time. And we have to be realistic here. about Draymond's situation. It's indefinite. I don't think Mike said 15, 20 games because he thinks Draymond's going to be out 15, 20 games. I think they have no idea how long he's going to be out.
Yeah.
That's up to him and what he goes through.
Could be 7, could be 30. I mean, you just don't know.
Could be the year.
Right.
It could be the year. Yeah, I mean, you really don't know. It's going to be up to how receptive he is to getting counseling. What's the nature of the counseling? Is the counseling confined to just his behavior as a player during games? Is it his behavior around the team outside of games? Is he a good teammate? Is he yelling at coaches and players? Is he snapping in practice? Is it just the games? How is he at home? How's his life around, his employment? Who knows? We don't know. We know Draymond, the public figure, and I do wonder if Draymond at some point will make himself available to the media. He's not been doing much podcasting, and TNT has the game next week against Boston. He does work for them. Are they going to continue to pay Draymond Green? They would probably want him to speak out in some regard on their airwaves, whether it's that game or January the 4th when the Warriors play in Denver. The Warriors are on Christmas Day this year. Is he going to have any public interaction where he's talking to people? Draymond was the most talkative player we've ever seen, both in games and right after games on podcasting. So I think the main thing, if you're talking big trade, Chris Paul to me would not qualify. I don't think they're not going to trade Steph Curry, obviously. I don't think they're going to trade Klay Thompson. The issue would be Andrew Wiggins. Would you give up on Wiggs right away? He's such an effective player. But what would you possibly get back there? His contract extension kicks in now. And then if Draymond is reinstated, I mean, can you trade Draymond Green off the inactive list? The fact, is he even a tradable commodity in his current state within the league? I don't even know the answer to that, to be honest with you. But would they even entertain that? Who would take him? Would there be a return? So I think the big question is, would they make a big trade? And can they even? And if you're doing this now, what's the motivation? The motivation is, I'm all in on a $400 million payroll. He's shown that. But only if we have a chance to compete. He didn't even like the way last year turned out, which was a 44-win team that won a first-round series and lost in 6. But right now, you're not going to have the highest paid payroll in the history of American sport for a team that's not even going to make the play-in. He's not going to tolerate that. So, I mean, are they capable of making a big trade? Because you have to take salary back in the NBA. You can't just trade a guy that's making $30 million and take $3 million back. They don't allow you to do that. So how do they even dump the salary? The expiring contract to Chris Paul, certainly. But what are you going to get back realistically for him? It's going to be another expiring contract. To make a big trade, what big trade can they even make?
Well, I think the names that would be coming back are unclear at this point. But I want to go to something you didn't even mention, because I'm with you, and you're listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It's Papa and Lund here on a Friday, JD in for Lund. You talked about Chris Paul, and I think Chris Paul was acquired. It was twofold. You bring him in, you make him the backup point guard, you allow him to try and help anchor your bench and help the young players. And really, all told, the Warriors bench has been really good to this point this season. So it's worked in that instance. They're trying to figure out closing lineups, all of that. So I think, one was you bring Chris Paul in, you see if he can help you. If Chris Paul can't help you, or if your season is derailed, it gave you the option to be able to trade him for at or around a $30 million player. It even gave you the option to do it after the season, to where a team could take Chris Paul, get off of a player, and then waive him and completely save the $30 million. Don't even have to pay it. So in that, in that vein, it was, I think, a stroke of brilliance, honestly, to come up with that level of flexibility by acquiring one player. It's just a matter of how you use that as a chip, whether it's via trade or as a player. To me, though, I'm with you. You're not going to trade Steph. You're not trading Klay. I think at this point, you're not looking to trade Draymond Green. I think that's off the table. You mentioned Chris Paul. I'm with you. Wiggins. But here's what you didn't mention, which I do think is part of this. Do you start looking at attaching some of the younger players to Wiggins and or Chris Paul to do something big in that way? Is it Kuminga? Is it Moody? And I know everybody loves Podziemski at this point.
Well, what are the names? Who's coming back the other way?
Well, that's the question.
Levine, DeMar DeRozan.
Well, that's
Pascal Siakam, OJ Anunoby. Who are we talking?
I mean, those are all some of the names. I mean, you mentioned some of the names that I do think the Warriors would have to consider, because I think they still like the core and want to, at least for this season, try to finish that out. But as well as the young players have played, and I can already hear Warrior fans screaming, the young players haven't been the problem. And really, they haven't been the problem. But can they be the full-blown solution if you just play them more? And that's where I don't know that the ceiling for any of these players, as well as they've played, is good enough to help them save this thing by remaining on the roster. So they're going to have to evaluate that, and also evaluate the ceiling of Kuminga and Moody. And, do you think these guys are going to be stars? Or do you think these guys are just going to be really good role players? If you think you're going to be stars, then you hang on to them. If you think that there's a ceiling to where they're going to be, nothing more than role players, and you need other stars around them, well, then maybe you have to look at moving them and throwing them in a deal. So that's the uncomfortable part for me. It's not the big three. It's not Chris Paul or Wiggins, who everybody's down on Wiggins and I think would move Chris Paul based on the salary. It's, do you start looking at adding the young players into the mix to bring back somebody that can be impactful around the big three, Pop?
Yeah, I would be careful of that, honestly. And I think Podziemski's going to be a nice player. Is he going to be a star in the NBA? He's just starting his career. Moses Moody's a solid player. Is he going to be a star? The guy who has the most upside, if you're talking about a guy that can average 20-plus points a game and be an all-star, is Kuminga. But he's got to learn how to play a little bit. But I think the more he plays, he'll calm down and move the ball. He has improved a lot. Just in his release, he was so slow to get a three ball off before in a low. Now he's getting rid of it quicker.
He looks like he's thinking. He looks like when he gets it and goes, that's when he's most confident. But you can tell that the coaching staff has told him, hey, think about where we are in the offense and try to maybe make a pass. And that's where I think he slows down to a point where he becomes ineffective.
Well, he's got to move the ball, too. He's got to play more their style, but they're not playing their style right now. I mean, end games with Steph and a 1-4 flat and an ISO and a step-back three, they just didn't play that way. So they've got to evaluate everything here. I don't know ultimately if they're good enough, because these other teams, Oklahoma City and Minnesota in particular, obviously Denver, we haven't seen Phoenix. They got their three back together the other night and they lost, but they haven't played yet. I just think the West and the league overall is so strong now, and you are going to age. I think Wiggins is the big one as far as would you make him available, because that would get you the most in return, because Andrew Wiggins is a tremendous player. He's a two-way player. He's shot the ball well in recent years, but he's not a shooter, but he's still a scorer. He can average 20 a game just playing, and he plays the right way. I don't know. They would know why he's gotten off to this bad start, and it's not just all shooting and missing. It's an overall energy level and an effort level with him that has just kind of regressed. Why is that? And that's unacceptable. But are there reasons for that, and can he turn it around in his career? He's still young enough where he can do that. He's not part of the old guard. He's not part of the younger, but he's in the middle. And he's still a very effective, skilled player. If you were to scout him with the skill of the other players and the age, he would be right there after Steph. And I don't know about Draymond. When we're reacting to the moment here, as December 15th turns to January 15th and you get closer to February, you see where he's at. I don't, you have to see where he goes through this program and exactly how it works and what advancements he makes if he's serious about trying to get help. What's the help he needs exactly? But I think you have to be open to anything. The question would be, would they and could they and should they trade Draymond? I don't know. I think it's just too early. He just started a suspension that's indefinite. So
I don't think anybody's going to want him right now with 3 more years after this year.
I think somebody that could relate to him. I think he could put a team over the top. He's still a very effective player. You put him on a team now, he's going to ruffle people's feathers because he's different. He's acquired, and the Warrior locker room has tolerated him. But maybe going to another locker room would help change his behavior a little bit and getting him back. So I wouldn't just say that no other team would want him. He's a winning player. He brings great players together. He could get a lot of these other teams that are all battling, younger teams that are trying to get over the top. Draymond could put you over the top. Now, would the Warriors do that, though? And what are you going to get back to do it? Are you really making an equitable trade?
Would Steph do it? Because I think that's the other part of this that maybe we can get into. You know, Stephen Curry wanted to run it back. And to this point, it's not working. And I think he's growing more and more frustrated with the fact that on a nightly basis, he kicks the chair the other night. Like, I think he's seeing, it's weighing on him, the fact that he said, hey, I want these guys back. I want to ride with the guys that I've won 4 titles with. And now it's not working. And so would Steph Curry sign off on, all right, ship Klay out or ship Draymond out to try to do something new? I think that's an under-discussed factor in this, because Joe Lacob can do what he wants to do. Mike Dunleavy Jr., obviously, they're running the show. But Steph is still the face of the franchise and really the one that's the most, has the most impact on everything that's happened here over the last decade.
Without a doubt. But Klay and Draymond situations are entirely different. Draymond's a very effective player still every single night, but he's got this issue that has taken him off the floor. And the way they talk openly about it yesterday, who knows the depths of why he's behaving this way. And you have to be realistic about indefinite. It could be, it's possible he misses the rest of the year. He's going to have to go in and make serious change. Klay's different, and I think Klay can fit into a role. You'd have to lessen the role, and obviously the contract offer that became public the other day, the salary would be commensurate to that. That's even a high salary for him right now. He's just...
I got to think that was also insulting to Klay Thompson.
He has to be realistic of who he is right now. And I love Klay, and I still think he can be an effective player. He can go off and get 30 a night like he did last night, but he can have nights where he's off. And it's mainly he's not a two-way player the way he used to be. He needs help from the sideline and the baseline. And look at the way James Harden is guarding now. Harden, how many block shots did Harden have last night? He had a lot of possessions where he was the finishing defender on a missed shot. So he looked like he was incapable of guarding. Harden, when he's closer to the baseline and guards 4s, even though he plays 1 on offense, he can be an effective defender if he's willing to guard. Klay's willing to guard. He's just had to change. But he's just not going to be as impactful as when he was Rocco out on the point and he was taking the quickest point guards in the NBA. He can't do that anymore. So he's got to be realistic to who he is right now. But I don't know what Steph would say here. I think, honestly, when he looks around and he sees the roster that he's running with right now, he's got to be honest. And he's got to say, right now, we're not capable. Will we get to the point where we are competitive on that level? Maybe in a short series when you're playing 4 out of 7 in April and we have a detailed scouting report and our championship DNA gets there. But how do they get there, JD? How do they navigate the 82-game season to have enough victories when you're playing, a demanding NBA schedule up and down? And we're not even in the era of load management right now. These guys are playing. I mean, realistically, how many games can this roster win right now? Can they even make the playoffs?
Well, right now it looks like they can't, as it's currently constituted, and they haven't really, and you hope it doesn't happen, but they haven't really had Steph Curry's got to miss 2 weeks or a month with some. He missed 26 games last year. He's on pace this year to play far more, and they're still in a worse position. So let's keep the Steph conversation going. We are going to get into some 49ers around 11:30. Matt Mayoko's going to join us. We'll get into the matchup with the Cardinals, which I think could have the potential, Pop, to be a sneaky tough one, tougher than maybe people in the Bay are anticipating. So that's going to be coming up at 11:30. I also have a trade proposal for you. So we'll keep the Warriors going for one more segment. That's all straight ahead here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
James Harden lifts the Clippers past the struggling Warriors in their first game following Draymond Green's indefinite suspension. Trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Got a little football game in Glendale, Arizona. Brock Purdy going back home to his state. Are you ready for kickoff? Everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday, so get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and still outdoor paint projects, or have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling it audible or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. NFL's playing 17 regular season games, up from 16 in years past, so let Benjamin Moore help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. Support your team and your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
There's just a realization that, again, you've been around this league long enough. You try to hold on to the fabric of how we do things with the group that we've done it with for so long. And now you're in a position where that's threatened a little bit. And that's okay. Acknowledge it. We have a lot of talented guys who are trying to find their way and increase their roles, and I have a lot of confidence in what this group can do. And until otherwise, that's our challenge. But the deeper you get into this run, I think this year, these first 20 games have kind of signaled it might look a little different. Roll the rock out and let's go.
Might look a little different. Steph Curry, post-game last night, Warriors lose to the Clippers, 121-113. It's Papa and Lund on a Friday here on The Sports Leader. John Dickinson in for John Lund, and there you have it. I think a little bit of acceptance from Stephen Curry. Not that it's going to be wholesale changes necessarily, but that it is already very different than even he would have anticipated at the beginning of this season.
Well, when they won the championship a couple of years ago, I'm not going to say it came out of nowhere, but the championship DNA rolled when the playoffs got there, and They just got great contributions. I mean, Andrew Wiggins was so effective throughout that entire run. Gary Payton II, he got hurt, obviously, then came back. And then Jordan Poole. I mean, what has happened to Jordan Poole's game and the start that he's off to in Washington? You know, we blame so much on Draymond and what happened last year. Was that solely on Draymond, just the way Jordan Poole became an undisciplined player with his tremendous skill set? Why couldn't they harness his ability? It's just beyond me. He went down to the G League a couple of times and came back a much better player. I don't understand where his career is at. He's greatly skilled. Is he not receptive to coaching, or why is he not harnessing his ability to be a more effective player, and how he regressed is beyond me. And then the other part of it is the older guys are just growing older, and you could hear it in Steph's voice that he knows that it happens. You know, it just happens. Bird, McHale, and Parrish got old. And, you know, a lot of it was Larry's back, and he just couldn't play. But all of a sudden, you're old and slow, and Len Bias passes away, and you have crisis off the floor, and you just can't. The missed James Wiseman pick, it just you didn't hit that one. You know, had you have gotten Anthony Edwards or, you know, later Halliburton, how different would the team be? You just didn't have that infusion of youth. You got a little bit now, but it's different than when you needed it before. So I think the reality, when you hear Steph talk, and when I watched, JD, and you've watched this team, and when they were rolling, they were the most beautiful basketball team I've ever seen play. You took the Showtime Lakers offense with the Bulls defense and the brilliance of Michael when you got Kevin Durant in the one-on-one game, and the beautiful game of the Spurs passing when they won a championship with Kawhi and how they broke you down. And then you did it with the amazing skill of Steph and Clay, the amazing will and tenacity of Draymond, all the role players around it, what Andre did, what Sean Livingston did, what they all did, Mo Buckets and Leandro Barbosa, and it went on and on. And it all came together in the ultimate team, and you just saw it. You're like, wow, I've never seen anything like this. This team's amazing. This team is not that. They're not that. And they're getting older. And you got to remember back when they have a 11:30-23 night like last week, and you joined me last Friday, and we celebrated that. They're not that. They're not that anymore. And the way they play kind of tells you that. When late in games, when Steph Curry's taking step-back threes, one to beat Portland, and then, you know, a shot to stretch out a lead, that's not the way the Warriors play. That's the way James Harden plays. It's one-on-one. We don't play that way. We move the ball. Break the defense down. We're going to get a wide-open short corner three or a lay-in. We're not going to play that way. I mean, the way they're playing now, it's just weird to me to watch Steph go iso ball. Is that your best, you know, against Kawhi Leonard, really? Then you got to kick it to the corner to Draymond? Do you want to do that? So I think it's a lot of things going on right now, and I think Steph sees it. He's going to lay it out and try to play as hard as he can, and maybe, you know, once in a while, Clay will have a flashback moment where he's headband Clay and he's going back to L.A. and he's lighting it up. But the reality is they're not that team anymore. And I think he knows that. And now having Draymond in a crisis in his life and off the floor, indefinitely suspended, I don't know if you can make a trade to save this. And the owner's got to be raw because they bought all in on this payroll. And I don't know how you get out from under the payroll because you got to take money back and expiring contracts and all that. But when you hear Steph Curry talk clearly there, I think it's obvious what he's on right now, and, you know, how can he help them, and how can they get better internally before you do externally, JD? I think what we're seeing is what we're seeing, and that's who they are.
Yeah, and there was a tone of acceptance, really, in Steph's voice, acceptance that it isn't going to maybe meet the standard that he's used to and wants to have. Now, how does that manifest? And for how long does he accept it, I think, is also the question. Is this, hey, I know it's a rough waters right now, but it's still only December, and, you know, there's a belief that the young players can develop to a point where they can really contribute, and then it takes a little of the pressure off of Clay, and Draymond comes back at some point where he can still have a significant impact. Maybe Wiggins comes around. The bottom line is they need Andrew Wiggins to play well enough off the bench to where Steve Kerr puts him back in the starting lineup, because that's the right move from a basketball standpoint. I mean, that's the hope. The hope isn't that you're just going to live with the way things were last night. It's that this is going to light a fire under Andrew Wiggins to where he comes back, and then you're still getting contributions from Kuminga, and you're still getting contributions from Podziemski and Moody. Then maybe you have a team with Chris Paul, but it all really hinges on the big money guys in Clay and Wiggins and Draymond, who all three of them just haven't been there to this point. So I think Steph is the crux of all of this. Does he go in and say, we need to do something big? Does he go in and say, I want you as a franchise, Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr. and everybody, I want you to do something that allows me to maximize this season to the greatest level it can be maximized? Or does he roll with being comfortable developing young players? I mean, that to me is the key of the next 15 to 20 games as they get closer to the trade deadline. I wanted to run one by you, Pop. And this is not necessarily new because these names do come up, but Pascal Siakam and OG Anunoby. I'm not saying one or the other, and Anunoby's got a player option for next year, so he can opt out. He's making 18.6. Pascal Siakam's making 37.8 and will be a free agent, though, at the end of this year. So it's a little tricky in that these guys are not signed. But those two players combined, it's basically $56 million in salary. That aligns with Chris Paul. I mean, you could do Chris Paul and Wiggins, but it can't be Chris Paul and Wiggins alone because that's not what the Raptors are going to want. It would have to be, do you throw some young players in there, maybe multiple young players to try and bring back younger players.
Take them both, Siakam
to take them both. I think that's when I say drastic, because I don't know that Anunoby alone does it. To be honest, I don't know that Siakam alone does it. He's more of a
defender. Siakam he's capable of scoring.
Yeah,
he's both. He can score. You got to give up Andrew Wiggins. Is he a better player than Andrew Wiggins? I think Andrew Wiggins is comparable to him, if not better. He just right now.
Not right now, though.
I know, but he's capable of it, and he did help win you a championship. Andrew Wiggins is a terrific player. He's just not playing terrifically right now. So but ultimately, if you do that, so you're saying Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins for Siakam and Anunoby.
Yeah, and that's just the starting point.
Okay, then how good are you? And then where does that put you with the roster currently here? Now, Draymond's got to come back to that roster. If you put Draymond back on a team with Siakam and Anunoby and Gary Payton II, you can guard. Mm-hmm. You can get out and get stops and be a defensive-oriented team. And Siakam can score in the half court.
He's a threat.
He's a long athlete.
He can isolate. He's a guy that you can just throw it to.
He stole the title from us. He's a good player. I understand that. I don't know if that's ultimately good enough to challenge with the very best teams in the NBA, but it certainly would get you out of the situation where you may be in a play-in right now or playing golf and not even get in there. So I don't know and the other part of it is going to be, the new CBA rules and how punitive they are to the Warriors and reducing salary. I mean, they got to get this salary structure down, JD. This owner's not going to tolerate a $400 million salary on a team that they think might be good enough. They don't know. And I also think they were willing to ride it out with the great players, whether it was Andre up until this year or Steph or Clay and Dre. You start just moving salary around and take on a lot of salary for players that you haven't won with before. That's a different deal. So what's the motivation if you underachieve this year? Is it strictly to get the salaries down in the offseason or to try to reload with another cast to come back and fortify the roster around Steph? That would be up to the owner, but that's a big bill for a team you're not quite sure of.
And potentially you could have some salary cap relief, but you want to get those players to keep those players. So then you have to figure out, around that. And also, again, it wouldn't just be a 2-for-2. There would have to be other players involved, I think, to make it worth Toronto's while. And I think that's where you have to start looking at making it a bigger deal. And you're including a Kuminga or you're including a Moody or you're including maybe some of the younger players that we don't know if the Warriors are comfortable or not including at this point. So food for thought, a little bit of an extreme, but I think the Warriors may have to look extreme in the coming months here as they get closer to the deadline. on February 8th. All right, coming up, we're going to switch gears. We're going to talk some 49ers, Niners, and the Cardinals on Sunday down in Glendale. Matt Mayoko's going to join us coming up before the top of the 12 o'clock hour. It's all straight ahead. It's Papa and Lund, JD in for Lund, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Haven't figured that one out yet, but he injured his hamstring, and so I think it would be a reach for him to play this week, but we'll see. He's going to continue rehabbing. Javon is a guy who's been a healthy player throughout his career. He's got the right type of mindset where he very much wants to play, but we got to be smart with that one. You don't want those things to linger, so we'll see where Javon goes. And then Eric the same way, dealing with a couple different things with his knee and his foot. Eric's working extremely hard, as he always does, but we need Eric out there. When he's out there, we need to keep him out there. So, we're working through that. And, as for this week, I think somewhat in play, but I doubt that Eric makes it.
All right, John Lynch there with Murph and Marcus earlier here on The Sports Leader. No Eric Armstead, no Javon Hargrave. So the 49ers going to be shorthanded on the defensive line as they head to Arizona to take on the Cardinals. It's Papa and Lund here on a Friday. JD in for John Lund on The Sports Leader. What do you think, Pop, of this game? I know we were talking about it a couple of days ago when I was down at Levi's and joined you guys and spent a few minutes after the show. I feel like this is, I don't want to say trap game, but I think it definitely fits the bill of a trap game more than the Seattle game did. An opportunity to obviously win the NFC West with a victory against Arizona. But I feel like this, the Cardinals are a little better than their record right now, and they were a handful for the 49ers a little bit going back earlier in the season.
Well, I thought when the Niners got off to the 5-0 start, the team that played them the best was the Arizona Cardinals on October the 1st. And Joshua Dobbs played well. Michael Wilson, the wide receiver, played well. The Niners were just better and just kind of outlasted them that day. They got off to a 1-8 start. The only game they won was the week before they played the Niners when they shocked Dallas, one of the biggest upsets in the NFL this year.
Yeah, smoked them, really.
They've gotten Kyler Murray back, and they are 2-2 without Kyler Murray. I had this game circled for a long time, and I'm not going to say a trap game. A trap game meaning the Niners are not preparing for that. They just don't do that. The reason these guys are great players is they lock and load every week, and it's not like the NBA where you have back-to-backs and 4 and 5 and 5 and 7, and the schedule kind of builds in losses. There are some that are harder on short weeks. I don't like this matchup because the Arizona Cardinals are coming off their bye week. And the Niners, this will be the fourth team this year that the 49ers are playing off their bye week. They lost 2 of them to Cleveland and Cincinnati earlier. Jacksonville was one, but the Niners were off their bye week, so it offset that one. I was talking to David Lombardi. The way the league looks at it is plus or minus days to get ready for a game. The Niners this year, with the 4 teams playing off their bye weeks, and they got some days back because the Philadelphia game, they had 10 days to get ready. But I think David said they're a minus 23 in preparation days, meaning we have 23 days fewer to get ready for our 17 games than the opponents do because of the bye weeks. Minus 23 is an unheard of number. It's the most in the NFL in a number of years. And the Niners knew this. 4 teams off their bye, had to play twice on Thursday. Most teams are required to play once on Thursday. But in any event, it is what it is. And you come into this game with the possibility of being minus 6 defensive starters. Talanoa Hufanga out, obviously torn ACL. Jair Brown is playing well, but it's still not a starter. And then as far as the 2 defensive linemen, you heard John say it, and for them to even be somewhat honest means they ain't playing.
Yeah.
Eric Armstead's not playing in this game, and they may, when Kyle meets the media later, they may just declare him out. Both of them, Javon Hargrave and Eric Armstead. So then you would start Javon Kinlaw and Kevin Givens. Kalia Davis would play as a backup, and then you got T.Y. McGill may get a elevation tomorrow up from the practice squad. You can move some of these guys inside like Randy Gregory to play over a guard. And the Arizona Cardinals, James Conner, JD, leads the NFL in inside rushing yards per average. He averages 5.7 yards a rush, and he can get outside on you. But he runs between the guards. He's in the A and B gap where your tackles are. On top of that, if you don't have Armstead and Hargrave, you are going to be minus. Oren Burks is definitely not playing in this game, I would say, and it may be a while for him. Steve Wilkes did mention Dre Greenlaw. When we talked to Matt Mayoko, we got to ask him about big play Dre. I kind of thought he wouldn't play in this game, but I don't know. So if he plays, obviously, then you're okay.
It sounds like he is going to play. I would, yeah.
We'll see how that goes. If he doesn't, then Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles would mix in, and then you get these guys, the young guys, Winters and/or Graham, would have to be up, and I think Winters would probably be in the mix as more as playing from scrimmage. And then the other one is Charvarius Ward. Is Mooney Man going to play in this game? I think he's the biggest X factor in whether or not he plays, because I think Marquise Hollywood Brown's going to play with the heel injury. They got Rondell Moore in the slot. We mentioned Michael Wilson. He was a problem. Remember what they did with Michael Wilson right when there was some injuries in the secondary? They went right after Ambry Thomas when Ambry came into the game and hit him with a couple of sideline shots. So, and then Kyler Murray's just better. He's better than he is right now. He's playing in the pocket way more. It's almost like he's back to Oklahoma more and trying to win from the pocket. And I think he's in the pocket because the coaching staff demands that he play from the pocket, where Kingsbury wanted to run the air raid. He got out on the edge more. He is back off the ACL. The movement is still somewhat there. I saw T.J. Watt run him down from the backside their last game in Pittsburgh, which was, whoa, is he as fast? But then he gets out to his right hand, and you can see the quickness there. But the bottom line is his career is at the crossroads. Right now they have the 3rd overall pick in the draft. They could go get Drake May from North Carolina with the 3rd pick, or they could keep Kyler and, maybe draft Marvin Harrison Jr., go that route. But I think Kyler Murray, because he's being coached differently than he has, maybe even going back, to when he was a younger player at Oklahoma, JD, he's playing and winning from the pocket more, and then he still has the ability to get outside. So whatever you want to call it, this is a concerning game because Arizona's playing better. They got their quarterback back. He's a different quarterback than he's ever been in the NFL. And the 49ers are going to maybe be without 5 or 6 defensive starters in this game.
Yeah, the Cardinals have the ability to hit the 49ers in ways where, especially this week, they are vulnerable. There's no way around that. And the Cardinals did show, and I know it's a different quarterback and all that, but they showed what they're capable of when they hammered Dallas going back early in the season. And so, I don't necessarily buy trap game. And one of the things I was at practice on Wednesday, and I asked Fred Warner, is there much discussion about winning out, basically? Hey, now that you're the 1 seed, you want to keep the 1 seed, and you're guaranteed to keep it if you can beat Arizona and beat Baltimore and beat Washington on New Year's Eve, and then finish it off with the Rams, who right now are the team that's second in the NFC West, or the team that's tied to the 49ers' ability to clinch. The Rams are playing Washington on Sunday. If the Rams lose, then the 49ers could win the division even without the win. But this isn't about just winning the division. The Niners are going to win the division at some point. This is about keeping the 1 seed. And, Fred kind of echoed what you said, which is, no, it's been talked about, but the mentality is so week to week because that's the only way that you win out, is if you handle business, each and every week. So I think the Niners know what the Cardinals can do to them. I think it was probably, a benefit that the Cardinals played them so well back in October, that the Niners aren't looking at this game like it's going to be some kind of a cakewalk. But Kyle Shanahan also was super impressed and addressed the fact that he compared the Cardinals this year to his first year with the 49ers in 2017, where they got off to the 1-10 start, and then they added Jimmy Garoppolo and won their final 5 games, and it really set the tone for what they wanted to be in the years to come. So he was impressed. And I think that message has been relayed as far as this matchup goes, Pop.
Well, they started 1-8, and they get the quarterback back, and they're 2-2, and they just beat Pittsburgh at Acrisure. The first game back, he played against Atlanta at home. They won that game. They had a chance to beat Houston, JD. That was a tight game coming down the stretch. The one game where they got trucked was the Rams game. So, and they also got Budda Baker back. Budda did not play here on October the 1st. He's back, and they got You know, they're Jalen Thompson and Budda Baker. You know, Buffalo, you would think, but Poyer and Hyde aren't playing as well in Buffalo as they had been earlier in their career. You can make the point that Jalen Thompson and Budda Baker are the best pair of safeties on one team in the NFL. They're that good. Now, they got some holes in their defense, and they got some injuries. Kazir White injury is going to hurt them. I think the Niners will score on them. And the bottom line, the big story, is Brock Purdy going back to play his first ever game in his home state of Arizona. I mean, this is an amazing story. He got in 2016 and 2017, he was the Arizona Cardinals High School Player of the Year. And one year it was Patrick Peterson that gave him the little trophy. He's going to go back there and start a game for the first time ever against the Arizona Cardinals in that stadium. And remember when the Niners went to play at Arizona last year?
It wasn't there. It was in Mexico
City. Yeah. No, Tacion! And the quarterback was Jimmy Garoppolo. And now it's Brock Purdy going home and, being a guy who's a top candidate for MVP, obviously. We'll ask Matt Mayoko about that. So that'll be a huge story. I think the Niners offensively will score a lot of points in this game, well in the 30s and maybe more. The question is, can Arizona keep up? And turnovers are obviously a factor, but they got some weapons on offense. This is a different team in the Arizona Cardinals and a different quarterback right now because he has to be. If he doesn't do what they say and win from the pocket, JD, they could trade that guy and go get another quarterback in the draft.
Yeah, they've got options. We'll get into the matchup. Matt Mayoko, he'll give us the injury report. It's all coming up here as he will join us next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Sure, KNBR's got you covered on game day with Greg in the booth and John hosting pre and post. But NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko has your Niners news all week long. Here's Papa London Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
They're doing the exact same stuff. They're just better at everything. I got a lot of respect of how they've done this year. I thought they were real tough at the beginning of the year. I thought we had to play flawless on offense to beat them, but that was a real tight game. And since then, they have how many ever games it is, 9 more games of reps. They're playing very hard. They're playing together. They've added some really good players, especially Buddha, who they didn't have. I think they've always been real talented on special teams. They've also gotten a very great, talented quarterback back. And they remind me of a lot of us our first year, where we started out 0-9 and finished 6-10. I think everything they're doing is the right way, and I think they're a real tough football team.
Let's go out to Matt Mayoko.
Kyle Shanahan there.
Doesn't he like hot cocoa? What's better, the Matt Mayoko, George Michael, or the Creed, John Dickinson?
I think it might be Mayoko, to be honest.
Oh, I would vote Dickinson.
Okay. Well,
we gotta have Derek judge. Derek, which one does he like better?
I think he's going with John Dick. He's going with the Super Reporter. There's never been.
That's his best work.
That's his best work. Yeah, he's never had a better.
It's good.
Win a Grammy for that one.
The Truth Machine was pretty good. The Truth Machine's his best work.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It was so good we couldn't do it anymore.
Got us in too much trouble.
So good it never happened again.
Especially the ones that didn't make the air.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, hopefully those tapes have been burned, and then the computer was burned on top of it.
Yeah.
Let's go out to the UMA guest line, and we're joined by NBC Sports Bay Area's 49ers insider. It's Matt Mayoko joining us here on KNBR, the Sports Leader. Matty, what do you like? What's your favorite Derek Papa song?
Oh, man, there's just so many to choose from. Yeah, it had been several years since I heard the okay, help me out here. What's the Wake Me Up Before You Go, right? Is that the
George Michael? That's
George Michael. Is that George Michael and Wham?
Wham, yeah. We're queuing that one up, I think.
Yeah. So that one always that one kind of, I have a soft spot in my heart for that, but certainly Boots on the Ground is an all-time favorite as well, John.
Yeah. Pretty good. 49ers and Cardinals. Let's get into it. And the 49ers are going to be shorthanded in a big way defensively. I know John Lynch earlier here on the Sports Leader laid it out for Armstead and Hargrave, but how do the Niners overcome missing some key pieces on the defensive side of the ball?
Well, I think the spotlight kind of shines a little bit on Javon Kinlaw. This is a guy that the 49ers drafted number 14 overall back in 2020, and he certainly has not lived up to that. And a lot of it has had to do with just his physical condition. The kind of the bulky knee that he's had for 3 years. And this year, starting from the offseason program to this point, I don't know that he's missed a practice. And so as a result, he's become a better player. He's worked on his technique. He's been staying lower. He's not being driven off the ball in the run game like we saw in the past. And so he hasn't been a starter because of Eric Armstead and Javon Hargrave. So now he not only has to be a starter, but he has to be like a frontline starter. So it's a good opportunity for him to put some good film out there. He's in his contract year, and he's trying to prove that he can stay healthy, and I think he's done that. So this is a big game for him, for the 49ers, to make sure that they can kind of clog it up on the inside and not let James Conner ruin their day. But it's also a big game for Hargrave for Kinlaw to be able to play, 40, 45 snaps in this game and prove to teams in free agency that he's worth getting a good-sized contract. So it's going to be Kinlaw, it's going to be Kevin Gibbons, it's going to be Kalia Davis, and then probably somebody up from the practice squad like Alex Barrett or T.Y. McGill.
Yeah, I think it'd be T.Y. if they go that route. And that's where they like to run inside with James Conner. He likes to run inside runs in the A-gap, and that could be a concern. And then at off-the-ball linebacker behind, you got Fred Warner there. You're not going to have Oren Burks, and on top of losing George Odom, on Thanksgiving night. Those are two core special teams players. But did Steve Wilkes say yesterday he was confident that Dre Greenlaw will be able to go on Sunday, Matt? Because he's a little banged up.
Yeah, it looks like he will be able to go, and so then, Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles takes that number 3 job, and then they have, some young guys like Jalen Graham and D. Winters to fill in and back up and play special teams. So, to me, the bigger question is what happens with Charvarius Ward too, and I think the 49ers are set up fairly well there. If Ward cannot play or they don't want to push it, then basically the guys on the outside, these are guys who have been tested throughout the season, who have played well, Ambry Thomas and Diamador Lenore, and then they go back to their pre-bye look of Isaiah Oliver playing the nickelback position pre-bye and also all but 4 snaps of the game against Seattle. So 49ers have some guys there in the defensive backfield who can pick up the slack and who've seen a lot of action and have a lot of experience. So, you look at it, 49ers could be without their 2 starting defensive tackles, both Pro Bowl caliber players, as well as their Pro Bowl caliber cornerbacks. So, they won't be at full strength defensively. So this is a game where maybe the defense isn't quite as strong as we've come to recognize the 49ers defense as being. So it's an opportunity for the offense to kind of pick up the slack and maybe put some more points on the board.
You're listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It's Papa and Lund here on a Friday with John Dickinson sitting in for John Lund. Matt Mayoko joining us here as well on the sports leader. Matt, what's your sense for where the 49ers are at as far as, hey, they're the 1 seed now, there's 4 games to go, and the goal is to remain the 1 seed. Do you think they are, is that something that everybody is aware of at this point, the fact that if they can do, there's no reason for a letdown in any of these games, but especially this one coming off of the stretch that the 49ers just had and also looking ahead at what's coming up on Christmas night against the Ravens?
Yeah, no, this is, the 49ers kind of dug themselves a hole when they lost the 3 in a row. And I would say it kind of looked like, well, there goes the possibility of being the number 1 seed. And that was kind of the thing that Shanahan stressed through the early part of the season, even leading up to the start of the regular season, is the reason the 49ers had to go on the road for the NFC Championship game at the end of the 2021 and 2022 seasons is because they faltered too many times early in the season. So what happens this year, they get off to the 5-0 start, but then they let their guards down, and Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel were injured, and they end up losing 3 in a row. And at that point, it's like, well, maybe there goes the chances for the number 1 seed unless the 49ers run the table. And at this point, there's 5 games down, 4 to go, and they have a chance to run the table. And I don't know that they have a whole lot of wiggle room. I don't know that the Cowboys can win the next 4 games. They have a difficult schedule, including road games at Buffalo and Miami. I would say probably the Eagles have the best chance of winning 4 in a row, but they're not as good as they were last year, and they go on the road Monday night against Seattle, and then they have 2 games remaining, home and away, against the Giants, and they're playing better football. So the way the 49ers avoid any kind of debate or hand-wringing or any perspiration is by winning 4 games in a row. And it's possible. I would say it's, if not possible, if not likely, that they can go 3-1 and still be the number 1 seed. But that's something that, because they control their own destiny, they realize the importance of this game against Arizona, and then they'll deal with the Christmas night game against Baltimore when it comes.
And they know. I mean, if they are the number 1 seed, they only have to win 2 home games to get to the Super Bowl, as opposed to 3 in total, and 1 could be on the road, and they get a bye week. So it's all there. They just have to go out and win, and maybe they can lose a game if Philadelphia slips up, or the Dallas with their schedule. And if they are the number 1 seed, and that's clearly the goal, then the Brock Purdy as MVP candidacy becomes even stronger if the Niners do have the best overall record in the NFC, and maybe over Dak and over Jalen Hurts, and then you got Lamar over in the AFC as well, which leads to your 5 49ers to watch going into this game Sunday in Glendale is the prodigal son returns home. It's Brock Purdy playing his first ever game in the state of Arizona. Matt, he has been in that stadium, to watch and to get an award as the Arizona Cardinals high school player of the game. But he also said yesterday when he met the media, he played a bowl game, the Fiesta Bowl, in that stadium against Oregon in January of 2021, correct?
Yeah, was it 21 or 22? Was it a snow?
I'm reading your story right now, and you wrote 21, so I hope you're
okay. There we go. Then let's go 21. Yeah, because his senior year
after
they didn't
the 20
have as good of a
season.
season.
Right.
Yeah, after the 20 season. Yeah, and he played against the Amador Lenore in the Oregon Ducks that game, and they won.
Wow.
They put 34 points up on the Ducks. So, yeah, I think this is a big deal for him. He's a guy that was a Cardinals fan and big fan of Patrick Peterson, and he got his picture taken with Peterson before that game where he was honored as the Cardinals High School Player of the Year. So, and the thing about it is it's a road game, but really kind of a home game in the sense that he's returning home, and a large portion of the crowd, more than 50% of this crowd, will be 49ers fans. So, it's one of those games where I think it is really close. I mean, I think objectively you can look at this and recognize that there are two guys in the MVP race with 4 games to go who have really separated themselves. And it's probably too close to call at this point between Dak Prescott and Brock Purdy. I don't know that, anybody necessarily looks at the end of the season at the numbers and the teams that guys compiled numbers against. But this is an opportunity for Brock to, pad his stats a little bit and push himself up toward that 4,000 yard mark, which only 2 previous 49ers have accomplished, and to maybe even improve his passer rating if that's possible. As we talked about, Greg, you and I on the 49ers Talk podcast, the thing that Dak Prescott has working for him is that they do finish with 3 playoff teams that the Cowboys will be facing. And so it's almost the degree of difficulty for Dak Prescott in these final 4 games for them could ultimately separate him in the voters' eyes. For Purdy, this game is about, for the MVP candidacy, winning it, obviously, compiling the numbers, and then he has a big chance on Monday night against Baltimore with the nation watching, Christmas night game, for him to take that big step against, one of the top teams, if not the top team in the AFC. So I would say at this point, that MVP race, to me, at this point, I'd be surprised if a third person really gets in there. Maybe Lamar Jackson can, but it seems pretty obvious to me that at this point it's a 2-person race and basically too close to call.
Do you feel that Brock Purdy has to play better than Dak Prescott has to play to win it? I guess do you feel that Dak has a slight edge right now? I guess is probably what I'm getting at.
I would say again, objectively, I would say that probably Dak Prescott has a slight edge right now. I would say if you polled 50 national writers or national people who follow the NFL, which is what the AP does, my guess is Dak would finish 1 above Purdy, but there's still 4 games to go. And I would say almost kind of the onus is on Prescott. If he can play really well against, 3 playoff teams, 2 of them being on the road, and the Cowboys run the table, he would probably have a better opportunity to separate himself as the number 1 guy, I think, than Purdy would have the opportunity to separate himself as the number 1 guy, all things being equal.
And you and I were talking the other day, there is a change in how they vote. This is a AP vote It's 50 voters. It used to be, I think, one in every of the 32 cities. They don't do that anymore. It's all national voters that'll vote for this, like the Peter Kings of the world. And it used to be they just picked one guy for MVP. Now they pick the top 5, Matt, and it's weighted where the first place winner gets 10 points if they vote him number 1, and then everyone after that second gets 4 and third gets 3 and all the way 4, 3, 2, 1. Correct?
Yeah, I think it's 10, 5, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, but, yeah, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, but I would say that clearly the person who gets the most first place votes is it probably I would say that person's going to win it just because of how the points are weighted. I would say that it's probably more so that other names, so we can say, oh, this person finished, third in the voting, or this person finished 5th in the voting. It's probably more for that than actually to determine, who the number 1 person is. And I like that because, if Brock Purdy doesn't win it, if Christian McCaffrey doesn't win it, that both of those guys are going to show up on a lot of ballots. And so it'll be interesting to see, Christian McCaffrey finishes 4th in the MVP race, or Brock Purdy finishes 1st or 2nd. It'd be much more relevant, I think, and just kind of enlightening about where everybody's season stacks up for that MVP race.
Matt, great stuff. We appreciate it. We'll see you on Sunday, and enjoy some college basketball tomorrow. I know you've got quite the day planned.
I definitely will. And JD, you'll be there?
I will be there, but not until I will be there Sunday.
Where are you going? St. Mary's?
Oh, he's got something cool coming up tomorrow.
There's the Jerry Colangelo Classic, 4 games being played at whatever, I forget what their downtown
Footprint Center
arena.
Now. Footprint.
Footprint Center. Yeah, so there's 4 college basketball games being played throughout the day. I think the headliner is St. Mary's UNLV, even though there's one game after that.
Well, enjoy it, Matt. Nobody loves college hoops, and nobody loves St. Mary's more than you do, my friend.
Go Gales!
Right. There we go. Go Gales.
All right, Matt Mayoko
Gales
joining us. Thanks, Matty. Here on the Sports Leader. A lot to chew on there as far as Brock Purdy and the MVP chase. Would you agree, Pop, with Matty's stance that Dak Prescott currently has the lead with 4 games to go?
I do, but I think the schedule favors Brock. I think Dak going into Buffalo is going to be a hard game. That's a hard environment. Weather-wise, there's a big crown on that field. When was the last time Dak Prescott played in Orchard Park? That's a hard game. So if he does not play well in that game, that's going to hurt him. And then the game after that, they have to go to Miami and play and deal with them. Then they got Detroit, and they've got the wind up with Washington, which I think is going to be a sneaky hard game because all those guys are getting fired at the end of the year. And Washington always plays Dallas tough, especially in Landover. So I think it's there for Brock. I think that the game that it comes down to really is Lamar Jackson in Baltimore. If they come in and beat the Niners on Christmas night, and that's very likely going to be a matchup of the 2 number 1 seeds in each conference on Christmas night. That could be a preview of the Super Bowl.
It's a huge game.
What a huge game that is. So I think that's the big game. I think right now, just judging it by the talking heads and what they're saying, and Dak Prescott is playing well, and he is. But Brock already beat him. But let's just see how Dak does. And I think this game in Buffalo is going to be a huge challenge for the Cowboys on Sunday.
Yeah, things are stacking up well for the Niners. We'll see what happens with Philadelphia as far as the 1 seed as they play in Seattle on Monday. But the Niners can lock up the division if they can beat Arizona. All right, we'll keep the Niner conversation going. Want to get back into some Warriors chatter as well. We're also going to have the Jung-Hoo Lee press conference coming up here at 1 o'clock. And that's all on 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
John Lynch joined Murph and Marcus to discuss the status of some key pieces on the defensive line ahead of their matchup against Kyler Murray. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Is there added pressure because, it's the first time you're going home and playing as a 49er starter?
Yeah, I'm excited, to sort of just have, I guess, my family, my friends, just people in my life growing up, man, to, just be there. So it should be fun.
How do you balance that? You've done such a great job with everything that's been thrusted upon you, but it's a little bit different when you're playing in front of family and friends. You still want to impress, I would imagine?
Yeah, most definitely, but I feel like it's sort of been like that already. Every game, I feel like there's family and friends that either come to games or tuned in watching on TV and stuff. So nothing changes. Once we line up, it's 11-on-11 football, and I got to do my assignments and play quarterback, and that's about it.
Ballpark estimate of how many people you'll have game?
I'm not really sure the whole number, but I'm only doing tickets just for my family, just because there's a lot of people, So, but I know that there's a lot of people that have bought tickets and they'll be there supporting. So, very thankful for that.
All right, Brock Purdy there talking about going home to Arizona. 49ers and the Cardinals coming up on Sunday. Arizona 3-10, but 2-2 in the last 4. The Niners come in at 10-3, a symmetrical 10-3, right, Pop? 5 at the beginning, and then the 3 losses, and then the bookend with 5. But the Niners are going to want to go LeBron James, not 5, not 6, not 7 here to close out the season. They're trying to basically do what they did last year, which is run the table all the way to the NFC Championship game and then win 2 more between now and February the 11th in Las Vegas. Big one, should be a fun one with Brock Purdy going home, but not necessarily an easy one when you look at the way that the Cardinals have played. What are kind of your keys to this game for the 49ers, Pop?
Well, I want to hear what Kyle talks, and I know Steve Wilkes said that Dre Greenlaw is going to play. I hope so. Let's see if he does. If not, you're going to have some youth at that linebacker level, and Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles will be fine, but minus Oren Burks, and Oren's played really well in the base. And Fred and Dre, then, you're going to have to go a little younger, at least in the base. We'll see. I think it would be D. Winters and, the availability of Charvarius Ward. One thing Arizona did do is they went right at Ambry Thomas on October the 1st. They had Michael Wilson, and they ran a couple of back-to-back deep shots on him, and Wilson was able to beat him, and then they got the touchdown to Michael Wilson. And this Kyler Murray's playing better football. But as far as Brock, and he is going to have a strong group, about 20 people that'll be there. One of the people that's not technically a member of his family is Dan Minucci, and we're going to have Dan on in the 1 o'clock hour. And Dan is a guy that I grew up watching in Buffalo. He backed up Joe Ferguson with the Bills in the late 70s, came back in the 80s to do it, also played in the CFL. He has a radio show down in Phoenix, Rockin' Minucci, which I'm going to be on after we get done, and he's a friend. And we had him on after Brock Purdy's first preseason game against the Green Bay Packers, August of 22. And I was already immensely impressed with Brock Purdy and everything he did and just the way he handled himself. But that first preseason game, he got into the game and he rolled out to his right. He hit Tanner Hudson, the tight end, for a touchdown. And then he went the other way and got Keyshawn Johnson for the 2-point conversion, the other Keyshawn Johnson. And then the way he managed the game and the clock, it was just unbelievable, where he would snap at 5, 4, 3. It was a preseason game. Took it right down to 1. And if Matt Ryan would have managed the Super Bowl like that for Kyle would have held off New England in that 28-3 lead and won. And it was just, I've been impressed with Brock and the OTAs and training camp and the way he ran the game. But after that game, it was like, who is this guy? And Dan Minucci, we had heard, and I know Dan, and he had worked with Brock Purdy. Sean Purdy's dad reached out to Minucci when he was in the 9th grade to teach him the intricacies of playing quarterback. And we had Dan on that Monday right after the first preseason game, JD, and he blew me away. And he called him an old soul and just went on and on. I said, has he always been like this, where he's a savant? He just knows how to play quarterback. And he said, yeah. But Minucci taught him. And then obviously, at Perry High School in Gilbert, he had great coaching, and all the way to Iowa State and all the reps. And when he got his chance, he just never blinked. He was the same guy. And he's been a little like Patrick Bailey of the Giants, being groomed as just a kid to catch in the major leagues. Brock Purdy by Dan Minucci was groomed to play quarterback in the NFL, and they talk all the time, and Minucci will join us in the 1 o'clock hour. It's just amazing for him to go back home to Arizona. They have his mom and dad. His mom, Carrie will be there, and Sean, his dad. They're going to have to shut down the hot tub business on Sunday and just close it down on that. I think they're all going to come, and he's going to have so many people there from Perry High School and Gilbert. And this is his first game in the state of Arizona. He played a college game there at Iowa State, a bowl game over Oregon, as Mayoko was saying. But the story keeps getting better and better. Thanksgiving night, he wows him in Seattle, and no matter what challenge that's been put in front of him, when healthy, he's succeeded. And now to go home and to play this game in front of all of the people like Dan Minucci and all the others that have been around him, it's just the Brock Purdy story is amazing. And to do it against another number 1 overall pick in the draft, like he's had so many this year, whether it was Matthew Stafford or Trevor Lawrence or Joe Burrow, and Burrow did win the game. I mean, 262 has beaten 1 all year, and I think Kyler's playing better, JD, but really it's the story of Arizona's prodigal son returning home, and Brock Purdy becoming from Mr. Irrelevant to maybe the MVP of the NFL on the best team in the league. It's just an amazing story, and it keeps getting better.
Yeah, and you've said it. I mean, he's checked every box of what's been put in front of him, and this is another little bit of a different challenge. I think Christmas night is going to be a hell of a challenge when you look at MVP against former MVP, potential future MVP against former MVP on Christmas night, on Monday Night Football with the world watching. And so that, for the 1 seed, basically, assuming that the Niners don't slip up on Sunday down in Arizona. And I think that you nailed it to me in the last segment where you were going through Dak and they have got some tough games. Like, I don't see any way Dallas is going to run the table in these 4 games. I think they're probably going to lose 2, to be honest. I can't tell you which 2, but I think probably 2 of the next 3. Because Washington's the one at the end, and that game, you're right, is not going to be a picnic, as you mentioned, with everybody getting fired there. But I think the door is wide open for Brock Purdy if he can continue to play the way that he has Sunday, but then have a game in front of the world on Christmas night at Levi's against the Ravens in a battle of what would be the top seeds in each conference, potential Super Bowl preview. I think that's the one where he can vault himself into the first slot as far as the MVP goes, and then carry it home over the final couple of games at Washington and then back at Levi's against the Rams.
And he has played in front of some huge national television audiences. Obviously, the Thanksgiving night game in Seattle, but that's the Dallas game, even though they blew out Washington, that got the enormous rating that day. The Philadelphia game got a 22.7 million people watch that game. And the way the Niners are playing now, they're getting the number 1 cruise every week. And this week we got Ian Eagle and Charles Davis. So CBS is going to jump in on this. It's kind of a weird time where CBS is doing a all-NFC showdown, but that's their number 2 crew. But the Christmas night game is Monday Night Football. That's Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. And with all due respect to the NBA, and forever they have run this country.
They cleared it out. They cleared out. They wanted no part of it.
Well, this game, I mean, that's the one where a lot of Americans, that's going to hit 35, 40 million, whatever the number. It's going to be enormous on Christmas night, and it's late in the day. It's 8:30 on the East. And if he goes out there and balls out against Lamar Jackson and that defense, Baltimore's defense is great. The Niners' defense is very good. There's some good defenses around the NFL. Dallas has been a good defense, but Baltimore's may be the most ferocious. Those linebackers, everything that they do. If Brock Purdy goes out on Christmas night, JD, and he lays 30-plus points on the Baltimore Ravens defense and outstats Lamar Jackson, how do you not give him the MVP if he does that?
You can't not at that point, and then the story becomes more complete as far as being the Mr. Irrelevant, like we talked about a couple weeks ago. You had the Kurt Warner, undrafted to MVP, Mr. Irrelevant to MVP. In some ways, it's a better story when you think about it. going back through, all of the different quarterbacks that he's beaten and just the way that it's come about with the 49ers' recent history, I think, Pop, at the quarterback position, from bringing Jimmy Garoppolo in to pivoting off of Garoppolo to Trey Lance to looking like maybe the Trey Lance getting hurt and that pick potentially looking like a mistake. But, now you got Brock Purdy just stepping in because Jimmy Garoppolo goes down and he winds up being better than all three and maybe the best quarterback that the 49ers have had in,
he's
in a
clearly
long
better
time.
than all three. I was asked today on Sacramento radio, and I know you know the guys at Sacktown Sports, Brock Purdy is the best 49er quarterback since
Steve Young.
To me,
right?
Well, I easily
at a minimum.
Jeff Garcia played well, Colin played well, Alex Smith and Jimmy all played well, but easily, and I would even look at the first. How many starts has Brock had? I'd even take the first 20 starts of Steve Young's career and put it up against the first 20 starts of Brock's career. It took Steve a while to work in Coach Walsh's offense. Remember, he tied the string around his ankles because he got out and ran too much and didn't work it from the pocket. Steve had that problem as well, or Joe, when he first got here.
Still, though, 2 MVPs and the Super Bowl.
But I'm just saying the first 20 starts of his career, it's easily going back. But right away, I mean, Joe didn't start magically right away.
It's really year 3, right?
The comeback against New Orleans, we had the anniversary of that game on December the 7th, is the one that kind of got Joe going. So, yeah, I mean, easily, he's the best quarterback since Joe and Steve. When you look at the start of a career, it's good as anyone in the history of the NFL, obviously, of this franchise. And this franchise has been known for quarterbacks. Before Joe and Steve, you had Frankie Albert and Y.A. Tittle. They traded Y.A. Tittle. And John Brody was an amazing player, won the MVP in 1970 because he's so underrated. But, yeah, he's the best 49er quarterback since. And Alex was good. Jeff Garcia made a Pro Bowl in 4,000 yards, and Colin, and obviously Jimmy. But I think you got to go back to the golden era Niner quarterbacks. He's been that good.
All right, he's Greg Papa. I'm John Dickinson, sitting in for John Lund. It's Papa and Lund here on a Friday. Coming up, we'll switch gears. We'll get back into the Warriors a little bit. They have some huge games coming up. And then we also are going to have the press conference coming up as well. Jung-Hoo Lee introduced as the newest member of the San Francisco Giants. That's coming up at 1 o'clock. And you're going to hear it all right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I mean, Brandon has been playing amazing. So is JK, and feel for Wiggs. I know how competitive he is. It's not the end of the world for him. I'm sure he'll be back in there before the year's over. I've been through slumps just like him. I try to encourage him. I mean, I'm going through one technically right now, not shooting up to my standards, but I will never forget how great of a player he is. I mean, not long ago, he was an all-star and a champion, and I know he'll attain that level of play. It just might take a little time, but it's coming.
All right, Klay Thompson there following the Warriors' loss in L.A., trying to put somewhat of a positive spin with everything that's been going on, and the Warriors losing their 7th straight on the road. They're 10-14. It's Papa and Lund here on a Friday on the Sports Leader. Want to also let everybody know you can tune in between now and the end of the program, and we're going to give you the cue to call, and you'd be the 10th caller. It'd be the 10th caller, and you can win a $100 Pacific Catch gift card. You can win. We'll give you the number again coming up here. Not a lot of time left in the program between now and 2 o'clock. And so if you're looking for somewhere special to celebrate this holiday season, offering fun cocktail parties, family-style dinners, amazing catering options, and a festive cocktail menu, check out Pacific Catch. You can get more info at pacificcatch.com. Your opportunity coming up to win a $100 Pacific Catch gift card between now and 2 o'clock if you keep it locked here on the Sports Leader. So, Pop, Klay Thompson making a positive spin, trying to keep spirits up. It just feels like this Warriors team right now is fighting. They're fighting themselves. They're fighting to stay afloat right now and try and build some semblance of positive momentum. Not a scenario that we've been used to seeing them have to go through here through this last decade.
Well, really, since Steve has been the head coach, Steph Curry getting hurt on October the 30th, being out, and then the pandemic hit, and that was just a difficult year when they lost 50 games. They had the worst record in the NBA, and then they got this second overall pick. That was the chance to flip the franchise and revitalize it. So I think the miss on James Wiseman is just turning into a big gaffe, and he's just not playing in Detroit. It's hard to believe, and they're so awful there. It's unbelievable. And then obviously, the year where they came back and they got into play-in and they lost to LeBron and John. Draymond turned down that shot at the bottom of the circle late in that game. But then they came back and shocked the world and won the NBA championship, JD. But last year, when Draymond punched Jordan Poole, and Steve did use the words, the biggest crisis point, the biggest challenge of his coaching career, and the biggest, challenge to keep the team together, and they just couldn't do it. In retrospect, they probably should have taken action against their own player at that time and sought help for Draymond Green. I don't know if they saw signs off the floor or whatever it is, but it's just gone on and on. Last year, he wasn't the leader he was supposed to be, and he lost a lot of credibility in the locker room after that, and there were some tense moments and uneven play, inability to win on the road, lack of defense, whatever it was. And they beat Sacramento, but even that was a battle when they lost Game 6 at home and had to play Game 7. Steph went off and cost them the Lakers series. Then Klay shot so poorly there, and Jordan Poole was so poor. All the turnovers, just the wild, out-of-control forays to the basket. It's like, calm down. Where's the guy that won the championship? It's hard to believe where his game is gone and where Andrew Wiggins is gone. And now, with Draymond being away from the team indefinitely, JD, and the payroll being so bloated and running it back and trading for Chris Paul. And wow, I mean, did you ever think it would start this poorly? And the one-loss record, maybe you could predict that. They were 10-10 last year. But the Draymond drama is now taking on a life of its own. So I'm wondering what Danny's big pull. What are people saying in the Bay Area? Do you blow it up and make a monumental trade? Do you make a small trade? Do you just try to empower the young guys? I mean, exactly what do they do? Hard to tell on December the 15th. We'll know more January 15th. And then getting into the deadline of the 8th. But what do they do as they look at themselves right now internally?
Yeah, you mentioned the question, and Danny's big poll will give you the updates, and you're probably not too far off here. Here's the update on it. I've got it right here. Make a major trade, leading the way. 53% of the vote is make a major trade. Play the young guys is number 2 at 27%. Minor trade 12%, stand pat 8%. So, you've got minor trade and stand pat taking up about a fifth. Well, exactly a fifth.
Okay, so
of the vote.
make a major trade.
That is the overwhelming favorite.
All right, trading Chris Paul to me, would you agree, is not a major trade?
Well,
I think that's something you were going to do anyway.
It would be if he's with Wiggins or with Kuminga.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying trading Chris Paul for another piece that's an expiring contract would not be a major trade.
I agree with that. I'll be honest. I think a lot of the people reading it, and it is open to interpretation, but I think a lot of people making their selection on Danny's big poll are thinking trade
who?
Clay or Draymond when you think big
Andrew
major trade.
Wiggins,
Everybody has their own
be
definition. But yeah, I would put Wiggins in there.
Trading Paul on his own would not be to me. It would be Clay, it would be Draymond, it would be Wiggins, it would be Kuminga. If you put Kuminga in a package, that would all. So, I mean, okay, say you do that. What's the best course of action for a return? What kind of return are you looking for? Are you looking to just punt the season and try to get enough money to recharge next year? How do you stay under the second apron next year, which I think they clearly want to do? How do you reshape the roster at the trading deadline, February the 8th, and probably more importantly, JD, the summertime of July the 8th? How do you do all this and then come back next year with a cast around Steph Curry that's championship caliber? Can they pull that off, and how do they do that?
Well, it's going to take creativity, but it's also going to take something that I always go, you can't have everything, right? You're going to have to give up something to get. You're going to have to be a little bit uncomfortable with maybe a decision. And to me, as much as we talk about the veteran players and the core guys, I do think the evaluation of the young players and their future is a part of this, because you're not just trading a veteran player, whether it's Chris Paul or it's Wiggins, or even if you want to get into real extremes and start talking about Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. You're not doing any of that alone, frankly, at this point, because those players right now don't have a lot of value on their own. And their value, especially in the case, I think, of Klay and Chris Paul, is more in their expiring contract, which is not as valuable as it used to be in the NBA. So when you add all of it up, the first half of the equation for me, Pop, is, are you willing to move Chris Paul and or Wiggins? I'm not really going down the Klay Draymond road, but but it's not just Chris Paul or Wiggins. It's Chris Paul or Wiggins plus Kuminga and Moody and Podziemski. And I'm not saying you get rid of them all, but you have to look at what you could get back by dangling some of those young players, and you have to evaluate their ceilings and what you think are they just good role players? Kuminga, Moody, and Podziemski 6, 7, 8 on a team that can be championship caliber, or can they be 3, 4, 5 or 2, 3, 4 among your pecking order eventually? And how long does that take? And does that coincide with Steph Curry's timeline? Because I don't think that does coincide with Steph Curry's timeline. And if you make the observation that it doesn't coincide, Pop, with Steph Curry's timeline, then are you going into more of a full and dramatic rebuild? Because that's the only way to me you're trading the veteran players without attaching young players to them.
And how does Steph tolerate a rebuild? And I am not saying trade Steph Curry, but Steph's contract does not go forever. And I think we all think he's going to be a Warriors' entire career. That's the goal there. But how does he do that and still have the championship aspirations? It's amazing how this is unraveling virtually overnight, which also leads to another question here that's kind of not discussed enough for me. Steve Kerr's future. Does Steve Kerr want to be part of I'm not going to call it a rebuild. I don't think they'll do that. But how do they rearrange the pieces and come back and be and would Steve tolerate, coaching a rebuild? I mean, look at his years here: 67 wins, 73 wins, 67, 58, 57 finals every single year. Then they crashed and burned and went 15-50. The next year, shortened year, 39-33. They lost in the play-in to the Lakers and Memphis. Then they come out of nowhere and win 53 games and win the championship. Like, how did that ever happen? And then last year happened, and all the Draymond, Jordan Poole, and you get knocked out in the second round, which I think is right now the highest level you could get to this year would be 44 wins and win a first-round series legitimately if Draymond's out for an indefinite period. What are you looking at? Does Steve Kerr want to sign up for what's coming ahead? I mean, it's going to be hard here now.
I think he might, but is he the best fit for a rebuild? Like my thing with Steve, I think Steve would be open to a rebuild, but is he the best coach if you don't have championship expectations and you're not going to have Steph, Clay, and Draymond as the three that are at the height of it? Because the one thing to me, just being honest, that hasn't worked is the blend of the young and the old, and that has been 44 and 38. That has been a team that loses in the play-in in 2021. When they won in 22, it was really the impact of the young players. I think was gone. You go back and you do a little revisionist history, and Moody did this and Kuminga did that. That was a veteran team that won that title with very few contributions from the younger players. And so, that has been a scenario where Steve Kerr has been able to thrive. So I think we keep this conversation going, Pop. I know you want to get into Shohei Ohtani. We do have the Jung-Hoo Lee press conference coming up at 1.
And Scott Boras is going to be there.
Yeah.
I want to hear some rhymes from Scott.
Yeah, Scott Boras is going to be there as well. So that's all coming up here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's starting to get cold and heating bills get up high, so it's essential that you have weatherproofing in your home that is properly fitted. Greg Papa here with this message for professionals working with a client to upgrade or build a new home. Be sure to visit Golden State is my message. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning, James Hardie, and Boral Siding. Owens Corning provides a broad range of insulation, roofing, and fiberglass composite materials and are known for innovation and sustainable solutions. James Hardie provides a durable, lower maintenance alternative to wood and vinyl. Boral, true exterior siding and trim, well, they offer phenomenal performance while consisting of 70% recycled materials, a environmental leader. So talk with your client about double or triple pane windows that offer a comfortable environment year-round while delivering low energy bills. Golden State's respected window and door partners include the very best: Marvin, Anderson, and Milgard. So start online at goldenstatelumber.com. Building better in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, John Dickinson and Greg Papa. It's Papa and Lund here on a Friday. We're going to head out to Oracle Park coming up at the top of the hour, the Jung-Hoo Lee press conference. We'll have that for you here on the Sports Leader. Papa, I know you wanted to get into Shohei a little bit, and I love the New York Giants.
We're bringing an international star here in Jung-Hoo Lee, and his agent is Scott Boras. I don't think I've ever listened in on a Scott Boras presser. I know Scott well from hanging out behind home plate at Dodger Stadium and in Anaheim all those years, but he's going to be interesting. So we're going to have quite the stage there with Farhan Zaidi and Jung-Hoo Lee and Scott Boras, and Lee's going to have his translator, Ted O, there as well. Erwin Higueras will MC it. But I don't know if you caught any of the Shohei presser. It was over 30 minutes yesterday, and they had a translator there as well. But the interesting thing, did he have Tommy John ligament replacement surgery or not? He would not describe what he had.
Sounds
he
like he didn't.
Sounds
like he didn't.
Did he go the Brock Purdy internal brace, Nick Mullins, Clayton Thorson, Brock Purdy way, and he did not have the full-blown ligament replacement Tommy John surgery that Frank Jobe did years and years ago? I mean, I don't know. Elatrosh kind of made it sound the way he described it, but think about Shohei. He's so mysterious in everything he says.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, what exactly did he have on his elbow? Did he have the Tommy John or not?
Yeah, it remains to be seen, but it sounds like he didn't. From what I gleaned from watching it back yesterday. And so, we'll see. And what does that mean as far as recovery times and all of that? I mean, basically, it's been put out there that he's not going to pitch in 2024, but could he at some point?
Well, I mean, if he did the internal brace, was the ligament completely torn? If you're a baseball pitcher, it's different than a football because of the weight of the ball and all that. You almost have to have the Tommy John. No baseball pitchers ever had the internal brace that Brock and Nick Mullins had. So that whole thing was just very unclear on what exactly he had done.
One thing we know is he can still hit, though, Pop.
Well, I understand that, but if you're going to pay him, and I still don't understand the deferred money because they are going to take a $46 million AAV hit. Why didn't he just take $46 million in salary every year and take the rest as a deferred payment? Would that be? It's a mathematical equation on offsetting the 13.3%.
Is there some tax help there? Yeah, I was going to say there's got to be some tax help there.
Well, I understand that, but it's also ridiculous to not take $680 million or $68 a year for 10 more years. It's not the same value. So they can obviously tell him how to do it where he can maximize the tax savings and still get new money. But anyway, that whole thing is just very interesting what Shohei had to say yesterday. But the key thing here is obviously Jung-Hoo Lee passed his physical. Otherwise, we would not be having this press conference because we were concerned about the ankle fracture that he had last year playing with the KBO, JD. But in order for them to go through with this, and we did mention yesterday that he is from South Korea. We didn't want to go with Carlos Correa, but he's passed his physical. They are going to have the press conference, and I just want to hear Scott Boras and how much he talks here. This could be entertaining.
Yeah, it could be very entertaining. I mean, he obviously holds court every year at the winter meetings, and that's something that everybody looks forward to. I'm really, of everyone that's going to be on the dais over there at Oracle Park, to me it's about Farhan Zaidi. And it's always about Farhan Zaidi because I think, while this is a huge day for the Giants and it's a huge day for Jung-Hoo Lee and all of that, to me, it's going to be about Farhan and the questions about, are you done? And we know they're not done, but we know they're not done. But what are you working on still? So I think this is going to take on that tone very quickly.
Well, he's already addressed the Shohei right after the Dodgers announced it formally.
That's done. That's done.
Yeah,
but it's what are you doing now among who's left?
Well, how many of Boris's clients are still going to sign
today?
How are you going to get Cody Bellinger? Are you going to get Blake Snell?
Exactly.
Are you going to get Matt Chapman? I mean, it's interesting.
He's got
that
all the guys
Scott's
they
there.
want.
Well, Scott was not there when they flunked Correa on the physical. So we know how that went. But then right away they signed Conforto, who Scott does represent. But the other thing is, Jung-Hoo Lee, is he the first of how many Boris clients they signed, JD? Are they going to get Blake Snell? What's going on with Yamamoto? I don't know if we'll have the liberty to say that. And then Matt Chapman is also a Scott Boras client as well, and Cody Bellinger.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be the quick tenor of this is everybody's happy for Jung-Hoo Lee, and it's obviously his day, and it's a big day for the Giants to add him into the mix. And I do think there will be a lot of questions about that and welcoming him to the Bay Area and everything that goes along with these introductory press conferences. But I would anticipate that things shift very quickly in the Q&A portion to, all right, you've added somebody. You forget about Ohtani. That's done and been done and already been addressed. But are you going to go get some of these other names and more than one? Really, probably we're talking 2 or 3 of some of these other names that you just mentioned, Pop, because Jung-Hoo Lee, as good or potentially great a player as he could be, that's not really moving the needle, to be honest, in the Bay Area.
Yeah, but it is his introductory press conference, so a lot of it's going to be about bringing him here. And it's a big, they gave him a $19 million posting fee. He does have an opt-out after 4 years, but it's a 6-year contract at $113 million, JD. So we are talking big money here.
And a good player that should be good.
Well, and we'll see how he hits, but I think the one thing they wanted to get was more athletic and a better defensive center fielder. In theory, this guy should be your leadoff hitter and roam center field, against lefties and righties, and he should be able to steal some bags here. It's just we had a comp from Eno Saris the other day, Saris, where he said Gregor Blanco. That got me a little bit concerned that he could be a Gregor Blanco type player. You're not going to give Gregor Blanco $113 million.
All right, you're listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It's Papa and Lund here on a Friday as the Jung-Hoo Lee press conference is about to begin over at Oracle Park. So we will head out right now to Oracle Park.
Higueros, and I'm the Giant Spanish language broadcaster. I'd like to thank you all for being here today as we welcome the newest Giant, Jung-Hoo Lee, into the Giants organization. I also like to welcome those watching on all Giants social media channels, NBC Sports Bay Area, and listening on KNBR. I'd also like to recognize Jung-Hoo Lee parents who are in attendance today. His dad, Chung Bum Lee, and his mom, Chung Ming Chung. Sorry if I mispronounced the names. I apologize. Joining us on the dais is Giants President of Baseball Operations, Farham Saidi, Giants outfielder Jung-Hoo Lee, Lee's attorney Scott Boras, and Lee's interpreter Tad Yo. Today's program will feature opening remarks from Farhan and Jung-Hoo, followed by the jersey presentation and a photo opportunity, and then we'll open it up for questions. Now I'll turn it over to Farhan.
Thank you, Erwin. I just echo Erwin's sentiments. Welcome everybody here. Welcome our members of the Korean media, some who have traveled very far to be here today. Special warm welcome to Jung-Hoo's parents. We're so delighted that you could be here for this special day, and we know you're as proud today as we are excited to welcome your son into the Giants family. Also want to acknowledge Scott Boras and the Boras Corp, and very much appreciate all their work and cooperation in getting this deal done. With that said, this is really a great and really exciting day in Giants history. It's a great day for our organization and for our fan base. Jung-Hoo is somebody who we have admired from afar over several years. We've watched him grow into one of the best players in the KBO, seen him win many awards over there. Got a chance to scout him in the World Baseball Classic earlier this year, where he had an amazing performance. Our general manager, Pete Patilla, made a trip over to Korea. Even though it was just to see one at bat, we still believe he may have gotten a hair sponsorship deal out of his appearance there. So There was great efforts made on all parts of our organization to familiarize ourselves with Jung-Hoo, not just as a player, but as a person, and we think this is an absolutely perfect fit. As we've talked about entering this offseason, our goals were to get more athletic as a team, from an offensive standpoint, to make more contact and play the kind of baseball where the industry seems to be trending towards. And honestly, as we looked at our options this offseason, there was no player, no target who was more of a perfect fit for what we were hoping to achieve than Jung-Hoo. So we could not be more excited from a baseball standpoint. From our baseball operations group, we're very grateful to our ownership, Greg Johnson, our chairman, and our entire board and ownership for their support in this pursuit. Jung-Hoo was a very coveted player in free agency, and we made it known to his representatives that he was a very high priority for us, and we're just delighted that we were able to get this deal done. Like we talked about, for us, this offseason was about adding players who had a chance to be here, not just for a year or two, but for several years. And Jung-Hoo, as a 25-year-old next year, has a chance to be in San Francisco for a very long time and create a wonderful legacy here. And know that our players and coaches and our manager, Bob Melvin, who he had a chance to speak to earlier today, will provide him with every bit of support as he seeks to accomplish his goals here. So with that, again, just want to welcome Jung-Hoo, his family, to the Giants organization, and again say we could not be more excited to be here today to introduce you all to our fans and organization.
Now we'll hear from Jung-Hoo.
Hello, Giants. My name is Jung-Hoo Lee, grandson of the wind, from Korea. First, I would like to thank the Johnson family, Larry, Farhan, and Pete. Also, special thank you my lawyer, Scott Boras, and Boras Corporation. I'm honored to sell this day with my mother and father, and thank you for helping to achieve my dream to play in MLB. I always have loved the Bay Area from coming here as a young ball player. I am here to win and will always give my best for teammates and fans. Let's go, Giants! Thank you. 감사합니다.
Let's go, Giants. We'll do the jersey presentation now.
All right, Jung-Hoo Lee putting on the jersey over at Oracle Park following the introduction and opening statements from everybody as you listen here on The Sports Leader. Photo opportunity as well, as these things tend to have before the Q&A portion with Jung-Hoo Lee and Farhan Zaidi, Scott Boras. But, yeah.
Handsome?
Big day.
Handsome?
All right. So we'll open for questions now. Megan and Maverick have wireless mics, so please raise your hand, and one of them will come in and get you the microphone. Susan?
Thanks everybody for this. Welcome, Jung-Hoo. My first question is what particularly about the Giants as an organization attracted to you this team since you were so coveted in free agency?
왜 자이언츠가 너한테 너가 왜 자이언츠를 선택하냐니까 간단하게 얘기하면.
우선 저도 어렸을 때부터 MLB를 시청하는 한 팬으로서 네, 샌프란시스코 자이언츠는 역사도 깊고 또 명예의 전당에 헌액된 그런 레전드 선수들도 많은 팀이고 또 가장 최근에도 우승을 가장 많이 했던 팀이고 네, 역사적으로 정말 전통 있는 팀이어서 저도 정말 좋아하는 팀이었는데 네, 그런 팀에게서 또 저를 이렇게 선택해 주시고 또 저랑 제 또한 이제 이런 큰 역사 깊은 구단에서 뛰게 되어서 매우 영광입니다.
Ever since he was a child, he would come to San Francisco, as he said in the earlier statement, and he just feels honored that a team of historical importance like the Giants chose him to be a part of the team, and he feels that this is a true honor for him to play for the Giants.
Evan?
Jung-Hoo, welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How do you foresee this transition to the major leagues going for you on the field? And what do you think are the biggest challenges and what are kind of your goals for this first year?
So 이번에 메이저리그 오는데 너가 생각하기로는 제일 힘든 게 뭘까 같냐 그리고 또 이번 내년 고가 뭐냐.
제일 힘든 거는 일단은 새로운 환경에 적응을 해야 되는 게 제일 큰 숙제인 것 같고 또 새로운 투수들 또 새로운 환경 새로운 야구장 그리고 한국에서는 항상 버스로 이동을 했지만은 또 비행기를 타고 이동하고 시차가 달라지고 이런 것들이 다 제가 적응해야 되는 과제라고 생각하고 또 그런 것들을 빨리 적응할 수 있도록 잘 준비해야 될 것 같고 또
pretty much everything, but he said specifically, obviously the pitching, the team, the stadiums themselves, and the environment that he's going to be playing in going forward. On top of that, travel. I mean, it's a very different system than Korea. He used to take buses in Korea, but now he's going to take planes, and the time changes will be difficult for him to adjust to. But he's ready to make that transition happen. He's going to work really, really hard to make that transition a success.
또 뒤에 질문 뭐죠? 뒤에 질문?
Okay.
Hi, Jung-Hoo, congrats. On sort of building off that, what are you most excited about as you look ahead to your first season in the major leagues?
첫 번째 시즌을 생각하면 뭐가 제일 그냥 기대가 돼?
제가 미국에 있는 야구장을 올해 초에 스프링 트레이닝 때 저희 키움 히어로즈 구단이 있을 때 견학을 한번 간 적이 있는데 그때 이후로 처음 또 와본 게 오라클 파크이고 모든 구장이 더 처음이라 그런 메이저리그 필드에서 뛰게 된 게 가장 기대가 됩니다.
Well, first of all, he, as a Kium Hero player, he would come to spring training in Arizona, and his first experience was seeing the Diamondbacks as we had this conversation, and then he was excited about seeing all the different fields in the major leagues and playing in those fields. That's one of the first things he's looking forward to.
Jung-Hoo, you mentioned your father and his playing career. What can you tell us about your dad as a player and what did you learn from him?
So 아버지에 대해서 질문인데, 너가 아버지 야구하는 거 봤잖아. 그래서 특별히 뭘 배웠냐 아버지한테?
야구적으로 배운 건 없고요.
This is funny. So we have to
야구적으로 배운 건
I learned nothing from my dad in baseball.
아버지한테는 인성이라든지 그런 좋은 사람으로서 클 수 있는 그런 것들 또 항상 선수가 잘할 때 어떻게 행동해야 되는지 이런 것들을 배운 것 같습니다.
Aside from the not learn, he really did learn to be a good person from his father and to be a good teammate and being part of a team, and he learned all those qualities from his father and his mother. You got to keep the mother in this picture.
Hi, Jung-Hoo. So obviously you've had a tour, you've been able to see this ballpark already. What do you think of this ballpark overall and how excited are you, or what excites you about being able to play here at Oracle Park?
네, 여기서 이제 파크를 봤잖아. 오늘 야구장 봤으니까 여기서 플레이하는 것에 대해서 뭐가 그렇게 기대가 되냐고.
저는 한국에서는 돔구장에서 뛰었었는데 우선 천연잔디 구장에서 홈구장으로 뛰게 돼서 너무 좋고 또 이런 특색 있는 야구장에서 그래도 제일 유명한 스플래시 히트가 가장 저 또한 기대가 될 것 같습니다.
He's played in Dome Stadium for most of his career, and the fact that he's been playing in an outdoor field is pretty special for him, and he's really looking forward to playing in this kind of environment.
First of all, how is your ankle? You had surgery in July. Is that fully recovered? Do you expect to make a full recovery and have any impact on your play? Obviously, speed and athleticism is a big part of your game.
7월달에 수술했는데 앵커 지금 어떠냐?
네, 그 부분에 대해서 완전히 100% 회복을 했다고 말씀드릴 수 있고 저를 위해서 많이 그 재활 기간 동안 도와주셨던 분들이 많기 때문에 그분들을 위해서라도 제가 내년 시즌 좋은 모습 보여드려야 한다고 생각합니다.
I'm back to full 100%, and a lot of people assisted him in getting back to where he is now, and he's going to dedicate this season to all those people that helped him get back to his feet.
예, 이정우 선수 안녕하세요. 먼저 계약 축하드립니다. MK스포츠 김지호 기자라고 합니다. 김하성 선수가 굉장히 이정우 선수 함께 뛰고 싶어 했어요. 근데 이제 1년에 14번을 적으로 만나야 하는 사이가 되는데 혹시 두 선수 계약하고 나서 두 선수 사이에 좀 한 얘기가 있으면 좀 공유해 주실 수 있나요?
So it's a question in Korean. So basically he's asking about Kim Ha-sung and their friends. So he's asking, have you guys had a dialogue after the signing?
하성이 형은 한국에서 같은 팀메이트로 뛰었고 또 저한테 있어서는 정말 정신적으로 지주가 되었던 그런 형이었고 또 형이 항상 한국에 있을 때부터 저한테 좋은 말씀 많이 해주셔서 저도 이렇게 큰 꿈을 키울 수 있었던 것 같고 뭐 함께 이제 맞대결을 많이 하겠지만 네 함께 뛰었던 그런 시절을 이제 뒤로 하고 형과 이렇게 맞대결하게 돼서 좀 신기하기도 하고 또 설레이기도 하고 그런 것 같습니다. 또 형도 항상 좋은 말씀 많이 해주시고 그러셔가지고 많이 형한테도 물어보고 해야 될 것 같습니다.
Ha-sung Kim has been friends with him for a long time since he was at Kiwoom, and he's benefited from his guidance and his counsel, and as he progresses his career, and he's honored to be playing in the same MLB with him, and he's going to continue to look to him for guidance and support throughout his career.
네, 스카보로스한테 질문하겠습니다. 샌프란시스코와 이정원 선수가 계약하는 데 있어서 가장 어려웠던 점 아니면 가장 또 굉장히 인상적이었던 점이 무엇인지 좀 묻고 싶고요. 두 번째는 이정원 선수한테 꼭 조언을 해준다면 어떤 이야기를 하고 싶으신지 궁금합니다.
First part of the question is, what was the toughest part of your negotiation with San Francisco? And 두 번째가 뭐였었죠? 조언하다가 무엇이었죠? Advice to other players? 다른 선수들한테? 누가 advice? 스카 씨 뭐냐고? They're talking about you, Scott. This is why. 알아들었으니까 질문해. He wants you to answer. Oh God! 근데 you have to 그걸 말해주세요. So I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Anyway, this was a question for Scott. Did you understand that in Korean, right?
You can tell my response. I immediately reacted. No, I think there was commonality between the Giants organization and certainly our discussions with Farhan and Pete began really at the general managers meetings and at the winter meetings. And it's really nice to tell a player that an organization's interest level is where they'll fly 30,000 miles to watch one at bat. And, so it's, we knew that, for us and the comfort of really what we wanted for Jung-hoo, that being raised in this area, knowing that this has a rich Korean community, certainly the construct of the stadium and his bat-to-ball skills, playing in the National League West, all fit the what we thought were very much success points for Jung-Hoo. So it was really I think a negotiation. We had a lot of mutual needs to be fulfilled, and it was great that Jung-Hoo was so familiar with the city, and his family had brought him here, and he was very, very pleased about the Giants' interest, and so we took great steps to advance with the Giants to get this done.
Jung-Hoo, a couple of questions. Could you explain what kind of player you are, so maybe fans could know what to expect on offense, defense, the running game, the power, the contact, everything. Who are you as a baseball player?
So 팬들 위해서 정우리가 어떤 선수냐?
우선 저는 어립니다. 어리기 때문에 저도 제가 아직 제 전성기가 오지 않았다고 생각하고 이곳에 와서 또 저의 기량을 더 발전시킬 수 있다고 생각하기 때문에 저는 우리 팀에 항상 승리를 안겨줄 수 있는 그런 선수가 되도록 노력할 것이고, 네, 우리 팀의 승리를 위해서라면 정말 뭐든지 최선을 다하고 저희 모든 것을 쏟아부을 준비가 되어 있는 선수라고 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
So the first part of your question, sir, basically, I'm still a young man, and I'm still developing as a player. But to conclude that statement, he wanted to tell the fan base that he's going to do everything in his power to work hard and be the best player that he can be. Now, the secondary part of the question, 두 번째 question 뭐였냐면, 너 offense는 어떤 선수고, defense는 어떤 선수냐?
그거는 제가 제 입으로 말씀드리기는 조금 부끄러운데, 그래도 내년 이제 오프닝 데이 때부터 제가 보여드리면 그때 팬분들께서 평가해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
I'm a little embarrassed to say this, but from opening day on, the fans will be impressed with this skill set.
Okay. And one more, just a lot has been said about your bat to ball skills and your contact rate and low on strikeouts, high on walks. Do you at all track exit velocity, or do you not even care about exit velocity?
지금 사람들이 다 얘기하는 게 프레스에서 얘기하는 게 공을 잘 맞힌다. 근데 너는 그 엑셀 밸런스에 대해서 신경을 쓰냐?
신경을 쓴다는 기보다는 어렸을 때부터 제가 남들보다 잘할 수 있는 게 뭘까 생각했을 때 공을 잘 맞추는 능력이었고, 그 공을 잘 맞추기만 해서는 안 되고 제가 제 풀스윙을 돌리면서 공을 잘 맞춰야 된다 생각을 했고, 또 삼진은 정말 아무것도 해보지 못하고 제가 물러나는 거지만 어떻게 해서든 공을 컨택을 해서 그라운드 안으로 넣게만 하면은 무슨 일이 일어날지 모르기 때문에, 네, 그런 식으로 어렸을 때부터 생각을 하며 연습을 했고, 그렇기 때문에 제가 컨택이 조금 남들보다 좀 좋아진 것 같아서, 네, 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
Ever since he was a young player, a young kid, he focused on contact as being a part of his game, and he's refined that over his career, and that's what his specialty has been, and he eliminates strikeouts that way, and that's why he focuses a lot of his energy and time on practicing and making contact. So not necessarily exit velocity.
Welcome, Jung-Hoo. I just heard grandson of the wind, and I saw it somewhere else. Is this your nickname? Who gave it to you, and why?
그러니까 프레스에 너가 아들이다, grandson 아들이다. 그 이름은 누가 줬고, 지금 이제부터 쓸 거냐?
저희 아버지 현역 이제 선수 시절 별명이 바람의 아들이셨는데, 그냥 태어나니까 자연스럽게 저는 바람의 손자가 되었고, 한국에서 뛰었을 때는 뭔가 바람의 손자라는 그런 말이 조금 오글거리기도 했고 한데, 이게 영어로 말하니까 멋있더라고요. 네, 그래서 좀
obviously his father was known as son of the wind, and in Korea they mentioned it once in a while, but in English it sounds really good, so I think he's going to use it.
Sorry.
I have some other questions, but that just makes me wonder. Obviously, his dad must have been fast. Is he as fast as his dad was, or is his dad faster? Who can say?
정말 이거는 좀 질문이 좀 힘든 문제입니다. 아버님보다 더 빠르냐고 물어보네요.
아빠는 정말 빠르십니다. 정말 빠르셨고 지금은 이기죠. 지금 이기는데 같은 나이 때 뛰어보라고 하면 절대 이길 수는 없을 것 같습니다.
Yes, he was really fast. And right now, I could probably beat him. But if they put him back at the same age level, 이길 수 있다고?
지금은 이제 올드 햄스트링이 됐기 때문에 제가 이기죠.
근데 똑같은 나이면 same age.
안 돼요.
No chance. He's still faster. Wow.
Okay.
Complimentary of his father.
When you came to San Francisco with your family as a kid, were those trips just to see the city? Were they business trips? Do you recall? Do you have relatives here?
어렸을 때 샌프란시스코 왔을 때 왜 왔냐? 뭐 놀러 왔냐? 뭐 일 보러 왔냐?
어렸을 때 중학교 3학년 때 제가 이제 국제 경기를 하러 샌프란시스코에 온 적이 있는데 네. 경기하러 왔습니다.
When he was in middle school, the third year in middle school, he came to watch a game.
Oh, to watch a game?
That's what he remembers.
Excellent. And how would you describe yourself off the field? What are your interests away from baseball?
야구 안 할 때는 뭘 하냐? 뭘 좋아하냐?
Back to you. Evan, go first. Okay. Sorry about that.
Pete Patilla's trip to go see your last game for one at bats come up a couple times. What did that mean to you personally, and did that have any impact on your decision?
So 핏이 너 마지막 방망이 보러 한국까지 갔는데 그게 너한테 어떻게 감정이 왔나? 그리고 또 그거에 대해서 어떻게 생각했냐?
생각지도 못했는데 정말 저는 어떻게 보면은 하나의 큰 선물을 받은 것 같은 기분이었습니다. 네, 너무 감사했고 또 이렇게 한국에 와주셔서 저희 플레이를 지켜봐 주신 것만으로도 저한테 너무 행복한 기억으로 지금도 남아 있습니다.
Unbelievable. No, basically, he didn't even think about him coming, and the fact that he came was an honor for him, and very, very honored that someone like Pete's caliber and position would come watch him play in Korea.
All right, so good stuff there as Jung-Hoo Lee introduced over at Oracle Park as the newest member of the San Francisco Giants. You heard it all right here on KNBR. The sports leader will come back. We'll react to that press conference. Also, Dan Minucci is going to join us as well. It's all straight ahead here. It's Papa and Lund on a Friday. JD in for Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Steve Kerr opened up yesterday about his feelings on Draymond Green's indefinite suspension. That's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and a four-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and families and celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness, aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels. It delivers a unique taste that is as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online, and at goldbarwhiskey.com, or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. Elliot may take care of you, so stop by there for delicious foods. They serve lunch from Wednesday through Sunday, refreshing cocktails, and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. You're on Treasure Island. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. This is a totally new whiskey blend from Gold Bar Whiskey. It is not double casked, but triple cast in cognac barrels. So wherever you are on game day, at home, a tailgate, or at the bar, make sure to order a Golden Joe for a refreshing game day cocktail. Gold Bar, the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Hello, Giants. My name is Jung-Hoo Lee, grandson of the wind, from Korea. First, I would like to thank the Johnson family, Larry, Farhan, and Pete. Also, special thank you my lawyer, Scott Boras, and Boras Corporation. I'm honored to sell this day with my mother and father, and thank you for helping to achieve my dream to play in MLB. I always have loved the Bay Area from coming here as a young ball player. I am here to win and will always give my best for teammates and fans.
The affable Jung-Hoo Lee at his press conference over at Oracle Park, introductory press conference. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader on a Friday. JD in for Lund. Pop, want to get your thoughts on the presser here in just a moment, but first we want to let somebody win this $100 Pacific Catch gift card. So right now, be the 10th caller, 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR. The 10th caller right now wins the $100 Pacific Catch gift card here on the Sports Leader. That biggest takeaway for me was just the personality, not only of Jung-Hoo Lee, but also his interpreter and translator.
Ted Yo, they were funny. Let's go Giants.
Really?
I thought he was gonna jump into Giants baseball. Nothing like it. He has to learn that. That was positively last year. Now he's got a lot of personality, and he was, Scott Boras was there. He was flanked by Scott on one side and Farhan on the other, and his translator Ted Yo in the middle or on the outside of Scott. It just ended minutes ago. John Shea has to follow up about why he came here to watch a game, and in 2013 he was on the Korean national team, and they played a game in Fresno, and that's when he came to whatever it was called back then, SBC, Pac-Bell, Oracle, AT&T, whatever it was, and he came and watched it. So he's not a big guy physically, sitting on that dais. Looks like the build of a leadoff hitter, a guy who's going to have great speed and track the ball down. We'll see what kind of power he translates to in Major League Baseball, but he got 23 homers, obviously the bat-to-ball skill. And he's got a little personality, and he's willing to speak English, which was interesting. He took, the translator did help later when we got into the meat of it, but for him to stand up there and speak English to his new fan base in the United States of America takes a lot of guts, but he's got a lot of personality. He was able to pull it off. He's going to be, Pablo Sandoval, because of the language barrier, didn't talk a lot in that clubhouse, but my son one time when he was a kid said the best thing about Pablo is he loves people. He just radiates around with his smile and his energy, and music is the universal language, but so is his smile. I just think the energy that he showed is going to translate on the baseball field, and maybe, I'm not going to say he's going to be Willie Mays, but the reason people love Willie Mays is he played with joy and the exuberance of a kid. This guy said, "I'm a young man." He's got a lot of charisma to him.
Yeah, and the Giants definitely need a change in vibes coming off of the way things ended last year. And so I think reason to be optimistic, at least from the introductory press conference. So good to have that. Coming up, Dan Minucci of Rock and Minucci on Fox Sports 910 in Phoenix. He's going to join us coming up next here. His relationship with Brock Purdy and helping him learn how to become a quarterback. That conversation is straight ahead on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Blitz from Bobby Wagner. They pick it up. Deep shot. Brock Purdy's going downfield for Debo. Touchdown! San Francisco! 54-yard touchdown from Brock Purdy to Debo Samuel. He's been killing the deep ball, at least 30 yards in the air. He is 7 for 13. That is an incredible percentage. And if the ball's in the air 20 yards or more, he was on with Murph and Marcus earlier this week, Brock, and he said his arm is stronger coming off the surgery for the torn UCL of a year ago. A guy that knows Brock Purdy really well is Dan Minucci, a former NFL quarterback who has been mentoring Brock Purdy since he was just a kid growing up in Gilbert, Arizona. Minucci, welcome back to Pop in Lund. Great to hear from you, my friend. And just give me a little thought about what you're seeing from Brock Purdy this year. Is his arm actually stronger after having the UCL surgery?
You know what, Greg, it's interesting because it looks as though he's gotten stronger. Now, a lot of that is because he's using his body more. He's really turning through the ball. And we focused on that since day one, going back to ninth grade. But he's gotten stronger. During that rehab, a lot of wrist curls, a lot of arm strengthening exercises. But I think a couple of things come into play. It's funny you say that because by using his body, he's getting bigger, stronger, faster. I think the rehab with the ligament and the arm and the forearm and the shoulder is really coming into fruition. Now, he's always had a very good arm. He's at a scale of 1 to 10. He's about an 8 on 10 being an absolutely gun or hose, if you will. But I think the anticipation, seeing the field, getting the ball out, but I think he's also understanding his receivers, Greg. I mean, you throw a little bit longer to Ayuk, a little bit shorter to Deebo Samuel. So he's also getting to the used to the receiver's speed. Kittle, Ayuk, McCaffrey. So I think that helps a lot, too. He understands where to put the ball with each guy. And he and I talked after last year. He said, Coach, he says, sometimes I take a quick 3-step for Deebo, or other times I'll take a throw or 3-step for Ayuk. It just depends. But I think from the arm strength side, just because he's using his body and all the rehab he had on that arm helped strengthen that arm on top of everything.
Dan, when did you first start working with Brock Purdy and teaching him how to play quarterback?
Well, he got a hold of me right after his freshman year in high school. So Brock was doing a combination of football and baseball at the time. And so when I got a hold of him, we really worked on his footwork, mechanics, staying over the top of the ball. I mean, at times it was hard for Brock to throw a spiral. He threw a decent spin, but you watch now, his spiral is tight. So he really worked on his positioning, his motion, getting through the ball, even at a young age, using his body. But the biggest thing we really focused on was really utilizing his feet and understanding with routes, where to put the ball, how to lead the fast guys, understanding, where to understand as far as reads were concerned. So a lot of that came together at a very young age. But 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, Brock started to understand and really understand the intricacies of throwing the ball, that your feet have got to be set. And you watch Brock's feet from last year to this year, he's always had very good feet. Now, he's improved upon it as well, too, understanding that setting your feet, flipping your hips, and using that body is ultimately the key for throwing the ball. So when you look at all that, we started that way back in 9th grade for him to really get that, I call it the base, get your feet based and use that body and torque it through the ball. And then on top of that, his arm got stronger and stronger and stronger. We used to do long ball tosses to help that arm strength. And the other thing that Brock was always very natural. He's always had very good accuracy, even from the get-go. And those are things that I really emphasize to him, where to put the ball on certain routes. If it's a dig route coming across the middle, keep it down. If it's an out route, make sure you hit him outside. If it's a go route, make sure you miss him deep to the outside. Those little things like that. And Brock picked up on all of that at a very, very early age, Greg. So he's carried that throughout, those minor intricacies that help you as a quarterback.
I want you to speak to a couple of footwork improvements I think he's made from last year, where he's rolling one way, you think he's going to throw, maybe rolling to his left, and now he flips his hips and his shoulder, and he throws back the entire width of the field. That was something you were working on when he was young, but he said this year he's really being asked to do it in games way more than he ever has in his career, including college and the pros.
Well, the one that you talked about in the Seattle game, we've been working that drill since day one. And it's interesting, you roll him out, he gets his hips in the right position, but that one throw, a slight roll out left, flip the hips and hit Ayuk in between the safety and the corner in that Seattle game, that was the the essential throw that we've been working on. And I've told all the young quarterbacks, even the older quarterbacks, that there's a certain drill I do, or I have the guys run a 4 square, pop up into the middle of the square, flip their hips, run about 4 feet left, flip their hips, come back to the right, make the throw. I said, Brock Purdy's been making that throw since 9th grade. So when you see him position his shoulders up the field, when he throws on the run, he gets that lead shoulder around. I call it the scope, your scope shoulder, that left shoulder. He gets that body, so when he throws the Opie torch through the ball, he doesn't just run into the guy with his chest facing the target. He gets that left shoulder around, he comes over the top, and he gets to the ball. And Greg, the other thing, too, in reference to feet, he always keeps his base not real wide, but about, I would say shoulder width wide. You never see him overstride. Or when he sets in the pocket, he keeps his feet base wide, or I should say 3 feet wide. When he moves in the pocket, he doesn't click his heels like Dorothy in the Wizard of Oz or anything like that. He just comes up. But he's really done a great job of getting set as he throws. Now, when he does throw off balance, he does a good job of getting his shoulders around and following through to the target when he's off balance. So those are a lot of things I've really noticed this year, and I tell guys, and you're right. I get home, I'll turn that tape on, and I'll watch Brock Purdy tape before I watch the Cardinals game, just because of the vested interest. But I'll tweet him and say, hey, good job, or don't fall off the left. And the other thing too, I'll just give it to you, is that every once in a while, when he threw last year, he would kind of drift. When he throw, he'd kind of drift off to his left. Well, this year he's getting that left foot planted. I call it pegged, and following through and staying there and not drifting left or falling back, which used to have a bad habit of doing, especially at Iowa State. So he's really done a great job of a concerted effort. And I'm sure Brian Griese's in his ear all the time as his quarterback coaches. Stay balanced. If you are off balance, make sure you follow through. And if you are off balance, Greg Papa, make sure you miss the receiver either outside or up the field, as not to put that ball in harm's way.
We're talking with Dan Minucci. Dan, what are you seeing now versus last year with Brock Purdy's overall pocket presence?
It's interesting you bring that up, because he has climbed the pocket. And I think that's a confidence thing. That's him understanding the rush, what's coming at him. And that just doesn't happen overnight, okay? So now you see him stepping up in the pocket, creating time. And the biggest thing we've always worked on, and always worked on, and I always leave with this note. I'll pull the curtain back a little bit. We'll talk about something, and I'll say, hey, best of luck. Keep your eyes up and let it rip. And that's what he's gotten a lot better at, keeping his eyes up, looking to throw the ball first before he moves or takes off. And you've noticed that this year too. His scrambling ability, he's got good escapability, don't get me wrong. But he's now, knowing where guys are at in the system, he can move up in the pocket, find his guys, follow through, and help him create more time so he can follow through. So that's the key there, is getting his eyes up the field, understanding where on the rush, where he's got to go. Can he move up in the pocket? Does he need to move right? And just be very aware, because Brock always has that in the back of his head that, okay, I've got to do this, this, and this. We always teach, be forward thinking. If this happens, be ready to do this. If that happens, be ready to do this. And I call it being ready to go. Whether that blitz or stunt comes, you've already thought it through, so you know what to do if it comes, and it just looks natural to him.
As you say, you go back and watch Brock's tapes from every Sunday game before you even watch the Cardinals. But you do watch the Cardinals, Dan Minucci. You're a co-host of the sports radio talk show Rockin' Minucci, which I'm going to be on today after we get done with our show. So, Minucci, what are you seeing from Kyler Murray right now?
Well, yeah, I think we've seen a high and we've seen a low. I think last week's game against Pittsburgh, we saw a more settled quarterback, to your point, Greg. They really need him to understand you've got to be able to win or throw from the pocket, Kyler, because the helter-skelter, running around here, running around there, is just not going to work on a regular basis. So I think Drew Petzing, the offensive coordinator for the Cardinals, has really done a good job of emphasizing that And on top of that, with Jonathan Gannon and the offensive staff, Jonathan Gannon, the head coach, Kyler's got to learn this. He has to, or he won't be around the Arizona Cardinals very long because their offensive line's been much improved. James Conner has really helped him as a running back, and he's kind of the bell cow at running back, which helps that running game. And I think what Kyler understands now is the play-action passing, step up in the pocket, know where your receivers are, and get the ball out to him. Now, what's helped that, Greg, is the tight end play of McBride and Swaim the last 3 weeks. And I think McBride and Swaim had a combined 10 catches against Pittsburgh that really helped the offense and the running game, so Kyler didn't really have to force it in there. Now, here's the other problem. He's had his wide receiving core tweaked. Michael Wilson, questionable. Marquise Brown, questionable. And here's the problem. They've been tweaked and or dinged, so they haven't had that deep threat down the field. So he's had to go underneath, and you know what? That's okay. Their third down conversions are getting better, but Kyler's footwork has gotten better, positioning of the ball, and understanding, I think, in this offense where to go with that ball and not having to boot him right, scramble him left, have him go, use his legs less. And that's probably that blessing in disguise. The knee injury, even though he's 100%, is that he has to understand how to use his arm and his eyes versus his legs.
We will see you Sunday, my friend. Thank you, Manuch.
Always a pleasure. Thanks for having me on. And tell that one shaking, Brock Purdy, no slacking and Cadillacing. Keep your eyes up and let it rip.
Great stuff there from Dan Manucci. We appreciate him joining us. Pop will come back, and we'll wrap up this show here on a Friday as we get ready for Tolbert and Copes. But one final segment straight ahead. KNBR 105, 104.5, and 680, the sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Pop, it's been fun. Another one of these Fridays sitting in for Lund. Your final thoughts on the game at Arizona or the press conference or anything?
Yeah, Jung Hoo Lee's got a nice personality. He's a good-looking guy, and he's fun. It'll be a nice acquisition there. Good news from 49er practice. Dre Greenlaw and Aaron Banks were both out at practice today. Banks at left guard. John Lynch was confident, Steve Wilkes, that Dre would be able to play. Now he's got to find out about Charvarius Ward. So be great to have Dre and Aaron play on Sunday, and it's a T-shirt and cap game, 2 in a row to conquer the West.
Yeah, to get that NFC West title. Pop, thanks to you.
Thank you,
thanks
JD.
to Walter. Thanks to Danny. Tolbert and Copes are going to have Marcus Thompson at 3:50, Tim Ryan at 4:30, and Steve Kerr coming up at 5:30. Tolbert and Copes coming up right here. KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today, we are going to have, it's a Friday. You know it's coming on a Friday. We have Dennis Ranahan, Friday. Marcus Thompson, Friday. Tim Ryan, Friday. One more I'm missing on a Friday. We have Friday. We have...
Who'd you say? I wasn't listening to you.
No, Marcus Thompson, Tim Ryan, Dennis Ranahan. Oh, that's it. Harmony. I don't know why we're doing. I can't believe we're doing Harmony now. Like introducing Harmony.
You can't believe it.
I don't know. Is
What
that
do you mean you
keeping
can't believe?
Is
Really,
that
you
keeping our
can't.
rates down? I
You
mean, is
can't
that
believe
helping
it,
out
huh,
with the
Tom?
rates?
It's so shocking that we promote her. It's more shocking that our digital team's like putting it out there on Twitter. That's more surprising.
Yeah, I guess it is.
And they were like, "Should we be doing this?"
I
I was like, "Who's going to stop us? Who's going to tell us no?"
One little bonus nugget for you on Friday. Steve Kerr will join us. We had him Monday, and I thought, look, I love having Steve on, and I would have had him on regardless, but I was like, nah, what could happen in 3 days? Apparently,
if we're going to open it up to riffing, then there's a lot.
So we'll talk to Steve at 5:30, and there you go.
Good
so
deal.
A little football for you, some Harmony, and some Working Blue for you, and then a lot of Niners, a lot of football. It is a Friday. It's how Fridays go. It's football. It's ska. It's roll you right into the weekend, and hopefully it will be a good Friday and a good weekend for
It's
you.
going to be a good weekend, too. Do we have bowl games this weekend?
Yes, we do.
We have the lighter. It's sort of a misting of bowl games. It's like the ones where you're like, did they play that already? If you're playing a bowl game December 16th, you probably had like 6 wins. You know what I mean?
Yeah, probably.
That's
I
probably.
think I actually think like Miami of Ohio's playing like they're a small like MAC. I think they have 10 wins. I think they have 10. UCLA Boise is that. I mean, the thing about bowl games, you never know who you're getting. right?
There's no because no
you know.
conference means anything like it. It used to. There was identity to what you were getting. Now it's just sponsorships. There's new bowls every year.
But I didn't even mean in that regard. I just meant like who's in the transfer portal, who's not in the transfer portal,
You mean
who's
the
opting
variance
out
of
because
roster.
of the draft. I mean, UCLA's best defensive player is out. The Green, the quarterback for Boise, is out. They're like starting a freshman quarterback against UCLA. So I don't even know how to like look at them, like handicap them anymore, trying to figure these things out because I don't even know who's playing. I used to say, okay, who's more excited to be here? Like, I think Boise's more excited to be there than UCLA, but I mean, you're down to your third string quarterback now, freshman quarterback, and I have no idea what to expect from this guy. I don't even know if I've ever seen him play. So you just, it's like it's almost too much work. It's like I don't want to try to dig around and see who's playing, who's not
No,
playing.
me neither. And I don't really care. I'd rather watch the 3 NFL games that are going down tomorrow. We got 3 NFL games tomorrow. And I think that's a better way. Bye weeks are gone, right? They're out of it now. So we're into week 15, and this is the home stretch. There is a lot of variance across the NFL. Fridays, as you said, all for ska and for football here on KNBR, and for Jung Ho Lee, of course, as well. Was announced as a new San Francisco Giant today. We're at number 51. How about that?
51?
51. They gave him Randy Johnson and Mac Williamson's number like they didn't even matter. You know? So we'll get into that.
Well, that's okay. Mac doesn't remember anyway. Too soon?
No, I mean, it's a little dark humor, but I'm can we riff?
What are you talking about?
We
205?
like the game. 205.
What better time for dark humor than 205?
It's a Friday, 205 on an afternoon. That's why we're here, Tom. Bring a little levity to the situation. Before we tell you how you can win some Red Hot Chili Pepper tickets, and I will tell you how you can do that. Yesterday I asked you, we were joking about, I was like, we'll get you ready for the Thursday night football game. And then I said, who's watching that? We'll just go to Kerry Crowley doing some Giants baseball talk tonight. Thursday night football game. I also it was Raiders and Chargers. I asked you right after that. You think Brandon Staley gets canned? And you said tonight. I said, I don't know, or tomorrow morning. Yep. You were like, no.
No, well, you were on that one.
I wasn't
on that one.
I didn't think they'd be down 42-0 at half on a Thursday night. I didn't think that my over was going to hit from one team before the half. I'll tell you that. I had 35 on the over. I felt good about it. I didn't think it was going by like the 4-minute mark in the first half.
I was like, damn, you might be right at halftime. He might not come back out at half. I looked at because I didn't watch it. I didn't watch a second of that game. And Weston texted me, goes, "You see what's going on in the Raider game?" I go, "I thought there was a fight." I couldn't imagine it was something on the football field that was intriguing. He goes, "No, look at the score." So I looked at the score. I go, "What?" I was like, Steve Young, what? 42-0 at half?
It was hysterical.
Are you kidding me?
A funny looking graphic. Yeah.
I mean, that's just embarrassing. Like, you're a pro. You can't get beat 42-0. I mean, you can't be down 40. You should be down 42-0 in a game, let alone a half. A half of football. Like, that's college stuff right there. So, yeah, I didn't think he'd get fired. Of course, I didn't know they'd give up a 60 spot to the Raiders either. So you were on that one. I was
not on the 60 spot. I was not on the Raiders. I did not have the Raiders going for 63. I'll tell you that. And I didn't really think Staley would get fired.
That team got shut out last week, by the way.
Yeah,
you gave up 63 points to a team that got shut out.
How bad they get shut out last week? 3-0.
3-0.
That's as bad of a way you can get shut out as any, right? That's the pitcher throws a shutout and then he hits a solo shot too, right? Or they score an unearned run. Like a 3-0 loss is tough in the NFL. And then, by the way, don't forget, like these are backup quarterbacks. Right, both of these guys. What did Aiden O'Connell go 4 touchdowns in this game?
Yeah, I don't know. I just know my buddy Weston's best friend Elvin, and he I think he had, who do you have? Zaire White. He had to put in at running back, and dude gets like 15, 16 points in fantasy.
That's unreal. You shouldn't be.
Like, you kidding me?
That's a joke.
Oh man, like if you're playing against him, you're like, hey, really? Seriously, like really? Yeah, really, it happened. That just happened. So that wasn't good. And then Tim, I gave it to Tim. I can't say I gave it to him because it wasn't real. It wasn't a full-throated endorsement. But he asked me, he goes, "So who you go with this week? Raiders defense or Atlanta's defense?" And I go, I don't know. I'd probably go Raiders just because Easton Stick, and they played pretty good last week. And he goes, yeah, I think I'm gonna go Atlanta. Oops.
Tim, did you in the playoffs? Is this the KNBR league, the No Food in the Studio league? It's a playoffs, but not the KNBR league. I was going to say in the KNBR league, Tim, I think is the 1 seed. He probably has a bye this week. He started at 1-1, and I know he rattled off 10 in a row. I didn't talk about it because I didn't like that it was happening. Chargers, by the way, fire both their general manager and their head coach. Tom Telesco gets canned, and Brandon Staley. Derek in our group chat last night, you saw, he goes, yeah, there's no way Spanos is going to fire him. Fire a coach and just pay him to sit on his ass. It's kind of what he's doing anyway, right?
Yeah,
right
exactly.
Now. So I have here a note. The connection for the Warriors, Brandon Staley to the Warriors. He spent time this offseason with Steve Kerr trying to see what winning culture looks like.
Yeah, well.
It's fairly ironic, yeah.
Unfortunately, it looks like Staley rubbed off on Kerr more than Steve rubbed off on Staley.
Derek right here, as luck would have it, the line tripped up. Warriors star Draymond is suspended.
Damn it.
Staley got an inside look of a proud champion under less than ideal circumstances. So there you go. I mean, that's tough for the Chargers. And by the way, how bad did they botch the idea?
That's a rough game.
It's a rough game. It's a rough day. It's a rough tenure. It's a rough coaching tenure. Dude, they could have gone out and got Sean Payton.
I know.
Didn't he he's made so many weird decisions in playing guys that were hurt or not playing guys or on-field decisions. Like this guy made some really, really questionable calls, and they had an opportunity to get Payton. I understand the risks of Payton. Guy's been out of the game. Seems like he's figured. I mean, he doesn't even have draft picks right now. This guy's doing it with what was kind of in-house, right? And what moves he made this offseason. And things are different, which tells you more about what happened last year culture-wise than anything. And I think he's come in as a real leader and knows how to rein things in. But we all got robbed because of Spanos of a potential of a Herbert playing under Sean Payton. That would have been awesome.
Yeah, I think this. I mean, this could be an incredible job for somebody. Now, I don't know the dynamics of the ownership group. I heard there's a lot of, family members and there's a lot of people kind of in the mix. So that's probably not ideal if you're going to be the head coach. But you got a franchise quarterback. The team is so bad this year. You're going to have a super high draft pick. And they're so talented, at least seemingly talented, that you may be able to flip that draft pick for a bunch of other draft. You may be able to solidify the team. And, oh, by the way, you have your franchise quarterback. I mean, this was a coach that lost. Correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't think I'm going to get the number right. But wasn't it 20? Was it 28-0? They led the Jaguars in the playoffs at half last year.
I'm sorry. Who are you asking about? The
Chargers.
The Chargers led them 28-0 at half.
Was it 28-0 or 24-0 or what was it? They led them at half. I mean, they were killing them, and the Jags came back.
Was that wild card weekend?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that game.
Yep.
Yeah, they won 30-31. They were up 27-7 at half.
27-7.
And they lost 31-30.
Yeah.
They scored 3 points in the second half.
Yeah,
3 in the third, and then got shut out of the fourth.
That was so much fun.
With the Chargers.
You could see it too. You could see it coming from a mile away. You could just see it coming from a mile away. That's why I thought he'd be gone after that game. That game was oh come on, you're not gonna survive.
2 years ago, he managed them out of the playoffs.
There's just no way.
On the last game of the season, he managed them out of it. Do you remember that?
There's just no way you're going to be able to survive that. My lovely wife just dropped a drink.
I saw you getting coffee dropped off. Look at that, huh?
Yeah.
That's not coffee. You're not a coffee man.
There she is. She's in the picture.
I'm not in the picture.
I don't know.
No, we can hear you, though.
No,
she is in the picture. Right? We can see you. We can see her.
There, they can see
I'm
you.
waving. I'm nice shades. I like the shades. Nice, dude. Rock on, yeah. Good work, Lori. Nice. Nice.
Is it delayed?
This is delayed. Yes. She said, "No, we can hear it all in all time,
yes,
Lori. No, we're
delayed.
good.
No, we can hear you. We can just can't see when you see it's delayed. Yes.
My God.
All right. Well, while she's dropping off more beverages to Tom, let's get you a way that you can win a couple of Red Hot Chili Pepper tickets next summer out at the Toyota Amphitheater at Wheatland near Sacramento. We're going to go away 2 more tickets today, last day. And by the way, we have a great giveaway coming up next week. Not going to tell you what it is. There will be laughter involved. I'll tell you that. We got some good tickets coming up. Yeah, dude.
Laughter will ensue.
We're going to give away some good tickets to some fun comedy next week. I got coming your way here on Tolbert and Copes. But right now we're giving away tickets to see the Red Hot Chili Peppers June 2nd, 2024 at the Toyota Amphitheater at Wheatland. Tune in all day long between now and 6. When we give you the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR. And the tickets can be yours, furnished by Live Nation. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. Official rules at knbr.com. Tim, what's the Q2 call?
Hit me, you can't hurt me. Suck my kiss. Kiss me, please, pervert me. Stick with this. Is she talking dirty? Give to me sweet sacred bliss. Your mouth was made to suck my kiss.
Is that Rich Cheese? That's our boy. It's our boy Richard Cheese. Oh, dude, I love our boy Rich Cheese, man. When you hear Rich Cheese again later in the show, call her 10 to 415-896-KNBR. Rich Cheese singing "Suck My Kiss." Unbelievable, dude. Call her 10 to the studio. It's a Friday for sure. 415-896-KNBR. And you can win those tickets. That was not the cue to call after this segment when you hear the cue to call. Call her 10, 415-896-KNBR. You can see the Chili Peppers on June 2nd at the Toyota Amphitheater at Wheatland. Furnished by Live Nation. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. When we come on back, resurgence of Clay a little bit. No D without Draymond Green. Warriors lose again last night. We'll talk a little bit more about this one. Steve Kerr, about how his team has been through an awful lot. Where do they go from here? We'll discuss next, only on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
An update on the 49ers' health and practice participation for Friday. Eric Armstead, Javon Hargrave, and Elijah Mitchell did not practice. They are out for Sunday's game against the Arizona Cardinals and Kyler Murray. More on their health trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. What's going on, fellas? You know the tone, right? You know what the tone is. If I'm talking this low, I'm talking this calm, cool. I'm trying to hit a different crowd here. I'm trying to hit the crowd of guys that are trying to make their lady happy for Christmas. Maybe you got the gift. Maybe it's not the right gift. Maybe you've got the perfect gift. Maybe you need something extra. Maybe you need something for yourself. That's where Pajamagram comes in. I'm trying to hook you up, fellas. Pajamagram.com. That's where you get the naturally nude pajamas. That's right. Silky smooth, soft, caressing fit, right to her body, sexier than lingerie. You're going to want them. She's going to want them. You're going to want them on her. Then you're going to want them off her. And if you order now from Pajamagram.com, they'll also send you the Naturally Nude Nightie. It's a $75 value. They're going to give you all of that for one low price. Plus, they're going to wrap it for you, throw it under the tree. Easy. All done for you. The perfect gift. You want to hit a home run? You want to circle the bases? Score a touchdown? Come up with your own innuendo. Whatever you feel like. Do it this Christmas season by getting her the Naturally Nude Nighties. It's better than skin. That's for you, Tim. There you go. The Naturally Nude Pajamas from Pajamagram.com. Head on over to Pajamagram.com before they sell out. The Naturally Nude Nightie, the pajamas, it's all yours for one low price. Pajamagram.com, and make sure you tell them that your wingman, Adam Copeland, sent you.
Yeah.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Yeah, I really liked our effort tonight. This team's been through a lot of late, and I liked the way they fought. I thought they really came together in the second half, played much better, defended without fouling, and took care of the ball and gave ourselves a chance. But, weren't able to win, but I like what I'm seeing, and I think this team is going to turn it around.
I mean, I believe Steve Kerr when he speaks. And when he says he believes something and he sees something, there's maybe, I don't know, you can count them on one hand probably in the NBA. Coaches who, if things are going poorly, and we haven't seen this happen a lot with the Warriors, but when he sees something in somebody, we've become, and I love this about sports, and I've loved this about growing up in this area, this region of the country, where we've had so many different coaches who have been here for so long. Like, imagine being a Cincinnati Reds fan. Like, who's the guy you love as your manager? You just cycle through him, right? If the Warriors' head coaching position was like that for my entire life. We never had a feeling for what a great coach was like. And I know Steve's a great coach because great coaches get the most out of their players. And if we can say, would anybody, any assistant have led them to the 24-0 start in the way Luke Walton did? I don't know. Fact of the matter is managing those personalities, making the decisions he made, and then doing it again to a fourth title. Like, you don't do that because you just have great talent. It just doesn't happen that way. Very few guys have ever done that. So when he sees something or he identifies something, for a guy who's played across many eras and been involved in USA basketball, I believe him when he says, I believe this team can turn it around. The question is it turnaround enough to do what this team needs to do to qualify as successful for the fan base and for this dynasty group of players? And where does Draymond fit into that? I mean, that's really the question in all this. We don't have to keep going on Draymond. We're now we're not past it, but there's certainly a before and an after for that event. And we're in the after now, and we just don't know what the future holds.
Yeah, it's really funny when you have fans that want to get rid of Steve, because I know they started watching Warrior basketball in about 2014 because they have no idea what happened.
Seriously.
In the 20 years prior, where it was like, you want to go back to that? That's what you want to go back to?
And with respect to some good coaches, but those eras were awful.
They were terrible. So, look, it was funny because I was talking to a neighbor of mine today when I was out walking, and he said the same thing that Steve said last night. It's the same thing I did after the game. Like, they played pretty well. They played pretty well last night. I thought they played hard. I thought they played, for the most part, pretty smart. Didn't foul too much second half. They played well, I thought. But I hope we're not getting to the point where we've gone from winning championships to losing a game and saying, they played pretty well.
Yeah, I like what I saw. I didn't like that comment.
Yeah, that
I liked what I saw out there.
That's a pretty big drop from, what we need to win games.
You guys play hard.
Yeah.
You.
F you.
Nicely done, Tim. Nice work.
So I don't know. I hope it's not getting to that point, but look, it's going to be tough. It just is. You need the players. You need the horses. They don't have the horses right now. Like Clay was fantastic last night. Can he come close to that tomorrow night? Is this going to be? I know I keep mentioning the Dan Marino thing, but is it going to be something we see once a week, a couple times a week, once every couple weeks? We don't know yet. I mean, he's had a couple games like this year where it's like, oh, there's Clay, and then he's kind of gone. But Steve touched upon it last night. It was more than just making shots. It was moving the ball. That was probably the best I've seen him move the ball this year, where he made the extra pass, was making passes to Looney on the dive, swinging the ball, not trying to get the ball and get up shots. He had that one kind of incendiary stretch in the second quarter where things were just like dropping from everywhere, and he was taking some shots. I was like, whoa, but when you're rolling like that, go ahead. So that was primo Clay. I thought, especially offensively, he played really, really well. They still have a hell of a time keeping people out of the paint, and that hasn't changed. I don't know if it's going to change. And
Marcus Thompson talked. Sorry to interrupt you. Marcus Thompson talked about that as a philosophical thing. He said he thinks that's a thing that they'll give up the paint, but they want to stop the three because that's like the more he was saying that to me when he was in for you the last time he was in. We talked a lot about that, about 3-point defense. He said the issue is they're not stopping threes. They were, at least for the first part of the season, and I haven't looked in the last 2 weeks, they were one of the worst in 3-point percentage allowed to the opposition. And it was like they were allowing a lot of threes to go up and a lot of threes to land in terms of percentage. And this was a problem last year, too. And so he said when they're undersized, they're kind of like, we're not going to fight in the paint anyway. So we'll allow some of those to get into the paint. I don't know how much focus. Maybe we'll talk to Steve about that later. Steve Kerr is going to join us, head coach of the Warriors, at 5:30 this evening. We'll talk more about this, but that's something Marcus said. I'm going off of that. I don't know if you know anything on that.
Well, that doesn't make
that
doesn't make any sense to me, because if people are driving past you, getting to the paint, then that's going to collapse your defense, and it's going to invite more threes, because you're not just going to let teams go right down the paint and smash it on your forehead or take little 5-foot jumpers or get all the way to the rim. The defense is naturally going to collapse, and when it collapses, that's when you get the kickouts. So no defense I've ever played in invites people to drive and get to the paint. Nobody. That's like the goal, is to keep people out of the paint. You just don't want that, because it just crushes the integrity of your defense.
Is there a chance I reversed it? Is there a chance I flipped it and they're focused on strictly stopping the perimeter? We'll talk to Marcus, by the way, also at 3:50.
Well, I mean,
I'll clarify,
unless he's saying they're getting up so close to people to stop them from the three, that's why they're getting beat. I just don't think they're good enough individual defenders that they can stop people from getting by them.
That's probably what it comes back to, yeah.
That's troublesome, because that's nothing that coaching is going to fix. People talked about how great they were defensively, and remember, the first championship they won in 2015, they were number one in offense, number one in defensive efficiency. They were incredible. They got credit for all their offense, but defensively, they were the offense's equal. They're kind of like the Niners right now, where you just dominate on both sides of the ball. But that was a different type of defense. But you had guys that could keep the ball in front of them. That was young Clay. That was young Draymond. That was young-ish Andre. Like, they had really good defenders. Harrison Barnes. Like, they could defend. Like, they had really good individual defenders.
Harrison Barnes.
And then when you got beat, there's Bogut, who's a premium defender in his own right. They just don't have those guys anymore. Like, you don't have size in the back. When people go to the rim, Looney is not a shot blocker. That's not his strength. Clay is not what Clay once was. Steph has gotten better defensively over the years, gotten stronger, but he's still not a great defender. He's a good team defender. So Wiggins can do it, hasn't as much as you'd like to see him do it. I think Podziemski is a solid defender, like tough. It moves his feet well. Kuminga's good, although Kuminga can get out of position sometimes. Like, he can go for fakes, he can go for pump fakes. He gets beat more than he should for a guy of his athleticism, but they're just not a great defensive team. And then when you get beat, you don't have an anchor in the back to wipe away mistakes. That's why everybody has to collapse and get kicked out, and that's why teams are getting these wide open threes. I mean, look what Harden did last night. There was a number of times, and then look, Harden's a great player, but he was able to get to the paint and then just kick it out to somebody, and guys were standing wide open for threes. That's where you take a beating is when you just can't keep the ball in front of you. But yeah, there's no defense I've ever played with that says it's okay to get beat, and especially it's okay to get beat middle. Like you get beat middle again. That just crushes the integrity of your defense, and you're just asking for trouble at that point. And like they were really good offensively last night, but they weren't nearly good enough defensively, and that's just been kind of an issue with this team. What is it tonight? Is it offense? Is it defense? I'll look at the efficiencies, but I'd be surprised if either of them were in the top 10. My guess would be they'd be right kind of in the middle of the pack. Some nights go pretty good, some nights not so good. Some nights better on defense and offense. Other nights better on offense and defense, which is, kind of the signs of a mediocre team. And it's not going to get any easier without Draymond being there. Draymond was their second best player this year, and to not have him, that's going to be that's not making things easier. Let's put it that way.
No, it certainly is not, and it's not helping the defense, which is something they strive to be top 5 in each and every year. And if they finish there, they believe the offense will be good enough to get them into the postseason and carry them through it. Warriors lose 121-113 again. Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors, will join us at 5:30. A little double dip this week with Steve. We'll talk to him later this evening. Steve spoke on Draymond Green yesterday before the game against the Clippers down in Los Angeles, and said he agreed with the suspension. We'll hear what he had to say. We'll pull through that a little bit. We've talked a lot about Draymond Green over the last couple of days. We got a lot of football to get into and a lot of fun stuff to talk about this afternoon. We'll get into what Steve had to say, and then we'll talk to him again later this evening. And a whole lot of football is coming your way, plus Marcus Thompson at 3:50. But when we come back, Steve Kerr's comments and why he agrees with the suspension for Draymond Green. It's an indefinite suspension. Thinks it's about something bigger than basketball. We'll hear what he had to say next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think the suspension makes sense. To me, this is about more than basketball. It's about helping Draymond. I think it's an opportunity for Draymond to step away and to make a change in his approach in his life. And that's not an easy thing to do. That's not something you say, okay, we're going to do 5 games and then he's going to be fine, right? The league did that in 5 games after the incident with Rudy. That's not the answer to pick a number. The answer is to help Draymond, give him the help he needs, give him an opportunity to make a change that will not only help him, help our team, but help him for the rest of his life.
I gotta tell you, the Scott didn't really roll with that comment there. Yeah, the Scott. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Scott Friday. Yeah, the comments from Steve Kerr. Look, we're committed to the bit. We're committed to the Friday, to the audience here. You got to hear Steve. You got to hear your Scott. I get it. It just sometimes it's a little bit of a clash there. There he is talking about Draymond's suspension and wants to get him help. I mean, this guy knows him as well as anybody. Only coach Draymond's ever had. Second coach Draymond's had, but the longest tenured coach Draymond's had at the NBA level. And he did play for Jackson, didn't he? For a year?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
1 year,
yep.
Right? Anyway, he addressed the media for the first time, and he will join us tonight. Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors, at 5:30 will join us this evening about the incidents. He says they're bigger. It's something bigger than basketball is what he's saying. And again, I will have to err on Steve Kerr's comments, or I'll side with him. I yesterday had comments and statements where I said, look, I don't understand why things that are happening on the court in basketball are having to be dealt with as though it's an off-court issue. If this is what they're telling us, if this is what Steve Kerr's saying, I retract what I said, and I will defer to what Steve says if he needs help. I believe Steve when he says that. If this is something Draymond's agreed to and Steve is forthright in saying that, I hope he's right, and I hope they get what they need. I hope Steve knows and can assist in whatever capacity they need him to.
Yeah, I guess the big question is, how do you know?
Yeah, that's the one thing I'm still iffy on. It's
really?
It's on court.
I mean, because it's not like you sprain your knee and you know when you're going to be back. It's almost like a concussion, where you're not quite as sure with the concussion. That's why they're really careful with these guys now, because
it's not linear. Right?
It's not 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 week. I mean, we've seen guys come back in a week. We've seen guys be out 3 weeks. We've seen guys be out a month. Seeing guys come back and then go right back on. So I don't know with this one. I don't know how you know. My guess would be they're just going to give him tools to handle. Try to control some of the impulses that he has. But that's just a guess. I've never been through anything like that before, so I'm not sure how they're going to try to attack the problem. I don't know. So yeah, this could be, who knows? It could be all season for all we know.
Yeah.
I don't know. So yeah, I mean, it was probably a good decision to step away. Although I'm still of the belief that he didn't do that on purpose, and if he would have missed him, it wouldn't have been a big deal, and then it still would have been the same thing, and he wouldn't have got this punishment. But maybe he needed it anyway. Maybe after the Gobert thing and
but then we should have done it then. We should have done it then.
You could be right.
And maybe that's what they're saying. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe they're saying.
Maybe they're saying they messed up.
We messed up.
You know what? We messed up.
We should have just given this to you then and gone the indefinite.
We're going to go back and do it then, or maybe. The Warriors feel like, we should have done something when he sucker punched Jordan Poole. Maybe we should have done something then instead of just because again, for me, people can say, well, he did take some time off. That's like a vacation. That's phony. That's preseason stuff. When you conveniently come back for the opening game of the season, that's nothing. It's like trust me, vets ain't missing preseason. Like, oh damn, I got to miss 3 games. This really sucks. Nah, they're like, sweet, I get to miss 3 games. So it was almost, like I said, it was almost like a vacation, and it was anything but a punishment in my mind. So maybe they thought, you know what, maybe we should have done something. Hell, Mark Spears was going back to 2015. Maybe they should have done something then. I don't know. But it's been going on a while, and we'll see. We'll see if it works. I have my doubts. I said yesterday, I hope I'm wrong. I hope he can come to a place where he can. I mean, there's a lot of different angles to look at this. What if they do get to the root of the problem and he's able to kind of harness it? Does that make him a different player?
When will we know that he's harnessed it?
I don't know.
That's what I mean.
I have no idea. None. I mean, if he comes back and is not yelling at people and not getting teased, does that mean he's changed?
Do I want him then?
I don't know. I do not.
I mean,
know.
I'm being honest. That sounds funny, but I'm being somewhat honest in that. Like, that's what I meant yesterday when I said, "Have they clipped his wings? Is he capable of getting quote better to where they want him to be, yet still be? Is he the same guy you just gave $96 million to? You know, like, is that the player you're getting back?" Here's more what Steve Kerr had to say on the suspension about Draymond's life and the outbursts on the court. That the incidents last year are much different than the incidents in the previous decade. This is the case I was making to you after the Gobert incident, that maybe it's gotten worse. Maybe he's more emboldened in who he is. Here's what Steve said.
This is not just about, an outburst on the court. This is about his life. This is about someone who I believe in, someone who I have known for a decade, who I love for his loyalty, his commitment, his passion, his love for his teammates, his friends, his family. I'm trying to help that guy because the one who grabbed Rudy, choked Rudy, the one who took a wild flail at Yusuf, the one who punched Jordan last year, that's the guy who has to change. And he knows that. Everything before that, over a decade of play, what are we really talking about, right? We're talking about, getting ejected for yelling at the ref or throwing a ball. But you look at the past year and what's happened, it's clear he needs the opportunity to change, and that's what an indefinite suspension gives him the opportunity for.
A reaction to that, Tom?
I don't know. It's just, I don't know if things before that led to that, if it was like an escalation of things, if there's something that happened, if he was frustrated with the way if he gets more frustrated now than I don't know. I don't. I wish I could be of more help on this one. I got nothing for you. I do not know.
All good. All good. Let me pull back a little bit on that, because Ramona Shelburne yesterday had sent out she put out some tweets after the indefinite suspension and a bunch of the comments had come out. Ramona Shelburne's come on with us many times and very respected writer in the NBA for ESPN. And she had said she'd spent a lot of time. I don't know if she's working on a piece or whatnot, but she said, I spent a lot of time working with, here it is, Ramona Shelburne of ESPN. Over the last week, I've had extended conversations with Draymond Green. What he said about the Gobert incident offered a window into the complex issues he's now trying to solve. This is a quote from Draymond. Quote, "In those moments, you don't know what time it is." So this is something she says she's talked to him about. This is obviously before the Nurkic situation the other night, but this is what she's been talking to him about for the last few weeks. And there's a piece up on ESPN.com from Ramona Shelburne on this conversation and these conversations she's had with him, why the Warriors' biggest problem isn't Draymond Green's suspension. And it's about a lot with the roster and whatnot. But the comments as they refer or relate to Rudy Gobert, I think that speaks a little bit. She said these are the problems he's trying to solve. If that's a window into what he's dealing with, I can understand that. That John Lund kept saying he sees red. And I that's a lot of times what we use as a term of, like, you kind of black out or you're red out. You're revving so hot in that moment that you can't pull back and think about what's happening. And I wouldn't be, if people are saying these are impulse issues, and it's what a lot of our texters were saying yesterday, I don't know what that means off the court. But if Steve's saying it's bigger than basketball, again, I'm gonna side with the people who know him far better than we do. I do not want to psychoanalyze the guy, and they're giving us more information, it seems like, and where he stands. So, do you believe this is the biggest crisis that Steve's had to deal with in his time as a Warrior head coach?
I don't know. I mean, him punching Poole was pretty big.
That was huge, and it was a leak too, which just makes it different.
Yeah, that was a big one. That was absolutely a big one. Draymond cursing out KD wasn't an easy one either, because you're talking about, 2 stars. That was kind of difficult to navigate their way through that. Common thread, they involved Draymond.
I was going to say.
They involved Draymond.
What's his biggest crisis that didn't involve Draymond?
Yeah. I mean, I do believe in the that it's, an impulse thing, because, look, most of us can get to a point where we want to do things. Like, somebody makes you mad, right? It just, whatever they do. I can think of a couple instances where you're like, what are you doing? Like, you get mad at somebody, but you're like, your head says, okay, that's as far as it's going to go. You're not going to do anything more than that.
Right.
And what are you doing? You're not going to, no. Some people maybe don't have that. They don't have a governor. They're just like, whatever they think they're going to do, they just do it. And like, again, to me, I think I said this yesterday, I think he wants to be right. Like, whether it's backing your teammate up or getting the last word of an official or just whatever it is. Like, and sometimes, I remember Ralph said this to me one time, and it kind of stuck with me. He goes, sometimes being right's overrated. It's like, is it worth it? Is it really worth it just to be right? Like, you can argue your point all the time and yell at somebody and get, just because even if you know you're right. It's like, who cares? So you got to go through all this hassle to be right. And it's like, sometimes with Draymond, I'm like, so what? You were grabbed. They didn't see it. You're gonna get a T and get yourself all exercised just because you know you're right, instead of just saying whatever. That's it. I see you. You screwed up the call. I'm done. He can't do that. He can't let stuff like that go for the most part. He's going to continue. And the guy says, that's enough. And he goes away and gets a T. And then you can see it coming. Like, you can see, like, the ejection coming from a mile away. Like, it'll happen, like, maybe 5 minutes later where something else happens. You go, here it comes. And sure enough.
Because he's still revving from the last one.
Yeah, he's still revving. So, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know about the whole, sees red, sees this. You don't
know what time it is how he described it. In those moments, you don't know what time. That's what he said. So, I'll just go with that.
What time is it? I don't know. Anyway. Who wasn't there I forget it. That was going to be a dumb joke.
I was like, where's he going? Where is he going with this?
Don't worry about it.
With you, it could be anywhere. Honestly, could be anywhere. I just kind of sit back now. I'm like, I don't know where he's going.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Like, trust me, I didn't know where I was going. I kind of knew where I was going, but sometimes I go down a road and I end up like Lieutenant Frank Drebin, where I'm like, and where the hell was I? That's what happens to me sometimes. Like, I know where I'm going, and then I'm just in the middle, and the road disappears, and I'm just in the middle of like a forest. It's like, oh damn, I don't even know how to get back to where I started.
Started this sentence, and I didn't know where it was going. I mean, I thought I was on a path, and then now I
thought I was on a path.
We're just hanging out here. I'll pick you up, Tom. I got you here.
I was on crap is what I was on. That's all.
Sure. Once you're not crapping babies, you'll have to check out the podcast page if you want to catch that little reference, huh? It's Holbrook and Copes with you on a ska and football and Jung-Hoo Lee Friday afternoon. The newest San Francisco Giant was announced today. We'll tell you about that a little bit later. Steve Kerr is going to join us this evening at 5:30. We'll talk to him about the Warriors. They did lose last night to the Clippers, and of course Draymond Green's indefinite suspension. We'll talk a lot about that. Dennis Ranahan's going to join us when we come on back to talk more about, we'll get his picks for this weekend. Week 15, no bye weeks. There's 3 games in the NFL tomorrow. We'll have them right here on KNBR. We'll tell you all about those a little bit later, and we'll get plenty of information on the 49ers and the Cardinals. Tim Ryan joins us for his weekly conversation a little bit later in the show as well. Plus, Red Hot Chili Pepper tickets. Busy day here on KNBR. But first, we'll handle one thing, some business on the other side. Dennis Ranahan, get you your picks for this weekend, Week 15 across the NFL. Niners are at Arizona. Who else does Dennis like? We'll find out next. Tolbert and Copes, it's a Ska on Football Friday on the Sports Leader. The Warriors saw improvement from Klay Thompson, but not much defense without Draymond as the Warriors lost 121-113 to the Clippers. There's more on that story. It's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is Friday. That means it's time to get you ready for a weekend full of football. That's right, NFL football again this Saturday and Sunday. So you get a full weekend of it, and to try to make sense of it from a handicapping standpoint, our good friend of Quackside Sports, PicksFootball.com, Dennis Ranahan joins us. Nice little run into this week. See if we can keep the momentum going. That'd be awfully nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, let me ask you this question. I think if we ask who the best teams, the three best teams are in the NFC, it's pretty easy to answer San Francisco, Dallas, Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. But if I ask you who the best three teams are in the AFC, what's your answer to that, Tom?
Oh, boy. That is a really, really good question. It's Baltimore? Probably
they have to be. They got the best record. You have to put them up there, right?
Yeah, I still gotta go. Oh boy, that's tough because I still want to go Kansas City because Mahomes, but their offense is not. It's not as trustworthy as it once was. I want to go
lost
Buffalo.
5 games this year. Only 3 last year. 2 in a row.
I want to go Buffalo because the way they're playing. Like recently, I look at them and I go, "Whoa! If they beat Dallas this week, which I think they will." We'll get into that in a minute. But then you look at them and start thinking, okay, maybe it is them. Maybe, and then you got Jacksonville, the big game against Baltimore this week. It's a much tougher question to answer. And I get your point because going into the season, it was KC, Buffalo, Cincinnati. Those were your 3 teams you're going to have to fight it out against. And it's been kind of a jumble in the AFC.
Yeah, I think this is interesting. I think one of the teams that isn't leading a division is the best team in the AFC. I think it's the Buffalo Bills. I think they are the best team in the AFC. They're only 7-6 record-wise, but as a handicapper, I'm looking for what's coming, not what's happened. And I look at where this Buffalo team is, where they are motivationally, where they lost, how they lost. And they just beat Kansas City on the road with Kansas City coming off a loss. And everybody had it. And so from that perspective, that's a huge win for Buffalo. Mm-hmm. It's one thing if you jump up on somebody and surprise them. That can happen. But for most of the people in the know, taking Buffalo and then them actually doing it in Kansas City with the Chiefs coming off a loss, that's a big job.
Well, let's get right into it because I do like them against the Cowboys this week. I think the Cowboys are a different team on the road than they are at home. I mean, they're coming off a huge win over the Eagles at home on Sunday Night Football. And while if they lose this one, they're still probably underdogs to – I mean, even if they don't lose this one, they're going to be underdogs to win the division against Philadelphia. I just think that Buffalo's coming, but I didn't get on them last week. I would have taken Kansas City. I would have lost that one. I didn't, but I can see like what the wise guys were thinking last week. Like this team's heading in the right direction, and they're still they're an undervalued, really good team, which you don't get very often at this time of the season. So I just think under a field goal, the way they've been playing, Dallas on the road, coming off that Sunday night victory. I think Buffalo's the right side here.
Yeah, this is real interesting because Greenlaw's tackle for the San Francisco 49ers, it was a 2019 at the goal line against Seattle, made and then they beat Seattle because of that tackle that Greenlaw made. The 49ers were the number 1 seed and went to the Super Bowl and played Kansas City. Had he missed that tackle, and Seattle would have beat San Francisco that day up in Seattle, the 49ers would have been the 5th seed, and the possibility of them going to the Super Bowl that year would have been greatly reduced. Same kind of situation with Dallas and Philadelphia. One of those teams is going to be the 5th seed, which means they're going to open in the wild card round on the road because the home field in those first 4 conference playoff games go to the 4 division winners. And so it's so big for Dallas to stay ahead, but they just got their big win. They just beat Philadelphia, and Buffalo has a different challenge here in front of them, and that's they need to win to make the postseason. This team that some thought was the best in the AFC coming into the season, is 7-6. And in a situation where catching Miami, even though the Dolphins were upset on Monday night, still looks like, too big of a challenge. So they're looking at a wild card, and so it's a bigger game for Buffalo. And now they get the Cowboys, as you mentioned, with the Dallas on the road at home. I think Buffalo wins this game. We'll lay the 2.5 points and be on the Bills' side in this contest for sure.
Okay, let's go to one that people are going to go, ooh, really? You kind of like them? Yeah, I kind of like the Patriots over the Chiefs.
Wait a minute. I missed my cue 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I could have. You were playing, loony when you said no matter what you do, don't take the Patriots. I could have been Trotter at that moment and said, wait a minute, what you're telling me is no matter what I do, don't bet on the Patriots.
I know. I gave up on them, and I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
Now you're on the Patriots? Oh,
me,
genuflect, dude.
I hate myself for it. I really, really do. I mean, everything's going the wrong way, right? I got the Patriots coming off a satisfying win over the Steelers on the road. I have Kansas City losing 3 in a row. But here's where I'm at with this one. I do have the Patriots with a couple extra days rest because I played on Thursday.
The Chiefs. Pause.
They have a good defense, and Kansas City's offense has really, really struggled. I just don't know. I think people expect Kansas City's offense to click at some point. Well, I don't mind going against it until it does. And that's the one thing that's been fairly consistent with the Patriots. They have played good defense this year. Their offense has been just brutal, but their defense has been pretty solid and pretty consistent, pretty damn good throughout the course of the season. I just think 8 is a lot on the road, and the one thing I keep going back to is people expect good teams to come out of funks, and they keep expecting them to come out of funks, and I'll go the other way on it. I'm like, you got to show me first. Show me that you're coming out of the funk first, because not only have they lost 2 in a row, the offense is still not great. And it hasn't been, and it's been that way pretty much the entire season. So I'm going to hate myself for it. I know I'm going to hate myself for it. But golly, and the line's going the Patriots' way. I mean, there's really no reason the line should be going the Patriots' way, but it is. And I kind of like that when a bad team is getting smart money, because it ain't the public that's betting the Patriots. I can guarantee you that. So I don't know. I'm gonna take it. I'll hate myself Sunday evening.
Well, we'll see. I think it shows great courage, and I'll be over here on the shore watching you swim. And good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck. But know that I don't swim in that water.
Well, wave me in. Wave me into port. I would appreciate it. If it gets dark, set out some lanterns for me so I know which way I'm going, because I may need it. All right, I'm going to give you one more. I hate to do this one too, because last week I liked Seattle against the Niners, and you could have lost that game, you could have pushed that game, you could have won that game. It really depended on when you bet it throughout the course of the week, because that line was 12, 11.5, 10.5, 13.5, 14. It was all over the map. There were winners and losers all over the place in that game. But I took this one a couple days ago, and I think it's down to 12.5, 12. I got it at 13.5, so I don't know if that does make a little bit of a difference, but my goodness. I mean, they've had problems with Kyler Murray in the past. That's the one thing. They've always, it doesn't matter what the Cardinals are. They seem to give the 49ers a tough game. In a divisional game, that just seems like a ton of points. 13.5 or 13 on the road. I know the 49ers are better, and they could beat them by 28. It wouldn't completely shock me, but that just seems like they've been playing. I mean, Arizona's been playing pretty decent ball, and I'm not a huge Kyler Murray fan at all, but he's been playing pretty good ball. They haven't turned the ball over in a while, so what do you think of this one? I just think that's so many points in division. 13, 12.5, 13.5, even 12.5, I think it's good. But what do you think of this one?
Well, here's my concern, is that the Cardinals have been sitting on the win over the Steelers for 2 weeks, given they had their bye last week. I don't like that. In fact, that's why I stayed off the New York Giants last Monday night, even though they looked like a good play against Green Bay. They were coming off their bye week, and they had won their game going into their bye. And so I don't like to bet on bad teams to win on both sides of their bye, because if they win their first one, they're a little bit. It's not the preparation I'm looking for in an underdog. That's the bad news. The other side of this is the 49ers are good enough to lose this point spread. And what I mean by that is the 49ers are not, they do not need to score points at every corner and run up the score, because they're good enough to know, just play the game. Just keep the action in front of us. We're going to win. And they can win it like they did Seattle. If you got the 14 points on Sunday, you won. You know, it just, they're good enough that they don't have to try to blow somebody away. And the idea that they have beaten the Cardinals big the last 3 times they've played, last year twice and this year earlier in the season, but this is a real good spot for the Cardinals to stay in the spread. I don't think they can beat the 49ers. I don't think the 49ers will let them, but I think the 49ers are good enough that they don't need to blow them away, that they just keep that action in front of them and, take their 23-13 win and go home and lose the spread. So I'm really intrigued by this. I'm really intrigued by this side. But I want to see how the numbers come in tonight and tomorrow, but I would lean with you. I'd be on the Cardinals side in this contest.
Well, let's see if we can keep the roll going as we head into the holidays. We will look forward to talking to you next week, and let's keep this thing going, Dennis. Have a great weekend.
Thanks a lot, Tom.
Thanks, Dennis. I appreciate it. All right, coming up more, Copes and Tolbert right here on The Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Steve Kerr said last night before the Warriors game on Draymond Green's suspension that he agrees with the suspension. We will talk to the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, coming up at 5:30 right here on Tolbert and Copes. All that's trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a football Friday afternoon. We just obviously spoke to Dennis Ranahan there, got you some picks for the weekend. We'll get into some of the games of interest for this weekend. Niners and Cardinals, of course, on Sunday. Pregame coming your way at 9 a.m. Myself, Dennis Brown, and John Lund. I'm getting on a plane, going out there with John Dickinson, going to join us on the pre and post game from Arizona as well. We'll both be out there, leaving tomorrow, and we'll be back for the show on Monday. But the games for this weekend, by the way, we are going to catch up with Marcus Thompson at 3:50. The head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, at 5:30. Tim Ryan at 4:30. And you guys know Harmony's going to stop by. Harmony a little bit earlier today. Harmony at 4:50 today. Harmony at 4:50. So stay tuned for your picks from Harmony. For this weekend, Tom, week 15, we see the Niners and the Cardinals matchup as I'd say the trap game term gets overused a lot.
Way too much.
And I really cannot... I'm not saying to say I can't imagine a scenario where the Cardinals win this game. I can. That's the NFL. However, Kyler Murray to me I like saying landmine. I like that better than trap game because he's a guy who, if they're close enough, he's a problematic player in the fourth quarter just because we've seen it. I don't think he's great. I think he's dangerous. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, and he's given the Niners troubles.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, he's given the Niners fits, so we'll see if they can employ the same type of defense that they used so effectively against the Eagles, against the Cardinals, because that's the same thing. Now, Jalen Hurts likes to climb the pocket vertically a lot more than Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray he goes everywhere. He's all over the place. So you almost got to bracket him. You can't let him get outside. I think they call it spillage. I like that term, spillage, CJ Spillage. Good running back for the Bills.
Thank you.
And Clemson Tigers. But they've had problems with him. So I just think that from a handicapping standpoint, that was way too many points, regardless of who they're playing next week. It just seems like that's a lot of points in division. And I know the score wouldn't suggest it, but the Cardinals were right there with him with Dobbs earlier this year. I mean, they were there step for step. They were moving the ball. They were scoring. They just couldn't stop the 49ers. Like, you never got the feeling the Niners were going to lose that game, but it was, a little uneasy. You're like, one turnover, one this, one, who knows? But it just seems, they're off a bye week. And I know, we were talking to Dennis, just talked to him a little bit ago. You just heard it. He didn't like the fact that they sat around and got to enjoy a win. I like the fact that they got healthy. I mean, they're not going anywhere. And so just to kind of enjoy that, get a week off, recover. And this is a huge game for them. Like the Niners, every time a team like this plays the Niners, that's just a massive game for them. That's like, hey, let's see what we got. We're going up against the supposed best team in football. Let's see what we got. So I just thought that's a lot of points on the road. I mean, on the road. So what you're saying is if they were at home, they'd probably be like close to a damn near 17-point favorite against the Cardinals. And the way they've been playing, they've been playing better. They haven't turned the ball over a lot. They've been playing pretty solid. So, yeah, I do agree with him that it's one of these games that feels like a 10-point game. Like the Niners just kind of have have control of the game the whole way, but never really pull away and win I don't know, 31-20, 27-17, something like that. Again, it is the Niners. If they win 38-13, I wouldn't be completely shocked.
No,
because I do think they're the best team in football. So,
but to your
we'll
point,
see how it goes.
To your point about the Josh Dobbs game earlier this year, and John London and I have talked about this a lot on the pregame shows, and throughout that first, because I was in the first part of the season with the 5-game winning streak, right, when they beat Dobbs, and then there was a couple of games like that. They hammered the New York Giants also, right? I want to say there was a couple of series where they were close. Like the Giants had a play in the red zone or at an opportunity in the red zone, as did the Cardinals. And we've used those as comps where had they scored touchdowns instead of kicking field goals, the game was a much different situation heading into halftime. Now, they didn't. And you can if and but all you want and say, yeah, but they lost by however many.
Yeah.
I think that was Kyle's point, and we've talked to Kyle Shanahan a lot each week of the season, and yesterday it was great, about how, in the first 5 games, I heard John Lynch say it this morning with Murph and Marcus, he goes, the first 5 games, the league and pundits were saying this team's unbeatable. I don't know that this team can be beaten. He says we got a dose of reality, but also you realize in those games, and Kyle said it to you yesterday, Tom, he wasn't nitpicking when he's looking for things that aren't going well. He says, I'm trying to protect basically against a potential in for a team that could come in and upset. I mean, that's effectively what we're talking about. If in those situations Josh Dobbs is getting field goals or Kyler Murray ends up with a touchdown, the situation's different maybe going into the half or coming out of the half. And clearly, based on what Kyle's told us, that's something that he strategizes for. So, again, I think Kyler Murray's dangerous. I think every mobile quarterback is dangerous. But to your point about spillage and climbing the pocket, Kyler Murray, I'm more fearful about him getting to the outside. He's not a guy I'm fearful about coming through the middle. It's not Josh Allen. He's more of a squirt to the outside spillage guy, CJ Spillage, like you just said. Shout out CJ Spiller. Spiller.
Nearly.
Well, shout out my fantasy team name back then, Driller than Spiller. Thank you. Moving on here right now, week 15. Just saying, I was in college, right? I got to live a little. Here's 3 Saturday games. We'll have them all for you right here on KNBR. Minnesota at Cincinnati. This is an intriguing one. Jake Browning against Nick Mullins, where both teams are trying to stay alive here. Jake Browning, is he the real deal? Is he a guy who can help somebody?
I don't think anybody could answer that right now. I have no idea.
Let me rephrase it, because you're right. Nobody could answer that. Are you intrigued by his skill set? Because I really am.
Yeah, I think anytime somebody comes on and plays like that when you didn't expect him to play like that, yeah, I think you have to be intrigued. Like, where's this going? Is it going onward and upward? Is it going to plateau? Is it going to crash into a fiery ball? I have no idea. Thank you.
It sounds a fiery ball.
But I think the coach, Taylor's a good coach. He's got great skill position guys, and he's riding a wave right now. I think sometimes if you can kind of catch lightning in a bottle a little bit, you can ride that wave as as a backup or somebody that didn't get or wasn't expected to play, because you're like, well, no one's expecting anything. Let's just go out there and just let it rip, see what happens. And then sometimes you do catch that lightning in a bottle, and you just ride the momentum. And again, all these guys can play. They're all in the NFL. It's just the NFL, that's the highest level you can play at.
Right.
So that might not be good enough just to be good. You got to be really, really good to be able to succeed consistently. But it doesn't mean you can't succeed for that year. Doesn't mean you can't ride the wave. Now, I'm sure the guys on the team now, they believe a little bit more than maybe they believed 3 weeks ago. They'll all tell you, oh, yeah, we knew it. We saw it in practice. We believe in this guy. But until you see it in the games, you're not sure. Well, they've seen it now. They've seen it a couple weeks, and maybe they're starting to say, hey, wait a minute now. We got a shot here. We're right in this thing. So, yeah, from that standpoint, it's an intriguing game. No doubt about it. Will I watch all of it? We'll see.
Nah, but I do like an NFL Saturday. I do like when
the Bowl may be calling me. Who knows?
Which one? What are the bowl games tomorrow? Do you know?
I don't know.
Nah, yeah. Thank you.
I have no idea.
You made me feel better by not knowing. If you had known, I'd have been frustrated.
I'm just assuming the Camellia Bowl's part of it.
I'd be like, will you
part
stop
of the rotation for Saturday.
What are we doing on this? Come on, Camellia Bowl, the Poncetta Bowl.
Let me tell you what we have. I'm going to tell you what we have. We have the Myrtle Beach Bowl, the New Orleans Bowl,
Independence in there,
the Cure Bowl.
Sure.
New Mexico Bowl, LA Bowl, Independence Bowl.
That's Cal, Texas Tech.
Correct.
We'll have that for you over on 810 The Bread.
That is correct. And then the LA Bowl, we got UCLA and Boise.
The LA Bowl, it's a home game for
Boise.
UCLA.
It is.
How about that? That used to be the Jimmy Kimmel Bowl.
Yeah, it was. I think for like 2 years.
Yeah.
It was the Jimmy Kimmel Bowl. They're probably like, what are we doing? Is this even worth it?
Dude, he mocked it like nightly. I watch a lot of late night TV. Dude, it's funny because it was like he even was like, he endorsed it, of course, because it was himself, but they did it as like a bit, right? Like, and then they mocked, it was like merciless mocking and did stupid bits on it last year. I think they really didn't want him to do it this year. Like they like did not give him the opportunity, because last year they went over the top and were like getting the football teams in, doing bits. They didn't know anything about any of the teams. They mocked the fact that it was like a lesser bowl. They were like making fun of players. Like it's pretty good television, to be honest with you. It's kind of something you and I would do.
It was great television.
It's actually a little further than what you and I would do. I don't think we'd ask a team to come on and then make fun of them to their face.
Yeah.
That's usually not. He was like doing quizzes with them, like making them look dumb. You know what I mean? Like he's like, it's my bowl. I don't care. It's my. This is what you got to do to play in my bowl. So
it was
it's a pretty funny bit. But then they were like, yeah, no, we're not. We don't even want your money anymore. Which is a hell of a way to piss people off. We don't even want your money. Pittsburgh at Indianapolis. Steelers are at the Colts this weekend. That's the other another Saturday game, and then Denver at Detroit. The middle game, the sandwich of the game, is not all that good. But you get Denver at Detroit. I'm intrigued by that one. I really am.
Yeah, I want to see if Detroit can kind of right the ship a little bit. They haven't looked good the last month probably, and Denver's really, they are interesting because you watch them and you think to yourself, boy, it could have lost to Minnesota. They beat the Chargers, but the Chargers are a dumpster fire.
Are they a playoff team in your mind? Are the Broncos a playoff team?
Well, they're looking like it.
I mean, they're in the mix.
We got to kind of reset the bearings a little bit now and try and recalibrate what we think a playoff team is. Because you used to think a playoff team was like a good football team. Now a playoff team is kind of like a mediocre football team. There's 7 of them in each conference that are making the playoffs. So, yeah, I would say. I mean, looking at the AFC, who are going to be the wild cards in the AFC right now? You got Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Colts. Really, the Steelers? That's a playoff. If the Steelers are a playoff team, the Broncos are a playoff team. They're 7-6. Good night.
The Broncos are better than the Steelers in my mind.
Bills, Bengals, Broncos, Texans, Colts, Steelers, Browns. Browns are 8-5. All the other teams are 7-6. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams that are 7-6. Baltimore's winning the division. So is Miami. I would believe. Kansas City are only a game up on Denver right now, and Jacksonville. So I'm going to say they're going to win their division, although they're only a game up on the Colts. But God, I can't see the Colts. But who knows? I mean, the Jags could lose this week. They play Baltimore at home this week. Mm-hmm. So
Sunday Night Football.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right. I mean, Steelers Colts. You said that may be the one, the sandwich game, but still. Whoever wins that puts themselves in pretty good position to make the playoffs. The other one falls out. I mean, you're talking about 2 teams that are right there in the wild card race, and they have them in the wild card. I don't know. Maybe they have all the tiebreakers figured out in this.
I can tell you where the tiebreaks are right now. I have them in front of me for like not just the scenarios, but for how teams are above other teams.
Yeah.
I know what teams own the like the Steelers are the 6 right now. You know where Buffalo is? Buffalo's 7-6. They're the 11.
What?
Buffalo is in 11th place right now at 7-6 based on tiebreaks. And people have them. Some people have them as their. I mean, we just talked to Dennis Ranahan a few minutes ago. He said they might be the best team or have the best opportunity out of the AFC, and it's not a bad take. But they're 7-6. If the season ended today, it never does. But if it did, 7-6 in the 11th spot. They're behind Cincinnati based on head-to-head, Denver, Houston, Indy, and Pittsburgh, all at 7-6, which is kind of insane. Cleveland's at 8-5. I'm intrigued by Cleveland. I really am. With Joe Flacco threw for over 300 yards last week.
Joe Flacco going to the playoffs?
This is bizarre. Like, I'm just intrigued by the story of it because it's sort of funny that they would pick him up. When did they pick him up? Week 12, 13, something like that? Like, it wasn't that long ago.
It wasn't.
He threw for 300 yards, Tom. That's wild.
I know.
Last week, and they went. That defense is legit. If he's a C+ quarterback consistently, that team is somebody you don't want to have to see in the playoffs.
It could be.
That's a dangerous team.
I'll tell you what, though, if the Bills get by the Cowboys this week, that puts them at 8-6.
Yep.
And then they go at Chargers, home against the Patriots. So now you're looking at 10-6, dead in the eye. Like, damn, we could be 10-6. And then they finish up at the Dolphins. So we know what they did to the Dolphins earlier this year. They just smashed them. If I was a division winner, I'd be thinking, I want to face that team first round of the playoffs. First round of the playoffs, you got to face the Bills at home.
Yeah, who's the best?
Instead of any other team that I just mentioned. Like, any other team that I just mentioned is preferable to that team. I don't care who it is. The Bills is not somebody you want to face first round of the playoffs. And, Dennis and I talked about this, too. Who are the best teams in the AFC? I mean, you got Baltimore. who's been consistent all year. And then after that, who the hell knows? Kansas City, Buffalo, and Cincinnati were always the top three coming into the year. And Cincinnati isn't, quarterback gone. Kansas City struggled this year, and Buffalo just had a brutal start, and now they're starting to come on. But it's anybody's ball game over there. Like, I always thought the AFC was going to be a little more defined than the NFC, but the NFC is a lot more defined right now than the AFC is. The AFC is just like, I don't know. You got Baltimore, and then take your guess. Who knows? So they could probably, I don't know what they are to win the Super Bowl, and I doubt they would, but it wouldn't be a terrible bet to throw a couple shekels on Buffalo, just maybe at 20, 25 to 1. I have no idea what they are.
You just take them to win the AFC. They're getting it's like 7 or 8 to 1 to win the AFC.
Is that what it is to win the AFC?
That's not bad.
Wow.
You throw like $100 or $50 on the Bills to win the AFC. If you wanted to hedge it, you could, and you wouldn't be that. It wouldn't be that bad of a situation.
Yeah,
you can make yourself a few $100.
They would need the Dolphins to lose one game.
Well, they're in the mix. Dolphins get Jets this week, then against the Cowboys at home. These are both two at home. Then they go at Baltimore
Ravens,
and then against the Bills. So the Bills, if the Bills are in position potentially, if they're a game back or tied, because they're what are they 2 back right now?
All they need to be is a game back heading into the last game of the season.
Yep.
Because if they beat Miami, then they're going to have the tiebreaker,
and they'll be the division winner.
Yep.
They could. So honestly, I wonder what you should take a look. Maybe at Buffalo, a division winner too. 7-6 right now. 9-4 Miami. If Miami beats the Jets. Maybe we can lose the Jets this week at home. That's on the table, but they're good at home. The Dolphins are kind of like the Browns. Like if the you were just talking about teams that are good. Like the Browns are a team that sort of scare me with Joe Flacco. Like getting to the playoffs, they're 6-1 at home right now. If for any reason they get hot, or if Baltimore stumbles, is it off the table for the Browns to maybe take over the top spot in the AFC North? I mean, that's not off the table. With what are we, week 15 here? So you get 4 weeks left. The Ravens play the Niners still.
Yep.
No, the Browns are one of the most elite defenses outside of 49er football in all of the NFL. We'll talk more about this in the slate this weekend. Didn't even get heavy into the Sunday slate. Baltimore, Jacksonville, you mentioned. Monday, Philly at Seattle. Dallas is at Buffalo on Sunday. We'll talk more about that. But let's get into some Kyle Shanahan talk here. Kyle Shanahan, I was looking today at some of the head coaches, the coaches that are being mentioned now as Coach of the Years. Kyle Shanahan's not mentioned in the top 5 today on NFL Network. Mike McDaniel was there. I'll look at the odds. But he wasn't even mentioned. And it's sort of funny how when a guy has this much talent, they're like, well, it's expected to be that good. Like
Should win.
That's not how it works in my mind. Is Kyle Shanahan the standard for today's coach in the NFL? As evidenced by the hires off his staff, that may be the case. We'll talk about it next. Tolbert and Copes. We'll talk to Marcus Thompson later and the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr. But first, more on Shanahan on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And that's why I think Steph's such a good comparison, as much as you can crossing over sports like that. But you go out to what Christian could do to all the guys who cover him, which are usually linebackers and safeties. If he wasn't such a threat in the run game and we didn't run it so much, then go ahead, put some corners in there to play linebacker and safety, because then they're in positions that they could have a better chance covering them. But you got to think, first of all, how to stop the run. So that kind of all ties together and stuff, and that's similar to how Debo is too. If you give any of those guys space, they can make you pay. Just like if Steph Curry's sitting in the corner all day, you're not going to just give him 5 feet over there.
Yeah.
You better have someone on him closed out, because he's going to hit that three every single time. And I feel like that balances out with these type of guys, and especially when you're running the ball.
That's the voice of 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. We spoke to him yesterday. Like we do every week throughout the 49ers season. Had a great convo with him. You want to check it out, the full conversation with Kyle, up on KNBR.com and the KNBR. We are streaming, by the way, on YouTube and twitch.tv/thesportsleader. Kyle there talking about Christian McCaffrey, Debo. Again, that was part of the convo yesterday on the comp to Steph Curry. And we always talk about the gravitational pull, the weight in which he takes. And Kyle said, I think that's the best cross-sport comp you can make. And threw Debo into that mix, which we've talked about the skill set between those two guys, McCaffrey and Debo. Yesterday, before Staley was fired, you discussed how you have a hard time, Staley has a hard time connecting potentially with his players. You said you've heard he's a great football mind. And we sort of comped that a little bit to like a baseball analytics guy, where they're not all just numbers. You've got to connect with your guys. You got to know how to get the most out of your guys. Whereas I look at a guy like Robert Saleh and think, we go, yeah, leader of men, because he's a rallying guy and he's a big sort of personality, a big bravado. I think you'd have to think the two biggest things that players, owners, and fans want in a head coach is both a leader of men, like we talked about, and a guy who can do the X's and O's. I always say between the ears and between the lines. Right? Between the lines is the X's and O's. Between the ears is being able to lead your guys. Whether that means play calling or not, Kyle Shanahan is a pretty damn good balance of both by all accounts. And I say that because, one, we've seen the success. We've seen how guys rally behind him. Part of it, too, is his familiarity with the industry, right? He grew up with a dad he's familiar with this organization, familiar with big-time players, and I think some of that plays a role. He wasn't a high-level football player. He did play D1 as a receiver, but his goal forever was to be a coach. This is what he wanted to do. He knew he wanted to do this. And my thought and hope is that you can learn from some of those mistakes, but we also know Mike Shanahan's very closely tied and sort of quietly to the organization. And it's a great asset, I think, to have, the fact that he was with so many big-time players, talents, coaches as a coordinator. It's done wonders, I think, for what he's been able to do at this level.
Yeah, hey, look, there's no one-size-fits-all here. But you do have to know how to lead men. I mean, these are grown-ass men, especially in football. But in all sports, these guys are men with families. Like it's not college, it's not rah-rah. You got to know your stuff, and I think just about every coach knows his stuff. Like you don't get put in that position without knowing your stuff. You just don't. Know your team, know the league, know X's and O's. Some know them better than others. I don't think there's any doubt that Brandon Staley knew X's and O's. But he just couldn't connect with everybody because he was too busy connecting with a laminated chart. And I think guys probably looked at it like, you got to have a feel for the game. You got to have a feel for what we're doing, what's going on out there. And then you get that divide. Like, is he doing the right thing? Do we trust him to do the right thing? Because that leads me to my next point. Not only got to be able to lead, know your stuff, Guys got to trust that you're going to put them in the right position. They got to trust that you know what the hell you're doing.
Yeah.
Like if you don't know the personnel of the league, and you're saying, "Hey, let's get up and jam this guy." Like if you're a defensive back coach, hey, we're going to jam this guy. And you look at him going, "You realize that's Tyreek Hill, right? We're going to jam him," and then he goes boop boop boop, and he's by you. You're like what are we doing? Why? And then you start, and I'm just using that as an example. I could use a coach as something as stupid as saying, let's go into the screens on Steph Curry. Now, no coach would do that. You'd have to be an idiot to do that. But if somebody did that, you'd look at him and say, this guy we even know Steph Curry? What are we doing? Like, well, why would, and then you start, then when he tells you to do something, you're like, oh man, does he know what the hell he's talking about? Like, so you got to be able to trust the coach. You got to trust the coach is going to put you in a position to succeed. You got to trust that the coach isn't going to hang you out to dry. So there's a lot of factors that go into being a really good coach. Some guys can handle it. Some guys can't handle it. But you got to have a presence. Like I've always said, a coach has to be an a-hole, at least a little bit, have a little bit of an a-hole in him. Because it's like a super nice guy, it doesn't work. Like I always hate the term players coach. Like he's your buddy. Like we got to play. Oh, he's a players coach. Like, well, yeah, but I mean, how good is that? Do I want everyone to really like him? Like I want guys to be a little bit like, I don't want to say afraid of him, but have a certain level of respect for him, or maybe dislike him a little bit because some of the decisions that he's made you don't agree with.
Right.
Not that he's incompetent, but you don't agree with him. Like I always say, guys I played for. And one of the head coaches of the Warriors, who I love to death, Gary St. Jean. Love him. I never thought he would be a good head coach because he's just too nice. He's like a hell of a guy. Like he is just, I love Gary. He was like a perfect assistant. And I knew that he could be a head coach based on his knowledge of the game, but you're too, like Nelly. I love Nelly. Nelly was an a-hole sometimes, like straight up.
You dumb bastard!
You didn't want to be around him.
Now play the other one. Play the St. Jean one of him saying "you dumb bastard." I don't think we have that cut. Yeah,
I don't think you
have
that.
Hey Tom.
So I think you need that. Like you telling me, like Pop isn't that guy sometimes. Of course he is. Belichick isn't that guy. Of course he is. Like you go up and down the list, and I guarantee you, Steve is that guy that guys look at him and like, I don't want to hear from you right now. Like you know, Steve can be that guy. Spolstra, I guarantee you.
You kidding?
Miami Heat are like, come on, man, are you kidding me? We're doing this.
Pat Riley hired him. Are you kidding?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to be that way. You look up and down, and Kyle can be that way. There's no doubt in my mind Kyle can be. Like I think you have to. It's probably pretty rare to find head coaches in any league that have been really successful that everybody just says, oh yeah, he's always nice. He's just like a super nice guy. Like, although it would be interesting, he hasn't had great success yet, but I'd be interested to hear, how Mike McDaniels could be an a-hole. Like, that seems like it'd be really hard for him. Like, he's just kind of a quirky guy, fun guy. The guys really respond to him.
He gets intense. You don't watch Hard Knocks. You don't watch Hard Knocks, but he does have
I have not. So, he gets on guys in a little bit. Okay.
Coffee? Well, no, he's just a different personality. He connects to the guys. He's
no doubt about that.
He's exactly who we think he is, but he will get after it with some Fs. He'll get after it with like a fire-up speech in front of the team, and I think almost that gives it more credence, right? Yeah. Because it's almost like when somebody is, it's almost. I said this to you before. The guy who shows up. Everybody's had this experience. You're working at somewhere. This used to happen more when I was like working in the mall or in college. Somebody shows up, they get the new hire to your job, and they act like they've known you for years. They're like, hey, what's going on, man? They're like buddy with you, and you're like you're put off by it because you don't know them. Yeah. You're like, why don't you play the new guy for like a minute? Just give me a second to like calibrate and know what's going on. I kind of associate that with this year. That you've got to kind of give the reality of yourself and play that guy for a minute so that when it's time to light somebody up or fire somebody up, there's weight to it. There's credence to it. Like you can't pretend to be somebody you're not and just come in screaming and yelling and act like you're a different guy. I don't think that's who McDaniel is. And I don't know how many guys would pretend to do that, but to your point, some guys you have to have. I think that's something that Gabe Kapler ran into with issues, is you've got to manage different guys differently. Sometimes you got to get after guys, sometimes you got to coddle guys, and it's not the same with everybody at all times. We actually do have audio of Pat Riley and stuff he would say to Eric Spoelstra.
What's your excuse for playing like a fried turd?
Yeah, it's the kind of stuff, yeah. You got to get after.
The fried
You said we had St. Jean audio too, Gary St. Jean. Here we go.
Hiya, fellas.
You dumb bastard.
There you go. There you go. That's a mix between St. Jean and Nelly there. We are going to catch up in just a few minutes here with Marcus Thompson.
Hiya, fellas.
Just before we get out, Bill Belichick, you mentioned him. He's considered one of the greatest, if not the best of all time.
Yep.
Do you think his style resonates with players today? I don't know what his style is per se. Like, I think we have an idea of it. I think he's more Parcells. He is Shanahan, obviously, but
no doubt.
Also, we've seen the persona of Belichick where he's different to the media, and you see him in the offseason do interviews and stuff. He's different. He's bubbly. He laughs more. He has a personality.
Yeah.
I've seen it. Bubbly's not the right term. Bubbly, no.
Yeah, bubbly may be strong.
He has a personality.
He does.
Certainly, he'll laugh
He
and he'll crack jokes, and we've seen him be witty. Heard the Taylor Swift jokes that he's made on radio stations. So he's got personality, and so it tells me he's just, I'm doing my job here, and I'm not willing to give an inch. Does it resonate, you think?
Well, I think it resonates a lot more when you're winning. Like you talk to we've all listened to the interviews with Patriots when they played for him. It wasn't pleasant all the time, and especially the guys that didn't last there. They really, they'd come out and say, it was really, really hard, and he did this and he did that, but they were winning. So you just went along with it. You're like, this guy knows what the hell he's doing. Like he's winning. When you're not winning, and the players are getting younger and younger, it probably doesn't resonate as much. I wouldn't think. You still have I mean, if you don't have respect for him, like a lot of respect, then I can't help you there. I mean, this guy's maybe the greatest coach of all time in the NFL. So, but yeah, does it resonate as much? Probably not. It's hard when you're not winning. When you're not winning, it tends to like lose its weight. Because what you're saying isn't working, and it could very well just be the players aren't good enough, and maybe we're finding out he's not the best talent evaluator because they haven't drafted very well in the last few years. I mean, just think about all the offensive weapons they haven't had over the years. Even when Brady was there, it didn't seem like they were always loaded.
No,
it's like, wow, look what Brady's doing with this group. Patton out there, or Branch out there.
Did you say Patton? Quentin Patton?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, David Patton, I believe it was.
Excuse me, David Patton.
Yeah, I believe it is. I don't think it was
Quentin Patton, a guy?
I don't think it was.
I make that
I don't
up.
know.
Was he a 49er?
No,
Quentin
it was probably Quentin
Patton.
Patton.
He was a receiver too, right? Yeah, okay, thank you. I was like, I made that up? No, okay.
Yeah. They called him Q. Probably not.
It's a good guess. All
right, let's just go to Marcus. I'm just making stuff up now.
Hiya, fellas.
He was Scottish. They called him the Flying Dutchman too, Tom. Just because I assume they
that
did.
Was Rick Smits.
No, I think that was Bobby Thompson. Shot her around the world.
He was the Flying Dutchman?
They called him the Flying Scot. Yeah, he wasn't the Flying Dutchman.
Rick Smits, I think, was a Flying Dutchman.
Flying Dutchman. Anybody Dutch, I think, is a Flying Dutchman. The Flying Scot.
You got to be the Flying Dutchman if you're Dutch.
Flying Scot who hit the shot. That's Bobby Thompson. And then he went on Perry Como. That's relevant. When we come on back, Marcus Thompson of the Athletic.
We're rolling right downhill.
That's what balls do, Tom. Marcus Thompson is going to join us on The Athletic. Talk a little Warrior basketball. We had a great rest of the show for you. Marcus Thompson, talk a little bit about Jung-Hoo Lee, who got announced as a San Francisco Giant today. Got to hear what was written about him today from guys who used to be in the bigs, who they faced him in Korea. They're talking Ichiro Light. Got a Harmony for you. She's going to stop by a sound soiree. And the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, plus a conversation with Tim Ryan. But Marcus Thompson next, only here on the Sports Leader. John Lynch joined Murph and Marcus this morning and said he can't defer Brock Purdy's future contract like Shohei Ohtani. There's more on that story. It's trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. This holiday season, there's one thing every sports enthusiast needs. Fast, reliable connection to stream all your favorite sports. And there is a lot of them. Pro football, college football. Pro basketball, college basketball. Even you had hockey out there too. Hockey. That's right, you have them all. And you want to be able to watch them all, and you don't want any interruptions. That's why you need a fast, reliable Wi-Fi. Not just for you, but for everybody in the house. It's also fantasy season. Who knows who's playing fantasy? You got to watch something on your tablet, something else on your phone, another game on your TV, and then someone may go rogue and actually try to watch a movie or do something other than watching sports. How dare they? But no worries. Everyone is taken care of with a fast, reliable connection. So from the unexpected lead changes to sudden death over time, you need that fast, reliable connection to power all the devices in your home so you can stream all your favorite teams. Let your listeners know. I'm doing that right now. Why am I reading that right now? Let your listeners know. I just let them know why it's important. You know why it's important, because you got a lot of people in your house, a lot of devices in your house. Skipping down. So treat yourself this holiday season in front row seats to all the games. The next generation Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's a network you can count on in crunch time. Get the fastest internet and a strong, reliable connection, even when everyone's online at the same time. That's why you get the Xfinity 10G network. And with the Xfinity 10G network, the future starts now. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. You love sports? You love high def? Oh, you love a fast, reliable connection to stream all your favorite sports this holiday season? You will love Xfinity.
It's time for Tolbert, Copes, and Thompson. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland with The Athletics' Marcus Thompson on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
We do it each and every week. Every Friday, we catch up with Marcus Thompson, the best sports writer in the country of The Athletic, and lots to talk about as it relates to the Golden State Warriors and Draymond Green. They lose again last night, 121-113 to the Clippers. Draymond suspended indefinitely, and Marcus joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Marcus? How are you, man?
Is that horse alive, or no? Is it still kicking?
No,
horse?
Well, that's why we're beating it, because it's a dead horse. that's why we're hammering this thing. How about this? Is the dynasty still alive? I mean, Tom and I were talking yesterday, and I don't think he was saying like this incident ends it, but maybe Tom, you can clarify. You were saying this is how it ends, but you were saying in terms of like dynasties. This is, I don't know if you specify, but it does feel like there's a before and after to this event, is what it feels to me.
I said that. Now what?
I don't think it's the end, but go ahead. I want to hear the explanation of your point.
No, I just said this is how it ends, where they play. They still have a good game every now and again, and they just get fewer and far between. And older players still can summon up the magic like Clay did last night. Can he do it 2 or 3 games in a row? We'll see. But usually that's the way it ends, where you're like, oh, there it is. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Where'd it go? And it keeps getting further and further apart. Now, there is no doubt. There is no doubt the dynasty's over in the way we view it. It's never going to be that again. But can they be competitive? Can they kind of make a push, get to the playoffs, and then maybe do something when they get there? But yeah, I mean the dominance is over. That's gone. I hope we can all agree on that. It may take a different form, but I asked you last week, Marcus. I said, how close is the sun to setting? We know it's on the downward cycle, but how close is it to setting? And it's getting real close to the horizon for me. Like it's pretty damn close. Maybe you see it differently, but with Draymond being out now and the troubles they're having with the roster, it just, I mean, they're scuffling right now just to be in the mix for a play-in game, let alone get a decent seed.
Yeah, I just fell for this banana in the tailpipe before. If they go and make a move, right? Because remember, the dynasty was dead. They traded for Wiggins and won another championship. Then the question was, does this count as part of the dynasty? Is it still alive? I don't see why that play can't happen again. Like, I could 1,000% see them making a move. You got Chris Paul, you got Wiggins, you got young pieces. Go make a move, and then we in the same boat again like next year when they win again. We're like, does this count? So I agree. The days of like that 2017 year, 2016, like that's a wrap. But in the sense of like the Spurs, I do think they're close enough to retool, and I actually think the current like very obvious, impotence from that perspective, from a championship perspective, will make them do something, right? Like, I mean, they can't. Mike Dunleavy's not looking at this. Maybe he is. I don't know. He's saying it. I mean, I don't think anybody can honestly look at this right now and be like, yeah, man, we could win 3 7-game series. Like, I don't know who said it. And because of that, I don't know, man. I feel like Joe always got something up his sleeve, and Steph is still really good. I don't think they're far. I think they're far if they bank on just these 3 guys again. But who knows what happens, I'm just throwing his name out there. I don't think they'll get him, but I like throwing it out there to troll. But you put Lauri Markkanen on this team, you telling me they won't be really good? They'll be dramatically better instantly, right? And the question becomes, what can Mike Dunleavy do with the pieces they have? But we thought it was done when it was Andrew Wiggins. Next thing I know, they hold up a trophy and they took it at me. Talking about, I thought you said we were done, Marcus. I thought you said we were done. And I'm like,
thought you said we're done, huh? As you're sitting there asking questions in a presser, talking to Marcus Thompson.
You know what I'm saying?
On the guest line. Okay, so I think what we're talking about, though, is what you're saying, though, we can't perceive who would show up and help. The reason I'm with you to some extent, and the reason you're even there, is because of Steph Curry and because of what we've seen from him. If they can retool, I'm not. And I said this to Tom yesterday. The NBA is the easiest sport to rebuild your roster come deadline time and still compete come playoff time. We saw the Lakers do it. few years ago. We've seen teams in the NBA do that for years, where you can add 2 or 3 or tear it down a little bit and restructure it around a superstar and find success. I think what Tom and I are getting at is the Klay Thompson, what we've been saying to this point of the year, it's all going to come down to if he and Wiggins can play better. I'm getting further away from the idea with Draymond out that that's even an option at this point.
I don't even think that's the question. I think the question disguised in that is what Tom is saying. It's not can they play better. Of course they can play better. Can they play better every night?
Yeah.
Right? That's the real question. And then it's going to become, can they play better 4 times in the 7-game series against better competition, against a team that's waiting for you, right? Can they do it against younger athletes, right? That's going to be the question. We're talking about now regular season, and of course they got this stretch of home games and more beatable teams. They could go on a run and be right back, and maybe this current malaise is over, but that question still remains. They couldn't beat the Lakers, right? They couldn't get 4 off the Lakers. They got 2 off of them, but we saw what it looked like. To me, this idea of asking them to carry the load every night and do what they do, right? Do their thing. To me, that's gone. But if you could get another piece that that kind of shifts everybody's roles. I mean, if we're being honest about it, the 2022 championship happened because Wiggins elevated to a level that nobody expected, right? I mean, he was basically Klay, right? Which allowed Klay to not have to beat Klay. Now that's harder to find, and you really need that more, but that's possible, I think, and it's out there. And I'm just the only reason I'm with you 1,000%. The only reason I'm saying it's still alive, it's still possible, it's still kicking, because if they win a 5th championship, I'm gonna have to look Steph in the face, and he gonna be like, "You did it again." Like he doubted us.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, I fell for the banana tailpipe again. But I feel like Joe Lacob is the type of owner that's going to try to figure out a way to keep this thing going.
Steph's still going. You have to. Yeah.
I would say, okay, you know what? I won't backtrack, but I was saying this iteration of the Warriors to me. But if you're going to
agree with that,
okay,
because
that's where we are. Right.
Yeah, I can't envision who could come in, and that may change my mind. The only issue I would have with that is who's going to want what they have right now. Like, I don't know what kind of value you'd get for Wiggins. I don't know what you get for Klay. Certainly not Lauri Markkanen. And I don't know unless a team just wants to have Chris Paul's salary going into next year. And there may be a few of those teams, but that's still, it's hard to envision with a lot of these teams now because it's like everybody makes the playoffs. Like, hey, come on down. You made the playoffs. What? We did? We made the playoffs? How'd that happen? Oh, because everybody makes playoffs nowadays. So I don't know what kind of value they have. And I don't know if they are even going to know what they have until Draymond comes back. And then we don't even know when that is going to be. And who knows where they're going to be at in the standings when he comes back. So it just seems like a lot of questions for a team that isn't getting any younger. And again, show me like 2 weeks of consistency where it looks like, because remember last year, I feel like we're back into last year, like where it's like, can this team ever get some traction? And they were better last year, I thought, than they are right now. And we're talking about the same stuff. Can this team get some traction? Can they win 3 in a row, 4 in a row? I mean, after they did get off to a 6-2 start, so I got to give them that. But then after that, it's been just a little bit quicker than a slow descent downhill. And I'm just wondering, like, that's where we're at right now. I said this, Marcus. I told Copes this. I was talking to my neighbor earlier today, and we both concurred. That was a good effort last night. Like, they played well last night. They battled last night. They competed last night. Offense looked better last night. And I said, I hope we're not getting to that point now where that's what we say about the Warriors. Yeah, they lost, but they looked pretty good. They played well. I thought they played well last night. Like, that's not the Warriors' standard, and I'm hoping that's not the standard that we're talking about right now. Everybody keeps thinking, they looked pretty good last night. I know they lost by 5, but they still look pretty good.
Well, I think that flies currently because, like, they cannot look good. And the difference last night was Steph wasn't good. So if you're just presuming Steph is good and everybody around him looks like they did last night, that's usually a recipe. The thing they got for them going is that is Steph Curry and their system and this perennial idea that you will somehow improve when you get next to Steph and in their system. And like that's the unknown. That's the hard part we can't foresee. We know it's there, but there's to me, it's in finding those players who you probably be like, man, that dude ain't no champion. And then he gets in, it's like, I mean, that's literally what Wiggins was, right? That's absolutely what Wiggins was. He's like, Wiggins? Y'all think Wiggins is the answer? And then Wiggins was the answer. It's harder to do. The one thing I think we always miss every time, every year, is the amount of bad general managers in the NBA and the amount of people who feel like, man, but if I just had my hands on them, right? Like one of the players in Utah right now is a player that nobody would say, man, you can't move that guy. And now they acquired him, and now they want to move him. Like John Collins, he's got 3 years, $80 million left. Like massive. Like Ben Simmons was traded. All it takes is a good agent to say, to put a narrative on Wiggins. Like, come on, he's 27. He's only making $24 million. It's like an incredible deal. And, you know, he said, oh, like, that's easy. Said Mike Dunleavy, if he can't do that, he need to give up the post. Like, you could sell Wiggins to somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like, Kuminga, the same thing. Like, but I do agree that it's going to be harder because the diminishing returns on the guys they have. It's like, you can't just write that in anymore. You can't just say, all right, you got this, you got that. And even with the young guys coming up, that's a little bit tougher. So it's definitely harder, and I do think, to me, if they get 5, it would be a incredible accomplishment. I think they can do it. But if they get 5, it'll be like, all right, now you can ride off it. If they get 5, I think even they'll be like, whew, we had a good run, right? They won't be talking about, well, let's get 6. They'll be like, well, slow down. Like, you know how hard 5 was? Like, Steph, everybody, remember last time Steph was crying, they all going to be crying on 5. Yeah. That's going to be snot all over the court.
Well, depending on how many of them are here for the 5th. Marcus Thompson with us on the Marcus Thompson with us.
The ones who aren't there are going to be crying too.
Yeah,
like,
they'll be crying too. We just won't hear about that. We won't hear won't be as loud. All right, just a thought before we let you go. The Draymond Green situation. You know, we were saying before we knew about the indefinite timeline, which isn't a timeline, it's just indefinite. We were thinking 10-ish games, I guess, and I thought, boy, if they get 10 games for this, or if he gets 10 games for this, that might cook the season with where they are right now and the way they've been playing. What's your take on how many it is? I mean, again, it's kind of irrelevant based on the indefinite nature of it, but where does the season go? Are you expecting a bigger trade now because of this? Do we think it's shorter term? What's your feel on this whole read of how long he's out?
Yeah, I think this just makes it pretty obvious. You know, I mean, even Mike Dunleavy said, you know, it went from we're fine. I mean, Steve just said we could win a championship like last week. And now Dunleavy's like, yeah, we'll see what the next 15 games say. You know?
Let's evaluate the roster, he said. We'll take a look at things. Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like, I mean, I feel like all of this makes it easier for them to do what they need to do, whereas maybe before it was harder, it was difficult. I mean, we're just watching them not close the deal, not win games they should win, and now they're going to have to do that without Draymond. And to me, even if somehow they go on a run and they look pretty good, it only increases the need for it. It only shows you, like, yeah, they are right there, so you probably should do something, right? Because if they do it, it's going to be because of Steph, right? Like, he's going to need to go off in these next, whatever, 15 games. He's going to need one of these runs to keep them level. And what does that take out of you, right? So, to me, I feel like we've already seen enough to know that they don't have enough to win a championship. But I also think at some point they have to stop talking in that fashion and just start thinking about being a good team, right? What's a good team? What's a good roster? And maybe that championship isn't right now. Like, we have to win it this year or we failed. We have to win it this year. I understand there's a clock on Steph. But, again, if they win one more title, that would be incredible for them. And they need to think that way. So maybe the title, whatever the moves they make, don't set them up for this year, but it sets them up for next year. And that's probably why they're in this situation now, because it was all about winning the title right now, this year, when it's just a little bit more difficult. What we're seeing, I mean, I would be it's hard to look at these dudes and say they can't do it anymore, but I would be surprised if they can go and be a top 4 seed in the West, like right now it's constituted. Like, something dramatically will have to change. And And part of that would be like, you gonna do that without Draymond for whatever game? So, to me, the writing's on the wall. I just think it's a question of what do you keep, what do you move, and what can these 15 games do to alter people's trade value? But I just don't see them coming back from the trade deadline with the same squad. Like, all right, let's make this run for the title. I don't know about that one.
Real quick, how much of this punishment? Oh, I got a couple things I wanted to ask, but I don't want to take up too much time. But how much of this punishment from the how much of this punishment from the league is we want to see you get help, and how much of it is, you know what, we've had enough of your crap. We're tired. We're tired of it, and we're just going to suspend you indefinitely until we figure something out.
Maybe I'm gonna go 30 help, 70 we're tired of it, but we need you to get help because we're tired of it, right?
Yeah.
To me, like, and you know what, I'm not a fan of it. I can't believe the players union is going for it. Like,
everybody was super cool with it, weren't they?
Yeah, that's just a wild precedent too. Especially, I mean, Miles Bridges is playing, yo. Like,
yes.
I just, to me, that's wild. I mean, I understand, like, I understand what he's doing is out of bounds, and how he is like not. It doesn't, it's not people's taste, but like putting him in this situation and putting him in this light as if like he's a violent criminal.
Yep.
I mean, he's just Dennis Rodman. Like, he's full of antics. Like, I get that. Like, punish him. Like, I'm not saying he should get off, but wow. Like, and what's the help? Like, to me, if you're gonna do that, you need to say what it is, because then it's just too open ended, and it's too like, hey, like, what do you like? How do you get back? What I mean,
that was my question.
Kyrie.
Just real quick, I wanted to, because you were leading to my next question, I'll let you answer it, but how do they know? How do they know when, like, okay, you've achieved all your goals and you're fit to play basketball
again? He comes back looking like Carlton. That's why, with a sweater vest and doing a little dance. Like,
all right, but then foul him and see what happens. Like, it's not on the court that he's coming back. Like, until he's wearing Carlton uniforms. Like, what are we doing?
It's on the court. That's what I'm saying. You will know on the court. And like, and look, to me, the fact that Rich Paul and Draymond are on board, like, I get that, but it just feels like I don't know if they understand what they're doing per se. I just know that everybody wants it to stop. Everybody wants Draymond to be different. And if Draymond and him is on it, if he wants to be different, if he's over emotional in these games and he needs to figure out a way to control his emotions, like, if he wants that, that's fine. If I was the players union, I would have a bit of an issue.
That's what I'm thinking.
NBA legislating it, but like, that feels like a team agent thing, but the NBA just saying, man, we just don't like how you operate. Like, hey, to me, that's I don't know. Everybody seems on board with it, so hey, it's their league, they can do what they want, so that's fine with it. But to me, I'm curious about what they want him to do, how they want him to come back, and it's not a crazy ask, by the way. Like, you shouldn't be hitting people in the face.
Yeah,
like a lot of people play basketball without doing what Draymond does, but also like, the NBA is built on villains and dudes who are like rebels and all that stuff. I don't know why they somehow like want that completely gone. Like, you want to like behavior therapy. I don't know what's happening. I don't think they know. But if something is wrong with Draymond, like, obviously he should get help. But I don't think if that's the case, it should have taken this. If that's what it really was, you don't wait for him to go off on the court.
They're just making.
I think they're freestyling. They're just like, listen, man, we can't keep doing this.
They're just making it up.
We can't keep doing this every few weeks, right? Like, we need to figure out a way where we don't have to deal with this every few weeks. It's been 4 times in 14 months.
Well, Tom, give him our analogy. Give him our analogy, Tom, because that's exactly what we went with this yesterday with the end of Casino.
My analogy is the end of Casino, where they take Nicky Santoro and his brother and drive to the cornfield and throw him in the
beat his ass and throw him in the hole.
And Robert De Niro was kind of narrating, and I could hear Adam Silver saying the same thing, where he's like, the bosses have just had enough.
They just had enough of his ass. They just had enough of it.
I go, that's Adam Silver. He's like, he just had enough. He's just had enough. I said Draymond's about one one more ejection away from the cornfields in Indiana, like where the NBA just says, that's it.
That's
You're
it,
done
dude.
for the whole
Bury him
the whole
alive,
season.
I just don't understand why they just don't say that. Here's the big suspension. The next one, you're done for the year. Like,
Ron Artest beat a
what?
fan's ass on during a game, and they were like, "Yeah." The next day, they're like, "That's a year." It's like they knew immediately.
Right?
They knew immediately. And they didn't. I'm sure there was other things and stipulations he had to get through, but if you as a league don't know the number of games, I can't imagine. To me, I can't believe this is the straw that broke the camel's back. I think that's where I just keep coming from. If it was this big of an issue, then when you choked out Rudy Gobert, you should have done it then. 5 games then seems awfully light, right? If you thought this was this serious.
Or what if this is 6 games? What if it's like, yeah, man, we just need you to sit down for a little bit, you know.
Cool off.
You went to the Ja Morant little 5-day spot, like, you know, outpatient. Well, I don't know what they see. To me, like, I would be, if I'm Draymond, I'm like, hold on, man. Yeah, I'm a little wild on the court, but let's not acting like my life is falling apart unless it actually is. Like, we don't know, but like the presumption is pretty high. Like there's a high presumption he could just be like just a wild, like out of control basketball player. So, I mean, bottom line, I think you're right. They're just tired of dealing with it, and they need a way so they don't have to deal with this in February. Like, we don't want to deal with this in February, and we also don't want to suspend you for the year because that hurts everybody. So I think that's what they're trying to do. It's just, to me, it's just like a really interesting way to handle it. I probably wouldn't have done it this way if I were them, but I'm not them. It's their league. They can do what they want.
Wild stuff, man. They're probably like, let's just get through Christmas. We don't need him punching Jokic on national TV.
I wanted to see him face Poole, man. I was really hoping for him to get that Washington.
No,
game
that's the last
there.
thing we need.
That's what I was hoping
Ain't
for.
nobody punching Jokic.
Nobody's pushing Jokic. Not with his brothers there, right?
No, that's
Marcus?
true. His brothers will be there for Christmas.
I was telling I was telling Tom yesterday, Marcus, how you said Jokic's brothers look like they drive around with like tarps of plastic in their trunk. They know how to lay down plastic, I think was your term. I was like, that's incredible.
That's a great
term.
Hey, that ref is shook now. Like, when Jokic was like, I'm just glad we weren't in Serbia. I'm like, geez, he just that's a low key. Man, if we were in Serbia, it would be going down. I'm like,
jeez, I know.
He just said it straight up.
T. Moran calls them sir, is what he does.
Bro, you would have disappeared.
Marcus, have a great weekend, man. You going out to Arizona?
What's in Arizona?
That's right. You stay here, man. Have a nice weekend, dude. We will. We'll talk to you next week, bro.
All right, have a good one.
All right, man. We'll see you
Marcus.
then. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Great stuff on the Draymond situation. How about this? Jung-Hoo Lee announced as the newest San Francisco Giant. Had the press conference today. Rocket number 51. He's going to be roaming center field. Some great comments from some former Major League players who played in the KBO against him when he was 18 years old and talked about him having the best control of the strike zone that they had seen in the league when he was just 18. He was announced today as the newest Giant. We'll tell you about it next. And then Tim Ryan at 4:30, Harmonies at 4:50, and then Steve Kerr at 5:30 to wrap up your week only here on The Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
An update on the 49ers' health and practice participation for Friday. Eric Armstead, Javon Hargrave, and Elijah Mitchell did not practice. They are out for Sunday's game against the Arizona Cardinals and Kyler Murray. More on their health trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. This holiday season, there's one thing every sports enthusiast needs: fast, reliable connection. Why? Get to stream all your sports. That's right, you got pro football, college football, pro basketball, college basketball, even mix in a little hockey, and you have a lot of sports. It can take up all your devices, your TV, your phone, your tablet, and you're not the only one in the house. Don't be selfish. You want to get good Wi-Fi, good connection for everybody, and that's why you do it for everybody. Nah, you're doing it for yourself. But everybody gets to benefit from it because it doesn't matter, almost doesn't matter how many people, how many devices are going to be connected at the same time. Everyone is good to go. So if someone's watching movies, someone's downloading stuff, someone wants to watch stuff on their phone, tablet, TV as well in their room, they can do so with Xfinity. That's right. So treat yourself this holiday season to front row seats to all the games. The next generation Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's a network you can count on in crunch time. Get the fastest internet and a strong, reliable connection, even when everyone's online at the same time. The Xfinity 10G network, the future, starts now. Restrictions apply, actual speeds vary, and not guaranteed. You love sports, you love high def, you love a fast, reliable connection to take care of you and everyone in the family on all their devices. You will love Xfinity.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Hi fans, my name is Jong Lee. I love you. See you soon. Thank you. Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants. Oh.
That's your newest San Francisco Giant. Did he drop the camera after that? How about that, Jung Hoo Lee? On the, was he doing it into like a cell phone or something? Let's go, Giants. Says, I love you to the Giants fans. How about that? Jung Hoo Lee, the newest San Francisco Giant. We're number 51. I'm excited about this guy. I really am. Because of the skill set. Speed, defense, get a hit at the top of the lineup. I love a back control guy. I know people want power and whatnot. I'm not focused on that. I'm focused on getting back to playing good baseball. We were just hearing what Marcus Thompson was saying about the Warriors. I kind of was thinking that about the Giants in the position that they're in, where his philosophy on that was maybe we got to get away from thinking about, and we've been saying this for a few weeks with Clay and Draymond, about what they were capable of. And we know Draymond's still a huge asset on the court. I thought he was playing great basketball when he's there. But he was talking mainly about Wiggins and Clay, and we thought he made a good point about years ago. We thought the dynasty was over. We thought, getting Andrew Wiggins, what's this going to do after Kevin Durant? That's it. Then they won again. So to say, and I'm with you, Tom, this iteration of Warrior basketball may not be one that can continue as a champion unless they make some moves around Steph Curry. If the Giants want to compete in the National League West and in Major League Baseball, and there are many ways to do it via the wild card, Giants went to the World Series twice in the last 21 years via the wild card and won one of them, right? Teams go all the time. The Dodgers aren't going to the World Series every year, and they're certainly not winning it every year. Pitching and defense is how you did it before. It might be how you have to do it again. And this is a great place to start, the philosophy of build the middle. He was introduced today, Jung Hoo Lee. The Dodgers keep making moves, by the way. Tyler Glasnow.
I love you.
Tyler Glasnow gets traded to L.A. Did you see the deal he signed, too, on top of that, Glasnow?
I think it was like, 110? 4 for 110?
Oh, no,
like
no, it was more than that. 5 for 135. Glasnow. Get to know him and hate him. I don't know what else the Giants are going to do.
Great hair, though.
Great hair for Glasnow.
You got to give him credit for that.
Sure, I guess. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do anything.
No,
except come out.
It's not Russia.
Except look up some personal information to use against him when he comes to town, which is what I used to do frequently.
I bet it was.
I had some good bleacher riffs. I keep it clean. I told you. You got to find out where guys went to high school and then keep it clean. Jung Hoo Lee, though, what's interesting is it's important to keep it clean. It's more clever to do it that way too.
Yes,
it's funnier. It's clever. You can own a section that way.
Yes.
If you haven't read Baggerly's piece from this morning on Jung Hoo Lee, go check it out because he got in touch with. Do you remember? His name was Josh Lindbolm, Lindbolm. I want to say he was a Philly at one point, right-handed pitcher, pitched in the majors in the I'd say about 10 years ago, maybe 8 years ago or so. Yep. He had I don't want to say flamed out, but he'd pitched in the majors when he was in his mid and late 20s, and then went over to Korea. So at age 30, that's when Jung Hoo Lee was 18, and he made his professional baseball debut. That's when they come up. He just came straight from high school to play pro baseball. And Josh Lindbolm is quoted in this Baggerly piece as saying, even at 18, no joke, he had the best bat control and control the strike zone of any player in the league. He said he wasn't afraid to hit with 2 strikes. He would keep his hands back with 2 strikes, and he would slap. He would slap. He would slap. He would fight to stay alive. Again, if you're looking for transferable stats, and a lot of people who are crapping on this move are going, the Korean baseball is a AA league. Copes is bad with his takes. I watch more of the Kiwoom heroes in Korean baseball than any of you have ever watched, based on getting here at 3 a.m. during 2020 and watching the only live sports we had. I didn't even know I was watching this guy. I know he's in MLB The Show, the video game, and he's got great numbers already. In terms of what he's going to bring the Giants, it's a skill set they don't have. It's a skill set this team does not have. They got younger, more athletic, better defensively, and faster. I think this is a positive move. The guy's going to bring OBP and defense to center field. My brother texted me a little bit ago, a little voice memo, and he says, for Giants fans who are the Willie Mays, say hey, say who, say Willie. My brother's voice message just goes, Jung Ho, Jung Hoo, Jung Hoo Lee. Swinging at the plate. All right, Jung Hoo Lee is your newest San Francisco Giant. Niners have a game against the Cardinals tomorrow Sunday out in Arizona. Pregame 9 a.m., kickoff at 1:05, and we'll talk to Tim Ryan next, who will be on the call for that one. Then Harmony at 4:50, and then Steve Kerr at 5:30. That'll be your Friday. Tim Ryan's next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, whether you're retired or you're planning on being retired, there's a lot of questions you probably have. Are you spending too much? Are you taking too much risk? Are you doing more or less than you need to be doing to set yourself up to make sure that you're going to live that life in retirement that you've always dreamed of getting to? Greg O'Donnell has been helping people in the Bay Area for over 30 years. He and his team are fantastic. They want to help you set yourself up to live the life that you've envisioned, whether that's vacations, homes, passing money on, and wealth to your loved ones. No matter what the dream or the goal may be, Greg O'Donnell is here to help. Again, over 30 years, he's been helping people do this. He and his team are fantastic. They're awesome. They're standing by, easy to talk to. There's no cost or no obligation. Give him a call today. Find out how he's helping people and wants to help you. 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
Hit me, you can't hurt me. Suck my kiss. Kiss me, please, pervert me. Stick with this. Is she talking dirty? Give to me, sweet sacred bliss. Your mouth was made to suck my kiss.
All right, 4:30 on Friday afternoons means it's time to think about Sunday afternoon. Niners and the Arizona Cardinals. Niners have an opportunity to clinch the NFC West with a win and either a tie or a loss by the LA Rams. Here to talk about it, we do it every week at this time. Tim Ryan joins us to preview the game. Tim joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. He'll be on the call Sunday. What's up, Tim? How you doing, man?
I'm doing well, Adam. Tom, how are you guys?
Pretty good. That was weird you called me Adam, though. I don't know about that. That's the first time.
I thought I'd change it up today, man. Hat and T-shirt game, you know.
Hat and T-shirt game. I like that, dude. I like that. Yeah, let's mix it up. And I'm going to see you down there, dude. We'll mix it up, and I'll come down and see you in Arizona in the booth tomorrow. So it'll be it'll be fun. It'll be a different looking Arizona team than we saw the first time around. And Tom and I were talking. We talked to Kyle yesterday, and Tom asked him, when you criticize stuff after a game that's great and the team is this great, are you being real about it? And he said, yeah, of course. We've got to point stuff out. I think it's the coach in me. But John London and I have talked a lot about Arizona the first time around and the Giants when they played them early. Good wins. I'm not going to say easy wins, but there were times in the game where early on, Arizona got into the red zone, ended up with a field goal. Same with the New York Giants. If they ended up in touchdowns, could have been a different feeling or looking second half. Kyler Murray's a much different quarterback. What are we looking at on Sunday?
Yeah, if Ambry Thomas wouldn't have bid on that teaser route, they may not have scored before half. So there's a lot of ifs and buts.
Sure.
And the game, no question, was closer than I think it ended up 35 to 16. They are different. One thing that hasn't changed though is these cats play hard now, and I mean you can say that about everybody in the NFL. They're professionals, but they definitely are getting after it in terms of their effort and playing through the whistle. The offensive line is solid. The quarterback makes him different, and I thought Josh Dobbs played one of his best games that I've ever seen him play against the 49ers in Week 4. Give him credit; he made a lot of plays. They've gone a lot. They're tight end heavy. They were certainly going to the tight end in Zach Ertz early in the season, but Trey McBride's a different animal now in this second-year pro. That I think he's got 28 catches in the last 4 games. So he's a big security blanket for Kyler Murray. Kyler's done a good job. You got to think about it. He's trying to learn this system on the run. I don't even know if it's been a year that he's been removed from the ACL or just at it. So, in the off season, there's a lot of digestion from the neck up and trying to understand the scheme. But he's out there playing it and kind of learning it on the run. He looks different to me in terms of throwing from the pocket. And I think that when, you look at Drew Petzing and the offensive coordinator and what they're trying to do, and it was the same with Dobbs, they want to build the offense the right way where the quarterback doesn't have to play hero ball all the time. So that's where he's different, the rush lanes, and that's where they're different. The rush lanes are going to have to be tight. I don't think it's going to be Jalen Hurts, game plan style in terms of the mush rush and forcing him out the back and out the side. I think you got to be aggressive on Kyler Murray, and I think there's ways to get to him. And again, he is throwing from the pocket. He'll get out on some big downs. He'll still use his legs. He's shown that in his 4 games back, and he's fast now. He maybe isn't as because I remember a couple years ago Jimmy Ward had an angle on him, and it's like he didn't even touch him, and Jimmy can go. I was like, oh man, this guy he's a different animal in terms of not just his quickness and short area quickness, but his long speed. That to me doesn't look as electric as it was pre-ACL as he's trying to come back, but he is still a problem. And then they lean on James Conner, who is a problem in the run game. This is a top 10 rushing offense, Copes. When you couple that now with Hargrave and Eric Armstead, it's different in there, and Oren Burks, who's not going to be available to play on Sunday. And they run a lot of 12 personnel, 2 tight end stuff, and that's when the 49ers have their base and their 3 linebackers on the field. So I think job number 1 is stop all those gap power runs with James Conner, who is a big bruiser, a little bit different back than the 49ers typically have faced at 230, 235. Big power balance. He's got good vision. He'll bounce. So run defense has got to be on point, which it has been. Over the last 5 games, the run defense certainly has gotten progressively better, and guys have trusted the scheme more and are playing better football. But it's going to be Kevin Givens and Javon Kinlaw, who's really, I think, kind of refound his game certainly this year and seems to be getting better and better every single game. But it starts with Conner and then not letting Kyler Murray do the thing with his legs in terms of really creasing you on some big downs.
Yeah, normally I'd be right there with you, Tim, on everybody plays hard, but then the Chargers happened last night. And I'd have to say maybe everybody plays hard, but the Chargers last night.
Tough deal. Yeah.
Well, it was a night game. They were tired. They were probably packing their U-Hauls yesterday, getting ready to go home.
That's a rough game. So I'm glad you brought it up because I wanted to ask you about Kyler Murray compared to Jalen Hurts. Because Jalen Hurts, you mentioned the mush rush. They didn't want to let him climb the pocket and then use his legs or climb the pocket and fire it downfield. In watching, and you tell me, you watch all the tape, Kyler Murray doesn't seem to be that guy that you worry about that. Like, what I worry about with him is him getting around the outside. And once he gets around the outside, then you're then you are in trouble at that point.
Right. I think when he's on the run outside of the pocket, taking nothing away from Jalen Hurts, but he sees the field more. He's got they've got smaller, quick receivers. This is a smallish wide receiver group, and he will find guys when he's outside the pocket. But I think more than Jalen Hurts is he'll run and cross the line of scrimmage and pick up 15 yards in a heartbeat and run for a first down. Jalen Hurts gets out of the pocket, and it's like feather it, hold it, feather it, nobody open, run out of bounds for a 4 or 5 yard gain. Kyler will hold that ball like a loaf of bread, man, and when there's nobody around him, and there's opportunities to knock it out when he's in traffic, but he will cross the line of scrimmage when he's out there, and again, he'll pick up big first downs with his legs.
Talking to Tim Ryan here on the UMA guest line. We did not talk much about the injuries earlier. You mentioned Oren Burks being out. You just mentioned Javon Kinlaw, how well he's been playing. Eric Armstead still dealing with the injury, and Javon Hargrave. Am I right in saying that they're both out for this weekend?
I don't know what their exact status is, whether it's out, doubtful, or questionable. Okay. But I saw the hamstring injury to the Gravedigger, and when a guy immediately reaches for his hamstring, I mean, you knew something. It happened on the miss Bosa sack, but I don't know exactly what their designation is. I would anticipate there's no Armstead, just based on what I've known about him over the last couple of weeks. I think we'll wait and see on Hargrave. I think still questionable with Charvarius Ward, Dre Greenlaw, and their availability for the game, although fingers crossed that they'll be able to go. But this is definitely, going to be a challenge and even if those guys go, I would anticipate guys behind them getting more play opportunities when you start talking about the depth on this team. And right now is the time when you need this depth to show up.
It's weird. We were talking about this yesterday, Tim, and maybe you can come up with another team. I'm sure there's got to be teams I'm missing, but I said this team reminds me of the 90s Cowboys or 49ers teams where everywhere you look, there's just like a stud, like an all-pro or Pro Bowler. It's like, it's just like the stars on this team are all over the place, and it's really hard to get those type of teams together and stay together because of the salary cap. Certainly Brock helps with that, with what he's making, but can you remember a team? Like I know I don't want to put you on the spot trying to come up with a team, but I just thought of the 90s, like when it was like, damn, those Cowboy and Niner teams, like, holy smokes, look at these teams. That's kind of how I feel when I look at the Niner team right now.
Yeah, that's a good comparison because there really aren't any holes. And I think it's a credit, obviously, to the procurers of talent, if you will, and John Lynch and AP and Kyle and getting the right guy. This has been built. This has been a 6-year plan, man. I mean, you go back to the 18 season with Fred Warner and Kittle coming onto the team, and that may have even been the year before. But this team has been building to this crescendo, and then now sprinkling guys in. Whether it be rookies and guys they got later in the draft who have turned into outstanding players for this team who are hitting their prime right now. You got some young guys that are playing good and Jair Brown who turn on the tape, and man, he's just playing good football. And look, I think the biggest thing, Tom, with this team is it's about talent, and they've got talent, and they've been healthy. Brock has been what can you say? I think it's like Trent Williams said weeks ago. He was like hitting the Powerball, where you got him in the draft, and what he's been able to provide. And if you don't have a guy like that at the helm, you better be great at every other spot. So to have him and then to have these players around him and these weapons and the trades that they've made, I mean, Gregory is playing his best ball now and is going to get better. Chase Young is playing better football every single week. McCaffrey from last year, what he's done for this team. Bringing in John Feliciano, what he's been able to do in terms of a depth player and he's got to go out and start, and there's absolutely no drop-off whatsoever. So it's across the board. They've made the right decisions. I can't wait to see if and when it happens with Jason Verrett back on the field. Now he's back in a 49er uniform on practice squad. But look, from top to bottom, and not just players, it starts at Jed and it ends at me, the bottom guy on the totem pole. Everybody in the cafeteria, in the equipment room, the administrative staff, the medical staff, the salesmen in the building. It's, as I told Pop a couple weeks ago, Webster's Dictionary word of the year, accountable. That's how you size up this team, and it's good people, character counts, and that, believe me, the players feel it. In the treatment that they get and how they are able to maximize their talents, the way Kyle coaches them, the way he knows, when to kind of call it off in terms of the effort and the tempo of practice and trying to get guys to maximize what they're going to be on game day. I think, with all the East Coast trips and leaving on Friday and just the way everything is done within this organization, it's why they're able to do what they've done. And, you just look at obviously haven't had the party with Lombardi in quite some time, but have been there, have been close, and that experience is going to benefit these players and this roster and these coaches and everybody else involved when you go play a game like in Arizona that people would call a trap game with a 3-win team. They're not going to step into those traps, I don't think. It's about keeping their foot on the execution gas pedal and getting better every week. And I tell you guys every Friday, I would anticipate nothing different on Sunday for this team.
It's really weird, Tim, because I must have got a different dictionary, because mine says the word of the year is beer, and it's been that way for a while now.
Yeah.
That's the Tommy Tolbert version of Webster's Dictionary.
It's interesting.
I'm sure it's probably only has one meaning too. I'm sure there's not several different.
It's like
meanings.
action. It says drink. It's a verb. Yeah.
Oh no, there's pilsners, there's lagers, there's stouts. we got all kinds of different beers. Hey, before we let you go, I find it interesting, and we talked a little bit about it with Kyle this week about Purdy, how his completion percentage and yards per attempt just don't even make any sense. They're just, you don't lead the league and have a historic yards per attempt while also leading the league in completion percentage. But other than that, we didn't talk a lot about him this week because I feel like we're getting to the point, or I'm getting to the point where he's a given now. Like, I don't need to talk about him and discuss how great he was and how that's just what he was. Like, I look at him as like any other quarterback who's really good. You talk about the performance and the throws they made and maybe some of the reads they missed, but the surprise factor is gone now. For people that don't get it, I just say then they don't watch the games as much as we do. Like, maybe they're on the East Coast, they kind of see the stats, they go, it's only because he has the weapons. Like, if you watch the game, you would understand. But from my standpoint, and I think you probably feel similar, like, it's over. Like, he's really good. We know he's really good, and that's how we look at him. And we just don't need to touch on it every single week.
Yeah, welcome to the Purdy party. It's about time you showed up and feeling good about it.
Nice you to join us, Tom. Thanks.
I appreciate it. You guys finally got drinks.
Yeah, you finally got into your dictionary and figured it out. No, I got to tell you, and I'm not going to repeat everything you just said because you were 100% on point. I can just tell you how the week feels over at the building in preparation. And I'm watching tape, and these guys are meeting and they're grinding, and I'm talking shop and chopping it up with guys in the building about what they're doing and what they meant, what the 49ers may see and what they got to do to excel and achieve the goal and the game plan. And I never think about, oh man, what's the quarterback going to do? Oh man, I hope he can. And this week would be a perfect opportunity to have some conjecture and be like, oh man, these guys do a lot of stuff on defense. It's like the circus is in town. I mean, you're going to see so many guys standing up at the front. Who's coming? Who's dropping? How many are coming? How many are showing? How many are going, or how many are bailing out? What are these coverages they're running? My God, they're inverting people everywhere. They're lining up like this, and then post-snap it turns to that, and then it's really not that, but it looks like this. I mean, this they do a great job of trying to make reads cloudy for quarterbacks and make protections look cloudy for the offensive line and for the quarterback, who's a big part of it. And Brock won't be perfect, and there will be some challenges, but I don't worry about the human processing machine at all. I mean, and that's what makes the quarterback position so hard, is IDing, processing, and knowing where to go with the football, and really being able to see the entire grid in your mind's eye without looking at it again and being, oh yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, the way that he can process and have that information, and then Kyle's offense, there's nobody better at dialing up beaters based on what and every coverage has a weakness, and he's always got the ability to scheme a matchup and find the beater, and Brock doesn't usually miss, and that is a huge feather in the cap of the play caller, because he knows as he's watching the game and he's reading it out like a quarterback that, okay, he's seeing it. I can call this. I can keep calling that. So I think the biggest thing in this game, I'm totally with you on all that Brock stuff. The biggest thing in this game, because of all that stuff that they do, is protection. And they don't have a great rush in terms of their pass rushers, and they've been depleted with some injuries up front. But if the 49ers can protect, the more, and they'll have 7 and at times 8 guys in coverage, the more those triangles, the more those zones are going to separate, and then Brock will be dropping the mail off on time. And then again, the weapons. Who are you gonna try to cover? Who are you gonna try to double? Remember the last game, Deebo Samuel worked his ass off to be in the lineup. Remember, Copes, he had the rib injury, I think, after the Giants game.
Yep.
And he didn't get a touch in the game. He played and did everything he could to get on the field. He didn't have a touch in the game. DL Debo is what I call him. Different level Debo, because that's what he is right now with what he's done since he's come back from injury. So big opportunity for him, for Kittle, for BA. Pick your poison. What are you going to do?
I mean, they're insane. Pre-snap, after snap, during snap. I mean, they're impossible. It seems like to
don't
account.
Celebrate.
No.
Don't celebrate till you get to the paint, Coach. That's the whole thing.
Don't celebrate till you get to the paint. Can I ask one question though before we celebrate? What size shirt are you, Tim?
I think I'm really probably a XXX now, but I'll take a medium. It'll fit fine.
I'll bring you a medium, dude. We rock the same size shirt. Who knew, man? Tim, me and you, dude. Sunday night.
Hold on. I learned a new fashion word last night. My wife was talking about cap sleeves. I'm just going to cap the sleeve on it, man. I'll be all right.
I don't even know, dude. We'll cap sleeves on Sunday at State Farm Stadium, dude.
We're going to cap more than sleeves, Coach.
We'll score some touchdowns, cap some sleeves, and win some divisions. That's the way we do it, man. Have a great flight out there. We'll see you on Sunday, Tim.
See you Sunday. See you, Tommy. You guys enjoy the game.
Tim.
Good stuff there, Tim Ryan. Always fun, man. DL Debo is what he calls him, dude. Tim Ryan will be on the call Sunday at 1:05. We'll hand it over to him and Greg at 12:05 right here on KNBR. All right, we've reached the point of a Friday evening, Tom. It is that time. It is that time.
Yes, it is.
She's a little early today. We do have some stuff to get to a little bit later. A special appearance, a second double dip appearance today by Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors. He's going to join us at 5:30. We'll get you a sound soiree at 5:15. But before we do that, we paid for her. We may as well get her in. Got to get you your action. And we got to get you your picks for this weekend. It's Harmony, our sophisticated sex robot. She's sent here each and every week to give you betting advice to help you bang the book. She's here. I just saw her walk in. She's toweling off out in the bullpen. Harmony and her double banger is next. Only here on the Sports Leader. The Warriors saw improvement from Klay Thompson, but not much defense without Draymond. What's going on, fellas? You know the tone, right? You know what the tone is. If I'm talking this low, I'm talking this calm, cool. I'm trying to hit a different crowd here. Trying to hit the crowd of guys that are trying to make their lady happy for Christmas. Maybe you got the gift. Maybe it's not the right gift. Maybe you've got the perfect gift. Maybe you need something extra. Maybe you need something for yourself. That's where Pajamagram comes in. I'm trying to hook you up, fellas. Pajamagram.com. That's where you get the naturally nude pajamas. That's right. Silky smooth, soft, caressing fit. Right to her body. Sexier than lingerie. You're going to want them. She's going to want them. You're going to want them on her. Then you're going to want them off her. And if you order now from Pajamagram.com, they'll also send you the Naturally Nude Nightie. It's a $75 value. They're going to give you all of that for one low price. Plus, they're going to wrap it for you, throw it under the tree. Easy. All done for you. The perfect gift. You want to hit a home run? You want to circle the bases? Score a touchdown? Come up with your own innuendo. Whatever you feel like. Do it this Christmas season by getting her the Naturally Nude Nighties. It's better than skin. That's for you, Tim. There you go. The Naturally Nude Pajamas from Pajamagram.com. Head on over to Pajamagram.com before they sell out. The Naturally Nude Nightie, the pajamas, it's all yours for one low price. Pajamagram.com, and make sure you tell them that your wingman, Adam Copeland, sent you.
Well, come back on Friday. You can do a live harmony with us.
Steve Hareen and Harmony.
It'll be fantastic.
That is one of the worst segments ever. That's amazing.
Tolbert & Copes with you on a Friday evening. You are listening to Tolbert & Copes here on KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. If you're still at work, man, keep those feet moving, stay in bounds, bleed that clock. You're almost to the weekend. Tom, I don't usually ever mind if the lights are off when you're at home, but when Harmony's here, I'd prefer you have the lights on, personally.
I just noticed what kind of sneaks up on me because I'm just like I'm a creature.
I'm sure it snuck up on you. Yeah, such an accident.
I'm a creature of the night anyway.
I bet you are.
Like
yeah.
Kiss album.
Hands on the hands above the table, Tom.
I do enjoy. Hold on a second.
Hold on for what?
I want to get my pants back on.
Pull that drawstring tight, dude.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I mean, between Harmony and the nudie underwear stuff, I mean,
yeah, I really greased the skids for us there, didn't I? With the nudies.
Ready. I'm like, you got to lotion up your wang.
You get her some PJs, and she may give you a gift of your own. How about that?
Exactly.
Well, Harmony, for those who don't know and are just joining us, normally Harmony is a little bit later in the show, but for you 5 o'clock listeners driving home, oh, lucky you. Lucky you. Harmony, she's been with us for some time now. We got she's a contributor to the show now. We pay her. She is a sophisticated sex robot. And we found out a while back she is proficient in gambling advice. So we started paying her to come in from Gizmo Gals on Fridays to give us some football gambling advice. Steve Young, as you heard there, said Harmony's is the worst segment on KNBR.
Who said that?
Says Steve Young, who by the way apparently listens every week to Harmony because he always knows what's going on with her. He doesn't miss her. All right, here. Well, first of all, she gets here. She just talent off. I saw her in the bullpen there.
Absolutely.
It's a Friday night, Harmony. I'm so glad Derek allowed you to be here today. It's so good to have you back. How are you, Harmony?
Hello, boys. I hope I get these picks right this week. Last Monday was pretty rough for me. I picked the Titans and Packers as part of my Monday night Marnog Artois special. I got the Titans right, but I could have won big if it wasn't for that damn Tommy Cutlets and his bandleader agent Joey Fontaine. I lost the chance to win $1,800. I really could have used that money this week. Because of that, I had to increase my visits this week to DP, Tim, the Waterboy, and even young Tony. How degrading. If only the Packers had won.
All right, but the Niners are in the playoffs.
Yes, Greg. Who gives a shit about me? As long as your precious 49ers made the playoffs, that's all that matters.
I don't care. Tommy Cutlets, let's go!
By the way, Girzilla checks in on the YouTube chat and says the Titans, what she was calling them. She said, that's all I'm calling them from now on. Hey, Girzilla, you should know, around the officer, that's all we've been calling them for years. Mike Holler, our assistant program director, is a Titans fan. We've been calling him that exclusively. Mike's a Tees fan. There you go. So, by the way, Gizmo checks in, who's a guy who's had the name Gizmo on our YouTube chat for some time. He says, Gizmo Gals, by the way, you should know, is open 24/7, 365 from our guy Gizmo on the YouTube chat. All right, well, Harmony, we'll see if she can make you some more money this week gambling after she struggled financially, it sounds like. Derek, maybe tip a little bit extra, and Tim, you too. Huh?
You
all right,
Derek.
Yeah, thank you. Just a tip for a second, just to see how it feels. All right, 49ers laying the 12 at the Arizona Cardinals.
I'm not even saying anything. My hands are above board. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know.
Both my hands are on the mic, okay? So we're good to go.
I bet they are. All right, 49ers are laying the 12 points. You said this earlier. You're like, it's an awful lot for a road game. I thought the same thing. Niners are going to be, presumably without Eric Armstead, and potentially now it sounds like without Javon Hargrave, a top 10 rushing offense for the Cardinals. This could be a force here up the middle where the Niners have to be, I mean, you're great to have Drake Greenlaw at linebacker. Great to have Fred Warner there. The D tackles, though, in the middle, that's been a force for them. Who do you like here? 12 points is a lot.
I'm taking the Cardinals. Okay. This has nothing to do with look-ahead spot because they got the Ravens coming up on Christmas. This has to do with the Cardinals are playing better football. They just come off a bye week, so they're getting a little bit healthier. And it's a massive amount of points in a divisional game on the road. That's all I'm basing it on. It's just a divisional game, and it's over 10 points. So you could dominate a team pretty well, beat them 27-17. So I'm just give me the Cardinals. Give me the Cardinals plus the points, and I feel I feel pretty good about this one.
All right, here we go. The YouTube chat is checking in. They're loving you with the microphone. They're going, hey, Tom, stop holding the mic like that, they say. Why are you holding the mic like that, said Rockin' New Era. Let's go to Harmony. Harmony, Niners are laying the 12 points. They're at Arizona. I'll be out there in person for the game with our guy John Dickinson, boots on the ground. Who do you like in this one, Harmony?
Last week I went against the 49ers when it came to a big spread and didn't count on Drew being the QB. I'm not making that mistake again. I'm going all in on the big ol' spread with the 49ers. I don't see this as much of a contest between the 49ers and Cardinals. I think it's more of a question of how Adam Copeland gets me through airport security this weekend on his trip to Arizona. Don't worry, Adam. You can put me in a carry-on bag. I don't mind being stuffed. Lay me in the 12 points for the 49ers. And you can listen to Adam, John Lund, John Dick, Son, Dennis Brown and myself on 49ers pre and post this weekend. I bet you Greg and Tim won't go too long in post-game if I'm around.
I don't know how much part of the coverage, dude.
That's incredible.
Pre-game, dude. And Dick, Son. I like John Dickinson with Harmony there.
Dickinson.
Harmony's a riot, dude. So she's going to just lay me in the points. Every week that stupid line gets me, dude. I would know it's coming at some point. So dumb. All right, moving on here. The double banger, by the way, usually gives you 2 college games, 2 NFL games. Because we had some Saturday games. We just mixed in 4 NFL, no bye weeks here. So moving on to your second NFL game as part of the double banger. Chiefs are laying 8 at the Patriots. Chiefs, 8 wins right now, but their odds are still fairly good. They get second best odds to win the AFC as it stands right now in Vegas. I still think they've got as good a shot as anybody because of Patrick Mahomes. Rasheed Rice has played better of late. The defense is still there, which gives me confidence in their ability to turn things around. This should be one. The 8 seems like an easy. It's a line you look at, you go, they should cover that. Patriots also came back and had a decent performance last week. Where do you go here?
Oh, look, I'm literally gonna hate myself for this, but I actually like this game. I'm taking the Patriots in this game. Here's what the Patriots have given up over the past few weeks: 18, 6, 10, 10, 20, and then they gave up 31 to the Dolphins and lost by 4. And they actually beat the Bills, scoring 29 points. So they're so bad offensively. I got to root for somebody named Billy Zappi. But I just don't think when teams are in a little bit of a funk, and I think they are, I don't think they just pop out of it scoring 35. Like their offense, Kansas City's offense has not been the Kansas City offense we've come to know over the past few years. So that's one consistent aspect of the Patriots. Well, 2 actually. Belichick's sour mug and their defense. Their defense has been fantastic. Nothing wrong with their defense whatsoever. So you put an offense that hasn't been what we thought it would be, and a defense that's been good on the road. That's a lot of points too. Like over a touchdown. So give me the 8, 8.5, whatever. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to hate myself for it. I'll hate myself in the morning. I really will, because this is one that if I take the Patriots, and I think I'm going to, I'm not going to watch a second of it. I can't put myself through that crap. I just can't do it.
So exciting.
Daily crappy?
Yeah, no, see? Even Bill, no. Bill doesn't want to watch it. Bill has to watch it because he's a coach, but he doesn't want to. I'm not going to, but I will take the Patriots plus the points.
Gearzilla says sprinkling in that puke soundbite randomly is perfect in this segment. Here's Harmony. Chiefs are laying the 8. Tom is going to take. Tom said, "I'll take the 8 or 8.5, whatever." Let's see what Harmony's going to take. Harmony, what do you like here?
It's hard to watch the Patriots these days, but it sounds like Belichick may leave the team, so he'll have more time for weird one-night stands with me, right, Billy?
Get ready for Kansas City. That's what I'm doing.
Fine. I'll settle for Robert Kraft at his sex spa. The Chiefs' loss last week was so bad, it brought back memories of when Rex Ryan was obsessed with my feet.
You know I like toes. I don't like this toe.
Mahomes also acted like a whiny baby.
That is terrible, man. We're playing our asses off, and you up the call? Offensive all sides? Are you kidding me? That is terrible, man.
He cried more than DP when I told him I wouldn't be going to his house to meet his mother for Hanukkah dinner. I'll take the Patriots to cover.
Eat shit, Derek.
Wow, we're on the same side on this one. Way to go, Harmony.
Pretty good. I also wouldn't go to
That's
Derek's
my
to meet his mom for Harmony dinner, or for Harmony dinner, for Hanukkah dinner. Harmony dinner. I like that. I like that. Eight crazy, insane nights is what that is. Derek, stop it, dude. Derek says Hanukkah dinner, Harmony dinner, because it's all you can eat. Thank you. You're a pig. Cowboys are at the Bills. Bills are laying 2.5.
Holy dogs!
2.5 points. Patrick the Frog says Rockin' Era, Kermit Mahomes. Cowboys at the Bills. Bills laying 2.5. Who do you like in this one?
I'll keep this one short. I just like the Bills. I like the way they're playing. I don't think Dallas is the same team on the road. Under a field goal. I can't say I'm super confident, but I am. This is one I also will probably wager on. So we have 3 games. So you're actually going to know how I do in my wagers, because a lot of these games I don't wager on, but I like the Cardinals. I like the Patriots. And yes, I like the Bills. Go Bills.
Bills at home against the Cowboys. Can the Cowboys keep it rolling here and give themselves an opportunity to win the NFC East? Harmony, Bills laying 2.5. What do you like?
The Cowboys have been impressive lately, especially the play of Dak Prescott. Although I will say, his cadence at the line of scrimmage before a play is so f***ing annoying.
Here we go!
I bet that's the sound someone makes when they crap out a baby.
Here we go!
That sounds more awkward than Adam Copeland stealing my jokes during his pajama gram reads.
Give her the gift of PJs, and she might give you, it's a great gift too, all right?
Wow, I'm getting so hot and bothered from that read.
Here we go!
For that annoying cadence alone, I'm with Dennis on the Bills. Lay me and Bildos.
Bildo.
Dude, there's somebody here at the station who told me that they were from upstate New York. I didn't know this recently, like this week. They're like, yeah, I'm a Bills fan. I took everything in me to be like, I forgot I'm in Lincoln management now. I can't make a Bildos reference. Only on the air, not in public to like people in the office. Only here to you listeners. Can I say Bildos? True Blue says, stop saying nude. I gotta say nudies. That's what I gotta say. Moving on here, your final pick. So Tom,
sensual.
You took the Bills, as did Harmony. So far you're only against each other on that first game. You're
Correct.
on Arizona. She's laying me in the points, she said, for the 49ers. Last game here, let's see if we can find another opposite side. Ravens are laying 3.5. This is Sunday Night Football. Ravens at the Jags. The Jags win. They stay in the mix for the number 1 seed in the AFC playoff picture because of their tiebreak win over Baltimore. If, in fact, that happens, 3.5 for Baltimore on the road. Who do you like?
This is such a weird line. It just is. Ravens defense has been one of the best in the league all year long. Trevor Lawrence, I can't imagine the ankle's healthy. He'll play, I think, but not healthy. They haven't been playing great. Ravens, I don't know. This one I do not know. This one will not be a wager for me, but what the hell? I'll take the home dog in this one. I'll take the Jags getting 3.5.
I kind of like that too. If I was going to take a side here, I think I'd like the Jags in this one. I don't know where Harmony's going. Ravens.
I think she likes Jags, so I would think that's where she'll go. But who knows?
She's been called a Cougar in the past. I don't know about a Jaguar. Let's see what she says about Jaguars getting 3.5 against the Ravens. Harmony, who do you like?
I'm a big fan of both of these quarterbacks in this game. I'm impressed with Lamar Jackson, but not as much as he's impressed with my realistic robot butt.
Yeah, when I seen what happened, I was like, yeah, that was ass.
Damn straight, Lamar. Your girl has got a big dumper, which also costs extra. And on the other side, there's my sexy robot look-alike in Trevor Lawrence. I've been helping him massage that high ankle sprain. That very, very high ankle sprain. Being a cougar myself, I can't go against those Jaguars. Or Jaguars. However you pronounce it, give me the Jags.
All right, there you go.
That's the only game we have different.
So Tom and Harmony are both on the Jags. Tom and Harmony are both on the Bills. Tom and Harmony are both on the Patriots. And then, am I wrong on that, Derek? I'm right on that. And then they're both opposite each other. Oh, tiebreaker on Monday if need be, says Derek, to take us into our holiday week. And we'll probably wrap things up with Harmony early next week because Tom and I are out Thursday and Friday. And so we'll get you a little holiday Harmony to get you into Christmas. Then we'll be with you at the end of we'll get you some playoffs and we'll be back in time for the CFP and all that. So Harmony's got you covered. I was careful. Anyway, Harmony.
Or you got her covered.
Well, okay, Tom, that's all right. All right, Tom.
Oh, was that too far, Mr. Nudie Underwear?
Yes, it was. Yeah, as a matter of fact, that's going to do it for Harmony today. Harmony, have a wonderful holiday weekend. I'll see you at the airport. We'll catch you next week. Good to see you, Harmony.
Have a good weekend, fellas. I'm going to take a few weeks off. I'll be hanging out with Brandon Staley until I get back. His team was so close to having a 69 put on him last night. So I figured he could use one after losing his job.
69.
Yes, Tim. I said 69.
69.
I'll wait.
69.
There we go. I'd love to make Kerry Crowley and John Dickens' son uncomfortable next week, but I wouldn't want to get him too excited on the live stream. Happy holidays, everyone. I'll see you soon.
Oh, Harmony, fantastic. We love having her, Harmony. Another winning week here, I assume. People wondering what Harmony's record is. I don't know. We'll crunch the numbers. I can tell you this. She always finishes on top. That's Harmony. She's a sophisticated sex robot sent here every Friday to help you bang the book. If you didn't like it, it probably wasn't for you. When we come on back, the Sounds Soiree, Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors, at 5:30. And then we'll get out of here and send you off to your weekend. Tolbert and Copes, thanks so much, Harmony, on the Sports Leader. Steve Kerr said last night before the Warriors game on Draymond Green's suspension that he agrees with the suspension. We will talk to the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, coming up at 5:30 right here on Tolbert and Copes. All that's trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction. Look, if you're looking to see clearly, you're looking to change the way you see the world. I'm talking not just literally, figuratively, all that. It's great. Dr. Furlong, Dr. Sane, they've been voted yet again the best place for LASIK in the Silicon Valley for many years. It's because they use the best and most advanced FDA-approved technology. Here's what they use. They use a contour topography-guided LASIK, as I mentioned, FDA-approved technology that measures up to 22,000 evaluation points. It creates a customized vision map. It's completely unique to your eyes and to you. Everybody's got a different situation, a different map with their eyes, a different goal and place that they want to get to. That's what Dr. Furlong is here for. Your eyes and vision deserve the best. Book your vision correction appointment at furlongvision.com. You can learn more. I did. It's fantastic. I'm seeing 2015. Kick my glasses, kick my contacts. I did it about 3 years ago. One of the best decisions I've ever made. Painless, safe, easy, and then you're seeing clearly within like a day of having the procedure done. Furlongvision.com to learn more. They will definitely focus on your vision. You want to start seeing better? Go see the absolute best. It's my guy, Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tim said he's going with this music because he wanted to class it up a little after Harmony. Somebody on the YouTube chat said they didn't like Harmony. They stepped away for 20 minutes. Somebody else commented back on him and said, dude, nobody's lasted 20 minutes with Harmony. Pretty good line there by our guy Tacky. Thanks to Daniel, everybody else who has checked in on the YouTube chat and on twitch.tv/thesportsleader. And, of course, on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Steve Kerr going to join us in about 7 minutes at 5:30. Head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, going to join us for the second time this week. Talk a little bit about what's going on with the Warriors. But a brief sound soiree. We'll get you a piece of sound. We'll come back to it later if we get time after Steve before we get out of here. But a little bit from Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal checked in. He was talking about Draymond Green's suspension. Here's Shaq, one of the greatest of all time. And Draymond's on TNT. He's a part of some of that coverage. No Shaq. Here's Shaq talking about Draymond Green and the suspension.
There is nothing wrong with Draymond. So y'all treating him like he's crazy. He's not crazy. He's been playing like this the whole time. The same way that got him 4 championships. Nothing wrong with him. That's the only thing I don't like about the situation. He needs help. He needs help. He's been playing like this the whole time. How many texts does he average a year? How many times you see him going at the referee? This is the way he has to play to become Draymond Green. He said that. Nice guy, well respected, very intelligent. Probably has a job in his career after the game. Only mistake he made is he had his arms out like that. So when somebody's close to you and you spin, you're going to make contact. Did he say at that moment, all right, if you put your hands on my hip and punch you in the face? No, he didn't. I know that for a fact. He was just trying to flail, trying to get the call like he's been doing his whole career.
He's kind of in the same, I mean, he's going from the basketball player standpoint of the physicality of the play, which is kind of what you and I talked about, Tom, where anybody who's saying he did that on purpose, he knows. I'm like, dude, how many times have you been bumped by a 7-footer? None of us have any. You're the only person even remotely close to somebody who can tell us what that's like and the force of that. I have no concept. So for Shaq to say it, I'm going to go with what players say, but I also am like, this is where we are. I don't really, the analysis of what's happened and why it happened. I'm kind of like, I'm almost beyond that now. We've just kind of got to go forward with the situation they're in.
Yeah, because players are going to agree with what I said because
they played.
Well, I played.
Yeah.
People that didn't play don't know. And I'm not even saying I'm right. I'm pretty damn sure I'm right. I'm about 99% sure that I'm right. That this wasn't intentional. It was just reckless. There's a difference between intentional and reckless. And I agree with him, too, in that this is who he's always been. That's why when we have Steve on, I'll ask him, like, so what is the end game? What does him getting better look like? How will the NBA know he's better? And when they can release him to the wild, so to speak, and let him go play again? I don't know. I don't know that. I don't. That's why I'm going to ask him, because I have no idea. But I agree with just about everything Shaq said there.
Yeah, we'll see what Steve Kerr has to say about that. What does it look like for Draymond to get better, to get right, to be okay, to come on back? It's probably got to be something that's mutually agreed upon by him, the league.
By the way, somebody goes, what about choking Gobert? Yeah, that was on purpose, okay? I think we can all agree on that. I don't think he did that on accident. I don't think he ran up there and grabbed him by the neck and choked him on accident. We're talking about the flail.
I miss when we just used to debate whether or not it was a sucker punch. Those were the good old days. Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, going to join us next. We'll ask him. We'll talk about it. What does it look like for Draymond to come back? What does getting better look like for him to be reinstated? That's all next. Tolbert and Cope. Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors, joins us on the other side on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Tom, ugly bastard.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. This holiday season, there's one thing every sports enthusiast needs: fast, reliable connection Why? Get to stream all your sports. That's right. You got pro football, college football, pro basketball, college basketball, even mix in a little hockey, and you have a lot of sports. You can take up all your devices, your TV, your phone, your tablet, and you're not the only one in the house. Don't be selfish. You want to get good Wi-Fi, good connection for everybody, and that's why you do it for everybody. Nah, you're doing it for yourself. But everybody gets to benefit from it because it doesn't matter, almost doesn't matter how many people, how many devices are going to be connected at the same time. Everyone is good to go. So if someone's watching movies, someone's downloading stuff, someone wants to watch stuff on their phone, tablet, TV as well in their room, they can do so with Xfinity. That's right. So treat yourself this holiday season to front row seats to all the games. The next generation Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's a network you can count on in crunch time. Get the fastest internet and a strong, reliable connection, even when everyone's online at the same time. The Xfinity 10G network, the future, starts now. Restrictions apply, actual speeds vary, and not guaranteed. You love sports, you love high def, you love a fast, reliable connection to take care of you and everyone in the family on all their devices. You will love Xfinity.
KNBR presents The Steve Kerr Show with his former teammate Tom Tolbert, along with Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Kerr on the Sports Leader.
All right, time to talk a little hoops with the head coach of the Warriors, Stephen Douglas Kerr. We had him on Monday. We enjoy him so much we had him back Friday, but we did think, or at least I thought, what could happen in 3 days that we could talk about? Well, here we are, 4 days later, and apparently a lot happened. Hello, Steve.
What's up, Steve?
Hello, guys. How you doing?
Tremendous. All right, I guess let's get right into it with the Draymond situation. Give us an idea of how this went down, because we're still kind of trying to process the indefinite suspension, where we're not sure what it's going to take to get back on the court, what guidelines or parameters. I don't know what it looks like Give us your thoughts on, everybody kind of agreeing to it, one, and then what does it look like to him get back on the court? Like, I have no idea what that entails.
I don't either, to be honest.
Okay.
Like, I don't know that anybody does, really, because this is not it's not simple at all. We're talking about behavioral change. We're I think this is the result of the last year. When you look at the incidents that have got him suspended, they're completely different from any suspensions that he had in the first 10 years of his career. Those came from flagrant fouls, maybe technicals, whatever, but nothing really that concerning. But I think over the last year, when you really look at the incidents that have caused, the suspensions, they have been acts of violence, and that's really scary for everybody involved. And Draymond, to his credit, is admitting this, and he's open to making the change that has to happen, and that's the process that's happening right now. But how do you put a time frame on that? You can't.
Yeah.
So I don't really know when he'll be back.
Yeah, I don't even know. The time frame is one thing. I don't even know what it looks like. Like, I have no idea, like, what he would have to do to convince them that he's ready to play, or what they would have to see for him to step foot back on the court. Like, that's the weird part about all this. I mean, the time frame I get. Like, this isn't something you can say 5, 10, 15, 20 games. But I don't even know that anybody's laid out like this. These are the mechanisms we're trying to get. These are the coping mechanisms we're trying to help him with. I don't know. Like, that's the weird part about this, is I don't think anybody knows like what I don't even know if the NBA knows what it looks like.
Yeah. I think you're right. And but to be honest, like, and I know, of course, our fans, want to know that answer, but it's kind of the furthest thing from my mind right now. I just want Draymond to get to a better place in his life where he feels very confident and under control, because all that matters going forward, way beyond his basketball playing days. But even that, I really want this to end well for his career.
Yeah.
I want him to be able to enjoy the fruits of what he's done, because he's had a spectacular career. I mean, to go from a second-round pick to, just think about the way he's advanced in his career to, from second-round pick to starter to all-star to champion to Hall of Famer. How many second-round picks have made the Hall of Fame, and the impact that he's made on the community here, on our fan base, on the whole area, he deserves to enjoy all that. And I don't want him going forward to have a different legacy than everything he's already accomplished.
This may not be completely fair, so tell me if it's not, and it's totally after poker. I'm going to go back to last year. And because I was just thinking about this a couple days ago, do you guys think it would have been better as an organization to do something different after the punch of Jordan Poole, instead of getting he's had a few games out, but those are preseason games. It's more like a vacation than a punishment. Do you guys look back at that? I know it doesn't help anybody now, so it's not really. I don't know if it's super relevant, but do you think maybe if we did something then, or maybe we should have done maybe a little harder instead of doing what we did?
I think everybody at the time felt like we were making the right decision, and that's all you can do is you try to figure out what's happening right before your eyes and make what you hope is a good decision.
Yeah.
And then you live with that, and so in hindsight, absolutely, you look back and you go, oh well, maybe we should have done this better, should have done that better.
Yeah.
And any criticism that we face is deserved. That's part of this. We live in a very public business, and everybody's watching and judging, and so I don't shy away from that. But I do know that all of our decisions that Bob and Joe and I have made over the years, they've been with the best of intentions. It doesn't mean we're always right, but we're trying to get it right.
Well, I mean, you deal with the information you have at hand and try to make the best decision you can. Not everybody's going to bat 1,000%. I think we all understand that. So I guess I don't even know if this is. I'll ask it anyway because there's really no way of knowing it. But can Draymond? I guess we're going to find out. Can Draymond not be the guy he is? Because that's kind of what I think everybody's hoping. Like it's going to be a behavioral change for him. Can he be the same player without being that guy?
I think he can. I just believe in him. I know him so well, and I know who he is, and I know how much he cares about his teammates and about the game, and so I believe he can do it. I don't know what it entails. I don't know what that means, but
sure.
I will always believe in that guy. I mean, he's a winner. He's a champion, and he cares, and he's loyal and passionate, and I just feel like he can do this, and I will support him, every step of the way. But I don't know, like I said, I don't know what it means or what it entails, but we're gonna help him try to get there.
Talking to Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on the Uma guest line. I was thinking back, we were talking about, I think it was the game down, not yesterday, the last time you guys were in LA a couple weeks ago, and Draymond went for over 20, and it was the first time in like 3 years. And I went back and I looked at the last time it happened. I think it was the Christmas Day game in 2020 against Houston. You guys upset the Rockets, and it was, I mean, everybody was hurt. And you go back and look at the roster, it looks unfamiliar, but there's no Steph, there's no Clay out with the injuries, and I think people forget about the role he played on that team that was basically dismantled due to injury, and you guys were kind of retooling. I'm wondering sort of this time around, because we all believe in Steph's leadership and the kind of player and leader he's been on and off the floor. Is this a unique role for him in any way, in any capacity, where he is the elder statesman, of course, but he doesn't have Draymond there right now. Clay is going through some of his offensive struggles. You've got guys who have won championships, but is there any sort of unique or different role Steph plays as a leader this time around?
Well, every year's different, and every set of circumstances are different. So I just think that Steph is he's really the reason this whole thing is still going.
Sure.
The way he's handled his teammates and his role as the face of the organization, the way he embraces coaching, the way he embraces personnel moves, and there's lots of guys in his position who would want to be GM basically from behind the scenes and make all the calls. And Steph has just been such an incredible leader in so many different ways, leading in every direction, including up, I will say. So this is maybe the most unique set of circumstances he's faced, but the guy really is one of the finest human beings I've ever been around. And part of that is because of his ability to adapt and to handle everything with dignity and grace and to go out every single night and be prepared to go win a game and to lead his teammates. So it's stunning really how good Steph Curry is off the floor, just like it is, how good he is on the floor.
Yeah. And that's a mouthful because Steve's been around me for 40 years. So,
that's right. Yeah.
He's the finest
leadership.
Individual. Yeah, you do know leadership.
Tom
and you know it's not me.
No, you used to lead us to dirt bags every Friday night.
That I did. Yes, guilty. Guilty as charged. There's no doubt about it. Talking to the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr. Klay Thompson's best game of the year last night?
Yeah, I think it definitely was. And it wasn't the fact that he made 8 threes. It was his decision-making.
Yep.
He had 5 assists. He had multiple passes beyond the 5 assists where he just made the right play. He wasn't forcing his shot. He wasn't frustrated. He just played. He played the game that was, that was dealt, the hand that was dealt. Kept making the right decision over and over and over again. And it was beautiful to watch. And I think that's the Clay that we have to have going forward. And I know he can do it because he's been doing it for a long time. He just has to keep doing that even in the face of the tough nights where shots aren't going in, and that's the challenge. But I know Clay can do it.
So to me, and this is something that still, again, happened last night, and it's kind of plagued you guys throughout the course of the season, keeping the ball in front of you, keeping the ball in front of the defender. So the ball's getting to the paint, breaks the defense down, and we saw it time and time again last night with wide open threes. Now, that was Harden, because Harden's one of the best all time at doing that, but it's happened against lesser players. How critical, like if you were to have a list of like most important things going forward, where would that be on the list? Keeping the ball in front of us on defense so they don't break down our defense.
Yeah, that's a huge factor, and that's why we miss Gary so much, and that's why we'll miss Draymond a lot while he's out. That perimeter defense in the NBA is everything these days because all the best players are perimeter guys. So I think that has led to a lot of our fouls, especially like Looney and Dario's fouls. They tend to come because they're protecting the basket because of penetration. Our problem is not those fouls. Our problems are the reaches and the fouling jump shooters, the ones that we can control. We fouled Harden twice last night on 3-point shots, and it's really hard. I'm not going to sit here and say that's an easy thing to do, but you just can't foul him. You have to make him make shots, and he did both last night. He was amazing. He was so good last night. He made shots and he drew fouls, and he had, I think, 15 assists. That was just a vintage Harden night. But for us to get better, we have to eliminate the silly fouls, the reaches, and the fouling jump shooters.
Are you sticking at all with the, I know maybe it was a week ago, 10 days ago, you made the statement about maybe game-to-game starting lineups and readjusting that. How much of that changes with the roster construction you have now? Yeah, I mean, with Draymond out, this is the lineup we started last night. We're going to stay with that for a few games and see what they can do. I like it, and in theory, I liked it last night. For the first time, seeing that lineup on the floor for extended minutes, it makes sense. Brandon Podziemski is an amazing player. This guy, I mean, he was 2 for 11 last night, but I thought watching the tape, he was one of our best players, without a doubt. He makes so many plays. He connects the game. He gets shots for Steph and Clay. He's one of our best rebounders. He's one of our best defenders. So this kid's going to play, and I'm going to have him in the lineup here, with that group for the next few games, and we'll see where it all goes. But, we do have to – we can't just from game to game change lineups and expect to find any rhythm. So we got to try to find a rhythm with this group coming up.
No, he's a baller. There's no doubt about it. You could almost drop him on any blacktop in America, and he'd just get after it. Just get after it. So to go away from the game last night just for a second, now that you've gone through it, was the midseason tournament everything you'd hoped it'd be?
I know it wasn't. I know it wasn't everything you'd hoped it would be.
Oh no, it lived up to my expectations.
Exactly what we thought.
Yeah, absolutely,
we're right on.
It's totally what I thought it would be.
I actually liked it. I thought it added some variety. I thought there was some extra competitive juice that flowed during those games, and our guys really wanted to advance and get to Vegas and see what they could do. So I kind of like it, but
okay. No, I would say this.
We can agree to disagree.
We will, just like we do on the play-in games. I think those are garbage too. But I would say this. I don't like the midseason tournament. No, I told you how I really feel. I don't like the midseason tournament because you guys already play for a trophy. You don't need to play for another trophy. Right. But I will. I have to concede this. Even though I don't like it, enough people liked it, enough players liked it, and it doesn't hurt anybody. It's like games during November and early December, so it's not a big deal. They're regular season games anyway. So from that standpoint, it's not like it hurts anybody. It's not like, oh my gosh, like the end of the season thing. It does. It can hurt a team that spent 82 games getting to the playoffs, and now they got to play an extra game against a team that didn't deserve to be in the playoffs,
Right.
and maybe they get beat. So there is somebody affected by that. This is just kind of like kind of a fun deal. Throw it in the early part of the season where they're trying to get more attention on the league. So it was fine. I mean, I wasn't like it wasn't like incredible, but yes, the intensity was up. I thought players wanted to win it, and yeah, it was cool. I mean, it was. Let's put it this way: if I had to choose between that and the play-in games, I would choose this because I just think it's unfair. This is unfair to nobody. I still believe it's unfair to a team after 82 games that finishes in the top 8. Now they got to go play another game against somebody that didn't finish in the top 8. That's where I think that's the problem I have with it. I don't know. I don't really have a problem with this at all. It seemed kind of. I mean, it was kind of fun.
I can't remember if I told you guys the Draymond story when the league came out to explain to us the in-season tournament. Did I tell you this?
No.
They were explaining all the rules and everything, and then the topper was at the end, and the guy says, the winner of each team, every player on the team will get $500,000. Everybody's like, oh my God, like that's, some of these guys are going to double their salaries, right? So Draymond goes, can I ask a question? And the guy says, yeah. He goes, so you're telling me you're going to give me more money for winning the in-season tournament than for winning the NBA championship? And the whole room was like, what a great point. Like, what are we doing here?
It's a good call. I got to play a whole other season, dude. I got to play like 4 rounds and 28. It's like a half a year, basically.
Yeah, we're going to play 120 games and put everything on the line for 9 months and, stress ourselves out and get a bonus that's less for something that doesn't even have a name yet.
Or a sponsor, for that matter.
I think basically what they're trying to tell you is, look, if you win the Larry O'Brien Trophy, that's the prize. The trophy's the prize. I know you don't give a damn about this trophy, but here, take the cash. Yeah. Everybody likes cash.
You're exactly right. I think that's it.
Oh, brother. Steve, have a good night. We always appreciate you joining us. Best of luck against Brooklyn tomorrow night, and we will talk to you soon.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Steve.
You too, man.
I appreciate it. It was interesting hearing him talk about it because he doesn't really know.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think anybody knows. Again, I think the NBA is kind of making it up as they go along here because nobody knows what it looks like. Nobody knows. Even John Morant. It was 25 games. He has to go through, some hoops and stuff like that, but it was 25 games. That's what it was. We know. 25 games, and if he complies with everything and he talks with Commissioner Silver and he gives him the go-ahead, he's good. But there was an end game. We don't even know what the end game is. Nobody knows.
It's still Infinity War right now. We're not in the end game yet.
It is.
Yeah,
exactly.
We're still Infinity War. We're like hour 1 of Infinity War.
He has like a gauntlet on, or he has how many stones he has. I don't know. But Steve doesn't even know. Like, I'm not even sure Draymond. That's the weird part. I don't think anybody knows what the end game looks like. Like, where am I trying to get to? It's like, hey, there's a race. Get on your bike and ride east. When does it end? Not really sure yet. Where does it end? Not really sure that either. Where should I go? Not really sure. Just go that way. Well, all right. And you just keep going. And at some point, somebody will come up and tap you on the shoulder, I guess, and go, all right, you're good. You're good. Like, it is a little bizarre.
It is a little bizarre, but for Steve to be, he seemed honest there, and he basically said what you said, in that we don't know. We know he needs to get better, and if we know that and we don't know how to do it, it makes no sense to put a time frame on it. And they don't know what it looks like, so if that's as honest as they can be, and you and I have been asking, what's it look like, they're like, dude, we don't know. We just know he's got to get better from what's happening. Draymond's in agreement, so, okay, this is where we are, and we move forward. To me, it does feel like a before and after this incident. We'll see what afterwards looks like and what the Warriors look like against Brooklyn tomorrow. We'll put a bow on this thing on the other side. We will send you into the weekend. Tolbert and Copes, we got a little bit more reaction on the Draymond stuff, and I don't know. That's it. That's a Friday on the Sports Leader. John Lynch joined Murph and Marcus this morning and said he can't defer Brock Purdy's future contract like Shohei Ohtani. There's more on that story. It's trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.